Before the hidden leaf, before peace!
So you truly carry my blood.
Before the age of heroes, the blood of Madara shaped the world.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Grandson of Madara and Lived Before Canon Timeline Movie. Before we start, please go support Oza 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. An Uchiha born in the village's early years. Simple enough, right? But what if our knucklehead hero were from a timeline many years in the future? Watch as Naruto shakes up the timeline by being born in a time before the manga and shakes the very foundations of canon as we know it, all while finding love with a certain slug princess from that timeline. Prologue. The Uchiha clan, one of the two most formidable clans in Konoha, was no secret to anyone. They were one of the two founding clans of the Hidden Leaf village. Nor was it a secret to anyone that the founding father, belonging to that same clan, betrayed and attempted to annihilate the very place he had nurtured with his own hands. Madara Uchiha. The name alone was enough to instill fear in the hearts of some, and every shinobi knew the value of their salt. Anyone who had ever picked up a history book about shinobi knew that name. That name was the very definition of power and heritage that he had forgotten. The power with cave landscapes and signposted a whole new valley, only to leave a sign when man really went all out in his battle valor. The Valley of the End still served as a reminder to all who had ever mistakenly forgotten the name of the menacing legend, the devil who once roamed the land of fire as the Reaper himself, annihilating the very existence of anyone he deemed unworthy of breathing the earth's face. But not many knew that the man had married in secret. Yes, Madara Uchiha, the tyrant, the crimson-eyed demon, the very embodiment of death. Many names had been given to legendary shinobi, but none had ever imagined him to be a man who would ever think of having a family. But he had. A man who was rumored to be completely unstoppable against anyone other than the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The same man who wields wood release, the only one who ever had the slightest toe step on Madara and lived the next day to tell his tale. The man who tamed the Lord of the Bijuas, the Kyuubi, in the palm of his hands with a mere glance of his menacing eyes. That man had a family. He married a simple woman, and he had a son. A child, born when the man had married a woman from his own clan, one who had managed to crawl into the small cracks in that stone, the heart of the man who had been confronted. Together they married and had a son. A son who was trained by his father to meet his expectations. No one in the village knew of his existence yet, since Madara's fame had brought with it the hatred of his enemies as well. The boy whom he had named the brother himself who had succumbed to his wounds in his own weapons and had left Madara with the power to take the world alone. Izuna. The boy had lived peacefully among his clan members and villagers for some time. But this was just a sleeping tiger. This is the prey. Waiting for the time to unleash his fangs and claws and cleanse the very existence of the people he believed were the reason for his family's fate. His mother, whom he loved with all her heart, had gone to the point of death only because the grief of losing her husband had been too much for her to handle. It had been the night when he had left the darkness that hid in the skies to reach his very being and gifted him the power to erase someone in his path. That night he had awakened the eyes that had only been used once in history by his father. That night he wielded the Mangekyou Sharigan. With newfound power coursing through his veins, he had begun his rampage. The rampage that had destroyed the better part of a third of the town's infrastructure and countless lives was lost in his wake of utter madness. Only one man withstood a chance against him. It was as if history were repeating itself. As if their predecessors had mistaken birth yet again for reincarnation. Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage of Konoha, had not been involved in any killing spree that night. He was the one who stood before the deranged man and stopped his rampage mid-morning before it could go any further. He certainly wasn't anywhere near the power levels his older brother, Hashirama Senju, once wielded. But after years of experience as a shinobi and as Hokage to the village, few dared challenge him to a fight. However, Izuna Uchiha was no man. The fight had lasted for the better part of the night before his newly awakened eyes had nothing more to give in the fight against the fire shadow that stood tall above the defeated man who lay at its feet. There were few things in his life that Hashirama had respected with all his heart. His older brother and surprisingly Madara Uchiha was one of them. He did not respect him for his actions in life. They were shameful in his eyes. He respected the man for his strength and character. The man carried himself as a man of his stature should. And for this, he made Hashirama respect him. But above all else, what Hashirama respected most was Madara's kind heart. Yes, Hashirama knew to be true no matter how ridiculous it sounded to someone else. He had done his fair share of studying the power hidden behind those crimson eyes. The power the world once bowed before. And finally, his quest had led him to the truth. He had gained the answers he sought after years of studying the secrets lurking behind those eyes. The answer was quite simple in the end. I hate. It was the response that had been shown for the fruits of his labor. The greater the hatred in the heart of the wearer, the greater the visual value will be. But Tobirama knew it was a contradiction in himself. If hatred were the key to unlocking the power behind those eyes, the trauma must have come from a trigger that drove him to that self-hatred. And once again, the legendary Senju had come up with the answer. This time, too, the answer was very simple, always right in front of everyone, but no one bothered to ask questions. Love. Now, could one say how love and hate are related? They are polar opposites, just like light and dark, yin and yang. But that's where the key to the answer lies. For light to exist, darkness also had its existence. Yin and yang were always in perfect harmony, for without one, the other could not exist. The greatest love Uchiha possessed was hidden within his pure heart. The greatest hatred would come when he was crushed by the world. As Tobirama had stood tall, his shadow rising above his defeated opponent Uchiha had made one last wish. Tobirama Senju was many things in life. Calm, stoic, calculating, logical, deceptive, a genius. But dishonorable, he was not one of them. Just like every Senju and every Uchiha, he kept one thing above all others. Honor. And there was nothing more dishonorable than denying the last words of a man who breathes his last breath into the world. Then he had bent down as the dying man whispered his last wish in his ear. Never before had Tobirama been so close to having his heart go into cardiac arrest as at that very moment. His wide eyes, filled with astonishment, stared at the dying Uchiha who simply laughed sadly, with a warmth in his eyes that was never present even once during their battle. Tobirama watched his eyes roll back dull, as the life within them vanished when his chest stopped heaving, and he passed by peacefully. Tobirama never believed in superstitions, but at this moment the concept wasn't too foreign to him. It had just happened again, right in front of his eyes. History had repeated itself, and he had borne as a witness to it himself. He bent down and placed his palm over the man's lifeless onyx eyes. His hand slid down gently and closed the fallen man's eyelids in respect and sorrow. For that day, he had made another child an orphan and taken the shadow of his father from his life. But he had given his word to the dying man. To take care of his inheritance in his place. And he would be condemned if he let that promise go to waste. Don't worry, Izuna, your inheritance is safe with me, I promise. Present. Hanahagakure Ningun Sado. This was a bright day for the people who sought refuge within these leaves. The sky was filled with spaced clouds, allowing ample room for the bright shining sunbeams to peer through. The town itself was in as bright a mood as the weather was on that fine day. For many, this was a happy week for its inhabitants right now. The Konoha Shinobi Academy had begun this enrollment process, just as it did every year after its founding almost 2 decades ago. They allowed every citizen of the village, whether shinobi or civilian, to be admitted according to the laws laid down by Shodai Hokage himself. Then the voice of a chunin sitting on a chair behind a desk spoke through the crowd. Another family with their own small child stepped forward to the table, which gave them the slip of paper containing their number and line. Here you go, fill out this form and submit it to the admissions office by 4 in the afternoon, his cheerful voice instructed the family. She punctuated her brief moment on her father's shoulders with a hot laugh. He was too excited to notice, his eyes still glued to the shape as she shook her mother while they began to walk away. This a soft, small voice spoke above her, shattering her thoughts instantly in a mere second. Her heart warmed at the sound of the gentle voice, undoubtedly the arrival of an anticipated academy student. His languid eyes fixed on the small, blonde-haired, blue-eyed mop-headed woman who peered over the edge of the table, staring at it with all the innocence in the world. His hands, the only thing besides the top half of his head visible to her, followed the edge. He stood on tiptoe, looking at the woman with a bitten lip hidden under the table. Her laughter vanished the moment her eyes fell upon him, and the realization dawned upon her for the identification of the voice spoken. Her eyes turned icy and narrowed in a blaze of accusation upon the blue-eyed boy at the front edge of her table. I want to enroll in the academy too, her innocent, soft voice slipped past her lips. Her eyes narrowed on the blonde mop-haired girl even more, making her a little nervous with her cold stare. Is it right? She asked somewhat coldly, the boy's boss saying he was swaying innocently. Hi. He squeaked softly, making her frown. She scorned his little pile of shapes before looking around to see that all the other parents had already taken theirs, meaning he was the only one left behind now. She gave him a half-hearted laugh. The boy's nervousness vanished instantly and was replaced by excited laughter. I'm the unfortunate boy, but all the ways have been revealed. You arrived a little late, she lied softly, her laughter instantly disappearing from her face. Ah, he whispered, obviously saddened by her remark. She looked closely at her work and frowned. She felt a little guilty for doing so, but it was for the greater good in the end. It was something she told herself and continued with her work to take her mind off it. Where can I put the one that fails then? Her innocent voice spoke over yet again, making her sigh and tap her pen down in annoyance. He was a little startled by her sudden, noisy action and tripped on his toes, making him stumble back a little. You can't. All the forms for this year's admissions have been released. You came too late. Now go and try again next year, she replied curtly and picked up her pen. She went over her papers, not seeing the boy's teary little eyes or trembling lip. Thank you for your time, she heard his soft whisper trail off, ending with a small sniffle. She paused her work momentarily to watch him strike slowly, undoubtedly in sadness if his small, hunched shoulders were any indication. She bit her lip as she watched him open the metal doors to the academy and turn. She wanted to stop him, but he was already gone. A sigh escaped her lips, and her hand wearily massaged her temples. Why do I feel sorry for him? He's nothing but the problem anyway, just like them, she thought bitterly, and went back to her work. The blonde boy's golden locks shone as brightly as the sun itself as he walked slowly down the street. He wiped his eyes and saw the main entrance for the academy children ahead of him, which would open in a couple of days for all new admissions. But not for me, he sniffed at him and walked slowly to the wooden swing in front of the door. The swing made soft creaking noises from time to time as his legs fluttered in the air with each movement as he took the ride. This made him feel a little better, the shade of the tree, the birds above him chirping loudly. He loved nature. It always made him feel warm and comfortable. Especially the garden at his house. Ah-chan, come here, this is where I'll be coming the day after tomorrow to become an awesome shinobi. His small pardon was instantly worsened even more than before when he heard those words. Her longing blue eyes stared at the family with a look similar to that of someone who could only wish for, who simply could not be his. Family? He bites his lip, looking down with that same fixed gaze he longs for at the boy hunched over his father's shoulders, while they all laughed at his expense. Yes, you're right, but first we have to submit your form to Hokage tomorrow, sweetie, or you won't be enrolled. He heard it and tucked it away in the back of his mind for future reference. Ah-chan, look, the lady in that office gave me a supplemental form by mistake, what should I do about it? His voice sounded as he walked past the tree where our adorable little blonde boy had been on Saturday. Said blonde boy's ears perked up and a small spark of hope now lingered in his eyes. Throw it away, sweetie, it's useless to you anyway, his mother said with a soft, silly laugh. The boy did as his mother said and threw it over his head without a second thought. The slip of paper flew behind the three of them in the air and the blonde boy's swing stopped abruptly. His blue eyes narrowed on the slowly flying sheet of paper. Konoha Shinobi Admissions Program. His eyes widened as he read the words at the top of the paper and he was off in an instant. His little feet stumbled a bit but he regained his balance and chased the flyer to his dear life. He leaned down between his stumble and nervous steps, swinging his weapons around for failed attempts at grasping the paper he so desperately needed right now. Finally, his fingers glued to the flying shape, his feet gradually slowing down before he stood in the middle of the empty street absolutely alone, staring at the sheet of paper in his small hands with wide eyes. Konoha Shinobi Admissions Program. He read the first line again to reassure himself that he really did have it. He bit his lip and clutched the shape to his chest, as if it were made of gold. His eyes squeezed shut in desperation, desperate to believe it was true. I've got it, I've finally got it. Now I can enroll too. He thought to himself and ran back towards his house with a little hop in his little steps. Everyone stared at him coldly, with a look that clearly said you're stupid. His gaze clutching a sheet of paper to his chest as protectively as if this were his whole life. But the boy could worry less. He was far too happy right now to pay attention to such trivial matters. He had a way to fill himself up and surrender to Hokage tomorrow. The next morning. The streets of Konoha were bustling with happy villagers going about their lives. A small boy, with his shiniest gold locks, wandered around them, weaving through past legs to make sure he didn't bump into anyone. The admission form, now fully filled out, was still clutched to his chest like a lifeline. He had to make sure he didn't accidentally lose it. No, this won't do it at all. He had never been to this part of town before. This was the main shopping district, acting as the nerve center for the entire town. He had never needed to. He always stayed in his clan compound. They had everything he ever needed anyway. They were really nice and welcoming. They made him feel safe. More than he felt now of all the cold flashes and vile comments being sent his way, of all those he caught eyes of. He still got those occasional stares or comments from his clan too, but they were much minors in their own clan lands. They were used to his presence there for a day's time. The rest of the village was not. Moreover, he was not forgotten as to the reason for the treatment directed exclusively at him. His mother had told him everything before she had passed away a few months earlier. His father and grandfather had done bad things to the village and had hurt many people in the village before two past Hokages had put an end to their actions. That thought made him laugh, thinking of his dream. His eyes lifted their gaze upwards, taking in the mountain shadow behind the village, with two sacredly carved faces that watched over them all at any time. It was his dream. He would have his mouth up there too one day. He would become Hokage. Hori to Hokage. His soft steps made their way in front of the great tower that withstood the high blow in the middle of the village. His baby blue eyes widened in awe, gazing at the tower with nothing but pure admiration. He had never seen such a grand tower before, and now he was a little sad that he hadn't come here sooner. It was so beautiful and enormous. His thoughts were interrupted when a jounin gave him a light nudge and went over without so much as an apology. His eyes stared down the man's back before he turned back to the tower with a small laugh, the form now clutched tightly to his chest. He wandered through the tower's grand halls, pausing now and then to look at and read the small inscriptions beneath portraits of important figures stacked on the walls. He admired the tower's teak-paneled walls and the gleaming wooden floor, which made him almost conscious of his footsteps. He walked around like a man lost in an unknown world. Several genin, chunin, jounin, and even some doctors and ordinary civilians had walked ahead of him now. Nothing surprising about this tower was that it stood in the middle of the village. It wasn't just the Hokage who had come here. Everyone had come here, and this made perfect sense to their innocent minds. He tried to stop some people to ask for directions to where he was supposed to enter such a large building, but no one stopped for him. Everyone was either too busy or no one wanted to help him. He thought this was the first somewhat uncertainly. Finally, after continuing confused through the first 2 floors, he reached a point where he saw a half-old lady sitting on a table, directly next to a door that had only one kanji on it. Hokage. He was certain this was the place he was supposed to be. He approached the desk, first looking around to see if he could get a number on a line like yesterday. He stood there innocently for a few minutes when he finally saw a man just walk past her before she did something in her book and let him in. He laughed, finally seeing there was no line or need for any waiting, and approached the desk. Just like yesterday, he stood on his toes, his face peeking over the edge up to his nose. His soft voice spoke above, startling her. She looked up and blinked to see 2 pretty eyes blinking back at her. She was about to laugh when the realization dawned on her as to who he was, and her face was masked in a neutral expression. "How can I help you?" she asked curtly, with little more than a hint of emotion in her voice. The blonde man, though he saw her laughing, didn't dismiss him or address him rudely as some people had done before, and instead leaned forward with one hand on the table and gripped the edge with both for added support. "Can I find Hokage please?" he asked politely, his soft voice making his eyebrows crease together into a point. She had half her mind ready to scold him rudely, but she was still on duty, and as her duty indicated she had to treat everyone who came to her equally. Even him. "Not right now." "No," she replied in her concise voice and lowered her eyes to the register. The blonde man gently bit his lip and nodded nervously. "Well, miss, how long do I have to wait?" he asked, his gaze shifting, this time with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. "I told you not right now, didn't I? Hokage is a very busy man and only entertains people who have made an appointment with him." She answered his question as professionally as possible and returned to her work. She nodded hesitantly again, inwardly pleased that she answered his question so kindly. "What is this appointment, miss? How can I get the what?" he asked innocently, making her let out a tired sigh. He would leave her alone to her work of piling things up until she had settled all her doubts. She looked into those wide, innocent, curious eyes that watched to absorb every word she said. Nope, nothing was off about him abandoning her, just plain alone. Now her full attention was on him, trying to get him away as quickly as possible. "An appointment is a fixed time you have to arrange before you can meet him. Does he have many people who want to see him and he can't find each one right away? Then you arrange an appointment beforehand to meet him. Do you understand now?" she asked wearily and received a happy nod from the bubbly boy. She sighed in relief that he was at least nice and she wouldn't have to waste any more time playing this fast-forward game with him. "Can I get a date too?" he asked happily. A sigh escaped her lips and she nodded wearily. No matter how much she wanted to refuse, he had every right to find the man and get a date. Her finger dragged down the register to find an empty slot and stopped at the first one. Her eyes lifted the blonde man who was staring intently at her and she nodded to him, happily doing so. "There's an opening for you. Come back and pick it up in 2 weeks. Come back after lunch and I'll schedule an appointment for you then," she said simply, glancing down at the register to book it. His blue eyes widened in shock at her words. "But the academy's advantages in 2 days and tomorrow must be admitted the day before. Can it not be before then?" he asked hurriedly. His voice carried the worry that was now etched in his heart when he saw her shake her head in negative at once. "No, all the slots are full until then. You can't find it before then," she said curtly, and she was about to resume her work when her voice cut through her thoughts again. "Please be patient, I won't take long. Just 5 minutes, I just need to get it to seal this, go," he said, weeding the top of his arm to show its shape with a blank space for his stamp. She frowned, deepening into a frown as her patience was now reduced by the second. She shook her head, her jaw clenched, her eyes now rolled wide in a pleading manner. "I'll be really quick, please," he said gently, but was cut off as the furious receptionist slammed his hands on his desk, alarmed by her wit. "Don't you understand the boy? He doesn't have the time to find and entertain children like you all day. Now go and come back for your appointment. If you wanted to come in so badly, why didn't you come earlier?" She said in a neutral voice that barely hinted at her patience, her features visibly saddened by this. "I didn't know until yesterday, and I got my form from a boy who had a supplement with him. Madam of the Academy had already released all the forms, please just a few minutes," he said gently, and the secretary had finally had enough. "Stop your whining, child," she said rudely, making his eyes widen in surprise. "If you wanted to get in so badly, then you should have come earlier and done this like everyone else did. Didn't your parents teach you anything about the Academy before now? Now go and whine to them and stop bothering me. I have work to do," she said in a definitive tone and went back to her work, glad that she didn't get any more whining from that annoying boy. The sound of some soft sniffling reached her ears as she heard his hand slip down her desk and she looked up to see him backing away a couple of feet. He held her form both in his hands now and in her silky golden hair, now shading his eyes. His afflicted eyes gazed at the form, barely stifling a sob. "I have no parents," he said in such a small voice that she would have missed it had the hall not been so quiet. His eyes widened in shock when she saw little drops slide down to his cheeks and onto the paper clutched in his tiny hands. Her heart clenched at the sight when he spoke, lifting a polite boy, startling her heart with his respectful manner, even after the way she had treated him. "I'm sorry, miss, this is my fault. I shouldn't have forced you like this and disturbed your work. Thank you for answering all my questions so kindly and giving me your time. I'll take my leave now," he said softly, sniffing slightly, his nose brushing the bow above his bow to carelessly wipe it with his sleeve. Her astonished eyes watched him walk silently past his desk and toss the form into the trash can stored beside it. Guilt gripped her heart and she bit her lip. No matter who he was still just a little boy and she didn't know what to do without her parents to tell her. She broke her thoughts to call him, only to see him already gone and the now empty lobby that makes her guilt increase twofolds. His train of thought continued, unaware of a pair of stoic, narrowed amber eyes staring intently down the empty lobby from the touchlines. Aburama Senju leaned against his door, his weapons crossed as he bent with his back to the wall. He had come out to see what this conversation was about and to get his next set of administrative work that hadn't been brought, just to catch an earful of the last part of the conversation. Needless to say, he wasn't pleased in the slightest with what he learned. This was his village, and no child should be treated the way the boy had been. In some respects, the boy seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it for the life of him. And this bothered him to no end. He wasn't a man to be left with unanswered questions. Everyone knew that about him. He approached the receptionist's desk, who glanced wearily behind her to see who it was. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of Tobirama himself standing there, though not looking at her. Instead, his gaze was now fixed on the trash can stored beside it. She stood up, hastily rummaging through the crumpled piles of paper, knowing how the man might look at such trivial matters. "Hokage-sama. How can I help you?" she asked with a slight nervous stutter, inwardly cursing herself for it. He paid her no attention and walked to the trash can that had caught his eye, choosing the small slip of paper on top. His eyes narrowed over the carelessly filled form. Most of the small wet stains that marred it were superficial, no doubt made by the scribbles of that innocent child. He focused his thoughts on the form itself and read it thoroughly as he was used to it always appeared. Konoha Shinobi Admissions Program. Admittee's name: my name is Uchiha Naruto. Mother's maiden name: my Kachan's name is Miyanamika's. Father's name: my Tusen's name is Uchiha Izuna. The legal guardian: the father's name I don't know what, but I'll tell you after I ask Kagami Oji-san. Clan status, if any: I am from the Uchiha clan. Age: I'm 5 years old, but I'll be 6 in 2 weeks. Reasons for joining the academy, to be filled in by the admittee. Shinobi are cool, my Tusen was a great one, just like my Kachan told me. And I want to be one like him. Oh, and I want to be Hokage. Pledge of loyalty to the village, to be filled in by the admittee. I like my village, but I don't know what this pledge is, I'll find out after I find it. So please give me a little time to find it properly. Aburama, the man known for masking his emotions to the extreme across the elemental nations, could not help the pedestrian street smug smile that was now etched onto his face as his eyes read ahead of the words in pure curiosity. He had filled the form with a cute little bit of writing, and since he had forgotten to add his own picture to it, it was quite clear to him that the boy didn't have the slightest idea how to fill out a form and had tried his best regardless, to the best of his knowledge. The small tear marks had smudged over his already sloppy handwriting a little, but he could make it all out quite clearly. He was surprised for a moment to read his father's name, but now it made sense why his secretary had been so firm about adhering to the rules, particularly with him. His eyes left the form and turned to respect the nervous secretary. His gaze narrowed, fixed on the woman who trembled slightly, swallowing softly, staring intently at the man's intense nervousness. "Why didn't you let the child find me?" he asked stoically, though the dangerous glimmer behind it was not lost on the woman. "Why you come Hokage-sama, there was no time gap left in your distribution gear log," and his voice was cut off by the piercing voice of the man whose eyes had narrowed even further in his low, stuttering voice. "I have a little downtime in between my appointments." Surely a few minutes between any of them could have been spared for the child, since the matter was so trivial in that it only required my stamp of approval. "So why?" he asked again in a steely voice that made her swallow down her nervousness and try to speak, but he cut her off again. "You hate him," he stated simply, leaving no room for argument. Her eyes widened in shock as he slapped the truth in her face, and she shook her head sharply. He paid the price for her nonchalance and continued completely unfazed. "He is his father's son, yes. He has his grandfather's blood coursing through his veins, yes. He is related to 2 traitorous shinobi of the village, yes." He said stoically and looked at their gaze as they spoke to him as if he were a class outsider, no doubt startled by his words, but he did not stand up. "But he's part of this community. He hasn't done anything wrong. He doesn't have anyone to teach him how to fill out a form properly," yet he said meaningfully, tapping the form on the desk with his hand for emphasis. The woman flinched at the sound of his tapping, but watched his gaze fixed on the neatly filled form, feeling even more guilty and ashamed than ever before. "How would you feel if you were an orphan and someone slapped that spot directly across your face, your words filled with disgust and loathing?" he asked coldly. She couldn't meet his accusing gaze and lowered it to his feet in shame. She visibly shrank beneath him to stare, which he held for a moment before picking herself up and walking away. But just before he walked down the stairs, he stopped for his final words. "Go home and don't come back tomorrow," he said expressionlessly, and the secretary craned his neck until he stared at his back with horrified, stricken eyes. "Hokage-sama," she stammered out in shock, and he glanced back with his single visible eye to clear his head quite a bit now. "You're fired up," he said simply and walked down the stairs, leaving a stunned and startled Kunoichi behind. In the village, Kurama walked through the streets, now a little irritated and annoyed by the new development. His plan to go directly to the boy and find him free from the previous confusion had completely fallen apart. The guards at the Uchiha clan compound had notified him that he had left the compound that morning, but hadn't returned yet. He would have used his sensory abilities. He had memorized her chakra signature at first sight. But he hadn't done so. Thus here he made his search among the old ones for the path already formed. "Have you seen the 6-year-old blonde-haired blue-eyed boy around here?" he asked, approaching a bewildered vendor who shook his head nervously. Not to be outdone, the Hokage remained impassive, refusing to ask him such a strange question. He sighed and walked away, wondering why he didn't have an Anbu searching for the boy. But he already knew the answer as to why. Pride. This would wound his pride that he, a Senju clan head, the current Hokage, and probably the strongest shinobi in the Land of Fire, couldn't find a 6-year-old boy alone. Besides, it was better than being stuck in the office all day, filing his paperwork. Surely it must be the difficulties of being a Kage. "I might already feel my abilities dulling if I neglect my education in favor of everything else in just a few more months." He sighed wearily and stood at another vendor near the edge of the village towards the Hokage Mountains. "Have you seen the 6-year-old blonde-haired blue-eyed boy around here?" he asked again, and this time relief washed through his heart when he got a nod from the man. Honestly, he felt pretty stupid to find him like this. But it felt nice to be back to interacting with people normally again. Only now did he realize how right Kagami really was. He had told him that he had been too absorbed with his work these days. And now he agreed that view of it was true. He drew closer to the mountain in thought, not understanding when he had looked closely in front of the monument and towards its clear rear. Meow. A soft mewling sound reached their ears, making them jump up instantly. So there were signs of life here after all. He walked into the bushes and followed the soft purring and mewling sounds to their source. "Kiara. Come here, you have to eat this too." A soft voice, no doubt a child, admonished someone who had called Kiara for something concerning food. He spread the last bush in the clearing with his hands and glanced around to see the same blonde-haired mop he had been looking for so long sitting there with a small white gun. It was indeed the source of the purring sounds he logically deduced. His foot happened to step on a twig that made a small rustling sound. He raised an eyebrow when he saw the blonde boy in front of him instantly stand up and scoot back. He was fully on guard with the little boy now wrapped protectively in his arms. "Meow." He tried to stifle his meow, but he couldn't stop laughing foolishly as the little one gently licked his cheek despite his protests. Tobirama once again couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at the adorable scene before him. Though his amber eyes narrowed on the little one when he saw something out of place with it, his eyes widened momentarily and he realized he had indeed been wrong in the first place. "It's no ordinary kitten, it's a little white tiger cub," he slurred, the words echoing in his mind, and watched the boy curl the little one into a tiny ball of fur in his arms, now completely out of his sight. "Please don't take her from here, she lives here and I'm careful about her," he said in a cautious voice once again that surprised the once stoic Senju. So he knows the little one doesn't belong here yet, he takes care of him and keeps him hidden from everyone. Nice for his age, no doubt about that one, he finished and pressed down on the bush, carefully dusting his clothes. Tobirama knelt down on one knee in front of the boy, who was now gently rocking the little one to soothe it. Tobirama was quite surprised that a child of his own species had taken a liking to a human child. His eyes met the boy's still guarded blue ones, making him feel a little proud in his protective nature. "I'm not the one to take the child in," he declared expressionlessly and looked at the blinking boy innocently before nodding off and relaxing completely. Although it might be easy enough to convince him otherwise, he deduced quietly and watched the boy laugh and place the fur ball on his lap. The little one curled up into a small ball and let out a healing yawn, his ears tugging cutely at that moment. Tobirama watched the boy brush against his back and get little purrs from it and couldn't help but be surprised at how comfortable the little one was around him. "Why are you here, sir?" He heard the blonde boy's innocent question and gave him a concise nod of acknowledgement. He took his folded form from his pocket and gave it to the boy, who took it hesitantly, no doubt wondering what it really was. Naruto unfolded the folds and his eyes widened when he saw that this was his admissions form. But more than that, he was amazed to see the seal now marked in the blank square he had to have filled in first. It was the official who sealed it, placing the kanji for Hokage nickname over it, saying it was approved. He looked at the man with a bright grateful laugh. "How did you get this signed, sir? I thought the Hokage didn't have any appointments for 2 weeks. Did you have one before and sign this receipt for me?" he asked, forming Tobirama's purse with his lips in thought. So the boy had a dream of becoming Hokage, but was still so innocent and oblivious to the fact that the current Hokage position was sitting right in front of him. This was amusing, to say the youngest. "Yes, you could say this," he said simply, and saw the blonde boy too happy to notice his slight hesitation in words. Naruto placed his finger on the little boy's nose and gave it a gentle tap, only to make the little boy scrunch it up in irritation. "Miwa." The little one mewed softly, and Naruto kissed her head in an apology for disturbing her nap, eliciting yet another purr from her. But he had to show her this. "Look, Kiara, this gentleman got it. He signed my receipt. Now I can go to the academy too," he whispered to her, and Tobirama now saw the faint tear marks on her cheeks. The boy had undoubtedly been shouting at her. "Miwa." The little mewed in a hurt-like way, laughing quietly at the blonde who was making a face, who had bonked her gently when she tried to lick and bite his way, instead of reading it the way he wanted her to. "You don't have to eat it all, you glutton." He scolded his other half heartily, before scooping her up and kissing her nose to make her lick her own gently. Tobirama laughed silently at the boy's antics, which made the boy's turn a little embarrassing, and stuck his tongue out like a child. Stoic Senju wondered how long it had lasted since he'd had a laugh like that. He was now becoming socially inept, not that he wasn't normally, but now he would be even more so. He sighed when he saw Naruto's confused look and Kiara blinking innocently at him, asking what he was thinking without a doubt. "So you want to be Hokage?" he asked, taking their minds off his behavior and watching him look at him in surprise before looking down at his form and then back at him with a small laugh and nodded happily. "Hi. I will become Hokage one day," he said, eliciting a slightly smug smile from Tobirama. The boy had said want to become, it was will become, which left only the question of when he would actually become that person. And why is that, if I may ask?" he inquired with a hint of curiosity, watching him intently to discern his incoming answer. "As my Kachan told me, they were quite imposing," he said happily, his eyebrows rising in surprise. Now this was something new, he reflected, and it prompted him to continue. This was something he would like to know. "She said that he is the strongest shinobi in our lands, one whom everyone respects and whom we fear as enemies. He looks after each and every one of us, regardless of who they are. Perhaps if I made myself one of them, they would all love me too," he whispered the last part in a distant voice that made Tobirama's eyes soften if only slightly. "I see," he said affirmatively. He knew of the child's contempt, but he could put this into practice. The child would be treated fairly in every possible way. For which he had his decree in place, but he couldn't make them accept it. This only came with time. He had even tried to adopt the child alone, but the clan laws that he himself had once established had stopped him. The irony, his own laws are working against him now. But there was nothing he could do. He truly belonged to the most royal family of the Uchiha clan, with the noblest of bloodlines. There was undoubtedly someone in his mind who believed he would one day inherit their pride and joy, their Kekkei Genkai in their eyes as well. This was his birthright, after all. It was the very reason he had been rejected in the first place. The fear of the purest form of his lineage falling victim to an outsider, Senju no less, was a risk the Uchiha clan was unwilling to take. It always pained him to think that he was the very reason he had been orphaned in the first place, and how little he could do for the boy without making it seem personal. The power of Hokage came with several restrictions. No exposure to favoritism towards an individual simply because they are one of them. He had known her mother for some time. A pleasant woman, belonging to a small unremarkable shinobi family, she married into the strongest families of the Leaf Village. Even after her husband's death, she hadn't harbored an ounce of animosity or resentment toward him personally. Both sat in comfortable silence, Tobirama's amber eyes in disagreement, gazing at the waterfall in front of them with a look that held a hint of solemnity. "This is a pleasant dream," he said, in barely above a whisper, but loud enough to be heard by the blonde boy sitting beside him, clearly enjoying the tranquil serenity of nature all around him. "Now I can go to the academy and become a shinobi, then one day I'll be Hokage, the first Uchiha to be one, I'll believe it." Tobirama stared at the boy in fascination. Never before had he seen a child belonging to the Uchiha clan proclaim that the dream led his village and made himself known to everyone with such fire and passion. They were raised in an environment where they would always be proud of their old ways. Above all, their most powerful Sharigan. But this boy was different. Unlike all those who came before him. Different from Izuna. Different from Madara. Almost purely out of instinct, he raised his hand. His large hand gently covered the boy's small head. Naruto's wide-eyed, curious gaze stared at Tobirama with all the innocent confusion in the world. The child was undoubtedly bewildered by his action. "I believe you," he said simply. His voice held no emotion, unlike the one stoic voice of Tobirama Senju. He watched those blue eyes widen even more than they usually did, and his features suddenly became hesitant and nervous. Naruto hadn't expected him to say this. His voice was so firm, so confident. He still couldn't detect an ounce of doubt in his words. This didn't make a warm envelope in his chest like never before. He really sounded like he believed it. The first person ever besides his mother to believe him and not outright laugh or make a vile remark at him. Tobirama ruffled his hair carefully and stared straight ahead, not seeing the boy, but glancing at the man from time to time, a newfound nervousness flashing in his eyes. Naruto couldn't understand the man. How could he possibly believe in his dream like this? He didn't even know him yet. Say that his soft voice sounded in the comfortable silence. Tobirama gave no sign of hearing him, but Naruto could feel his complete and absorbed attention on him. The man, for his part, was so mysterious. "How can you believe in my dream so easily? You don't even know me yet," he asked with childlike curiosity. Tobirama sat in silence for a few moments, as if pondering the boy's words. However, he wasn't. He knew that the answer to the child's questions would leave his lips the instant they did. No, he was instead reflecting on the nature of his words. They weren't treated like a normal child their age. His voice was innocent and childlike, but he knew these were the moments in someone's life. The childhood questions that shaped the man's path would undoubtedly last for the rest of his life. "I know him," he said stoically, tossing a pebble into the lake before him. The pebble was thrown several times, the ripples echoing in the water, as if rippling with the weight of the words he was considering at this moment. "Since I know everyone in this town," he continued in his impassive voice. For whatever reason, Naruto could sense the man's happiness as he uttered each and every word, even though his face betrayed none. "Every elder, the man, the woman, the child, the family, places," he continued, not noticing the blond man's curious eyes glued to the side of his face. Tobirama lowered his gaze to the lake's water, his own reflection staring back at him. A leaf fell, rippling apart the mirror image. "Since I am the stem that holds up this leaves, fruits, and branches above, even in the strongest winds every single person in this village is a part of me, my responsibility," he said, turning Naruto's face into one of realization. Tobirama smiled with satisfaction, if only slightly, at the sight of the blonde's dawning face, and turned his gaze back to him. Naruto could feel himself entering the man's powerful, intense eyes. They held such confidence, such fire within them. He couldn't help but feel awe for the man he had just encountered. His mother always said that a glance into a person's eyes was all it took to judge their heart. And for the first time, today he found her words to be true. He respected the man, but on this point he respected him. "Since I am not the second Hokage of Konohagakure, I am no Sato. The shadow that protects this village from the blazing rays of the heavens," he said stoically. His voice carried such authority that it made Naruto's hair stand on end for a moment. Naruto looked down at the water and carefully dipped his feet in it. He laughed, watching the fish inside gently tickle his toes, which made him giggle. Tobirama himself looked over with pure curiosity. The boy's calming presence invited him to fish, and he glanced back to see a pair of deer grazing peacefully on the grass. It was strange. They should surely run away as soon as they see a human. Her eyes flicked to the blonde boy laughing foolishly beside her. Her eyes softened momentarily. The boy's innocence was contagious. He was so naive, yet content with all he had. But this didn't stop him from dreaming of more. It was the walk that captivated the boy. At that moment, he wished that the boy would remain true to his words and one day come to him for his position. For the moment, although. Aya. The blonde boy howled and fell into the lake with a small splash. Tobirama withdrew his hand from where the blonde boy had once been and looked at the dripping boy, who glared angrily at him. He only showed him one response, though. He simply raised an eyebrow. It seemed to enrage the blonde boy even more when he pointed an accusing finger at him. "Did you do it intentionally, didn't you?" he asked heatedly, making Tobirama's eyebrow rise a little higher. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he lied gently. Years of being a political and militaristic leader had honed his deceptive skills to extreme precision. "But how will you become Hokage when you can't even save yourself from falling into a lake?" he asked stoically, though the underlying joy of the playful blonde-haired Uchiha was not lost on him. He was fuming, his ears practically steaming. That stoic voice was getting on his nerves, and he was lying too. It wasn't fair. Tapateo. Ha. The blonde laughed and laughed foolishly, holding his sides when they started to hurt a little. Tobirama's eye rolled in annoyance. He brought a hand to his face and slowly lowered it. The droplets trickled and gathered in his palms, falling harmlessly into his hands. He just stoically glanced at the blonde boy who had the nerve to splash water on him of all people. It was truly amusing and completely surprising to him. He looked at the boy, doubled over in laughter and slapping the water from his hand, muttering pointed incoherent jokes at him and then laughing at him. This would have been an adorable sight had he not been the one currently leaking what is. "You truly realize that you merely splashed water on a shinobi renowned throughout the elemental nations for his unparalleled mastery of the water element?" His stoic voice echoed across the clearing. The blonde boy's adorable, silly laughter ceased and he looked down at Tobirama's towering figure, crouching slightly. "And also while you were standing in the middle of a lake full of water itself," he pointed out, bringing up the obvious. Naruto couldn't help but swallow and looked at the surrounding bodies of water a little nervously. They looked quite frightened now. "Now we can settle this peacefully like adults," Naruto tried to negotiate with an embarrassed little smile, Tobirama's eye darting dangerously at his stupid excuse. "Well, it won't be possible," he reasoned in a sudden calm that Naruto took as a running start. "Since you're not an adult, now get back here." He shouted and formed a couple of water whips in his palms. The blonde boy howled and ran all over the clearing, trying to peer at those dangerous-looking whips with an expert eye and at the last moment backing away. This time, Tobirama used playful jokes to realize how sharp his agile instincts really were as he tried to slowly but surely observe and gauge the limits of the blonde who had glanced at his interest a little. Mido Uzumaki, the heiress of the great Uzumaki clan and the lover of seal hunting herself, walked in the fields with a confused look that marred her beautiful face, regardless of her age. She had tried to go and find Tobirama since Tsunade had to start her academy tomorrow and had chosen the house above her head to go shopping for her dress and equipment with her Aji-san and Ba-san. The first place she had examined was the first place anyone would ever go to find a stoic senju these days. The Hokage Tower. But what really surprised her was that she didn't find him there at all. There wasn't a sign of life near his office. The secretary wasn't supposed to be there and Tobirama's desk was a mess, half full of administrative paperwork. Now he had captivated her. For a man who was hell-bent on acquiring everything, perfecting it all, his table had surprised her. She wondered what had come over him to leave so abruptly as that. But there was no trace of the man through the tower. So finally, she had given up and resorted to disappointing measures. Her special ability, negative emotion sensing, had kicked in at that moment. She was renowned for her ability to sense as the strongest sensor in the world for some time now and was surprised when her senses led her straight to the clear rear end of the Hokage monuments. "Whipkaya." She heard a soft howl followed by what sounded like footsteps chasing after her. She parted the bushes after those strange sounds had come to her and her violet eyes widened in shock at what she saw. "Hey. Come on. Now we're square. We're wed and you hit me once too." The blonde howled, dodging another lash while Tobirama had the time of his life. It had been so long when he'd cut loose and he still couldn't remember when he'd ever participated in childish antics like this one. "Why don't you stop running?" Tobirama asked after the blonde sprinter picked the little guy up from his sleeping position and rolled effortlessly to the side for another dribble. "Will you stop then?" he asked, his breathing a little erratic now and his voice quite hopeful. He hadn't wanted the man to urinate that much. "No," Tobirama said, and Naruto's mouth opened and closed silently in his honest reply, completely bewildered. Tobirama wanted to test his resilience a little more, though he wouldn't admit it to anyone. This was a bit of fun. Ah, come on. He shouted and jumped aside from another lash as his blue eyes caught the fixed stare of the confused violets, and a plan formed in his head that made him smile contentedly. It stood there, staring at the scene before her in complete disbelief. Never in all those years had she thought she would see Tobirama Senju acting so childishly, as if he were her older brother. Her thoughts were shattered when a blurry golden barrel slammed directly into her waistband and a small pair of guns slid around her strong hips. She looked down and her maternal instincts kicked in, wrapping her own arms around the child's head and gently brushing his hair. "Hey. What makes a mistake?" she asked in a gentle, maternal voice, her heart twisting when she saw that the range didn't look into the puppy's eyes, which shone a little with unshed tears. The pair, with their usual brilliance and beautiful color, needless to say, the charm worked perfectly. "Miss, that scared man is chasing me, and it hurts, please help me," he feigned a soft sniffle between his words, and Mito's eyes turned cruel. Her reasoning of abilities left the window as soon as she heard that soft sniffle, coupled with those adorable eyes and the killing intent, washed over the fields as she brought her face close to his stomach. Tobirama, unaware of it all, wondered where the boy had sprinted from when he felt a number of humongous killing intent from him, causing him to tremble. He suddenly had a feeling of foreboding that proved quite effective in this case, as a chain of adamantine wrapped around his stomach and wobbled him back swiftly like a rag doll. His confused amber eyes stared into his sister-in-law's cruel violet orbs in complete confusion. He couldn't understand why she was so angry, and indeed why he was hanging upside down between heaven and earth, a chakra chain wrapped around his ankle. He turned his gaze, which was down in Mito's eyes, and his eyes widened a little as he realized what had happened and how much trouble he was in right now. The blonde boy laughed foolishly, softly at Mito's weapons, which were bubbling inside, thinking he felt delicate from his blows and not seeing his tongue sticking out at Tobirama and mouthing some words that made Tobirama give him a deathly glow. "Shinobi, don't play the righteous old man." He read the blonde's lips and fumed inwardly when he saw her soft, sly laugh and lower her head, which increased in Mito's case, and saw that she didn't frown. Her intimidating stance towered over him, her hands on her hips to emphasize her point. "Myth, this is all a misunderstanding, you see," he tried to reason with the bristling Uzumaki heiress, who wasn't in the mood for negotiations. Already full and under the spell of Naruto's puppy dog jutsu, she didn't see any of his jutsu. "Tobirama Senju, how dare you scare an innocent little boy like this? Haven't you ever felt any shame? I didn't expect this, least of all from you." His royal voice scolded him, and he shrank back a little like a child in front of his mother. "But I didn't," he said again, but he calmed down when he saw his eyes narrowing dangerously and his ear being pulled and twisted quite painfully. "Now listen to the big man here, if I find you chasing innocent children and scaring them like that again." She calmed down and he swallowed the sight of her silent threat, nodding his head in fury. He broke out in a sweat shortly after. Wasn't he the Hokagen's strongest shinobi in the world right now? Being scolded by a woman who was being held upside down in this was a great blow to his pride. Especially in front of the blonde man who was barely stifling his silly laughter and watching the scene with amusement. Tobirama flashed a betrayed glare as he was unceremoniously dropped face first onto the ground. His body was comically tossed around 2 or 3 times, and Mito's eyes turned to the blonde boy hiding in her happily snuggled embrace, and they softened instantly. "No one will worry there. You like it like this again, okay?" she asked, and he nodded innocently with a grateful laugh. He laughed at the pleasant woman and nodded happily. She had a calming aura that made him laugh and go almost instantly. They heard a cough, and Naruto turned to see Tobirama dusting off his clothes and trying to pick up what had been left of his wounded pride. "What brings you here, Mito, to find me?" he asked, attempting to change the subject, and the Uzumaki heiress blinked innocently and realized why she had come here in the first place. "Tsunade'd picked the house up over her head because you didn't come for your shopping appointment as promised. So, I came to find you, but you weren't at the tower, and then that search led me here," she explained simply, and he nodded. "I lost track of time," he said frankly, and the Uzumaki heiress gave him a knowing laugh. No matter how he tried to mask it, she had seen that playful, satisfied smile on his face when he was involved in her childish antics just moments before. Naruto glanced nervously between the two, seeing how they had forgotten about his presence there and had looked up at the orange sky, only to realize how late it was. I probably should just go. This was a nice meeting for you too," he said in a soft, polite tone that made the 2 adults blink. Mito, though, grabbed his shoulders and gave him a stern look that made him freeze in place before her eyes softened and she cupped his cheek in her hand gently. "Do you have to join the academy too, right?" she asked gently, and he nodded, blushing slightly with embarrassment at how kindly she treated him. He wasn't used to this behavior, with each of them almost always turning their back on him. Mito squealed with pleasure inside at the adorable boy who was a shy little mess at her mere touch right now. He was so cute. She turned her eyes to Tobirama, who had his weapons crossed and was watching the scene with fascination, as if this were a movie for him to enjoy. Tobirama, since you've already skipped your revelry with Tsunade, why don't we take this adorable thing with us to make up for lost time? She asked with a playful laugh. He smiled contentedly and nodded, raising an eyebrow at the boy who was staring blankly between them. Of course, he's in need of new clothes and equipment for the academy as well, he said, nodding in affirmation. Naruto's eyes widened and Mito watched him squirm nervously. What's wrong? She asked in a gentle voice and looked up to see his white adorable eyes looking at her apologetically. You don't have, I already have the clothes at my house, he said gently, trying to make them see his point that he really didn't want them to see. The two older men glanced at each other in confusion before turning back to the nervous blonde. So you must need books and roll the right one. You can't have those since the curriculum is revised almost every year by Tobirama? She asked, and he bit his lip and said nothing. The two older boys were quite curious about his strange actions now. Mito knew who he was. There weren't many blonde men who wore the Uchiha symbol with pride. She knew who he was. The only Uchiha outcast in the village. And she, for the life of her, could not see how people could ostracize such an adorable thing in front of them so cruelly. How much is it? He asked gently. Both of his eyes widened slightly and they knew now what he was so anxious about. The Uchiha clan, as compensation for the actions of their clan head, had to pay all expenses for the damages caused during the boy's father's rampage. As such, the clan elders had seized a large portion of the family's funds, taking a huge chunk of their fortune. No one knew what happened to the rest after their mother's death. But Tobirama did. Not as to what had happened to the rest of the family's fortunes, which were still a mystery to them as to how large they really were and what had happened to them. But he knew of the boy's serious situation and the reason for his current nervousness. He had come to find out about the now senior clan member and his former subordinate, Kagami Uchiha. The man had tried his best to make the boy's life comfortable, but he hadn't been able to do much despite this. The solitary man, despised by the rest of the clan, could do little no matter how much he wanted to. But the clan still had to uphold this honor, as it was the oldest and noblest of them all, and as such, according to the ancient traditions of the Uchiha orphans. The clan gave the boy a fixed sum of money, as determined by the elders of that time, each month until he was old enough to care for himself or be considered an adult, or until he had a stable source of income. Whichever condition was met first. And that was precisely where the problem lay. The Uchiha clan's traditional laws hadn't been updated in a long time, and the amount was decades old, therefore not enough for a proper and comfortable life in this day and age. Now, it wasn't usually a problem for the orphan child, since the Uchiha clan had its own districts where shopping and living took place. Its members could be described as one of the most humanitarian and protective of all clans. As funny as it sounded, it was true. Children who had been orphaned for any reason would get huge price cuts and discounts all over the things they bought, to the point of getting some things free in their clan compounds, thus nullifying the need for any supplementary money other than that old fixed stipend. But Naruto was not a simple orphan. No one cared whether he lived or died. On the contrary, he would have preferred it if he died, as the threat he posed would bring even more shame to his clan. Mito saw from Tobirama's contemplative expression and knew that the man was racking his brain for a solution. But in this case, she was a little ahead of him. Tobirama, don't you happen to have any manuscripts of the books you wrote last year for the new curriculum? She asked, nodding her head in affirmation at his question. But they are mere prototype manuscripts I wrote to contain only the most essential materials. This had to undergo a complete rewriting according to the council's orders, since my writings were far too complex and detailed for children as young as they are. He cut his thoughts short. Can I have them please, Aji-san? Asked the soft, shy voice of the blonde boy who was standing silently beside them, listening to their conversation for a little while now. Even if Tobirama saw their eyes, those eyes eager to learn, what if he couldn't understand them? They would do the boy more harm than good. Please, I'll give them back if I don't understand. But if you could take them, he asked in a pleading voice, and those innocent eyes still melted her heart. He sighed. It seemed age was really catching up with him. He crushed those thoughts instantly. What was he thinking? He wasn't old. He hated being old, he scolded himself inwardly. Well, he said, and Mito laughed foolishly as the boy stood up with a laugh in an instant. They served two purposes for Naruto. First, he got off the peril. But that wasn't the reason he asked for them. They were incredibly complex and detailed, written by the Hokage himself. Now what was a challenge, and what would the Hokage be like if he still couldn't understand someone else's written knowledge? Tobirama wanted to see how far the boy would go with those manuscripts. He would keep an eye on him in case he pushed himself too far and wasn't able to adapt by gathering the detailed knowledge himself. Although he had a feeling the boy might surprise him. And he liked these kinds of surprises very much. Alright then, I'll bring them to your house tomorrow. Then we can see if you really need that clothing and equipment or not, he said stoically, with a hint of warmth, ruffled the boy's hair, who simply looked at him with loving, longing eyes. Naruto had seen his father do this to his children, and now he knew how pleasant it felt. Tobirama saw it, and a pang of guilt shot through his heart when he saw those blue eyes yearning for affection in even the smallest things. He was the very reason the boy had eyes like those in the first place. He had taken his father's life, in combat or not, and this weighed heavily on his shoulders now. This was why he never let go of the emotions in his heart. They did complicated things. Now he knew what the boy would say when he came to find out that he was responsible for taking his father's life. The boy would despise him. Deep down, he knew this would hurt him. But he would endure it, for he was a shinobi and he had promised his father he would take care of the boy. Don't worry Azuna, I have my eyes on your boy now, he thought as he watched Mito pinch the blonde boy's cheeks, making him blush and mutter incoherently with tired cheeks, not that the Uzumaki heiress was listening to him in the slightest. Very well, Aji-san, Mito-sama. I'll take my leave now. He said politely with a slight bow, and the two were surprised at the manners he had at such a young age. Before Mito could escape her thoughts and tell him not to call, the blonde guy was disconnected with a shockwave. Now, how was she supposed to tell him? Her thoughts calmed and she laughed at Senju's stoic demeanor with a sly grin. Tobirama felt uneasy at that laugh. That laugh meant she wanted something and he was an essential part of it. But what bothered him most was that she always got what she wanted, no matter the cost, he argued with his once present logic. For this was the power of women that even Tobirama Senju had not been able to overcome. He could only pray to heaven that Tsunade didn't turn out like her grandmother. He still shuddered to think what she would do to men when she grew up. Her character was already that of a legendary, fiery Uzumaki. He simply didn't know then how much relations between the Senju and Uchiha clans would change in the future. Chapter 1. The next morning. Hanahagakure Ningun Sado. The bright rays of a huge fireball in the sky made their way past the windows of the small blonde boy who was currently curled up on his futon. The ball curled up in the middle of the large space twisted slightly, just enough to make the blanket covering him twitch. You. Soft mule tapped in his space, his blanket getting ripped off by something the offense that makes him clutch it tighter in his sleep. The millimeters is leaving, I'm sleepy. He mumbled sleepily, curling into a small ball. But the thing clutching his blanket tried even harder now, much to his added annoyance. What? Kiara? He whispered sleepily, his baby blue eyes squinting as they tried to adjust to the daylight when he took in the wide brown slitted eyes of his little favorite. You? She mewed softly, licking his cheek and curling up with a small yawn. Although Naruto regained his composure and finally came to his senses, he still couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his friend there. How did you get the girl here? He asked, brushing her fur to elicit a soft purr from the small feline. You shouldn't be here, Kiara. You could get me into trouble, and they'll fire you somewhere cautious, he whispered in a wary tone, but she didn't do anything more than give his sideburns a little tug as he gently kissed her cheek. He sighed. She must have followed him back yesterday or somehow found out where he lived, but there was nothing he could do about it now. He himself had been wanting to take her home now that she was getting bigger and much more playful, preferring to hide in the clearings hidden behind the mountains. So it was all for the best, at least for now. He sat on top of her, scooping the skin ball into her arms, which didn't feel much like resisting the friendly touch she had grown accustomed to. The blonde boy walked downstairs to his dining room, straight to the refrigerator, and placed the tiny little thing on the table, looking at its unofficial master rather curiously. He filled a bowl with a half-full carton of milk he had and placed it on the table, much to the delight of the furry little creature, which buried itself as soon as the bowl touched the wooden surface. He sat on the table, his chin resting on his arm, just to watch his lonely friend fondly as she licked her milk. His finger rubbed her nose, making her mewl with a pained voice at being disturbed during her meal. He chuckled, though, when she licked the tiny drop of milk off his finger while she was at it, getting a little snot on her head. The glutton, he whispered playfully, watching the little mewling with a hurtful voice, and he was glad she was here now. At least his house wouldn't be so lonely as before. He himself cut a small piece of bread from the loaf and began frying a couple of eggs, feeling a little nudge on his ankle. He looked down only to see Kiara's pleading eyes gazing at him innocently, undoubtedly hungry from the fresh smell of fried eggs that made him chuckle. He cut off a small piece of his omelette and tossed it down, which was eaten before Naruto could even realize it, and he watched a ball of skin sniffing against his leg, undoubtedly quite content now. You're going to keep me dry like this, you gluttonous cat, he said playfully, much to the confusion of the little one who just climbed onto his lap while he silently enjoyed his meal. His eyes glanced at the clock to see it was almost 9 now, and he raised an eyebrow, remembering he was having some guests today, and smiled broadly. He scooped up the enormous little one in his arms, instantly jumping upstairs in the bathroom. "Well, Kiara, time to get the girl cleaned up," he said, eliciting a yawn from the little one who was still quite sleepy and clearly didn't expect what came next. "Tapateo. MEWWW. The little one mewed in horror when he had thrown her into the hot water of the tub and had glared at him with hurt eyes when he intervened shortly after acquiring the stripper himself. Now, we won't have any of that. You're going to have to be clean so you don't ruin things in the housegirl's room," he admonished the little one, who enjoyed getting a little bubble shampoo massage as felt by his purrs. The joyful bath ended when the water was cold and he drained the tub, emerging with the little one wrapped in a towel and being brushed off the water with some soft mules. He let the dry furball from his grasp, who jumped down and expertly shook his body to dry himself and ran to the small mattress folded by the open side of the wardrobe and found a new spot to sleep. Naruto just shook his head at the little sloth with a laugh and went into the closet himself, sliding it open to see rows of clothes stacked neatly on top, in all sizes and colors. Naruto laughed and pulled out his blue shirt with a small Uchiha symbol on the bottom right corner of the front and put on some black pants, controlling his hand by his silky locks. Hunch of punch. Naruto was surprised by the punch to the ear so early, surely Tobirama wouldn't come this early in the morning. Right. He reached the top of the ladder and opened the door with a courteous bow. "Welcome to the Uchiha residence." He spoke up properly only to get his hair playfully ruffled. "Now there's no need to be so formal with your Jai-chan, now that he's here," Kagami Uchiha's playful voice said, making him smile broadly and step aside to let the man in. Kagami made his way straight to the living room and sat down on the sofa, laughing at the boy who offered him a glass of water. "Han, I heard you came looking for me back at the Uchiha clan office?" he asked, getting a happy nod from the boy. He already had a feeling as to why the boy would have wanted to find him. "I guess you came to me regarding your admissions to the academy, huh?" he asked and received an immediate nod from the boy. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," he calmed down, watching the boy shake his head, who now had him in a noose. "No need, Aji-san. I already got my admission form signed by the Hokage," the boy replied, his confusion causing the man to jump up in surprise. Kagami couldn't help but look at the boy with pride, who was walking a walk a child his age should be. "This is great, Naruto. I'm proud of you." He spoke in a warm tone that made the boy's gaze fix on his lap as his cheeks turned pink with embarrassment. Kagami was still surprised that Tobirama Senju had taken the time to find the boy on such quick notice, but he remembered that the man was a little too nosy when it came to matters that concerned him. He raised an eyebrow when he saw the boy stand up, as if he had remembered something important, and he was all ears for the child he considered his nephew in total, but blood. "Tobirama Jai-chan is too great, Aji-san, he's so fun and so cool. He even brought my signed form to the back of the Hokage monument himself and played with me a little," he said, making Kagami frown slightly. Now he didn't touch the slightest bit like his sensei. Tobirama Senju, the game, with a 6-year-old child, the idea was ridiculous in itself to him. "Naruto, are you sure you went to the right Hokage?" he asked skeptically, a little worried so as not to spoil his happy demeanor in the slightest. The boy blinked innocently and took the form out of the side drawer to show him the proof. "Of course I did it, I saw him seal this," the man said, handing the folded form over. Kagami unfolded the paper, raising an eyebrow at the number of mistakes and the adorable way his nephew had filled it out. He didn't have a picture of it yet, for Kami's sake, but sure enough there, in the bottom right corner, was the official seal of the second Hokage, with his signature of approval for enrollment in the academy year. Like his sensei, the man who prided himself on perfection in even the smallest details, had left this light in his wake, he would never know. But he had. "Looking at this as you're right, but I see it daily on the monument too, you know," that the boy said with a pout, which made Kagami smile and nod. He gave the boy his way back, which was postponed in this asylum with extreme care for our little blonde boy. Then Kagami's mind wandered back to another point that he might need to examine for himself. "Do you need any money to buy the books and start the coursework for the academy?" he asked, making the boy look down at his lap and shake his head. Kagami's laughter faltered at the sight of the boy's sadness. He knew the boy had never really liked asking for money and wouldn't come to him for it unless absolutely necessary. This was one of the things he had liked about the boy, yet it only increased his worries. But again the boy stood up, surprising him for the second time with a broad laugh as he shook his head, much to the confusion of the older Uchiha. Tobirama Jai-chan is going to let me borrow some of his spare books and scrolls. He's going to bring them for today, isn't that impressive, Aji-san?" he asked happily, and now Kagami's mind was spinning. "What on earth did that boy do to my sensei?" was all he could think, and he nodded silently, watching the boy's dazed grin. though he couldn't help but feel happy at the cheerful expression on the child's face. "You look just like my boy, you've got this all figured out on your own. You're really growing up, my boy," he said in a warm tone that made Naruto nod happily. He stood over to take his leave, Naruto doing the same courtesy and walking him to the door. "Alright then, do really well at the academy and make me and our Naruto clan proud. We're called the elite and the best of this village for a reason. Always remember your Uchiha heritage and be proud of it, okay?" he said sternly, and Naruto laughed and nodded proudly. "Yes, only you see that I'm going to the academy," Naruto boasted proudly, making Kagami laugh quietly and pat his head 2 or 3 times to calm him down. The boy, in turn, looked embarrassed and bent down properly as Kagami turned to leave. Naruto walked straight to the portico of his house that led to the enormous gardens he had stored away. He loved them as if they were his life. His mother used to tend them and had taught him her skills before she passed away, and he cared for them as a reminder of the times he spent there with her. He looked down when he felt a small weight on his lap and gently brushed the pure white skin of the little one now resting on his lap. "You're really nice, Kiara. I'm glad you didn't come out in front of Aji-san," he whispered, placing a kiss on her head to elicit a small purr from the little feline, and continued brushing her fur. He saw her yawn and sighed wearily himself. The little one was too lazy for her own good sometimes. But he loved her even more for her antics. Knock knock. Naruto's head snapped back to reality as he heard the door slam, and he quickly ran upstairs with a small furry ball in his arms. He rushed into his room, opened the closet containing his futon and mattresses, and placed a little ball on them. "You what?" The little mewed in confusion, tilting his head adorably to the side. He placed a ball by her side to play with and put away another pillow, which she was delighted to curl up around instantly. "Okay, now you stay here and don't leave until I tell K," he asked, not really waiting for an answer, and ran downstairs straight to the front door. He opened the door and saw Tobirama standing there, his usual stoic expression tarnished, his weapons crossed in front of his chest. But he was surprised to see the same red-haired woman with her hair in 2 buns, the same one from yesterday, standing there with him. She wore an elegant white kimono with a red obi and the Uzumaki spiral adorning the back. Moreover, he noticed strange tags with odd markings hanging from her head. He bowed to them properly, just as his mother had taught him to do if someone came to their house. "Welcome to the Uchiha residence," he said politely, and the two looked at each other, chuckling at the young man's manner and the way he carried himself like a true heir of royal blood. They both sighed inwardly, though, instantly noticing the differences between this blonde man and the one they had at home. They had tried to make Tsune just like him too, soft-spoken and courteous, but the girl had been spoiled rotten by her grandfather before they could instill their ways of manners in her. She had still gathered on Hashirama's gambling habits and his infamous bad luck, and his legendary streak was still bad with the girl. "This is our pleasure in making you known, my cute little thing," Mito chirped the boy, ruffling her hair playfully, which made the boy a little startled and his cheeks turned pink, clearly not used to such affection from a lady. Naruto led them into his house, unconscious of him. The two took in the monuments of the grand, still elegant state. It had been quite a few years since Tobirama had set foot in this house, the last time being when he brought news of Izuna's passing to the boy's mother. He shuddered at that line of thought as the boy walked them into the guest room. The two entered the traditional Japanese-style space and sat on the 2 cushions placed on the table in the center. Several calligraphy scrolls hung on the wall as decorations, while small but barely visible Uchiha clan symbols were carved into the wood almost everywhere. But even the elders couldn't help but feel nostalgic at the faint traces of thick yet potent chakra that lay scattered throughout the house. This belonged to the man who had carved the wood himself alongside Madara Uchiha to build the house from scratch as a symbol of the alliance between the 2 formidable clans. "I'll go and get some refreshments, please make yourselves comfortable," he said with yet another boy, and left before Mito could stop him from the formalities. She put her cheek in her palm with a pout, laughing at the faintest of satisfied smiles dawning over the Senju clan head's current face. The boy is certainly full of surprises. He carries himself like a true heir of royal blood, and his house is well worth having been cared for, Tobirama's stoic voice said, with a hint of pride in it. He was always one to take note of such fine things and admire them, and the boy was a high mark on his list of manners and way of life. Mito herself had expected everything to be a complete mess, with a little boy like him having the whole house to himself, she hadn't expected this. But only one thing was still echoing in his mind right now. "And he's such a sweet little munchkin too," she chirped happily, making Tobirama sigh and pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. She was more into these things when it came to little kids. This whole Uzumaki thing was a bit too impulsive for her own good sometimes. Both their thoughts were cut short when the door in front of them slid open as their small host walked in with a tray full of plain, simple biscuits and 2 cups of tea. He served them with a wistful chuckle. "Sorry, I only have this," he mumbled apologetically, a little embarrassed at having to serve his guest such bland-looking morsels. The two glanced at each other and dismissed their minor nervousness by picking up their cups and taking a sip of their drinks. Kurama placed the cup down, once again noting that the boy sat on his knees in a formal manner, rather than simply sitting comfortably as he himself might. Mito also noticed this, but didn't give it much thought as much as Kurama did. He took a scroll from his hip pouch, handing it to the boy, who took it with a grateful laugh. "This contains all the study material you'll need for the academy," he declared stoically, dismissing the boy's question with his answer before it could even leave his lips. Naruto nodded hesitantly, not quite grasping how a small scroll like this could be all the study material he would need for the academy. Did they really teach so little at the academy? It was all his innocent, naive 6-year-old mind could perceive at this moment. He unfurled the scroll slightly, only to frown even more in confusion and look at it with great curiosity. He couldn't understand in the slightest what this was. Perhaps they would teach him another language at the academy. Mito let out a soft sigh as she watched the boy eyeing the scroll, his expression still a bit calculating, a look of utter confusion now etched on his face. She couldn't believe Kurama would imply the boy actually knew what a storage scroll was when he hadn't even had a single day alone at the academy yet. She glared at him, her eyes narrowed in accusation, while he stared back at her, unfazed, not quite grasping what her problem was. She turned her gaze back to the blonde man who had finally given up trying to understand the scroll and was rolling the support. "Naruto," she called, making the boy stand up and look at her questioningly. She laughed, seeing his wide baby blue eyes. They were such an exotic color and he looked so adorable with his Nero Uchiha features that enhanced them so much. "Eat over here." She patted the space beside her. The boy, though a little confused, nodded and went to sit beside her as she took the scroll in her hands and unfurled it yet again. She scooted closer to him, alarming him a little, and placed the scroll directly in front of him. "Naruto, this is a storage roll," she explained, giving the boy a nod, who was now paying her rapt attention. He liked learning something new, and this must be some shinobi business. Though he looked on in astonishment when she placed 2 fingers on the strange symbols and a small puff of smoke escaped, his eyes widened when he saw the small pile of books and scrolls now resting atop the storage scroll. Mito laughed at the sight, his excited eyes gleaming faintly, and smiled slyly at the once stoic Senju, who had a small frown marring his face at not realizing this little fact a little while ago. They both raised an eyebrow when the boy, instead of going for the books or scrolls concerning the academy, picked up the storage scroll from below them and looked at it as if this were a gift from Kami to come to. A huge success, how little this rolled into the grasp of so many things. Is this scroll special? Why are these little marks changed slightly? How many books can this hold? Where do you get these? He asked in the rapid fire, not taking his eyes off the scroll yet for a moment, and Mito was surprised that his eyes had caught the slight change of the seals, with only a glance alone. No one ever noticed, even after examining him for years, the boy had eagle eyes, she reflected. The smile gently on his starstruck face as he gazed at the swirl in pure enthusiasm. "This Naruto is a storage roll," she explained patiently, taking it from his hands. He nodded, looking at her for more information, which she was more than happy to provide. "You have to pump chakra into it to store things in it or take them out whenever you want," she explained, making him nod, but not exactly convincing him with her vague information, which she picked up on in an instant and smiled broadly. She enjoyed explaining things regarding Fuinjutsu to someone willing to listen. It was such an obscure and unknown art except to members of her own clan. She pointed her fingers over the strange markings, tracing back the expertly drawn kanji above them to begin her explanation. These strange markings, or kanji as you can see on some, are seals or special marks belonging to a very rare and obscure branch of shinobi arts Fuinjutsu. These seals hold the things stored within them, placed by the user in the small, limited space of the scroll. It's not that the scroll itself is special. It's all about these seals, she explained patiently, and now the boy had a satisfied laugh on his face, enjoying the small details in her explanation and still in awe of the power of these little seals as she called them. "Sugoi. They must be so powerful. If these tiny little marks can hold so much of our stuff on a simple scroll of paper, then the complex techniques in this branch would be amazing, too," he whispered, staring at the scroll with a spaced-out gaze, not noticing the wide eyes of the adult staring back at him in stunned silence. They both glanced at each other in a seemingly silent eye-to-eye conversation as Mito laughed slyly at the prospect of having a new candidate who was willing to venture into this exotic branch of the shinobi arts at such a young age. Naruto snapped out of his stupor and instantly asked the first thing that came to his mind. "Will they teach us this at the academy too?" he asked innocently, but the hope in his eyes wasn't lost on either of them. Kurama shook his head, his heart breaking a little at the thought of him being unable to learn them at the academy. Naruto, Fuinjutsu is a rare and seldom practiced art that not much company in his own accord, Mito spoke in her warm voice, which made him nod sadly. But he was still confused by her words. But why is this? It looks so cool, he whispered, eyeing the storage scroll in front of him longingly. Mito placed his hand on the boy's head and carefully brushed his silky golden locks. Both the elders were surprised and interested in the boy examining him, learning this not so flashy, not so boring art. You really are an amazing little boy. Most boys like ninjutsu or taijutsu because they look and seem so cool, and they almost brush up on fuinjutsu since they are just simple markings or calligraphy arts combined with basic ninjutsu to create something much more complex. It's really rare for a boy to take an interest in it on its own, she explained patiently, getting a small nod from the boy as she continued brushing his soft hair, which she adored so much right now. She couldn't help but let the cascade down her adorable crest, saddening her expression. This is my clan's specialty, you know, she said, making him stand up with a laugh. It's only learned by a rare few outside my clan, and even within us, only a rare few ever achieve the honor of being called masters in this art. This is the most complex art known to the shinobi world. She declared and watched the boy turn his fixed gaze back to the storage scroll, a small, silent fight now reigning in the space. Both Tobirama and Mito were curious about what the boy might say after seeing his contemplative face. For Naruto, it captivated him to no end. In his mind, it was completely stupid that they didn't teach this at the academy. So much so that if it was difficult, it made him even more determined to learn it. Where can I get books on Fuinjutsu? He finally asked, breaking the silent combat, and Mito laughed heartily at his words. Tobirama was speechless. Normally, children his age, adventurous in ninjutsu or even kinjutsu, look so cool and striking, their innocent attention catching their eye. But this young boy was something more. Now Mito was mostly captivated by the boy, regardless of whether he was in Uchiha. Fuinjutsu, the prospecting of students, was quite rare, so she didn't dwell on such trivial matters. She turned the boy's face with her finger placed on his right cheek and chuckled slightly. Well, I'm not so bad at Fuinjutsu, why don't I show you a few things, and we'll see if maybe you want to pursue the study of art in the future or not. She asked curiously, and Naruto nodded happily to the pleasant lady. Really, you'll teach me? He asked her uncertainly, but smiled broadly when she nodded with a laugh. When can we start? He asked happily, and she giggled foolishly at the boy's enthusiasm. Well, we could start now, but I don't think you have a calligraphy set with you, so I'll have to bring a tome. She was cut off as Naruto spoke over her. What is this calligraphy kit? Can I have it? What's in it? He asked, and she laughed foolishly, shaking her head. No, Naruto-kun, it's rare for anyone other than the Uzumaki clan members to have a seal hunting calligraphy team with them. Naruto spoke up again, making her surprised when she saw his vigorous head shake. Madara Jiji's library has so many things in it with my father. I don't know what they all are or how to use them, but perhaps you can find this seal hunting equipment there? He asked, not wanting to overlook even the slightest possibility in studying Fuinjutsu. Mito was surprised, but the idea now certainly seemed plausible, and she nodded to the boy, who laughed happily and stood up, taking her hand in his own. She followed him with a laugh as he escorted them through the halls of his house. This time Mito and Tobirama truly saw how beautiful the house really was, having never explored it so much before. Naruto stood proudly before a sliding door with the Uchiha clan symbol embossed on it. He slid it open and joined the two older men behind him, realizing that he had indeed kept Madara safe in his house. Their eyes widened in harmony with the epic dimensions of the sight that now lay before them. The space was filled with rows upon rows, each piled high with scrolls and various other items pertaining to shinobi affairs or their clan materials. Tobirama turned his eyes to the right, seeing that the last row was stocked full of weapons of all kinds, but two of them caught his eye. There, hanging on the wall, were Madara Uchiha's personal war fan and Izuna Uchiha's staff katana. This brought back several memories of battles against the wielders of the two weapons, stored in such pristine condition in his mind. He walked along the second row of scrolls and saw them all arranged in various sections of ninjutsu, tai, and jinjutsu. There were scrolls of jutsu from all ranks and elements. Even non-elemental jutsu were classified separately from elemental ones. It was quite likely larger than the village's own personal library, itself filled with more than 3/4 worth of content provided by members of the Uchiha clan, who used their Sharigan to document the techniques they learned from various enemies across different lands. His family must also have documented and preserved everything they had accumulated over generations and stored it all here for safekeeping. But this in itself raised a peculiar question in his mind. Naruto, do you happen to know why your clan elders haven't taken this all in and absorbed it into the clan's property? He asked the boy, his voice laced in disbelief as he unfurled a simple sip of jutsu to see the personal signature of none other than Madara Uchiha himself at the end of it. And he was surprised again when the boy simply nodded. The weapons section alone was enough for the clan to make a big fuss about a single family possessing it and trying to absorb it into the clan's coffers, disregarding the amount of knowledge amassed there. Mito was also startled herself that the boy knew the reason why his clan hadn't thrown it into their hands and instead absorbed it for the clan's strength. Yes. Kachan told me when she brought me here sometimes, he whispered, sadness clearly tinging his voice. Only someone closely related to our family can enter this space. I don't know how it works, but she told me this space recognizes our blood and chakra signature and only when it sees that someone is from my family can they enter. No one has ever been here except you, too, until today, he explained innocently, looking at the small equipment Mito had told him about and not seeing it. He was completely confused and peeled the startled faces of the adults behind him. Myth, though he looked around and narrowed his eyes on the markings on the laced all over the walls of the space. It was integrated with various security, privacy, and silence-inducing seals. Nothing except forced entry by a full seal master blown out of the hours of breaking the sequence of seals, a being capable of accessing this space. Clearly, whoever established this didn't want anyone moving around here without their permission. And knowing the kinds of people the two previous owners of this house were, it was no small part of surprising the Uzumaki clan heiress. They were both very strict when it came to intimacy in their lives, and this showed it most clearly. So why have you brought us here, Naruto? Is this a family heirloom that has been protected by your family for generations? Why are you showing it to us? Tobirama asked, ever curious. Mito wanted to scold the man for such a blunt and impolite question that could be taken as an insult to the boy's courtesy, but she was curious about this too, so she let it slide this time and opened her ears to the blonde boy who was fidgeting down the stairs, his tongue lolling out in frustration at being unable to find the equipment in this treasure trove of a place. I trust you both, came his reply with a small cough as he found something old and dusty, making them quite surprised when he continued. Kachan told me to only bring those here that I trust completely, and I never bring anyone from my clan here since they might try to take this all over. But I trust you both after all. Tobirama-chan is the Hokage, and Lady Mito is really nice too. You guys brought me books and helped me get into the academy. Lady Mito even offered to teach me. No one has ever been this nice to me, was all he could say before his shoulders were grabbed and he was turned around to stare into the hot violet eyes of the crimson-haired woman. Naruto, don't call me Mrs. Mito, she whispered softly, cupping her cheek in her hand, and she liked the affection with which he looked at her, his confusion complete in his words. Don't call me Mito-bachan from now on, okay? She asked carefully, and he nodded a little embarrassed as she scooped him into her arms for a hug. She walked with the boy down several times, her face still showing surprise at the sight of some basic level Fuinjutsu swirls piled up on the ground as well. She guessed that this sealing job was most likely done by Madara himself. Tobirama, though he scrubbed with particular interest ninjutsu scrolls, hadn't found anything that had even glanced at his interest so far, and to his credit, there wasn't a single forbidden scroll jutsu there. This pleased him as much as it disappointed him. Pleasant that a curious kid like him didn't have dangerous things to tinker with in his free time, and disappointed at not finding anything of particular interest. Naruto, you say you haven't brought any Uchiha here, Tobirama's voice echoed through the space, eliciting a simple nod from the boy. Tobirama nodded in affirmation, staring at the black engine-clad sheet on the wall that surely reminded him of his battle with the last Uchiha clan head. That includes Kagami too, right? He asked, receiving yet another nod, surprising him rather slightly, knowing how close he was to the boy. Achan made me promise never to bring another Uchiha here, no matter the cost, and only those from outside whom I could completely trust. So I didn't tell Kagami Aji since he's an Uchiha. He spoke innocently, and Mito laughed at the blind faith the boy had in them. Tobirama was also happy, but the boy was quite naive right now. Any clan, no matter who it was, would give more or less something to get their hands on the quiet things in this space to gain a chance at increasing their own strength. He himself had half his mind to absorb everything in the village archives, but he couldn't touch a family inheritance like this from a boy to whom this meant the world. Mito bent down and looked him straight in the eyes with a serious expression. Naruto-kun, now you have to promise me something else, just like you did for your Kachan. What are you going to do for me? Aren't you going to do it for me? She asked in her gentle tone, which elicited an immediate nod from the boy, who simply didn't feel nauseous at all. Don't bring or even tell anyone about this space other than us. You don't know what people would do to get their hands on it if they knew it was here. Promise me the space will remain a secret with only us knowing about it. She asked gently, and Naruto nodded innocently, trusting the woman. After all, she said the same thing his Kachan had told him, and she was always right there in his mind. Yes, I promise, Mito-bachan. He said in his soft, still melodic voice that makes a woman laugh and playfully ruffle her hair. She cupped his chin in her fingers and placed her lips on his forehead. Go on, I found it, she said playfully, eliciting a smile from the boy. She took his hand and led him outside, glancing behind her to see Tobirama still scrubbing the place like a hungry cleaner. "Go away," she said firmly, leaving no room for argument and grabbing the man by the neck who yelled out protest in return that he wanted to stay a little longer like a child. Tobirama followed the two with a slight depression on his shoulders, feeling denied the possibility of learning something new, but his face lit up with a faint, satisfied smile as he watched them walking hand in hand. He remained silent, wanting the two to interact quietly before him. The boy's innocence and kind heart were truly contagious. He had already wormed his way into her heart, and he already knew that Mito adored the boy with all her being, having found an apprentice she had long since stopped looking for after her repeated failures at scrubbing for one. They sat in the back of the living room while Mito pulled the boy onto her lap, much to his embarrassment, but she didn't take any of it. She rested her chin on his lap and pulled open the calligraphy kit, getting down to business now. She showed him the proper way to rub an inkstone and demonstrated how it was done so he could follow along in his practice. He did as she asked patiently, rubbing the required ink from the stone for his practice session. Mito wouldn't tell him right now, but this was a moment every seal master dearly remembers when he decided to take on an apprentice. She took a brush in her hands, and instead of using the support between her index finger and thumb, she placed it on simply her fingertips for the added precision that was necessary for the art of seal hunting. Naruto looked at her hand with narrowed eyes and took a brush in the same way in his left hand, once again surprising her with a new edge she found in it. "Well, Naruto, didn't you watch this closely enough?" she asked, but a whisper felt her head sway beneath her chin. Her hand expertly traced the kanji for fire across the blank sheet in front of her. Naruto tried to do the same, though his final strokes came out a little sloppy, as you'd expect from someone attempting their first hand at calligraphy. Tobirama chuckled, sipping some tea he'd poured from the kettle the boy had been kind enough to bring them earlier, and watched as the boy's unsteady hands took their first steps into the dark seal hunting field. He was still surprised that even after 2 hours of silent whispers and delicate brushwork, the boy didn't seem to be giving up anytime soon. He tried the same thing with Tsunade, but alas. She was a bit too hot-headed and preferred Jujutsu to the dull art that sealed. Mito noticed it too, glancing at the clock to see how late it really was, and took his hand with the brush, kissing the back of his head gently to stop his calligraphy session for the day. He looked back, a little annoyed and mostly confused, but laughed when he saw the smiling face of the crimson-haired woman he sat on top of. "That's enough for today, Naruto-kun. It's time for the sun to set." She didn't answer his question before it was posted, making him look out the glass door into space and wide-eyed at the view of the sky darkening slightly, showing how late it really was. He climbed off her lap and both of them got up, having enjoyed their interesting day, laughing at the boy who walked them out to the door. The two turned, reaching their threshold, and received a polite "I'll leave" from the boy. "Thank you for taking the time to visit and show me, it was really nice. Arigato." He spoke in his gentle tone that makes Mito duck down and playfully nudge her nose. "Thank you for having us, my adorable little thing. Now you're coming to my house tomorrow after the academy drops you off, and we'll pick up where we left off today, okay?" she asked, making the boy's lightning bolt and wrapping his arms around her neck, making her giggle silly and hug him back equally happily. "But where do you live, Bachan?" he asked for a moment, realizing he hadn't asked for her address yet. "Just ask anyone near the eastern end of the clan districts for the small Uzumaki clan compounds, and you'll be easily directed to me. So come anytime, I'm free and alone all day, so don't worry about the time. It would be nice to have such pleasant company for me from now on." She chirped over in a chipper tone that elicited a small smile from the blonde, and she smiled openly back. Tobirama, not a man of many words, as always said his simple "well, goodbye," and left with a concise nod of thanks for having them in their place. After a small dinner with his little one who had slept his way straight during the day to hide in his space, he was out like a light as soon as he hit his futon and slept with a laugh to look forward to his days at the academy tomorrow ahead. The next morning, Naruto woke up, sat up, and smiled happily. Today was the day he finally went to the academy. He looked over his pillow to see the little one sleeping soundly and picked himself up, noticing the restlessness in the air. The little one woke up, sat up, and looked around in confusion. "Mew." This mewled as Naruto had begun to rub his cheek against hers, and she sniffed herself against her master. "The day's boarding school student. One at the academy today." He chirped over, rolling up his futon and placing it in the closet. He made the jogging in the bathroom, taking a bath after the little hurrying catch that ran away as soon as she saw the tub full, but in vain as she was unceremoniously thrown into the water again. He cooked a small breakfast, giving the little boy some milk and bacon, leaving some milk in his bowl until he returned. He hurriedly gathered the things and books marked for the first year into his bag and checked over, realizing he was still wearing his towel, having forgotten to get dressed in his excitement. But today he ran into his father's room, and as he walked in, he felt a little sad at the sight of the empty space and some crumpled leaves lying on the bed. He hadn't made the bed after this room became vacant, and this gave him a small reminder of his parents. "I'm going to the academy today, too-san. Wish me luck," he whispered to the walls and walked to the closet in the room. He immediately saw the clothes stacked neatly in rows, 3 rows high, with all sizes on the floor. His father had bought the clothes and worn them once, or perhaps just stored them away, since he didn't like them when he finally got around to wearing them. They were mostly in pristine condition, which was why he'd never bothered to buy any new ones. But he didn't defy any of the things he had seen in his life. Those were precious, and he wanted them for life. He chose a new full-sleeved white shirt with a high collar, emblazoned with the Uchiha symbol on each of its ends, and a small engraving near the back of his neck. He put on a pair of blue pants and some blue sandals to go with them. This was apparently the look he had seen his father wear in plaid, and it made him happy that he could resemble him, even if only a little, by trying to imitate the man. He swung his side back over his waist and ran to the little one waving his tail, waiting for him on the threshold. He picked up the cute thing in his arms and brought it up to look at him, getting a curious stare from the little one who leaned closer and licked his nose, eliciting a silly laugh from him. "Well, girl, I'll be back before afternoon. I've put the milk in the kitchen in your usual lunch bowl and some spare meat I cooked for my sandwiches. So, keep an eye on the house while I'm gone and don't make a mess of the place, okay?" he asked, but got a simple nod to the side as she licked her nose with a yawn, no doubt having forgotten his words. He let out a soft sigh and dropped a furry ball at his feet, which had run into his space. He was undoubtedly asleep, and he shook his head with a laugh. At least someone had stirred him out of the house on his first day. He couldn't help but think of happiness and ran into the streets of his clan toward the academy, adding an extra hop to his stride. He couldn't care less about all the vile comments and stares being sent his way when he ventured out from his clan lands. He was simply too happy to be bothered by them. Konoha Ninja Academia. Naruto approached the main gates of the academy, but was surprised when he turned the corner to find the entire area in front of the gates completely sterile and devoid of life. He had expected many children and their parents to shoo them away, and he checked the time on a street clock to see that he wasn't late. It was still 9, and they, as expected, were in the academy's distribution gear at 9:30, so he was a little early, in fact. He wandered through the building, looking around the lobbies that would be a big part of his life for the next few years with unbridled curiosity. His heart leapt when he heard several quiet voices coming from behind closed doors, which made him chuckle. He walked to the assigned room number he'd been given when Tobirama had given him his assigned room and sighed, stepping out the door with a laugh. He slid it open, instantly turning nervously when he saw that the population residing in the space was clearly not what he had expected. Parents were there too with their children, and all eyes were on him as soon as he opened the door. But he saw most of them narrowing their eyes at him from a moment on, and he glanced down a little to acknowledge them, but it still hurt to see them on his first day. "Can I help you, young man?" He was startled by a male voice as a man wearing a green vest and shinobi attire, with a village headband, stood before him. Though he actually chuckled a small, relieved laugh at the man's warm laughter and the kind eyes looking at him with pure curiosity. He took out his signature form, handing it to the man, who took it with a curt nod. "I'm assigned to this class, sir," he said softly and as politely as he could, mimicking a manly laugh. He turned his eyes back to the blond man, raising an eyebrow. "Then why are you so late?" All the children, as expected, were here an hour early with their parents for an introductory orientation. "Does the lady who hands out the forms inform your parents of this?" The one who asked, Naruto, looked at his feet and shook his head negatively. "I have no parents, and my education wasn't taken from the academy, sir. Someone gave me a supplement." He answered the man's question in his soft voice, which made the man turn around and look a little saddened by his response. An orphan, so young at that age, he thought sadly, and nodded at the boy. He looked at the details of the form he was given. He raised an eyebrow reading his clan name, quite pleased that he had an Uchiha to tutor him. Though they really cramped up dangerously over the paper when he read his father's name on the carelessly filled sheet. His fixed gaze lifted the boy, now with a faint glow, instead of the hot eyes with which he had treated him before. "These related to them, huh?" he thought venomously, as the blond boy in question now looked down at his feet to avoid those venomous eyes glaring angrily at him. He left the way for him to drive. "Go and take a seat." He spoke disdainfully as Naruto trod away from the man who wasn't the least bit amused in his presence right now. Instantly his heart broke, seeing all the parents and guards sternly separating their children from him, as if he were the plague. Their eyes bulged, their ears bulging, their hushed whispers telling their children that he was a bad boy and to stay away from him, since he was nothing but trouble, just like their ancestors before him. He stood utterly alone in a corner, staring at his bag, biting his lip to keep it from tearing. The teacher told them all to take a seat when the bell rang and the parents began to file out. He approached, instantly seeing all the children covering the seat with their things so that he couldn't sit with them. He ignored them all and went around the corner by the window with a small, sad laugh. It seems I won't make any friends anytime soon, he thought sadly, looking around as the teacher opened his register and began calling out scrolls. He glanced out the window at the bird in the tree hierarchy, knowing his name would end with his surname being Uchiha. Swish clack. Anger of anger. Naruto looked back, his cheek resting in his palm in the sudden shock that had led him this way to his classroom door. It was a snorting blonde girl, with hair a little less golden than his and hazel honey black eyes. She wore a simple white thigh-length kimono, and her hair was styled in a high ponytail. "Sensei, I'm sorry, I put him to sleep," she muttered her apology quickly, panting as she walked in and handed the man her scrunched-up form. He read it, his eyes lifting as he read her surname with her parents' and guardians' names on it. He handed the form back with a laugh, forgetting any and all scolding or punishment for the shock of having the heir of the prestigious Anbu clan walking in. She trudged over the steps, spotting a couple of empty seats still occupied by some children. The first one belonged to a boy with a smug proud laugh and 2 red tattoos marking his cheeks. She ignored it and walked over, leaving behind a snorting Inuzuka who was quite annoyed at being said goodbye so simply. She spotted yet another seat, this time belonging to a boy with classiconic's purple eyes and hair and that same high all-powerful attitude she knew all too well. Uchiha, she thought with a frown and dismissed the seat almost immediately. Her eyes scanned the space, finally settling on the back corner of the classroom where a blonde-haired boy sat with the most peculiar baby blue eyes she'd ever seen. Though she actually laughed at having found a seat for herself and jumped in, sitting beside him with a grin. Naruto was genuinely surprised when the girl took a seat next to him instead of all the other vacant ones. But he was even more surprised when she carelessly placed her bag on his desk, the handle dangling halfway down, and turned her gaze upon him with a wide laugh. "Hello, I'm Tsunade Senju. Nice to find you," she calmed herself, offering her hand to him. Naruto had a wide laugh himself as he looked at the offered hand and nodded, beaming with joy. "I'm Naruto Uchiha. Nice to meet you." He trailed off mid-sentence as the girl angrily yanked his hand back. He pulled his hand back and stared away toward the window to hide his teary eyes, full of unshed tears that threatened to burst from their confines. She hated him too the moment she knew his name. He didn't glance in her direction for fear of aggravating her further than he already might have. Tsunade was surprised when the boy extended his hand with an introduction even after hearing her name. But she wasn't going to fall for any of his pranks or vile comments. Those damned Uchiha children always did this to her and she hated them with a passion. She actually felt a little sad, though, when she caught his gaze as he stared out the window. She had half expected some kind of arrogant remark or a retaliatory insult, but nothing of the sort came from the boy. He sat in silence, her doing the same, staring blankly back at her. His day couldn't have started any worse then. "Tsunade Senju." The voice sounded in the space that made her ears lift at the call of her teacher, and she called out a hi and concentrated on the man now. "Naruto Uchiha." She couldn't help but notice the small glimmer the teacher sent his partner aside as the boy muttered hi softly and looked away. "Alright, class, we'll begin with some history lessons today," the teacher called, making Tsunade let out an inward groan. She hated history with a passion. This had made her dream come true when her great uncle tried to drill his clan history into her thick skull. The teacher reviewed his textbook lesson while she tried not to tear her hair out in frustration at not falling asleep during that thrice-cursed history lecture. Her cheeks puffed out like a child's in annoyance when she saw many of the children around her had already dozed off halfway through the long lecture and had turned their eyes away from her. Her eyebrow rose in surprise at the sight of her classmate paying rapt attention to the lecture, as if this was the most interesting thing he had done all morning, and she frowned as she watched him jot down small notes in his notebook between the lecturer's breaks. "Only these stupid Uchiha can pay this much attention to such boring lectures," she frowned at her and slammed her head down on her desk to stay awake for the lecture. Naruto opened his reference book, seeing many small side notes made there that were quite useful to him, as well as giving him some additional knowledge on the matters being explained, while he kept both book and his sensei in full attention. The teacher looked up when he heard a small yawn, only to see half his class asleep, and sighed wearily. Well, he couldn't expect much more from a history lesson, he supposed. Ring. The bell rang, making the whole group of children awake in harmony as the teacher tore open his closed book and told them about the Jujutsu lessons after the lunch break was finished. Naruto packed his books and took out his sandwich, unwrapping it from the plastic wrap and taking a soft bite of his homemade lunch. Everyone else brought out their homemade lunches and bento boxes. Tsunade smiled broadly, turning her back and reaching for the bento her mother had made for her. Her eyebrows furrowed as she rummaged through her lunch, only for it to turn into a full-blown frown before her face contorted in pure horror. She remembered her mother calling her and placing her lunch on the table, but she couldn't recall putting it in, as she'd been running all over the house because she was so late. She slammed her head down on the desk and let out a soft sigh. She'd forgotten it at home. Naruto peered out at the side of her ear after her sigh and was a little confused as to why the girl hadn't posted her lunch yet. Well, she'd arrived a little late that morning, so. Did you forget your lunch? He asked nervously, making her gaze irritated. She snorted and looked away, feeling a little embarrassed that he had fixed a reason on the first attempt. Why do you ask? Going on about comparing me to the Uchiha elite, his snarl subsided with an innocent flicker of confusion as he watched a warm sandwich being forced into his hands. She stared at him, dumbfounded. No one else had bothered to ask why she wasn't eating, except for their offer to sit with them, which she had politely declined in her ravenous state. Why are you giving me this? She asked in a confused voice, figuring this must be some kind of prank, while Naruto innocently considered it and blinked in confusion. Well, we actually have Jujutsu lessons after lunch, he indicated, nodding off, but not exactly getting to his point. So this will involve a lot of physical training, and you'll need our energy. You wouldn't be able to handle them on an empty stomach. I brought a supplement with me in case I'm late getting home, so you can have it if you want, he told her, and went back to chewing on his sandwich in silence. The silence weighed heavily on Tsunade's heart as she stared at the food in her hands, biting her lip. Guilt gnawed at her now. She still hadn't approached him kindly, even though he was the only one kind enough to see her dire situation and offer her his food. I'm pathetic, she muttered in a soft whisper, her cheeks flushed pink with embarrassment at needing to apologize to a classmate on her very first day. Naruto, though he didn't hear her whisper, was amid the noisy racket in his class and looked at her curiously. I'm sorry I didn't hear you, can you repeat that? He calmed down, seeing her glow on him with his cheeks flushed. Did I say I'm sorry for treating you the way I did, right? She asked quickly, her face turning tomato red from the effort it took to utter an apology from her heart. But don't expect me to repeat it, she mumbled in an embarrassed voice that made the boy blink in confusion. Why does he want to do this? How am I not going to get it? She asked sternly, and he just nodded mutely, not exactly getting why she was getting so worked up. Maybe she was just too hungry for him to answer her intelligently and chew over it in silence. And thank you for sharing your food with me, she mumbled at the last moment, this time surprising him. No one had ever thanked him before, so this really put him on the spot a little, and he just nodded shyly, chewing on his lunch with a laugh. Tsunade dug into her sandwich, her eyes widening in surprise at the strange explosion of flavors in her mouth. It was unlike anything she'd ever had before, a little odd, but not at all pleasant. She thought it was perfect soon after and devoured the sandwich eagerly. She choked on a large bite a little at the end and gulped down half the canteen offered in one swallow, just barely touching her chest. Naruto laughed, liking her cooking as little as he knew it, and continued examining his own at a slow but calm pace. So why aren't you stingy with me? She asked, making him stop in his little bites and look at her with a confused expression, his head tilted to show her his confusion quite clearly. I'm sorry I can't get it, he said sweetly from a moment of silence between them, and she just stared at him in disbelief. Are you a rightful Uchiha? She asked, pointing her finger at him for emphasis, which earned her a nod from the boy. And am I a senju? She asked again eliciting another nod from the boy, who remembered her name from the morning's introduction but didn't see her point. He stared innocently at her as she stared expectantly at him, waiting for a sudden break. Unfortunately, but I still haven't got it. He finally broke the thick silence that his forehead made wearily. Was she going to have to explain everything here? Our clans have been enemies for generations, so every Uchiha is jokingly trying to intimidate me or play pranks on me. So, in a quote, they're just simple old men, why don't you do the same? She asked curiously as he simply bit down his last bite, popping open his bottle for a drink. Well, you haven't done anything to me, so being stingy with you just because you're a senju is pretty stupid, he said simply, and she was surprised by his simple yet profound words. She smiled broadly and shook her free hands off the breadcrumbs, widening it for a shake as he finished the drinking water from his bottle and popped it down nearby. Then I guess we can be friends, so let's start again. I'm Tsunade Senju, nice to meet you. She chirped happily, making the boy laugh. He wiped his hands with his handkerchief, which made her quite embarrassed that she hadn't done the same, but she'd probably forgotten that at home too. She thought of the silent embarrassment as he shook his hand with a smile. I'm Uchiha Naruto, it's nice to meet you too, he said in a chipper tone that made him smile and nod as they finally shook hands at the beginning of a new friendship. Alright class, it's time for your first Jujutsu lesson, so everyone leave now. The teacher called from the door, causing them all to begin leaving, with Naruto and Tsunade striking each other's backs. Chapter 2. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Konoha Ninja Academia. All the newly admitted students of the academy stood in the open clearing where they were led by their new instructor. The professor gathered his clipboard, which had the names and details of all the new students, in his palms. He coughed to get their attention, getting quite right when all their wide, curious eyes turned to him. Alright, this is the first day of our regular weekly Jujutsu training, which we'll be covering now. Before we begin, go and run a couple of laps around the academy to warm up a bit. He spoke up, getting nods from them. The whole group of students started running, with Naruto and Tsunade flanking the back of the group. Why are we running for this? Tsunade asked, huffing and puffing at her trot after they had taken a full lap of the academy grounds, which were quite large in size. We need to warm up so we don't hurt ourselves on the masts, but we only had lunch, so sensei must want us to warm up first. Naruto didn't answer calmly, not at all confused by the lap race they were ordered to do. He thanked his little furry friend, for whom she could be a real handful, so he quite used himself to the lap race behind the agile feline. You have an answer for everything, don't you? She asked in annoyance, her breathing working a little, but not nearly as much as a speck of speed. Naruto, though, didn't quite get his point on this. Huh? He asked intelligently, making Tsunade try to sigh, but instead she gasped and shook her head. Naruto just stared ahead with a nod as the end came, and Tsunade collapsed to her knees from exhaustion. Naruto himself placed his palms on them and took deep breaths to calm his racing blood. Well, the class was very pleasant for your first day, I'm glad you finished your laps. The teacher's proud voice sounded in the clearing, getting laughter from them all. Now come on and pick up around the touch, he said, and they all stood up shakily, completely exhausted from running, while Naruto, straightening up, took a deep breath. He saw Tsunade still sitting and not looking to get up anytime soon, and laughed at his lonely friend lying on the ground right now. Come on, let's go, he said gently, extending his hand and placing the other on her knee with a soft laugh. Tsunade looked up, brushing her flailing strokes from her face to examine the baby's twinkling blue eyes and the outstretched hand in front of her. But for the first time, she noticed how quiet his eyes weren't, nothing like the plain purple eyes of all the other Uchiha, and she placed her own hand on his with a smile. He threw her on top of him, and she dusted off his kimono when she caught him in a headlock, much to his confusion. She couldn't let him think she wasn't able to get up on her own after all. Doesn't this mean I couldn't get up on my own, manage it? She asked sternly, making him a little confused again, but he nodded silently, figuring it was the best thing to do right now. She smiled openly and nodded, placing her hands behind her back with a daring laugh, and walked with him at the touch of free rein. Now children, I will introduce all of you to the sacred tradition of Shinobi Dan, the hand-to-hand combat. These were used by our Hokages themselves, hardening them over, he said, raising most of the ears around the touch. We will examine paired combat drills to simulate a real combat situation and allow you to gain the experience you need when you further your shinobi careers. I will explain the rules with a mast, so Ensui Nara and Mei Hyasuke Hyuga please enter the ring. He called, and the two boys entered the ring. One with his hair in a high, though lazily tied, ponytail, while the other had the less than signature pupils of his clan, wide eyes to signify his clan status to him. Alright, now you two raise your hands like this. He showed them half a ram seal in front of his chest, and they both copied him. This is called the confrontation seal. It usually marks the beginning of a jutsu, signifying your willingness to fight an opponent. When you finish the mast, you both fasten the seals together as a sign of goodwill and friendship to your opponent. This is called the reconciliation seal. So now, do you two get this? He asked the two, instead acquiring nods of all of them around, touching in harmony. So now I'll explain the contract rules. The fight ends when the opponent is put in a position where he can't hold on. No weapons or jutsu except kunai can be used, and even then, only for combat purposes. No maiming or fatal blows are allowed to harm your opponent. The person who goes out of bounds automatically loses, and I can intervene at any time to stop the fight if I see that someone is going to be hurt. Make me clear, he asked sternly, getting nods from the two boys and laughing as he raised his hand. Then go have an honorable first mast, Hajime. He called out, Hyasuke shifting into his usual gentle fist stance. They were all confused, however, as Ensui turned and began to back away until he was finally out of reach. A thick silence fell over the clearing at the strange actions of the Nara boy. Ensui, what are you doing? The teacher finally asked the boy, who simply let out a lazy yawn and shrank back. You said that pushing the limits means defeat, sensei, so I gladly lost since one of us has to lose for this pesky mass to be finished. It's only logical for me to do it this way, to finish it as quickly as possible, especially since this is too much work, he muttered, lazily scratching his head, which made the teacher slap his hand across his face. They both chuckled at the teacher's expense, who decided to let him go since this was only the first day. And it wasn't surprising for someone from the Nara clan to do this. They were renowned for it, in fact. Alright, just please make the seal of reconciliation before you go, if it's not too much trouble, the professor said curtly, and sighed wearily when they had done so. Although Hyasuke did have a slight frown on his face at not acquiring his mask as he had wanted to, he hadn't said anything in the end, and they both left. The teacher rummaged through the list and laughed when he read the next two names aloud. Akio Inyazuka and Jin Uchiha, step forward, please. His voice rang out through the silence of the clearing. The two boys in question took a step forward, their faces completely polar opposites of their opponent. Akio had simple, shaggy brown hair with the classic red Inyazuka tattoos on his cheeks. His teeth, which included two savage fangs like all Inyazukas, were on full display with his smug and proud smile. Jin, on the other hand, was Uchiha straight out of the textbook. The boy had signature onyx purple eyes and the spiky, raven-haired locks of his clan. The boy's eyes looked bored while his face was stoic, trying to hide the little enthusiasm that came with the prospect of facing his first opponent in combat. Well, today's my day. I managed to whip Uchiha into the ground on my first day, what a lucky conversation. Akio boasted proudly, but frowned when he heard a jeer from his opponent. As if Jin grumbled, but Akio's sharp ear picked up on his whisper, and he frowned. Do you have something to say? He growled heatedly, putting yet another snort out of the one stoic Uchiha. I said as if a mutt like you could ever still hope to touch me, Uchiha. We are called the village elite for a reason, and I'll show you that reason right now. He declared confidently, not a hint of doubt in his voice that makes the Inyazuka gleam in him. His fangs were bared as he glared, ready to tear his head apart if necessary. We'll only think about this, he spoke angrily, going through the first kata of the widely known Inyazuka style, Fang Taijutsu. That we go to Jin spoke over, entering the most basic of the Uchiha clan's many taijutsu stances. The Uchiha clan had apparently created many stances over the years by integrating many of their copied stances and modifying them to be used with their Sharigan. Only a select few still used the original and ancient stances of the olden days that belonged purely to them now, most of them being considered long forgotten, so apparently each Uchiha fought in a different way than the other to appear deceptive and unpredictable to enemy shinobi. Alright, that's enough. Break it up, you two. Now do the confrontation, seal, the teacher instructed and nodded as the two boys did so, though somewhat reluctantly in Jin's case. He threw his hand over his head and lowered it to point to the beginning of the match. Hajim, his voice echoed through the clearing, and Akio was disconnected in a flash. He charged forward with a battle cry, urging his opponent on by running towards him. Jin simply stood quickly in his own stance, letting the boy make the first move and have his fun while he was at it. Akio cocked his fist behind his head and presented it. Jin simply slapped it away with the back of his hand, letting it whiz past his ear, and blocked his left fist with his own right palm. The crow-haired boy went to deliver a massive uppercut under his chin and seemingly end the match, but Inyazuka jumped back a couple of steps to break up their little fight. Jin once again abandoned his defensive stance and held his palm up to his face. His hand made a movement that prompted his opponent to attack. Akio saw his insult coupled with an arrogant, smug smile, and the legendary Inyazuka clan member kicked in. All he saw was red. He charged forward, leaping and aiming a kick for Uchiha's neck. Jin raised his right arm and blocked it with his forearm, sucking in his opponent's torso with his free left hand. The blow, which was rather weak due to the lack of precision, was completely enraged by the boy's actions. Akio, still reeling from his anger and blinded by the blow, could do nothing but watch the incoming strike to his stomach and brace himself for the impact as he landed at his feet with a slight stumble. Jin gathered all his strength into the strike, twisting his wrist and driving his fist into the solar plexus of the boy, who tripped a couple of feet back and fell to his knees, clutching his stomach in pain with a tormented cough. Jin ran in and jumped, twisting his body in the mid-air collision to make his right heel make contact with the cheek of the wild boy, who rolled sideways and from the border of touch. Applause to the clap of clap. The entire audience around the playing applauded the two, especially the professor, who was quite loud and felt proud to have such a great master on what appeared to be his first day. Excellent, you two. I couldn't be prouder to see such an excellent master on our very first day. Jin, you were above all excellent, not that I could expect anything less from a member of the Uchiha clan, the professor said, the pride evident in his voice. The crow soaked it all in with a soft puff from his chest and walked back with a smug, arrogant smile. Sugoi Jin-kun, he was so imposing. Many girls squealed with pleasure, their eyes sparkling. He walked at the back of the crowd, Naruto walking ahead with a light tap on his shoulder. Beat that last dead, he mocked in a voice meant only for Naruto, which he promptly ignored and shrugged off his blow as if it was nothing. Naruto turned at the sound of a small thud and saw that Jin, to lie face down, was lying face down on the ground. He simply tilted his head to the side in confusion as to why he would do this when he saw the boy get up, his dirt covering his forehead, clearly hotly evident in Tsunade, who was innocently whistling and playing with her toe, drawing circles in the dirt with all the innocence in the world. You could either want to raise up Uchiha, or you could ruin the proud name of the Uchiha clan, she said in a voice that was far too innocent, making the boy grunt and clench his fists tightly. Everyone around them chuckled quietly, except for Naruto, who was still trying to figure out what was going on between the two of them. I won't forget that this Enju, Jin said angrily and stood up, dusting himself off as Tsunade playfully stuck out her tongue to further annoy the already irritated Uchiha. She felt a tug on her sleeve and glanced to the side to see Naruto looking rather confused at her questioningly. What happened? Why is he so angry at you, Tsunade? Naruto asked in a lost voice that made the girl laugh cheekily. She playfully stroked his cheek and shook her head as the crow-haired boy went to the side and walked away from them to keep his distance. Nothing for you to worry about. She chirped happily, hiding the fact about sticking her foot out when that annoying Uchiha had bumped into her new friend to get revenge on him. Tsunade didn't take any chances of bothering Uchiha without a refund. So why was he such a parasite to you? Do you two know each other or something? She asked curiously as the teacher took the Inuzuka boy to the infirmary to get him some high checks and rest for a while. Naruto nodded his affirmative at knowing the boy. Jin and I have met in the past on our clan lands. He hangs out with other children from our clan, he explained, earning a frown from Tsunade. She didn't want to tell him that he was the one at the top of her list of henchmen to beat and simply nodded, signaling him to continue. Well, they don't like me hanging around them, so I always keep my distance from him, he explained, eliciting a nod from the girl who could see his point. She wouldn't want him doing anything with that annoying brat either. But above all, he doesn't like me because I wear the Uchiha clan symbol on my clothes so early on. Well, he can't, and he's always trying to push me ahead of others, he blurted out, eliciting a confused look from Tsunade. She peered closely at their necks to see their clan symbols, including the one on the back of their necks, and then glanced at the pensive boy who had none at all on his simple dark blue clothes. What did a clan symbol manage to do to you two? She asked in a completely lost voice, making Naruto confused as well. Then he remembered not many people outside his clan knew of their traditions and nodded at him further, confusing the girl. You're right, you might not know, but no one can wear our clan symbol just like this. It's a matter of pride for our clan to wear it on our clothing and represent our clan before others. Only those who have passed our rite of passage can wear it after gaining the approval of any senior clan. He calmly explained, earning a nod from the girl, who rested her finger on her chin as she absorbed the new information. Then her eyes went to the clan symbols displayed on her clothing. So you've passed this rite of passage and he hasn't? She asked curiously and got a simple nod from the boy that made her smile and caught him in a headlock. Hot eye. She chirped happily, ruffling her hair as he tried to pull the excited girl away. Then another thought crossed her mind, making her let the boy go, who sighed in relief and slowly straightened his shirt. What is this rite of passage anyway? She asked curiously, making him laugh at the once curious girl. This is a small ritual that every Uchiha has performed since ancient times. The Uchiha clan doesn't consider its members worthy of wearing the clan symbol until they fully master the fireball jutsu and demonstrate it to a clan elder, who then grants them permission to wear our symbol on their clothing. I completed it a month ago and showed it to Kagami Aji-san, who gave me his approval. Jin doesn't have it yet, so he's not too happy that I can wear it while he can't. He calmed down, seeing Tsunade's bright eyes gazing at him with pride, and stood there confused as she gripped his shoulders firmly in her hands. Can you shoot awesome fireballs out of your mouth? She asked in barely contained enthusiasm that made the boy quite confused in her sudden rise, but he nodded mutely. She was rather impulsive, he told himself and nodded inwardly in a wise as a way. You should do it on your mast, I bet everyone will be amazed and staring at that Baka's face. Tsunade laughed foolishly, damagingly, making the boy quite confused and still a little worried at her strange laughter and rubbing her palms, together with a spaced out consideration of his face. He placed his palm on his forehead and another on his own, making the fantasy girl snap of time from his little day to look into the worried eyes of his blue-eyed friend. Her temperature seems fine, Naruto muttered to him and nodded, making the girl fidget at his innocent insinuation. Boy. She said indignantly, but the boy didn't hear her and shook his head again in deep thought as he approached his idea. Anyway, I can't do it on the mast, he said, making his pout cutely. And why not? She asked in an irritated voice, making him sigh softly into his tempered short friend. It would be so impressive to see him burn his opponent, she reflected, smiling openly and maliciously. She could only imagine the teacher and that idiot Jin's face when he did something so impressive. Once again, she felt a hand on her forehead, which then moved to her cheek as she looked at Naruto, worried, holding a palm to his own forehead to check his temperature. Maybe we should take her to the infirmary, he muttered, looking rather worried at her strange expressions that made his eye roll. She bonked his head gently, which he rubbed with much added confusion. Why don't you? She asked, trying to change the subject and save herself further from the embarrassment of her innocently forgotten blonde friend. Sensei said we can't use any ninjutsu, remember? he asked, pouting again. She was about to open her mouth to say that the rules can be bent once in a while when he continued. Furthermore, I could hurt my free fighting partner by doing this. It won't be pleasant, he whispered to her, making her pout worse with a slight puff of his cheeks. She tried to come up with a reply and opened her mouth before closing it silently and in the end only continued her pout. Party pooper, she muttered, sulking at the thought of her grand plan failing before it could even begin, and now Naruto felt bad for making her so sad. He didn't want his only friend to be sad all because of him and gently nudged her arm to get her attention. But I can show you after the academy if you want to see it so much. He asked, trying to make sense of it a little better, and instantly all his sadness was forgotten when she smiled openly and nodded. Yes, we'll do this. So now go beat the crap out of our opponents, and then you can throw some cool fireballs at me all afternoon long. She exclaimed happily, raising her fist in glee. Naruto was confused and asked what to do when he raised his own fist to mimic her, and she blushed in embarrassment, throwing down her transmitter when all eyes around them turned to their antics. What are you doing? She whispered in a hushed, embarrassed voice, and he rubbed her neck sheepishly with a clumsy shrug, having no idea himself, and elicited a soft sigh from her lips. But she couldn't help but laugh at his helpless laughter, and looking up, her sensei returned from the infirmary and took her place in the back in front of her, making all the whispers around cease momentarily. Okay, now moving on to the next mast. It's going to be. He paused to see who was paired next, and each of them saw his eyes narrow before he looked back at them all with a stoic blank face. Tsukumo Haddock and Naruto Uchiha, please come in at the door, he said in a decisive tone. Naruto felt a little nervous, hearing all the whispers and seeing all the pointed fingers, with the hushed whispers of "it's that boy" being the most prominent among them all. Go on and show her you're the boss. Tsunade chirped above him, giving him a slight nudge. He stumbled slightly, but regained his balance to look into her cheerful face, all his fears fading away. He hadn't really put any effort into his taijutsu training so far, only focusing on his ninjutsu to master his fireball jutsu, so he could wear the clothes bearing his clan symbol with pride. Most of his combat experience came from what he'd read in a scroll in his personal library and memorized the katas described there. And reading didn't do much good for physical training, as much as he knew. He would have to do this one about instincts alone. He stepped forward to see his silver-haired opponent intervene with an overly serious expression. Tsukumo had heard of the Uchiha clan's feared reputation in combat, a reputation shared by several adults throughout the village, and from what he had seen in the previous match, he expected his opponent to be just as, if not more, deadly. However, he saw the blonde boy in front of him sigh to calm his nerves and chuckled at his nervousness. Go have a good match. Tsukumo spoke up, breaking the nervous silence between them by extending his hand for the blonde to shake like a display of some good sportsman spirit before the match, unlike the previous one. Naruto laughed, albeit a little nervously, and clasped the offered hand in a jerk as they all heard a shout from the crowd. Go Naruto, kick his ass. Tsunade shouted happily from the sidelines, waving her hand to encourage him, earning incredulous looks from the not-so-spiced words, as well as the fact that the Senju princess herself was proudly cheering on the village outcast in front of everyone. Naruto looked slightly embarrassed at the spoiled laughter on his opponent's face. You have quite an interesting friend there, he said, not a single joyful note in his voice, and Naruto nodded in embarrassment. Yes, she is a little impulsive, he said, agreeing with him wholeheartedly. Boy. I heard this. Tsunade shouted indignantly from the sidelines, while Naruto rubbed his neck in embarrassment at his frowning friend and nodded his head apologetically before she laughed and began to cheer him on again. Alright, now make the confrontation seal, the teacher finally called out to break up their antics. Both boys held the seal in front of their chests before Tsukumo went through his clan's classically balanced stance of being slightly offensive as well as defensive. Naruto tried to mimic the stance he had seen on his own, much to the confusion of the entire crowd around him. Alright, calm down. Right palm open forward, directly in front of your chest to avoid any and all incoming blows from your opponent. Keep your left palm back, curled halfway to either block the next attack and counterattack with your right, or simply answer with your left if necessary. He recited the first paragraph on the scroll and extended his legs a little further, shifting his balance as instructed, and prayed to Kami, who had calculated this for him. Meanwhile, on the balcony above the second-floor lobbies at the academy, two figures stood there, their elbows resting on the handrail, while their seasoned, veteran eyes stared fixedly at the battlefield. So why are we here again? The man standing on the right asked, his face still a slightly bored, stoic expression. To watch the academy's inaugural fights of the year, what else? The man, for his part, answered his question equally stoically and almost instantly elicited a groan of exasperation from his companion. Well, we haven't done this at any time in the past, he retorted dryly, quite annoyed at wasting his time here, the sight of children arguing with him. There's a first time for everything then. The stoic man, for his part, replied, glancing curiously at the other man. "You're getting old, Tobirama." The slightly bored man spoke, making the current of the reigning Hokage without an ounce of fear in his eyes at who he was addressing. "I'm not old," Tobirama retorted, almost offended at the prospect of having his age mentioned. He wasn't old, he was simply well ahead of his prime, yes, that was it. The man, much to his annoyance, simply chuckled quietly, a comical laugh, shaking his head and lighting a cigar with a small snap of his fingers to take a small puff of smoke. "This is what old people like us do, spending our time while looking out for those who will one day surpass us and take our reins from us when our time finally comes. To nurture such young people with all the care we can offer, that is our duty as the adults of the village," the man spoke, his voice suddenly serious and the withered words laced with an air of experience. "And you don't call me old," Tobirama muttered in an annoyed voice, clearly unhappy about being called old. This was the only thing that got on his nerves, and not many had the nerve to address him so bluntly, much less as his partner was fond of him. The man on Hokage's side simply withdrew his breath to inhale the smoke and released yet another silent puff before the cigar rested expertly between his fingers. Both adults watched the first real fight as the touches came to an end, and Tobirama mocked. Typical Inuzuka clan members, easily irritated and lose their heads before the fight even begins. Stupidity runs in their genes. He didn't say anything, unimpressed by the fight as the man leaning beside him nodded in agreement. He controlled his hand through his shaggy brown hair, his charcoal purple eyes narrowing on the boy leaving, touching his own feet. Typical Uchiha, all arrogant about his seemingly corrupted style of some other true Jujutsu stance for his almighty Sharigan, only to make himself look original and deceptive. "As far as the great Fullin clan is concerned, this is true glory," he remarked dryly, eliciting a grunt of agreement from Tobirama. The brown-haired man laughed quietly, watching Tsunade Uchiha's journey as he happened to be by the blonde boy's side, intending to return to him. "She's Hashirama's granddaughter, well, the Senju side separates Uzumaki," he chuckled quietly, watching her stick her tongue out at the seething Uchiha who walked away, red-faced in shame and anger. Tobirama let out a tired sigh and patted his face at her antics. He had to make her take a course to handle herself a little better lest she get into trouble all the time. Although the man with the shaggy white hair really did perk up at the mention of the middle name in the announcement of the next fight. The man, for his part, glanced to his side, looking at the lean, advanced Hokage with eyes that held a hidden glint of enthusiasm that made him knowingly smile with satisfaction. "So, finally, the struggle dragged me here," he remarked meaningfully, and Tobirama frowned at being read so easily. This was a blow to his pride. Being hailed as a man who was a master at suppressing his emotions and completely unreadable to his opponents, that blonde boy was bringing down his reputation quite quickly like this. His companion followed his fixed gaze, fixed on the blonde boy shaking hands with his opponent and his narrowed eyes on the small embossed symbol near the back of his neck, which made him raise an eyebrow and squint a little. Well, now you've donned the Uchiha clan symbol over him, how about that? I can see why he intrigues you so much. This should prove to be not as boring as another one," he spoke, clearly not very interested, seemingly getting no reaction from the Hokage. He glanced once more to his side, only raising an eyebrow at the sight of Tobirama's slightly wide eyes. He turned his eyes back to see what had startled him so, only for him to copy his expression a moment later. His cigar dropped from his mouth in shock at the sight of the boy assuming a sloppy stance of the Taijutsu style they hadn't seen in action for some time now. "It's not that he murmured, still in shock, and Tobirama nodded numbly. Startled himself to worry about his lack of emotion masking. "The interceptor fist. The original Taijutsu style of the Uchiha clan," he murmured, nostalgia kicking in both their minds as their faces lit up with small proud, satisfied smiles. Both their gazes now rested on the embossed crest on his shirt. "He's certainly living up to his heritage proud," the brown-haired man murmured, eliciting a curt nod from Tobirama. The proud, satisfied smile still lingered on his face. "Let him do it," he agreed, even though his partner still couldn't get one thing done. Where did he stumble upon that style? Wasn't Madara the last to inherit it and was it apparently lost with him? He asked, once again receiving a nod from Tobirama. Though he actually had a pretty good guess as to where the blonde might have stumbled upon such a powerful style. "I have no idea," he lied softly, getting narrowed glances from his partner who had caught on to his lie but hadn't said anything in the end. Now quite interested in the fight himself, he let out a small puff of smoke. Behind, in the center of free-flowing competition. Tsukumo raised an eyebrow, observing the peculiar and seemingly quite useless Taijutsu stance the blonde had adopted. It had so many holes in it that it wasn't even funny. This would most likely require godly instincts to block every attack that entered his guard practically in the blink of an eye, regardless of the circumstances. Even if he kept the comments to himself, it would be insulting to ask a fighter questions about his abilities regarding the style he uses. He shifted into his own stance, legs widely stretched out with both weapons in an advanced guard to either defend or obstruct in virtually the same amount of time. The professor looked directly through the holes in that style, though he didn't comment on it, quite pleased to watch the brat humiliate himself in front of each of them. He threw his hand over him as if preparing himself, and they both nodded at seemingly the same time as he lowered it, the whole thing now clearing into the thick silence to await the pending fight. "Ajum," he finally called, and Tsukumo took this as his cue to charge. His opponent went first and took the first blow, the masked flow straight from the start. His feet quickly covered the short distance between them, and he wanted to exploit that huge gap in his guard from the very beginning, finishing it as quickly as he could. He closed the distance between them quickly, slowing down when he was within arm's reach of the blonde who was still standing as calm as a rock and letting him in for the strike. Tsukumo slid his right foot into his guard when Naruto mirrored his movement and slid his left foot back, almost instantly negating Tsukumo's attempt. Although the silver-haired boy had none of it, as shown when he slid his left foot in a small arc in his guard, and once again Naruto slid his right foot back in the same arc to mirror his movement and render his price practically useless. Tsukumo finally had enough and brought his left fist close to his waist, throwing it forward at Naruto's stomach, which was easily blocked by Naruto's right palm. He cocked his right fist back to follow up and threw his left back, which Naruto blocked quite efficiently with his left palm. He twisted his body in a 360-degree movement, bringing his elbow to Naruto's gut, which was caught by both of Naruto's crossed palms, to reinforce the force behind his blow. Tsukumo brought his left knee up to his waist and pushed it towards the right of the blonde bicep, who curled his arm to block it with his forearm and put his hand behind the member to reinforce for the force behind it. Tsukumo's eyes widened in horror as he saw the blonde boy's smug smile and realized how open his own guard was now as he tried to penetrate his opponent's seemingly impenetrable defense. Naruto ducked down on his right knee, circling over his body in a 270-degree arc to strike the lone right leg of the boy below him, as it was the counter he had read about in the scroll he had found in his grandfather's personal library section. Only hours of practice gave Tsukumo the time required to jump a little and let the not-so-smooth hit the pass harmlessly beneath him as he stumbled back, a bit of balance that wasn't lost to the blonde. Naruto stood up straight and rushed forward, cocking his left fist back and thrusting it forward into the silver-haired boy's face. Tsukumo tilted his head to the side, letting the slide forward harmlessly, and Naruto pulled him back, then raised his right hand, which Tsukumo struck with his backhand. Tsukumo watched him twist in a full circle, and from his previous masks at home, he knew what would follow. He knew his chance was now. Naruto thrust his arm in a horizontal arc to suck Tsukumo's cheek, but the air only found thin, and his eyes widened in the shock. Whereas his thought was cut short when a loud thud from below ripped his legs off and dropped him onto his back. He coughed as his back and head hit the floor hard, unaccustomed to sudden jolts, and felt his arm being caught in one hand as his eyes closed momentarily. Tsukumo twisted his arm and flung him around, making him land face first on the ground and painfully pressing it against his spine, eliciting a groan of pain from his opponent to stop him lest he break it. He snapped a kunai from his holster and placed it against the blonde's neck to signify his clean defeat to the instructor he called the match. "And this is the match, Shasha Tsukumo Haddock." The teacher clapped proudly and Tsukumo let go of the blonde's arm. Pathetic, all the attention of the crowd turned to the vile voice on the side, only to deal with the source being Jin himself. Being laid face down in the dirt first while your opponent sits on top of you. Even a complete loser like you shouldn't have lost so badly to someone from outside our clan. You really are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan, just like my father said you were. He finished his comment, making everyone around the boy laugh at the blonde's expense. The words pierced Naruto's chest like a hot knife, and he sat atop them, his hair shading his eyes as he clenched the dirt into his fists tightly. As always, he didn't respond to the insults or the laughter. He completely forgot about the silver-haired boy holding a seal of reconciliation for him to complete behind him. "Hey. Kid, are you alright? You weren't hurt, were you?" The teacher decided to add a little salt to their wound, and his voice showed more joy than concern, which got another round of laughter from everyone. "Sensei, not even a loser like him can be hurt by getting hit in a counter alone," Akio added smugly to add to his popularity by going with the flow of the crowd, and everyone laughed discreetly at his comment yet again. Naruto stood up and walked away, completely ignoring his confused, still worried opponent staring at his back. He dusted his shirt, wiped off the dirt, and walked to the tap by the side for drinking water. He turned it on, taking a gulp before splashing a few drops on his face and controlling his wet hand through his silky hair to make the dim light intensely reflect off the sun. He couldn't believe how badly he'd beaten the bee, but not again. This was the last time, he silently promised himself. "Hey." A soft girly voice called from behind him. He turned to see Tsunade standing there with her hands behind her back and a hot laugh on her face. Her hand pulled out her handkerchief and covered her face, remaining silent to let her have her fun teasing and laughing at him just like everyone else had. Don't worry about them, you were impressive there. And you'll definitely win next time, I know it. After all, we've been here at the academy for a while, haven't we? She asked playfully, making him look up in surprise. Was she still cheering him on? Shouldn't you be laughing at me like everyone else? He asked in a lost voice, his frown barely audible. She stomped her way toward him angrily, making him take a few steps back from the obviously furious girl, who tapped her index finger against his nose, making him spin even more nervously than before. I'll warn you, I cheered for you from beginning to end, Baka, she scolded him. He just looked away in shame at her downstairs. And never once did I laugh with them, she continued, pushing the other nose to emphasize her point, and he looked at her with wide eyes to see the simple conviction in her eyes and behind those words. At one point she pulled her hand back and flashed her usual cheeky smile. And not all mopey sad, just causing him to lose his mind? She asked and got a tilt of his head in honest confusion. She placed her hands on her hips and narrowed her eyes, making him shrink under her fixed gaze. His mother used to do this and it was still quite effective in minimizing her right now. We're here for another 6 or 7 years, so what if you don't do good and lose? You have the most abundant chance to raise them all. She said firmly with a wise nod, finally making him laugh and nod. They heard a third voice and Naruto considered in confusion that his opponent had come from them. He offered his hand with 2 fingers outstretched for him to take. You didn't perform the seal of reconciliation earlier as per the rules, and I don't want to ruin a tradition that has been passed down for generations on our first day here at the academy, he said with a laugh. Naruto scorned the outstretched hand, and yet another laugh broke out over his face as he nodded in return and stretched out his own hand with 2 fingers clasping his fingers in a perfect seal. That was a good match, you had me worried there for a few moments. Sukuna spoke in an honest tone, startling him in his heart with admiration for his sustained voice. To Sukuna, he knew that the boy was strong and would become even stronger in time. This was his visceral feeling. I'm not sure if we've been properly introduced. I'm Sukuna Haddock of the Haddock clan. It's nice to meet you, he said in a cheerful tone, extending his hand this time for a shake and the beginning of a new bond of friendship between the two. Naruto once again looked down in surprise at the offer of friendship and saw the genuine look in her eyes as his hand fastened another one almost over his own. I'm Naruto Uchiha of the Uchiha clan. It's nice to find you too. Naruto spoke in his one soft voice, eliciting a nod and a laugh from his new silver-haired friend. Both stumbled when a blurry white blonde figure barreled at them from their side, fastening their collars with their weapons. I want to be friends too. Tsunade chirped with a cheeky laugh and they all laughed at her antics as she stuck out her tongue like a child. Sukuna looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. You have quite an interesting friend indeed. He spoke, drawing out the words in an amused voice, and Naruto sighed softly, nodding wisely at his words. I told her, she's a little impulsive, he replied wearily, and Tsunade puffed out her cheeks and raised both of their weapons above their heads. Bonk bonk. Damn, this hurts. Both Naruto and Sukuna comically rubbed the small masses above their heads in unison, a small tear passing over their eyes. Tsunade snorted and turned, crossing her weapons with a small frown on her face. You two deserved it, she muttered firmly, making the two laugh at their impulsive female friend. Tsunade, Senju and Miss Yamanaka, please come forward. On the touches they heard their teacher's voice and Tsunade's ears perked up. She smiled broadly, pleased to have finally gotten her chance, and pulled the two boys behind her, almost dragging them like rag dolls. Good, my chance. Finally, at last, she chirped over, instantly forgetting her previous anger. The two boys glanced at each other and sighed in harmony as they were dragged back into the crowd quite convincingly. They had a good impulsive friend. Both spoken, dragging the words out from within, and laughed as they wished their luck in their struggle. Meanwhile, on the balcony above the second-floor lobbies at the academy. A real shame, the brown-haired man commented, expelling a small puff of smoke from his lips to draw his companion's ears. Tobirama hummed, confused by his words. The blonde Uchiha, he apparently had no experience in hand to give combat before this mast. But the stance was quite clear in his mind, most likely learning the theory behind it. He omitted many possibilities to answer, but his defense was still strong. A little more experience, and he would be acing the physical training in the blink of an eye. The style was built for his body, fast and agile, requiring flexibility in maneuvers and the most penetrating instincts. The boy was born with them in his palms. He will master this if he has the walk to make it, so he explained, Tobirama contemplating his companion's words. He's going to have the right, he finally spoke, putting yet another raised eyebrow on the man smoking beside him. Ah, you know him quite well, I suppose. He schemes, don't you? He stated rather than asked, and Tobirama simply remained silent, his silence answering the man's question completely. The man, though laughing, watched the three of them standing nearby, seemingly nurturing a new beginning to some precious obligations. This was the thing they lived for and fought for every day, ensuring a peaceful childhood before they were thrust into the ranks of the shinobi and trained to be shinobi. He schemes me too, we both do, he finally spoke, dragging the words out to break the silence that had fallen between them when they saw Tsunade pull them back for their turn like sacks of potatoes. This time, it was Tobirama's turn to raise an eyebrow. Although he smiled contentedly shortly after, he said nothing, turning his eyes to see Tsunade's match. If only they could call it that. As soon as the match began, Tsunade charged and buried her fist in another girl's stomach with all her might. The girl, in turn, fell unconscious. Each one staring at the phosphorescent sweat dripping down as Tsunade pushed the girl with the toe of her sandal. Boy. I didn't hit this hard, I got up, I want to fight. She pushed his head again, but the girl was out of the cold. Tobirama and the instructor patted their faces in harmony at the girl's antics, though the old man was still proud of his granddaughter finishing her mask so early. Sensei, I'll do the reconciliation seal later. She won't do it right now, Tsunade spoke, pushing her opponent away again as if she were a log, eliciting a tired nod from the teacher who picked the girl up and walked her to the infirmary with a weary sigh. He had a tall, sugar-coated girl in his class that he thought. She walked over to her two new friends with a wide, proud smile that was apparently returned by all of Tsukumo heartily. You did great. He said, his smile widening as he turned to his first friend to see what he thought of it. Congratulations. Naruto spoke in his one soft and polite tone. She laughed, hearing the honesty in his quiet, gentle voice. He was certainly different from all her other friends, in a strangely pleasant way. He walked toward her and she nodded. They watched the rest of the matches until late in the afternoon, before the day was suspended, much to the relief of some weary students. Naruto slowly gathered his bag to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, unlike his female partner who was hurriedly packing everything like a man on a mission. He watched her struggle with the whistling. The clutter on top of things now made it seem much bigger than it should have been since morning. Damn it, close it. Tsunade scolded the bag, much to Naruto's confusion, who sighed softly and decided to stop it before she tore it apart. No, do you need help? He asked and got a faint glow from the girl, which turned into a tired sigh and a nod. He laughed, taking the bag and rolling up the scrolls and closing the books and things inside neatly before arranging them in an orderly fashion. Finally, he quickly flipped it over and gave it to the girl, who took it with an embarrassed laugh. Sorry, I get a little angry sometimes, she muttered in a quiet whisper, which he dismissed and threw his own bag over his shoulder by his waist. They left the academy together, with Tsukumo having to leave a little early since he had some work to do, and they both walked towards the clan districts together. Hey. You still have to show me that fireball jutsu of yours. She spoke over his walk meaningfully, making him nod off in memory of their promise. Well, I'll show you where I learned it, then, okay? He asked and received a happy nod from the girl. He took her near the edge of his own clan compound when Tsunade saw him walking down the bank steps and onto the river porch. Nakario. Both young boys stood on the wooden porch by the river, watching the sun now halfway down the signage that they still had about 2 hours before it would finally be fully installed. He took his bag and put it by his side, sighing before he started on it. Snake. Ram. Monkey. Boar. Horse. Tiger. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He exclaimed as his hands clouded with hand seals that were fast enough for Tsunade to follow. Even if they weren't that fast, to her they were imposing. He took a deep breath, scratching his lungs and the windpipe with a protective layer of chakra, the first and most basic requirement of any fire-style jutsu to be performed without burning the person above them from the inside. It was the most volatile of the elemental natures for a reason. He extinguished the hot, swirling breath on his body and placed his fingers near his lips in a small C shape to direct and control the fireball. The air from his mouth ignited due to the immediate temperature change as soon as it left his lips, creating a small, low-lying stream of flames. Tsunade frowned and wanted to scold him for showing her a small stream of flames instead of a real. She covered her eyes as the narrow stream suddenly widened into a huge ball of red fire. The water in the river released a huge hiss of steam, boiling under the extreme heat and pressure. This was water that was usually cold and not used to it. Sugoi. One more time, Naruto, I couldn't get a good look at it, please, she begged, clapping her hands as if in prayer. He gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow and nodding wearily. He couldn't refuse his friend after all. He laughed, turning back to the river, and sighed. Snake. Ram. Monkey. Boar. Horse. Tiger. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He exclaimed once more and a narrow stream of flames shot out, expanding into a full crimson fireball once again. This time Tsunade stared at the awe-inspiring jutsu he was wielding, a spectacle she was about to witness. He gasped slightly and wiped his forehead, a small proud laugh escaping his lips for having mastered this jutsu for now. Though he did raise an eyebrow when he saw Tsunade's wide puppy dog eyes staring at him in a pleading manner. "Teach me," she said instantly, clasping her hands together in her own making. He was quite surprised by her request. He chuckled a little and shook his head in disapproval, frowning. "Tsunade isn't easy," he said, his brow turning into a full-blown frown, and he placed his finger on his lips as she began to whisper something over his hand. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's that we don't know your elemental affinity yet. Kagami Aji-san told me that we can use jutsu of our own element rather easily than those that are its polar opposites. If they aren't your affinity, you first have to master pure manipulation of that element before you can move on to the actual jutsu. You actually have to do this with your own affinity as well, but we can use our jutsu, albeit a bit weaker than they might be, without learning pure manipulation first." He explained, and she nodded calmly, considering his face now that she knew his reasons. "So his Thinji affinity is fire?" she asked, and he shook his head. No, they haven't tested it yet. Actually, Aji-san said we don't start on pure elemental manipulation until we're at least Chunin," he said, making her frown in confusion, and he knew the reason. Then he sat down with her, doing the same, and they both looked down at the clear river water flowing in front of their bare feet. "I'm from the Uchiha clan, so I have a natural affinity for fire jutsu, regardless of my natural element. Every one of us has at least some kind of affiliation with the fire element, and we all master this jutsu," he explained, answering his unsolicited question by nodding sadly. "Their clan is so lame, all they teach me are some stupid chakra control exercises. All I can do is flick stick leaves across my forehead," she muttered, waddling her toes in the water with a sad look. He felt really bad about her saddened demeanor. It didn't look pleasant at all against her cheerful face. Chakra control is quite important as well. The better the control, the less chakra we use in our Tsunade jutsu. For example, I can only make at most 5 fireballs per day when I'm completely fresh for now, with more control, I can increase this to maybe even double that, he explained, making his head nod. This was the same thing his great uncle said as well. "You know everything, how can you be so nice?" she asked him in a voice laced with admiration. He became a little embarrassed by her words and waved his hand dismissively. "I don't know everything, I only know a little about this because Aji-san explained it to me when he showed me this jutsu and I read some scrolls at home." He spoke modestly, making her stick out her lower lip cutely. "Don't look like this, you're stunning." "I'm sorry I couldn't do this," she said frankly, once again flapping her legs to take her mind off it. Naruto slumped to the thought of how to cheer her up before he got up. "I know how to teach you a little fire jutsu. I used to light small flames for camping and stuff. That's how I started. And even if you don't get the jutsu, you can use this in the future for outdoor camping and filling up," he advised, smiling and nodding happily. He stood up and showed her a small technique that was practically simple and not dangerous at all. Seeing how small on the scale this was, it was all she could get her throat rough for a couple of days if done incorrectly, unlike the higher level fire jutsu. He taught her everything he knew, and he didn't see any harm in it. "Well, this only has 2 seals, one being the horse, but the main one being the tiger. It's the one that triggers all the fire jutsus and is the last seal of them all," he explained, acquiring a headband from the girl. They had both tried to light some dry leaves and sticks for an hour before they realized this was a little late, and Tsunade picked up her bag. "I have to go now, but I'll see you tomorrow, okay?" she asked, and he nodded with a laugh. He was now looking forward to his days at the academy and walked her to the town's shopping center until they parted ways before she reminded him of something else he had to do before he went home. "Ami, I forgot all about the meeting, Mito Bachan," he exclaimed to her and hurriedly ran to the eastern part of the clan districts. He looked around the place she had told him to search and that he would easily find it. His eyes caught sight of a large house on the corner with a small spiral symbol above it, the entrance, the same one that was on the obi of her kimono yesterday, and he knew it was the place. Uzumaki clan members. Naruto banged on the door and stood there calmly for a couple of minutes, trying to catch his breath. Mito opened the door, having an idea as to who it might be, and much to her delight, it was her adorable blonde friend she'd been thinking about so much today. But she frowned, her hands on her hips. "You're late, Naruto-kun." She admonished him half-heartedly, and he rubbed his neck and nodded apologetically. "Sorry, I went with my friend and lost track of time." He spoke in a regretful tone that made her laugh, revealing that he had made a friend on his very first day. Kami knew he deserved it more than anyone else, and she welcomed him in, respecting the boy's true and honest answer with her simple demeanor. Naruto wandered through the house's hallways, which felt far more homely and warm than anything he'd ever experienced before. They were quite vibrant, adorned with many colors and paintings, or perhaps some strange calligraphy, most likely seals, if he could guess, all around the place. She led him to the calligraphy space she used for her own seal hunting practice and sat him down on the sofa. "Okay, you sit here and I'll go and get you something to drink, okay?" she asked, getting a happy little nod from the blonde who looked at her permission and let out a small tired yawn, rubbing his sleepy eyes from his sleep. He was exhausted after that little expedition with Tsunade and the toll the day had taken. Mito returned with a tray of cake and milk, chuckling quietly at the adorable sight before her. Naruto had fallen asleep at the table, his head resting on his crossed arms, undoubtedly exhausted from his day. She set the tray aside and sat beside him, gently brushing his hair to find him breathing softly, certainly fast asleep. He looked so cute in her eyes just now. He must have been quite tired from what he'd done on his first day, yet he'd only come to her for practice because he'd promised her that it alone had made her so happy. She placed a kiss on his head and scooped the boy up in her arms, taking him up to her guest room and placing him on a bed suitable for a good night's sleep before she went home to get him some clothes and maybe her little furry companion too while she was at it. Chapter 3. Hanahagakur Ningun Seido. Time skip 2 years. Konoha Ninja Academia. Alright kids, this is the final day for the second semester. The tests you took today will continue to be included in your school reports, so please take this seriously, the teacher spoke, his voice and eyes meaningfully glaring angrily at a certain blonde-haired Kunoichi in his class, who simply stuck his tongue out at the teacher to point at him expressly. He let out a tired sigh and picked up the pile of papers on his desk, beginning to distribute them all around the classroom. Naruto took the instructor's paper, placing it on his desk with the blank side facing him as instructed and patiently awaited on his desk, his fingers crossed in front of his mouth with an almost peaceful halo surrounding him. The instructor stood in front of the class, slanting to the clock to see this was almost time, and spoke over it as soon as the second hand of the clock struck 12. "You may begin." His voice cut through the silence of the space. Naruto tossed the test around, his eyes working furiously across the questions to see if there was anything to worry him about. And much to his relief, there was nothing of that magnitude. Instead, it seemed a little too easy. His baby blue eyes glanced to the side, seeing Sukuna rearing ahead of the test like a raging bull, and he chuckled softly at the boy who looked like he'd be burned alive by the paper in a few moments. Then he glanced up at the front in the second row where his blonde friend sat and let out a soft sigh. "I'm doomed. Kaisen is going to kill me for this." Tsunade screamed in her head, fantasizing about what kind of punishments would be inflicted upon her for the test without that stupidity. She hated the story with a passion. What were they going to do with the knowledge that he had become the Shodan Tsuchikage after all? That guy was most likely dead to be screaming so loudly. Now, anatomy and biology were cool. She always aced those tests. They captivated her so much, and she would be able to learn more about the workings of the human body with this. Not to be confused with some stupid guy who's been dead for decades and haunting her life right now. Did she pull her hair out in frustration? How could she have fallen asleep when she'd finally decided to study for this last night? Oh, right, it was so boring she dozed off faster than an audience to a lullaby. And she still didn't want to know what her great uncle was going to say when he found out about this. He most likely would. "I shouldn't do this," Naruto sighed softly, but in the end, the temptation to do something for her was too strong. Besides, Shinobi didn't play games. This at least put some of his guilt to rest. He snapped out a kunai as the instructor listened to a student hesitate about a question, one he was quite happy to answer right now. He glanced at the small amount of blank space at the bottom of the paper and chuckled softly, brushing his hand through his silky hair that came into his eyes to make himself look perfectly normal to everyone around him. He channeled some chakra into it while it rested on his lap. The kunai hummed a little, making him quite nervous, and he glanced up to see that no one had noticed and quickly cut a straight line along the bottom edge of the paper. The kunai cut cleanly along it as if machine-made, leaving no evidence that he had crumpled it up, and he put his kunai back in his pocket, picking up his pencil and working on 2 of his pieces of evidence. He ticked off all the multiple-choice questions one by one with relative ease, buzzing ahead of them and neatly scribbling the answers on the paper, cutting it slightly away from the rest. The teacher approached, looking around the class and visiting Naruto's side. His eyes narrowed on the boy's paper, quite explicitly, the lower half of it. Naruto barely contained his nervousness and continued scanning the ticking questions so as not to draw any attention from the examiner for his test right now. "Hey. You're kidding me," he called out, placing a hand on his shoulder, which made the man stiffen and give a nervous laugh. "Hi sensei?" he asked, afraid that the teacher might have caught on to him when the teacher pointed to the small scribbles on the lower half of his sheet. "This is an official academy test to be graded by the educational authorities. Remove any notes you might want to rub before taking the test, or you could get some marks deducted for this," he indicated and went down the stairs, keeping a watchful eye on all the students. Naruto sighed in relief and continued working on his tests quickly and efficiently. The cut was so clean that the professor hadn't noticed, and he was pleased about that. His education was paying off right now. He put down his pencil as soon as the last question on it was answered and looked up to see Tsunade with her hands on her head while her chin rested on her desk, undoubtedly still lost as to what she would do next. He slid the small slip of the bottom of the test out and placed it on his lap, holding it between his index and middle fingers. His eyes flicked to the instructor, waiting for him to step into the perfect position for this. His eyes narrowed with interest as the man reached the far end of another corner, his rear end turned. Perfect, he's in a blind spot. There's no way he'll see this, he thought, a satisfied smile now adorning his lips as the blade slipped between his humming fingers and straightened like a thin sheet of metal when chakra coursed through it and he expertly snapped it toward his target with a swift flick of his wrist. Clack. Tsunade looked up and fried as a piece of paper, embedded like a shuriken with its corner sunk deep into the wood, slipped from her desk. Moments later, it lost its sharp edges and fell away like a simple piece of paper, which she quickly slid down into her lap before anyone could see it. She glanced to her side to see her companion, too flustered to notice, and lowered her honey-colored eyes to her lap. Ask questions, the land of gold. Question 5. Samurai are only found in Ironland. Question 7. The daimyo is protected by 12 of his chosen shinobi hands, called the 12 Ninja Guard. Question 10. The land of water has an additional branch in its Black Ops, instigated by the Shodai Mizukage, to pursue rogue shinobi from his village, called Hunter Ninjas of Black Anbu Ops Kiri. Note. Start studying history. It's not boring, and I won't always have to be there to save you. Naru. Tsunade crushed the small slip of paper in her palms, quickly stuffing it into her pocket. She bit her lip and turned her eyes to her rear end, only to see Naruto staring out the window, seemingly done with the evidence, undoubtedly in the hierarchy of some bird he had found interesting. She caught his single glance on her for only a moment, his lips forming a small, satisfied smile before he turned his eyes back out as his chin rested lazily on his palm. She looked down at her paper and let out a soft laugh. He always sought her out, no matter what, just as he always did. Whether she asked or not, she knew he was watching her, as he always said, "I've got my eyes on you, Tsuna," in his soft, yet playful voice, whenever she was pressed into some difficult situation. And he would give her that annoying kami push to her forehead, as if she were a spoiled child in his eyes, when he was going to pull some kind of trick, which she most likely was in his eyes. She quickly jotted down the answers he had sent for her review as soon as she left. As soon as she finished the last answer, a voice was heard throughout the academy. Ring. The bell rang, marking the end of the test, and the instructor stood quickly in front of the desk, looking firmly at all his students. Okay, time up, pencil down, he called, getting all the students to obey. Now, come up one by one and place your evidence here on my desk. Compare it, and you can go for accuracy and weapons testing outside. He called each one as done. Naruto stood up, leaving his test on the instructor's desk and walked out, putting his hands in his pockets to look for Tsukumo and. The blurry blonde and white figure buzzed past the students leaving the classroom and directly into the forgotten blue-eyed boy behind. You are a savior, Tsunade chirped above him, jumping on his back with a silly laugh as her weapons were around his neck for support and her knees curled back and she placed a tight kiss on his cheek. Hey. Where's my kiss? A third voice lured from behind them, only to see a silver-haired boy grinning openly foolishly at the two. Tsunade stuck her tongue out like a child. You're in hell, you'll get it after you don't die, Saku, you idiot. Tsunade instantly retorted, acquiring a small smile from both the boy as she jumped down on her feet to feel a pair of fingers push her forehead. Start studying history, you idiot. I won't always be able to shrink you out, Naruto spoke in a half-scolding tone before going on strike for the training grounds. Tsunade puffed out her cheeks and jumped to his side to walk with him. Well, you could have helped me put on more than just passing signs, Tsunade retorted dryly, rubbing her forehead with her palm. It was just enough time for you to write down what I sent, Tsuna, Naruto replied back with the other shove, making her pig angry, even though she couldn't deny his words. The bell had rung as soon as she had finished writing down the replies he had sent for her. This annoyed her to no end that he always seemed to know everything, and he was always right no matter what he said when it came to matters concerning anything related to shinobi. Now you act like such a wise fellow, and kami forbids the stop that pushes me. She yelled, rubbing her forehead, her face red with anger as he just walked by, completely bewildered by her angry words and quite used to her antics for now. Tsukumo, although. Are the guys omitting something? He asked in a lost voice, unable to continue and falling into step with the two blonde friends who were arguing about him. Nothing for you to worry about, Naruto replied simply, pulling out his right fist only to be struck by Tsukumo's left fist. Yes. Now go and ace those damned shuriken and kunai and try, he pumped over Tsunade, happy that it wasn't related to the story now. Weapons and accuracy prove, Tsukumo wisely corrected Tsunade's frown. I know it all, she muttered with a cute pout, mimicking Naruto and Tsukumo's little smile as they complained about the stupid nickname she had given him. The trio picked up the pace with the rest of their classmates to see a striped table raising kunai and shuriken, as well as the eyes of various bulls on the opposite wall. Alright class, this is the final qualifying test for this semester. All of you have to throw 6 kunai and 6 shuriken to score as many points as you can. Now I'll call 2 of you in pairs so we can finish this quickly. Now the teacher called them out by turns. Tsunade scored 11 points out of a possible 12, with Tsukumo close behind her by just 1 point. Each student took their turns until it came down to the last 2, matching surnames to the list. Naruto Uchiha and Jin Uchiha the teacher called as the 2 boys took a step forward. Jin glared angrily at Naruto with all the hatred he could muster. He resented him with his very being ever since the second half of their first year, when Naruto and Tsukumo had finally started to reach their high heaps, before overtaking him and leaving him in the dust with the blonde on top and his friend a close second. Right in on about everything they did well. Tsunade was the Kunoichi to hit on their batch with her heading more or less everything except the story, that is. Jin picked up his weapons and launched them all around, each strike a perfect dart in the center, bringing a satisfied smile to his face at the sight of the perfect 12. There was no way he could be hit. And a whole lot of Naruto Uchiha, the 12 perfect ones with 1 point only for the supplemental credit demonstration, throwing all their weapons immediately. The professor's voice came out, lacking any hint of pride or warmth, and a small frown on his face, in view of the center of the target laden with kunai, with the shurikens forming a small around them. Each one let out oohs and ahs of shock at the sight of their target as the boy calmly took a step by his friends to find Tsukumo with a competitive flash in his eyes and trying to burn holes in his target as Tsunade expelled her cheeks. "Show off," she muttered, and Naruto sighed. She was going to burst her cheeks one day if she kept this up, and the instructor stood before them after the roundabout on top of the last of their piles. "Well, congratulations to you all, this marks the end of your second year. Now you all have a great month-long break before we move on to the new year. So go ahead and enjoy your time with your family." He called out and stepped into the building, leaving the happily chatting students behind. The trio retrieved their bags from their lockers and tossed them over as they left the academy. "So what are you guys going to do on vacation?" "Tusan is finally going to start training me in Kenjutsu this fall," Tsukumo said, calculating the twists in his back with an extension as they walked through the village streets. "I'm going to study some more anatomy and biology in my spare time and gamble some of my money on this hand and show game I found last week at a stall in the shopping districts. You know there's a 50% chance of winning, which is higher than any other, so finally my luck will shine." Tsunade chirped over, pumped into her idea, and Tsukumo dropped his head in defeat as Naruto let out a soft sigh of defeat as well. "What about you, Naruto?" Tsukumo asked, gauging what his friend was going to do on his vacation, and Naruto shrugged without paying proper attention, making 2 of his sweat droplets appear. "No, do they train in what I find interesting and study some scrolls?" he asked, more than the manufacturing indicated Tsukumo's head. It was only as his friend was, he knew so much. "I'll go and see you 2 tomorrow at our usual spot," Tsukumo said hurriedly, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at his restless friend. "What did you acquire?" he asked, with Tsunade nodding in agreement, eliciting a cheeky laugh from her friend. "I'm going to get myself a nice katana education today for my long vacation training," Tsukumo said, making Tsunade and Naruto watching him through the lattice as he laughed in victory. "Lucky," the 2 muttered, a slump settling into their shoulders. Tsukumo laughed and ran off towards his house, waving his hand behind them. "Alright, I'll see you tomorrow, Jana," he called, and they both got agitated. Naruto walked toward the clan districts with Tsunade in tow, and he raised an eyebrow when she didn't turn around to go home. "I'm coming with you, don't make me want to go home right now," she said simply, making him nod. It wasn't unusual for her to spend her day at his house. She didn't like lazing around there and had almost made it a refuge away from home. The Uchiha clan members. A duo of friends wandered inside the fortified Uchiha clan compounds, getting several curious glances at the girl from our hero's side, but neither was too surprised after seeing it several times already. Although none of them truly understood why or how Tobirama had allowed his granddaughter to be so close to the heir of the Uchiha family, he had resented it the most in his past, but none of them were brave enough to question his decisions. Naruto opened the large front door to his house and walked in with Tsunade in the trailer, his hands clasped behind his back, chuckling slightly. He slid the key into the lock and turned it open to enter his home. Tsunade slipped off her sandals and threw them all over the place before jumping into the house, forgetting Naruto, who sighed. He slipped off his own shoes and put them on neatly, doing the same for his impulsive friend when a small sound echoed in the quiet hallway. "Mew." A soft mew reached the ears of both blondes, making Tsunade stand up. She saw Slited's eyes light up and smiled broadly, watching the adorable little white creature with its tail wagging happily at the sight of its master returning home. "Kiara." Tsunade chirped in a chipmunk tone and ran up to pamper the adorable thing in her arms. Kiara ran up to Tsunade herself, making her smile and open her arms as she jumped in pure bliss. When the blurry white thing went ahead of her and she landed face first on the floor, her body sprawled comically, while the little one rested comfortably on Naruto's arms with a purr. He brushed its fur and rubbed its head with a finger, gently kissing its head. "Are you hungry, girl?" he asked the little one who mewed in affirmation. He laughed quietly and moved inside the kitchen, while Tsunade sat on the ground with one eyebrow pulled and a ticking sign dawned above her forehead. "That traitorous, worthless, skin-footed snot," she muttered furiously, glaring at her friend inside and plopping down wearily onto the sofa with a sigh of relief. Though she was really glaring at the little boy who had jumped onto her sofa and was standing in front of her face with a curious glint in his eyes. "What do you want with the traitor?" she muttered in irritation, getting a nod from the little boy in question, and his heart melted as she licked his cheek. "Oh, come the mother," she chirped and scooped her up in her arms, cuddling her for the life of her beloved, which the little one liked if her purrs were any indication. "Kiara, come and have some lunch." Naruto's voice sounded in the kitchen, and she expertly smoothed her way out of Tsunade's arms, who tried to keep her in their weapons, but ended up dropping the canop first again. She muttered incoherent curses at the feline, rubbing its nose in pain with an annoyed expression on its face as it watched her lap above it, regardless of whether it happily fed from its bowl. Half an hour later, Tsunade lay there lazily listening to the crickets in her large gardens, and Naruto sat on the porch with the little one lying on his back and his high legs up in the air. "Where's all this going, you glutton? You haven't grown yet, you're not fat or chubby, you're still small," Naruto asked the little one, tickling his stomach to get deaf mules from her. His paws tried to snoop at him, but in vain, and Tsunade laughed. Kiara had become a part of their group too over time. "Hey. Where are you guys?" a familiar voice called, startling them quite a bit. "We're here, come over from behind," Tsunade called out and quite confidently saw Sakumo coming with his hands behind his back and a wide smile on his face. Tsunade propped herself up on her elbow, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. "I thought you were going to buy your sword." "Know-it-all," she indicated sagely, getting an eye pull from the boy at her calling his name, but he took it in stride for now and smiled broadly. His hands were drawn out in front to show them a beautifully crafted unsheathed katana with a completely white blade and a black scabbard to accompany it in his other hand. "Dusan gave me the family sword when I got home, and I ran straight home knowing you two would be here. Isn't that cool?" he asked with a cheeky laugh, getting nods from the other two who were admiring the beautifully crafted sword. "This has been called the White Light Chakra Saber on purpose, it has been passed down within my family for generations now," he explained to add a little more fascination and got mute nods from his starstruck friends as Tsunade controlled her finger over the blade in amazement. "Sugoi, you got such a cool sword," Tsunade whispered, making him puff out his chest with pride. "Idiots have all the luck in the world," she continued, making him deflate and shout in an I'm-style ripples. Naruto laughed, and the three of them happily enjoyed their day off, basking in their friends' happiness together, playing card games around the house. Tsunade's choice, of course, though she didn't win any of them, as usual. A week later, some clear unknowns about the town's borders. Naruto walked ahead of the trees that covered the forest like a clearing, taking in the beautiful sights to his heart's content. This part of the forest he had never been in before and he was sure no one else had either, seeing the trampled grass that grew all around the area. He looked up and laughed at the sight of the sunbeams coming through the leaves of the trees and illuminating the beautiful clearing with this brightness. His feet took small careful steps, avoiding any dangerous insects or snaking paths on the ground. He enjoyed doing this, seeing the places in the village where no one else had ever ventured. This was a loss in his mind, his own decision not to explore the place they lived and aspired to. Finally, he walked into a small clearing amidst the dense woodland of the seemingly time-lost village area. He gazed in awe at the large thick tree in the middle of the clearing, as if it were the entire nerve center of the village. He walked closer to the tree, which was the size of a small house in itself, and touched its large bark with his small hand. He could feel the synergy of life that it breathed and the tiny pulses the tree released every second, as if it were alive and breathing. He walked around it, looking up and down the tree and asking whether to climb it or not, when he stopped abruptly as his eyes took in something strange. His baby blue eyes narrowed over a particular part of the tree covered in wild vines, and he snapped out a kunai from his holster, wiping the weeds and brushing it clean with his palm to read a small thing inscribed on it by human hands. Hanahagakur Ningun Seido. He read this and began hacking away the vines cleanly by channeling the wind chakra through it and finally removed the small part of the bark that he wanted to see right now. Today we stand here, asking ourselves the same question every shinobi has probably asked themselves at least once in their life. What is a shinobi? Why do we kill others as a way of life, stupidly staining the scarlet earth? My friend asked me this today as well, after our brief truce that marks a halt to centuries of conflict between our clans. So I answered him today, and we decided to forge this lifelong symbol here as a reminder for future generations of the horrors we witnessed and the time when we stopped dwelling on the past that recedes behind us. A shinobi is someone who endures no matter the obstacles. That's what we could say in a sentence. Why do we kill then? Why do they destroy life? To protect life, life must be taken. It is the very law of nature. The cycle continues, but what distinguishes us from animals is that we have the sense to feel that others are hurting and to suffer, sharing their pain. It's what my friend and I dreamed of years ago. A place where each of us will understand each other's suffering and grieve and mourn together. A place where children will grow up peacefully, protected from the violence beyond the confines of that peaceful wall that shelters them. We dream of a village. A village where children, adults, and the elderly would come together and fulfill their obligations. Where children wouldn't be pushed out to be killed before they knew how to hold a brush and could enjoy the taste of good food before they died. And today, two of us are happy that this dream has come true. For us, this place marks the beginning of the peace we dream of one day reaching out to join hands and build a community where everyone can be happy. Today, here with a shake of our hands we unite the two great clans of Senju and Uchiha to form Konohagakure no Seido. Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, year 1197 era of clans at war. Naruto's eyes widened and he reread all of that again before brushing the inscription with his palm. He whispered to him, understanding what the first Hokage and his grandfather had set out to achieve together. No one had come to this place since, if he could be sure, and it had apparently been forgotten. He read it over and over, still unable to decipher the beautiful words inscribed on the tree. The handwriting was a mix of two peoples, one Hashirama Senju's and the other Uchiha Madara's. The year was the year of the warring clans before shinobi villages rose above all others to achieve what the two formidable clan leaders had once sought and held in their hands at that time, seemingly putting an end to the clan wars and stopping the senseless bloodshed for the time being. His senses suddenly tingled, his eyes snapping and glancing dangerously to the side. He clicked his kunai against a tree, swatting the swarm of birds away, and stood up, looking around the clearing in fury. "Who's there?" he called, putting nothing but silence in return and clenching his fist tightly. "I know you're there, so there's no reason to hide anymore," he called again, and this time an answer actually came back. "You're fine for a child your age, to be able to sense my presence at such a young age. You're that man's grandson. Toast in the scriptures of your lost dreams." The childish voice cackled a blood-chilling laughter, making him snap out kunai in each of his palms and stand in his defensive kata, crossing the kunai in front of him defensively. "What do you want?" he asked in a cautious tone, knowing he was all alone in this deserted part of the forest. "Nothing," the voice echoed from all around, his eyes darting around to gauge his opponent's position. His inexperienced senses, not quite capable of pinpointing whoever was hiding here. But everything the voice said, cold and stiff, as he spotted a strange hooded figure in a straw cloak perched atop a tree. He tossed his kunai at it. The figure caught it by its finger, this being the hole, and shook his finger in a not so good way. "His potential is hidden," he whispered suggestively, confusing the blonde boy with his words. Naruto could sense a premonition in his mind at the sight of the figure expertly concealing his appearance in the shadow of the tree so that he couldn't see him. "What do you mean? Who are you?" he asked, pulling a round of shurikens in his free hand, ready for something, and the figure cackled. "Who I am isn't important, but your potential hidden needs are coming out now. But certain conditions must be met to make that happen." He spoke in his same childish tone once again, throwing him in for a loop. "What conditions? On what potential do you continue?" He asked him to suck everything he could from the man who laughed evilly. "The potential that can only be found when you lose someone you like right in front of your eyes," he whispered, propping forward with a waving finger to make his point. Naruto couldn't help but shudder at any psychopath he happened to encounter. "The day you will reach him," he whispered suggestively, once again incomprehensible to the blonde boy. "Your friend, that girl," he whispered, and Naruto's eyes widened in horror. He only had one female friend. He glared at the man with such hateful eyes that it almost made him shudder and lick his lips at the same time. "What have you done to Tsunade? I swear if you've done anything to her," he threatened the figure above, instinctively eliciting yet another childish laugh from him as he waved his hands over his head in defense. "No need to get all irritated about my poor old self, I come for peace." He spoke like a child, internally huffing like Naruto, even as he tried to gauge what the man wanted right now. He was so much more than he appeared to the naked eye. "So why did you mention her when you came to peace?" he asked seriously, wanting to know what he was talking about. "Well, would anyone mention a person who was kidnapped by a shinobi from a rival village?" he asked curiously, and Naruto's kunai passed the collision. "What?" he whispered, but the figure heard him and smiled openly, seeing his horrified eyes. "That girl, I saw a man take her from a clearing. All tied up and gagged, thrown over his shoulder like a sack." He calmed down, feeling cold metal against his neck. He glanced back to find the blond man's cold eyes and saw the boy he was now addressing disappear in a puff of smoke, making his eyes widen momentarily. Shadow reproduction. He thought and heard a small whisper in his ear that made his smile widen to one's epic dimensions. Where is she? Naruto asked coldly, and the man couldn't help but feel glee over his insides. The southern edges of the village, he must have crossed them by now and is continuing on towards the country's borders. I'd hurry him over if I were in his situation, he whispered before Naruto saw him disappear right before his eyes, as if he hadn't ever been there in the first place. Who was he? Was he telling the truth? What should I do? He thought, his mind racing with a million doubts and questions right now, his hands trembling with fear of what might happen to him. I must return to the village for help, it wouldn't take too long, and the man would escape cleanly without a trace, seeing how far I am. There is only one way then, he thought before leaping from the branch he was on and rushing past branches, uprooting several in his path with the enormous bursts of chakra from his feet. He saw the trees coming to an end and leaped down onto the ground, running at blazing speeds, as fast as his legs would go, pumping them with chakra to save his muscles from getting fatigued even a little. You're going the wrong way, kid, a voice spoke from his side, only to see the strange figure hiding in that straw cloak. You won't be able to pick up that man no matter how you look at him, he spoke wisely, making Naruto's gaze on him dangerous. Look at me. He spoke calmly, before the figure saw the blond boy running towards a huge rock. Naruto doubled his speed and leaped down with a start, opening his weapons to spin between heaven and earth as the figure stood on the edge, completely speechless at the actions of a certain Uchiha. But when he looked down, he saw Naruto take out a kunai in his hand and embed it in the rocky surface to slow his fall, and he smiled openly. Interesting, more interesting, he cackled and vanished yet again. Naruto's hair flailed in the air as his kunai broke in half from the force he experienced. He drew the other half from both hands and slammed them into the rock simultaneously with all the strength he could muster. This worked. His speed slowed and he buried them in the rock, the hilt blocked by a small rock there, momentarily halting his movement. He placed his soles on the rocky surface, only to unleash a burst of chakra, kicking himself backward and backward to land on the ground, skidding backward and standing up by burying his chipped kunai at the point of no return. His arms ached from the immense strain he had put them under, but he paid the price by not paying attention, and the race began again. He leaped from rock to cross the small stream quickly, and as he did, he was outside the village limits. He ran up to see the edge of the woods and jumped onto a branch to begin his chase once more. He chuckled a small laugh of relief when he saw a tiny piece of a trail on a branch and knew he was now right about the tail of whoever the raptor was. The man must have been in a hurry if he hadn't lost its tail and confident that no one would follow him. But his mind was completely confused by the figure he saw. Why is he helping me? What the hell does he want? He thought, but dismissed the thought. He'd have time for that later. Right now, he had a man to stand up for. The man wearing a mask that concealed his face, dressed entirely in black for cover, leaped from the branch, his arms branching off directly toward the borders of the land of rain. He laughed behind his mask. The information about the child, including the leaf's safety, had been the point, and now he had the Senju heiress on his shoulder. Then they could rebuild the Senju clan in Kumo and use her descendant, or even the girl herself, to create perfect Jinchuriki. The Raikage would laugh with glee at having her in his midst, unaware of the leaf's loss until it was too late. Whisper. He jumped sideways, but howled in pain as 3 shurikens were embedded behind his left thigh. Tsunade squirmed at her duties, her cries muffled by the gag strapped over her mouth. He glanced back to see the forest completely empty and snarled behind his mask. You've got some nerve, leaf foam, I'm a censor myself. You can't hide from me, he shouted into the seemingly empty clearing, but got no response in return. Whisper. His ears caught the sound of another metallic clang whizzing through the air, and he dodged as a lone kunai flew ahead where he had been standing a moment ago, only growling in annoyance and looking around in fury. Finally, his senses tingled, and he smiled broadly. He turned to see Naruto fall from a branch onto him, a kunai in his hands, ready to drive it directly into his skull. He mentally launched a volley of shurikens himself, sighing in relief that he was only dealing with a small child, so he could finish this quickly. Naruto's arms and legs curled up to cover his forehead as metallic stars were integrated into each of his limbs. Tsunade screamed in her gag and thrashed about at the sight, which had only resulted in her eyes widening as Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke and a small og fell to the spot where he had been a moment before. The substitution. The masked man snarled, once again looking around as he spun and blocked a kunai lad in hand with his forearm, only to meet his attacker's cold blue eyes. Naruto slashed at the man's waist, who quickly jumped back to get out of the way, and the blonde followed him just as quickly, not letting up on his price and giving the man any time to reprieve. The Jounin drew his sword and expertly parried his twin kunai strikes with small, slanted blocks, as if they were mere nuisances. But he had to admit that the boy was ferocious and relentless in his slashes, which were being executed with laced perfection. "You condemned the brat, the permission while you still can before I put him in an untimely grave," the man grunted, needing to struggle with one hand while the other had supported his captive over his shoulder. The Jounin had finally had enough and backed away, slashing at Naruto with a vertical strike that he blocked with an angry guard above his head, twin kunai. The blonde shuddered at the brute force behind it and forced himself to one knee, skidding backward as he saw the man unleash a kick with his right leg and blocked it by crossing his weapons in an angry guard. Naruto cursed inwardly. The man was too strong and had only one disadvantage. Tsunade was hovering over his shoulder. He couldn't use his arsenal of ninjutsu, especially his understanding of fire jutsu and shadow replicas, as they would only quickly exhaust him and leave him vulnerable to being killed, as he was already worn out after the long chase to catch the man, which had lasted 3 hours. He dodged beneath a horizontal slash and moved away from a vertical one that followed, the sword merging into the ground with a small cloud of dust to show that the force behind it would cleave him directly if it made direct contact. The Jounin had to give a few glances, indicating the brat, no matter how annoying the parasite was in his eyes. "You're the good kid, but how long can you keep this up? You'd better give up and I'll make it painless," the man sneered. Naruto ignored him, but he was right in his assumptions. He was quickly exhausted and at a severe disadvantage in his hands. Ninjutsu wasn't an option for this fight, lest he burned Tsunade along with the man when he caught him in a trap with his replays, for which he didn't have nearly enough chakra to perform the necessary feats. He was at a severe disadvantage in Taijutsu since the man was a Jounin, possessing experience and the advantage of strength. The only thing keeping him alive was his agility and speed, and that he also failed quickly as they forced him to dodge another swing of his dribble, and the man adapted to his style slowly yet surely. This left only one option. He threw one of his kunai at the man, who snapped it away with his sword and blamed him. Naruto's back found the tree bark, which made the man smile openly, and he lowered his sword in a vertical slash to cut him in half. Naruto twisted around the tree and dodged it at the last moment. He jumped back a couple of steps with the Jounin behind him, and now his sword had the lightning coursing, because this is the blade to be made with a blonde, even with just a small oblique strike. "If only I could make hand seals right now, this brat would be dead," he thought, and gave a roundhouse kick to the blonde's weapons that circled around a tree and dodged him at the last moment yet again. This continued 4 times until Naruto fell to one knee, sweat dripping from his face like raindrops as he gasped for his life. The man chuckled quietly, a comical laugh at the sight of the boy lying prone before him. "I must say, lad, you were fine for being able to hold your own against a Jounin for so long and still be breathing." But now he walked closer to the lad, bringing his sword to the very end of his life as the blonde boy unleashed a thud to knock his legs away from him. The Jounin leaped over him and let him pass harmlessly beneath him, throwing a kick that met the boy's chest and sent him crashing into a tree bark. Naruto coughed violently and slid down, gasping and wiping the blood from his split lip. The Jounin shook his head with a laugh as Naruto began examining hand seals. "You won't be able to perform any ninjutsu that would be able to take me down with the chakra levels you have right now, kid." This fight as he calmed down when he saw the blonde shadowed eyes above him, now seemingly crimson with Tomo only in each of them, and finished the sequence about the tiger, making his eyes widen in realization and horror. "Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu," he exclaimed, pumping out a volley of small fireballs that made the Jounin jump back a couple of steps, right into the middle of the clearing. "Only my luck, I managed to get an Uchiha with a senju. You're going to be my compensation for wasting my time, you little brat. But at least you'll be a worthwhile present to take home." The Jounin chuckled quietly, leaving the boy to perform another sequence of hand seals to pump out any last of his ninjutsu before he collapsed unconscious from chakra exhaustion himself. The fire jutsus consumed a portion of Hell's chakra, and this was only a matter of time before a small child like him. Uzumaki-style seal hunting. Naruto's voice echoed through the clearing, and the man stopped laughing and looked around at the 6 hand-taped labels on the trees all around him. The glitter was harmonious as the blonde boy examined the strange hand seals he had never seen before. But he had heard of the reputation the Uzumaki seal hunting skills held throughout the world. His mind flashed back to the 6 at the last moment, showing what the brat had done, and only now did he realize what he was doing. But still. "Impossible, there's simply no way an Uchiha like you could know seals," he shouted and raised his sword to blame the blonde as Naruto made the final seal with a tired, satisfied smile. 6-point paralysis seal. Fuin. He yelled as his remaining chakra reserves began to be drastically depleted and kanji sprouted all over the labels and covered the man and Tsunade all over their bodies and stopped their price midway as Naruto's eyes watched a slow movement as the tip of the blade came towards his right shoulder and stopped only a hair's length away from making contact with his body. Naruto kept his palms on the ground, keeping the seals around him pumped above, and the paralyzed man smiled contentedly as a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. You condemned the brat, how long do you think the seal will hold? I can sense you hesitating because your reserves are depleted right now. What do you think you'll gain by standing me up for a little while before I cut you down? He mocked Naruto, who shook his head in amusement, further confusing the jounin. I'm not stupid enough to try and stop him, he gasped, his eyes half covered, leaving the man speechless. He simply continued, completely ignoring the man's warning. I'm just stopping him. He finished with a deep breath, his Sharingan hesitating for a moment, a smug smile spreading across the man's face as the seal was about to fall off. Why? He asked curiously before he shot the boy down and took him with him, and the boy's satisfied smile widened, if slightly, confusing him again. For them, Naruto said before he fell to the side and the seal disappeared, giving him free movement. The man was confused when he felt a hand clamp around the back of his neck and an iron grip as Tsunade was roughly slid off his shoulders. His head was twisted around convincingly and his eyes widened in horror as he saw the two pairs glare at each other in front of him. You have any nerve to try and kidnap my granddaughter in broad daylight, Tobirama's cold voice sounded through the clearing as Sasuke Sarutobi leaned to his side and untied the little girl from her duties, his signature cigar dawned to his lips as the usual rent blew out the small wisps of smoke into the air. How did you know I was here? Tsunade asked in confusion, prompting Tobirama to answer without taking his eyes off the man who was struggling for air and writhing like a headless chicken. Because of Naruto, he explained, and the Jounin's eyes widened at his words. How? He scraped out, unable to understand how he was able to get a message to the Hokage so quickly. It just wasn't possible for him to do it that way. The boy took a quick access route over the rock behind our village to follow him. It was the only possible way for someone to pursue him on foot given the distance you had already covered. Just as he crossed the river where our village borders ended, he released a massive pulse of chakra, intently alerting our barrier team. Sasuke spoke, and the Jounin glanced at the unconscious boy with incredulous eyes before his own eyes rolled back due to lack of oxygen. He collapsed unconscious as Tobirama struck his pressure point on his neck, causing his body to slump like a sack of potatoes. Thinking Mito still taught him about the intricacies of our village's barrier defense system. Didn't she leave much to the way of educating him, like Tobirama? Sasuke spoke up, making him turn his gaze and nod. It was clever of the boy, pursuing him as well as alerting him to danger at the same time. Only when he contacted the barrier team that he came to learn that his granddaughter had left the village as well, did he know that he had stepped up and used the Hiraishin marker placed on Tsunade's necklace to detect her. The man had planned this by placing a suppression marker on the girl, but the Hiraishin still acted as a tracking beacon for him, even if he couldn't flash it. The man was too confident in his plans to be wary of it. Naru? His thoughts were broken by Tsunade's soft, affected voice, her head clutched in her weapons for the life of her beloved. Her hazel eyes gazed at him with all the concern in the world. Hey. Wake up, she whispered, stroking his cheek as his eyes flickered unfocused for a moment. His blurry vision focused for a moment to see Tobirama's wide eyes with some strange brown hair, the man's cigar falling from his mouth in shock. The last thing he heard was his friend's soft voice before he lost consciousness completely. Naru, his eyes, he realized, and Tsunade saw him limp and tear welled up in the corner of his eyes as she hugged him to death. She felt a hand buckle her shoulder and looked back to see her great uncle's stoic face, holding a small laugh over his lips for reassurance. He's fine, he said to calm the girl and raised a knee as a tear fell rolling down her swollen cheek. But she retorted with a soft sniffle as he placed his fingers from her lips to shush over her grumbles. He's just exhausted. The boy controlled 3 hours straight and jumped off a rock to chase after you, besides taking a Jounin head on. He'll be out like a light for a week before he gets up and on again, he explained to the girl who began to cry for her life, clutching her dear friend. That idiot, what the hell was he thinking jumping off a rock? I'll send him straight into a coma when he wakes up, she sobbed out, making Sasuke smile, and Tobirama slapped his palm against her face with a soft grin. Maybe he shouldn't have mentioned this. Even he couldn't stop laughing now that the ordeal was finally over and his granddaughter was a fine green-faced little girl, thanks to a certain Uchiha. But he really did remember those crimson eyes he'd seen before the boy had fallen unconscious and given Sasuke a serious look before nodding his head and disappearing with the now imprisoned Jounin tossed over his shoulder like a rag doll and vanishing in a swirl of flames. Tobirama himself flashed back into the village to get the boy some medical help and get him all dressed for every possible injury with his screaming granddaughter. 1 week later. Konoha Hospital. In a seemingly simple space, Naruto slept with an entire section of flowers and gifts piled around him. His eyes finally blinked open and he came, his vision blurring before it fully focused to stare directly into a pair of hazel eyes. He blinked and the eyes flickered back on him. He pulled the girl into a bear hug soon after and buried his face in her neck with a soft sigh of relief that passed his lips. "I'm glad you're alright," he whispered, and Tsunade laughed, hugging him back just as tightly. He broke the hug to check for his injuries while he cupped his cheeks when she stopped him with a silly laugh. "I'm okay, Baka. You're the one who was out like a light for a week," she said, and Naruto rubbed his neck in embarrassment with a nod. Though he was surprised when his arms wrapped around her chest again and she placed her head on his shoulder. "You scared me, Naru," she whispered, and Naruto laughed and hugged her tightly. "You scared me too, Tsuna," he whispered back, and she nodded, saying nothing more. Amba takes a moment to let him absorb the other was fine. Meanwhile, outside of space. Myth considered by the small glass window above the door with her hands clasped over her heart and a loving laugh on her face. "Oh, they're such an adorable hug," like she chirped softly, eliciting laughter from the two men sitting beside her. Sasuke's fingers were twitching due to his inability to smoke in this place, and this annoyed him to no end, while Tobirama held a can of coffee, which he calmly sipped. Sasuke popped a piece of gum in his mouth to take his mind off the smoke while they waited until Mito had given the Hokage permission to leave the moment between the children inside. It was truly unbecoming of someone of his legendary status to be scolded by women, but still. "I'll get them married when they grow up," she whispered with an awe, and the reactions were immediate. Poof. Tobirama sprayed a nurse completely brown from vomiting coffee on her, and Sasuke had choked on his gum and was stroking his chest to get him to go one way or the other and was rolling the dirt in agony. The man Myth frowned and looked at the scene inside with bright eyes. "Inside? Gigi told me you jumped off a rock," she said sternly, making him swallow as he saw her angry eyes and looked around for an escape. "Well, this wasn't a jump. This was just expertly falling and surely with a lot of speed behind it," he explained unconvincingly. She narrowed her eyes and bonked her head gently as she cupped his neck in her hand. "Baka, you dare me not to do anything so reckless again, you get me?" she asked, and he said nothing this time, remaining silent for a moment. "Won't you do the same for me?" he asked calmly, and she stifled the action of washing her sheets with all her anger. She looked down and played with her sheet, a light dusting of pink dusting her cheeks with his words. She had no answer, which she would do in a heartbeat too. "Regardless, don't take this on me. You're the one who's stupid," she muttered unconvincingly and just sat there on his lap with a small silent struggle falling between them. Naruto's eyes widened as she pressed her lips to his cheek and quickly pulled back as if he'd been poisoned. He rubbed his cheek where he'd felt the kiss and looked at the girl who had turned away with her arms crossed, her back to him, so he couldn't see her embarrassed face right now. "Arigato," she whispered, and he nodded silently, not that she could see him. "And don't tell anyone this or I'll kill you," she threatened quickly, and he laughed, pushing his forehead away as usual, much to her annoyance. He was glad she was still the same impulsive idiot as always. "Hi," he said before he saw her shining eyes that looked at him in wonder, and he let a soft sigh escape his lips. "When did you learn those new jutsu? You never showed them to me, I just saw them later." She began her barrage of questions and answers alone, while he listened patiently to the forgetfully gossiping girl. "Out." "Oh," she kissed him, "they're so cute," Mito chirped, barely containing herself from the entrance and scooping those two on her weapons. Thump thump. She sweats, her gaze dropping the two unconscious men by her side, her eye pulled dangerously. "Perverts, this was just an innocent kiss on the cheek," she complained and waited for them to come to their senses before she sent them packing. She was startled, though, when Kagami entered and looked confused at her unconscious Hokage and her trusted friend lying unconscious on the ground. A few moments later, Tobirama straightened his clothes and looked at his former subordinate with a curious expression. "How's the interrogation going?" the Uchiha asked seriously, smiling with satisfaction, knowing his sensei was making him smile back. Tobirama had assigned him the responsibility of cracking open the kidnapper, and Uchiha was brutally known for breaking his captive's mind during interrogations when they were made indebted to the severity of the mind tricks they used. Tobirama had told him to get everything out, only he got the information from him before the man was turned into a vegetable. "He cracked down this morning, sensei. Your hunch was right. This was Kumo." He answered her unsolicited question, his eyes rolling coldly around the empty hospital lobby as he leaned back, rubbing his temples. That third Reikage, coveted for the techniques and hidden abilities of his Kekkei Genkai, was not lost on him. But for him to go this far. "Why Tsunade then? Doesn't she have a lineage yet?" he asked stoically, and Kagami looked around. "We should talk in private," he replied, making Tobirama nod in his need for privacy. "The matter must be urgent then." The three men disappeared, and Mito said nothing more than that she knew what this meant and that her granddaughter had been spared a fate. She said about finding the children while the men went off to discuss serious matters regarding international affairs, while she had a couple of blondes to cuddle and hold until death. In the Hokage office. Tobirama sealed off the space above, with Sasuke slumping on the sofa to the side and finally lighting his much-needed cigar, while Kagami took a chair in front of Tobirama. The Hokage sealed off the space for privacy and nodded for him to continue. They wanted to use her to be turned into a Jinchuriki, seeing how compatible Senju's body is with a Bijuu, since Uzushi Agakure is fortified beyond belief for them to infiltrate. They want a weaponized and perfected Jinchuriki for employment as a deterrent force. He spoke seriously, making Tobirama cross his fingers in front of his mouth. His tormenting mind was racing, and they had all come down to just one simple possibility. You know what this doesn't mean, Tobirama. There's no reason to go over it. A stable Jinchuriki is only needed so badly in a condition. Sasuke spoke from the side with a puff of smoke, and Tobirama said nothing. Kagami also knew where this was headed. The day was too close for comfort. He finally broke the silence, and the other two nodded. If Tsunade had been taken, or even Naruto, we would have had a precarious situation on our hands with one or both of our clan's heirs in the palm of Kumo, forcing a factory to be built into a new clan in their village. He spoke, slurring his words, making the two nod at his words. Naruto needs to be questioned too, Tobirama. He wasn't anywhere near where Tsunade was taken. Not even close. He got her location even before we realized she'd been kidnapped in the first place, which doesn't add up. Sasuke spoke to himself, and Tobirama nodded. Kagami added his 2 cents as well. It's also the point that the Jounin knew how our internal security operated as if he were one of us. We have an internal leak on our hands as well. He spoke, and Tobirama knew it couldn't get any worse than this. What do we do, sensei? Kagami finally asked, and he let out a sigh. Nothing. He finally spoke, leaning back in his chair, and received a raised eyebrow from Sarutobi. Nothing? He asked incredulously and received a nod from Tobirama. We have no proof that he was under direct orders from his people other than his own statement. He didn't even have a piece of identification on him yet. Kumo can deny that he was one in his own right at this point, and we have no evidence other than the interrogation reports to say otherwise. He spoke, his years as a leader kicking in, and both men on his side fell silent, knowing he was right. But he finally spoke the word they were waiting to hear. It's a big step for Kumo, certainly the beginning of something much bigger than just a kidnapping. Sasuke is in charge of our spy network for now and is keeping an eye on them and Iwa. I have a feeling that the Mummy Mew must have had a hand in this as well. Kagami, check for leaks in our forces. We have spies laden in every branch. If we were infiltrated so cleanly in broad daylight, the infiltrator would have left without a trace. I'll be careful to question Naruto myself and get on top of this. He spoke, and the two nodded, agreeing with his words, but Tobirama knew what this was and what it signified. It was the calm before the storm. Chapter 4. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Time skip 5 years. The Uzumaki clan consists of. Should we stop, Naruto-kun? Mito's gentle voice echoed in the small, stately clearing. The boy in question was down on one knee, sweat dripping from his chin onto the ground below as his breaths came in short labored breaths. He tucked a hand through his hair, gently pressing his forehead to calm his rush of blood, and shook his head in defiance. Not yet. He spoke quietly, but the determination behind those words was not lost on Mito. She laughed, watching him dig his black motor sword into the ground for support to stand up, and clicked his own sword out of the corner of his eye. This shines the blade that glows dimly in the sun, with a Naruto blade that releases a faint starry light directly down below. This is the edge. He stood up, his legs unsteady, but his eyes still the same defiant blue until the very end. In that moment she knew how stubborn he could be, his hand lifting the blade to its side so that only the tip touched the ground. Very well then, come on, she called sternly, sharpening her blade in front of her as the blonde dug himself in with the last of his strength and thrust forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind him and striking his blade with a violent metallic sound. Their eyes met for only a moment before he shattered the promised blades and launched a vicious barrage of attacks upon her from all sides. Sparks flew all around them, Naruto's vicious yet precise attacks being efficiently deflected by the lady wielding a red sword in her palms in a graceful yet deadly dance. She glanced at his blade, aiming straight at her lower abdomen, just a hair's length away from letting it pass harmlessly by her side, and placed the tip of her own blade on his jugular with a laugh. There, the mast above, she said carefully, but her voice held a hint of pride, and laughed, watching his nervous gulp as he tried to say something and moved his sword back a little, just by a hair's length, to allow her to speak her mind. Is that it? He whispered, confusing her with his words as he smiled contentedly. Her eyes widened. She'd seen that smug smile enough times now, each time it meant he had something up his sleeve. She nicked his collar a little, and the result was immediate. Poof. Naruto, standing before her, vanished in a puff of smoke, making her heart leap. A tender laugh graced her lips as she felt the steel meter-sensitive neck. Her left eye glanced back only to find Naruto's blue face, shaded from her angle, leaving only his right eye visible. She had to admit, this made quite an intimidating sight. "Now it's finished," he whispered calmly in her ear. Her lips curled into an amused laugh, yet the proud look in her eyes doubled. "You have cultivated so much, Naru-chan." She spoke in her gentle, motherly voice, her eyes softening at her motherly figure as something unexpected happened. "Tapateo." He stood there speechless, completely soaked in the water that dripped all over his forehead. He heard the sound of silly, seemingly melodic laughter from him and turned around only to see Mito sitting on the porch with a plate of cookies beside her. Her hands were held by her sides as she laughed her heart out and he blinked in confusion. "You are here," he whispered, pointing to his sheet on her as her eyes widened in realization. "So this means," he whispered in disbelief as her laughter came in control, not stopping, but subsiding. Then she could speak and she nodded, erasing the corner of her eye. "This is the happy tear. Hi, you were a water play, my dear disciple. Finally, you were able to strike a note despite all the restrictions I placed upon you." She spoke proudly, beckoning him to come to her as a mother called her little one. He bent down on one knee in front of her and became quite embarrassed as she began wiping his face with the sleeve of her silky kimono, a loving laugh falling over his face. His right hand cupped her cheek, rubbing it with his thumb as she gazed at him with affection and pure adoration. "You've come from far away, I couldn't be prouder." She spoke in a soft, honest voice that made him turn a little pink in embarrassment and nod shyly. "Arigato Mito Bachan, this is all thanks to you," he said frankly, forcing a laugh. She gently stroked his cheek before popping a cookie on his lips and beckoning him inside. "Well, now you're going to get out of here before you catch a cold," she scolded, tripping him, and laughed foolishly. Her hand picked up the cup from her side, sipping it with her eyes closed, and placed it on her lap, exuding a calm aura all around her. "How long are you going to pretend you're not here, Tabarama?" she asked, trying to ease the tension, laughing when she heard a tired sigh from him. Quite confidently, a short while later, the second Hokage sat beside her, calmly gazing at the lush gardens of his home. "He is cultivated," he declared, having watched the master from beginning to end. An hour of simple offensive swordsmanship was impressive in the control he still had over each of his swings at the very end. He himself being a swordsman, he could see an expert one when he saw the one. But he could expect no less from an apprentice of Uzumaki's Kenjutsu master. "This still amazes me. You taught him the ways of the sword," he said, taking a cup himself and filling it over for a sip. She simply laughed, swinging her legs back and forth happily on the porch. "He asked for it, and I simply couldn't refuse when he asked me to teach him to be worthy enough to wield his father's sword," she replied, earning a curt nod from the man. Her eyes glanced at the lacquered sheet lying by her side, still unsheathed and gleaming in the sun, mysteriously yet gracefully. "He finishes his degree tomorrow," he declared in a matter-of-fact tone that elicited a slight buzz from the Uzumaki heiress. It was last week before team assignments, a week for all the graduates, so they could do what they hadn't wanted to do before. Go on missions. "I know, he told me he joined the academy for and because." She spoke proudly as he nodded curtly. "That he would do," he spoke, his mind returning to the argument they'd had 5 years ago. He could have graduated long ago. He spoke at the last moment and didn't glance to his side to know he was being glared at. He was ready in 8 years. The education committee agreed with the view that he outsmarted a jounin back then, and his knowledge far surpassed that of his peers, 3 years his senior in fact. He could have been a chunin by now. He was cut off by the Uzumaki heiress who had a look in her eyes that told him she had learned quite a bit. Or he could have been dead, physically unable, mentally scarred from being thrust into life's unwilling pressures at such a young age, she retorted coldly, making him sigh. But he wanted to, and had agreed to. He answered back instantly in his once calm and truthful tone that makes his eyes narrow dangerously over him. "What do you expect from an 8-year-old? The strangely curious boy asked when asked if he wanted to finish his degree and go out into a world he wasn't ready for. Of course he agreed, but I knew better, she retorted as quickly as he narrowed his eyes at her. "You?" he asked earnestly, his voice low, the words catching in his throat. She looked down at her cup, her shadow striking her eyes from his as she nervously chewed her lip. "I did what I thought was right," she whispered, her voice wavering as if she didn't quite trust her own words. Until this day, she hadn't known whether stopping him from finishing the race early had unconsciously hindered his untimely growth or actually saved him from what she had feared would turn out to be the reason she had acted this way. "And I trusted you enough to agree instantly, and I still do." A soft, still recovering voice spoke of her, a pair of arms wrapped around her shoulders, feeling as if she were being pulled into an embrace. She laughed softly, rubbing the cheek now resting on his shoulder and placing a peck on it, her fears now washing away instantly. Aburama couldn't help but chuckle a little when he saw his sister-in-law nuzzling her adopted grandson's cheek in a tender manner. The obligation he shared with her was a truly special one, so much so that even though he could see it coming and hated being proven wrong, he had to agree this had been the right decision on his part. Perhaps his early push into shinobi life had been the wrong decision on his part. He had personally witnessed his own promotion, after all. But he had tried to showcase the still rough diamond a little earlier, but alas. That was a moot point for now. Naruto, he called out, making the two blink in harmony and break the silence of the whispered conversation they had from their distance. The mastiff, you, that is, if you're not tired enough. He asked expressionlessly, not bothering for an answer, and got on his way into the middle of the clearing. Naruto smiled contentedly, picking up his blade, and Mito sighed softly, watching the tired boy still going for it. Man, she whispered wearily to herself, but kept her gaze fixed on the two males who had almost had him out just now. Tobirama's right hand slid down to his waist, fastening a small hilt and taking it out. Naruto raised an eyebrow before his eyes widened in the realization of what it truly was. Tobirama channeled his chakra through his palm, the top of the hilt studded with three claw-like protrusions that suddenly sprang to life as a seemingly ignited blade of chakra surged past him. Raijin no Ken, the legendary sword of the Thunder God. Naruto whispered in awe at the sight of it actually being wielded for the first time. Tobirama smiled with satisfaction, watching his starstruck eyes, swinging his faithful blade at his side, the blue-eyed baby Naruto after every single move. You give my sword such a stare, wielding the Kurakazuchi yourself? Tobirama asked. Naruto, snapping out of his stupor, looked at his own gleaming black blade and clenched his fist tightly over the dark hilt. Kurakazuchi. Black lightning. His eyes returned to Tobirama and he let his twitch of muscle fade. Tobirama stood at attention when he saw the boy simply holding a sword at his side. But his trained eyes could see the pull at his wrists, showing he was preparing to continue the attack. He decided to humor the metallic sound. Driven by instinct alone, he brought his blade to the block, delivering the slash that would have split his head in two. His eyes narrowed over the boy's focused gaze as he watched his blonde hair flailing in the wind while he forced more pressure on him from above with his leap. Raijin was snapped to the side, shifting his body weight slightly away to throw his opponent off balance, working like a charm. He raised his foot on the disoriented boy's chest, making exclusive contact with him before he was flung back like a rag doll. Naruto fell backward, rolling the dirt before stopping himself and skating back on his knee, using his sword to halt his slide while still going for a couple of meters and staring in amazement at the trail he had left behind. Amazing, he didn't even release a single chakra burst. It was pure unadulterated power. He looked at the man with a touch of admiration and shuddered. He was grateful that the man hadn't put any chakra into his kick. It still looked like he'd been pummeled like a sledgehammer. Using a shunshin to enhance your first strike with preferential rights over an opponent you know is stronger than you. Nice, but if your opponent has the experience I do, he can read the small opening this creates along the way too. Tobirama spoke wisely, like a sensei himself scolding a child for an incorrect move, and Naruto stood up, wiping the speck of dust from his cheek. My Sharigan negates the tunnel vision that comes with shunshin, he retorted, making Tobirama narrow his eyes. To be able to answer on a point with him was admirable, but he hadn't been a cage for so long just to meddle with administrative work at his desk. This also leaves you disoriented for a moment, which you cannot deny no matter how you view it. This leaves a small gap, a very small one, though one to which you can respond as I just showed you. He replied, and Naruto calmed down, clenching his fist on the sheet. He had been tinkering with a little teleportation trick for a while now to get it mixed up with the combat, but this was a point he knew he hadn't outlined yet. It's not possible, Tobirama declared, as if reading his mind, his eyes widening in shock. He saw Tobirama's knowing, smug smile and the blonde boy looking down with a sad, fixed gaze. Naruto, he called, once again activating his blade to life as the blonde looked up. Don't blink. He said, and Naruto wanted to blink at his strange words, but said nothing as the man vanished before his eyes in thin air. His own eyes widened as the hair that had been falling into his eyes flew back and a small cut appeared on his cheek from the thin air, a trickle of blood trailing down his cheek. He wiped it away with his palm, still feeling the small electric current that coursed within his face upon contact, undoubtedly from Raijin's blade. His eyes glanced back to see Tobirama's back hilt, his blade now held by his side as the yellow blade disappeared into the grip. You used shunshin, he wanted to say, but was cut off by Tobirama. Activate your Sharingan, he declared in a demanding tone that made Naruto slightly annoyed, but he nodded as the man turned, sternly considering his face. Mito looked over from the side, her chin resting on her fist, a fond laugh spreading across her face. Now perhaps her apprentice could see what she had been drilling into his head for weeks. That he was doing something that couldn't be done. Naruto did as they asked, his eyes changing color from an adorable blue to a deadly crimson in the blink of a second, while three tomo spun in his eyes in a slow, predatory manner. Once again, Tobirama vanished right before his eyes, another dent appearing on his front cheek, leaving a small trickle of blood trailing down. He wiped it away and stared at his bloody palm in disbelief. It's impossible, there's simply no way. I've seen every Shunshin, even elementals. None of them are fast enough to evade the Sharingan, he whispered to him in a lost voice, trying to make sense of things as Tobirama cut his thoughts in half. This isn't a child's body flicker technique, this is the Flying Thunder God technique. What you're trying to do is the same thing I tried to do myself when I was young. Trying to incorporate the simple body flicker technique into combat. Perhaps it was useful for one purpose alone, but the limitations you've shown at this point have rendered it completely useless, he explained, but Naruto could see there was no disorientation on the man's slightly wrinkled face. The teleportation was almost instantaneous as well, as if he was actually moving at speeds his eyes couldn't keep up with. The Flying Thunder God technique. Mito's voice drifted calmly across the clearing, her palms now resting on her lap as she looked up at him with a quiet laugh. Devised by Tobirama himself, it's what you are after, Naruto. It's not a simple technique used to go here and there. It's instantaneous teleportation by means of a space-time seal that allows the user to teleport near the lighthouse in a fraction of a second, she explained with a snap of her fingers that made his eyes widen in surprise and realization. This was the branch he wanted to specialize in, his sealing technique, after Mito had told him to choose the one to pursue further into advanced sealing techniques, as she had done for the barrier and restraining seals herself. But still. You said a seal, but there's no seal, he used. How did he do it then? Naruto asked, pointing at the hidden microphone implant. Mito giggled foolishly in his hand as Tobirama smiled smugly, indicating his shoulder. Naruto looked at it and was pretty sure some little seal hunting formula was about it. But when? He remembered him stroking his shoulder when he had first asked him to the mast, and he realized when he had placed it and pumped the side of his fist into his palm with a wise-like nod. Can you mark something you touch? He asked curiously. Tobirama, quite surprised by his sharp deduction, nodded his affirmative at the boy. His deductive skills were quite impressive, he noticed, and glanced at Mito, who had an affectionate laugh on her lips. Now he knew why she had summoned him here so suddenly for a meeting today. I see, he sighed, eliciting a sly laugh from the Uzumaki heiress, and he knew he was defeated now. Naruto glanced between the two with a vacant stare before Mito waved her hand dismissively. Now go follow the mast, I want to judge my apprentice's growth. So raise it, she admonished the two playfully with a slap, and they both got into it. Their blades met in sparks at one point, slashing at each other with the precision of true swordsmen. This continued for a while before Naruto was apparently outmaneuvered each time and tossed around like a rag doll by the once stoic Cage. Well, I think this is quite enough, he said finally, sighing after his long hour-long session, and looked at the blonde man lying on the ground like a sheet with a satisfied smile. He wasn't old, he was simply ahead of his mane, he told himself with a nod and went inside for a wet towel while Naruto puffed like a steam engine, completely out of breath. "Ah-chan, I want that jutsu," he expelled amidst his heavy breaths that made Tobirama jump a step as he stepped onto the portico, and Mito laughed foolishly with a nod. "Hi, I'll get you a scroll since this is the basic one, but each seal is different, so you'll have to do it from scratch. I'll let you have it as a favorite class project," she said with a silly laugh, glancing at Tobirama, who knew where the scroll would come from and sighed in defeat, shaking his head. He simply couldn't win with her no matter what he did. Absolutely no respect, I tell you, he grumbled to him in annoyance at the wheedling by his ear to satisfy his needs as she pleased. Mito, though she saw her disciple sit, raised a distant look in her eyes as he stared intently at his sheet. "What's wrong, Naru-chan?" she asked curiously, unable to read the boy who simply let out a small sigh. "Why won't you let me use my Sharingan against you, Ba-chan?" he asked, and she stiffened for a moment but relaxed with a little laughter on her face. "And don't tell me so, that I'm not getting overconfident about it. Using it just once to see how far I've come is different. You avoid this issue every time I bring it up. If you don't trust me enough, just say so clearly. At least don't make me feel stupid," he whispered to her, making her heart twist. She hadn't realized what his refusal to answer her questions might have meant, but there were still things he just wasn't quite ready for yet. "It's for your own safety, Naruto," she said seriously, making his eyes feel like they were about to bite her. "That's all I'll say for now. You're not ready for the answer to this question yet. You still have so much to learn and so much more to explore. I promise I'll tell you when I consider you ready, then trust me well?" she asked gently, making him laugh and nod. At least she had been honest enough with him. "Okay, I trust you, Ba-chan, and thank you for being honest with me." He spoke calmly and got the U, took a shower, and headed home when footsteps were heard coming directly toward the two of them. "Hey. Look who I brought," Tsunade's happy voice rang in his ears, and he was pretty sure she had a small white bulge covered in her weapons. "Abababa," a small chirping voice came from the lump that makes Mito scream and throw the thing into its own arms. "Oh, there's my baby," she twittered, and Naruto heard some silly little giggles from the blanket. He peered in, making the little 3-year-old roll his eyes at her and giggle. Nananana, he chattered, eliciting a silly laugh from Mito as a little clapped happily. She held up her apprentice, who stared with a confused expression. Continue holding it, she gestured for him to take it as he shook his head and took a step back. No, I shouldn't, what if I just drop it? He said nervously, making Mito laugh. Don't be like that, child, he loves you so much, come. She held the boy up to face her, his thumb in his toothy mouth, staring at her with his wide black eyes. Soon after, he opened his arms for Naruto, and the blonde boy took a step closer, placing his palms on his waist to pull him nearer. Mito let her little grandson go, watching Naruto hold him as carefully as if he were a glass doll, and saw his puzzled expression as he gently pushed the little infant's cute cheeks with his finger to make him giggle. Mito just watched the scene in fascination as Tobirama returned with a towel and raised an eyebrow at Naruto, who was holding his great-nephew in his arms. He was surprised. He had never before held Naruto in fear and they hadn't pushed him, but it seemed Mito was up to her antics again. Hey, he whispered, watching the small, lively child yawn and curl up into his arms to sleep. Naruto snuggled close to his neck, cradling him as if the child were fragile, and closed his eyes with a laugh. Why hadn't he done this before? Hey. Stop hugging him. MMPH. Tsunade's words became muffled as Mito placed her lips against his, and she shushed him with a finger to her own lips. Tsunade endured, confused, then realized her brother had fallen asleep on her friend's weapons, and she frowned. He never falls asleep on my arms, he's always playing or pulling my hair, she sulked, making her grandmother laugh softly. She looked at Naruto, who was staring at the sleeping infant on his arms as if he were Kami's gift, making him realize what he truly was. Naruto, let me put him in his manger, she whispered, and he snapped out of his trance and nodded, carefully handing her the bundle. Omen, he whispered, and she shook her head, picking up the sleeping child and putting him to sleep. Hey. Naruto, go play something or have a shuriken competition. This time I'm going to hit you, Tsunade chirped over, getting a shove on her forehead from Naruto that gave her a tired laugh. Unfortunately, I'm too tired, Tsuna. Another time he spoke wearily, exhaustion finally catching up with him, and he walked away with his hands dug into his pockets. She frowned, rubbing her forehead to watch his departing rear end, and turned with a smile to see her great uncle having headed away to his office, the whole area falling silent with an imaginary breeze that made her shoulders slump. Come on, they're so boring, she slurped and went inside to see her sleeping little brother and spend his time with his grandmother today. Hokage officina. Tobirama's desk was cluttered with stacks of files from this year's graduates. He still had to assign them to teams. His eyes flicked across a file. He opened it and read the name of the student Hiruzen, his own pupil, had applied to. Some boy named Orochimaru, apparently a war orphan from the previous war. According to Hiruzen, a once-in-a-century prodigy whom he wanted to take on as a student himself. He said that he would make a real difference to his strength after he was trained by him. Seeing would be believing. He reflected and set him aside to assign the last of that group to balance the two out. Some boy named Jiraiya. Team upgrades. A voice spoke from his side, making him glance over before resuming his work with a concise nod. Really? He spoke calmly, looking for the third member of his team. Why are you calling me then? I have the job to do, you know, the spoken voice dragging the words out wearily, making him shake his head. You're going to be assigned to a team this year, he stated bluntly, the man's coughing sound rising above his cigar puff. Say what? He gasped out in coughs that fixed Tobirama's gaze and shoved two files that he deftly picked up and opened. Ah, these two, he said, reading the names of the first two graduates of the first batch. He himself had kept an eye on them over time, and he at this moment felt no nausea with them being attached to him. Perhaps he could gently stiffen them over and bring his son up while he was at it. What about the third one? He asked, tearing open the sealed files, eliciting a satisfied smile from Tobirama, who didn't deny it. After years of pestering the man, he had finally given in to accepting a team. He hummed, rummaging through files when Sasuke spoke over them. Why don't you give me Tsunade? He asked, fixing Tobirama's gaze and raising an eyebrow. What? The three of them aren't friends, so there shouldn't be any problems with teamwork there, and they'll work well together. I'll make sure of that. He spoke, slurring his words, making Tobirama shake his head. The team would be too unbalanced then, I'm placing her above Hiruzen's squad, since no other promising student has come from the second graduating class to fill their third spot. And besides, I only have one student I'd like you to train, he said, finally getting a file that made Sasuke raise an eyebrow and lean forward on his couch out of curiosity. Ah. And who could it be? He asked, keenly curious as to who he had in mind, and Tobirama's satisfied smile told him that he had something planned in that deviant mind of his. The boy has failed twice already. He didn't pass this year either. I passed him because my staff says he's in the right place. The boy is ready. He needs a sensei to guide him because of his condition and a couple of teammates he can put his faith in. He'll do quite nicely about his squad, he spoke, dragging out the words, making Sasuke even more curious. Failed twice, you say, even though you passed it yourself. What is this condition, and why did he fail twice? He asked, his curiosity now too much for him, and Tobirama smiled with satisfaction. You see, I recently made a personal review of your case. The boy, due to his condition, attended the academy during the day, training too hard at night to compensate for his shortcomings, leaving him so breathless he would sleep through classes. He will either remain a genin for the rest of his life, or he will become an integral part of my forces if you help him pull through. He explained, and Sasuke could sense that the boy was determined to be a shinobi just from his words and nodded, trusting the man enough with this and wanting to make the boy into what he could be molded into one day. Fine, I'll take it. He spoke confidently, and Tobirama gave him the third file to study thoroughly, while he blinked out in a swirl of flames, and Tobirama recovered in his work. Time skip 1 week later. Konoha Ninja Academia. All the graduating students from all the classes sat in the classroom, waiting to be assigned to their new squads and be switched off for a new phase of their lives. I'm sorry we couldn't all be together, Tsunade spoke, dragging the words out lazily, lying on the desk in a half-asleep state. Yes, me too, this would be the imposing right. Sukuna said, his own feet placed on the table with his weapons crossed over his head. Whoever is assigned, wherever, we'll still be friends no matter what. Naruto's soft voice spoke, making his friend smile contentedly and nod confidently. The classroom door slid open, making everyone quiet and wait impatiently for their own squads to be called. The instructor stood on his stand, looking down at them all with a proud laugh. All your efforts over the past few years come to fruition today. Today you are a genin, or first-level ninja. You will be assigned to squads of 3 under the elite jounin who will instruct you until you are promoted to chunin and begin taking missions with higher ranks, leading your own teams. The tests ahead will be difficult, but I am confident that all you can do will do the trick. Now I will go over the squad names for this year, so please listen to them the first time and don't ask me to repeat them. Now, Squad 1. His voice trailed off, scrolling through several squads until he reached Squad 6. Now, for Squad 6, under the leadership of Jounin Hiruzen Sarutobi, will be Tsunade Senju, he said, and the blonde Kunoichi stood up upon hearing her name. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. He said, and a dark cloud rose over her head at the thought of not being with any of her friends. She was pulled into the embrace by her best friend and leaned sadly against his shoulder. That's fine, I'm sure your new teammates will be great, he whispered reassuringly as a loud, slurred voice drew everyone's attention. Sensei, why does an amazing shinobi like me have to be stuck with a council-chested apartment like her? Don't you have any other beautiful kunoichi for my squad? The shouted voice made Naruto glance at the white-haired boy with 2 red lines on his cheek, and he felt a dark halo surround Tsunade and laughed nervously when he saw her glow on him. Let's see, he seems fine. Just a little. Well, he calmed down, looking at Sukuna for help, who stared away and whistled innocently. No help from him in this. You condemn the pervert you call the chested apartment. I'm only 13 years old, for Kami's sake, Tsunade shouted angrily, her face red in her legendary character, making the instructor sigh wearily. Yes, continue to say that old advice. He vilely said, the making of his so in anger, and put his foot on the whole table, rolling up his sleeves to stick it in his face, before the professor cut off his emphatic speeches. Well, that's enough, Jiraiya. The equipment was installed by the Hokage himself, and if you have any problems, you take it and they'll pick it up, he said, making the boys purse his lips and pouting. Furthermore, Tsunade was the top kunoichi in her class while you were the worst in yours. He simply brought you together to balance things out. He wisely explained, making the boy's face turn as the whole class laughed at his expense, and Tsunade proudly stuck out her tongue, eliciting a laugh from Tsunade. Squad 7, under the leadership of Sasuke Sarutobi, will be led by Naruto Uchiha, he declared emphatically, the man saying the boy stood up with his 2 companions. Sukumo Haddock, he spoke, making the 2 boys grin broadly and clap their hands in high fives, while Tsunade frowned. And Dynamite. He finished, making the 2 boys blink and look around for their third teammate. They kept their eyes peeled back before turning to see a dazzling laugh with a literal gleam in his teeth and a nice-looking guy standing there giving them thumbs up. Yosh, I'm Pudai, my young teammates. Go bask in the spring of youth together and blow on our eternal flames of youth to the brightest they can. He exclaimed proudly, and Naruto and Sukuna were completely and pathetically speechless. They couldn't believe this green monstrosity was their teammate when Naruto felt himself being hugged from the side. You and he will both be fine, I'm sure. Tsunade laughed foolishly, and Naruto let out a soft sigh. Sukumo's face slapped hard as the teacher began examining the rest of her list, and he shook his head. Great, another eccentric friend in Tsunade's place, he whispered, adding that the girl's eye was pulling. Boy. I take offense at this. I'm nothing like that, she pointed a finger at the intensely smiling boy who makes the 2 boys sigh. If you keep saying that, they both said in the harmony that gets boggles above their aggravated Kunoichi heads. The teacher went on strike, leaving the children to sort out and wait for their senseis to accompany them. Naruto saw 3 new people approaching them. 2 of them were his newly identified teammates, while the third had slit yellow eyes, a pale complexion, and long black hair. He wore a white kimono with fishnet armor underneath, the required holsters strapped over it. "Yosh, I'm Pod I. It's a pleasure to meet you, my friend." The eccentric boy, wearing a green elastic synthetic fiber suit, explained, making Naruto laugh, looking at the outstretched suit and shaking it with a laugh. "I'm Naruto Uchiha," and this he pointed his thumb at the silver-haired boy who simply shook his head with a laugh. "Is Sakumo Haddock. I hope we can be friends and make a good team." Naruto spoke correctly, eliciting yet another dazzling laugh from the boy who couldn't help but feel happy to find such friendly teammates. Naruto's eyes turned to the only boy he didn't recognize or know yet, and he saw him scrutinizing him as if he were evaluating him. This made him feel quite nervous to feel such an intense stare directly at him. "Can I help you?" he asked, only to stare blankly, and the boy just shook his head and laughed. "Excuse me, my name is Orochimaru." "Nice to meet you," he said with a shake of his hand, which Naruto accepted quite happily. He saw Tsunade in another heated debate with another teammate and pulled her onto his arm with a sigh. "Continue to introduce yourselves," he scolded her like a child, eliciting a pout from the girl who nodded and introduced herself to her new friends. Their conversation was broken when they were called out for being sincere. "Alright, Team 6 and Team 7, meet us behind Training Earth 42 in 10 minutes. The man with a cigar in his mouth spoke before 2 of their new senseis disappeared in a swirl of flames. Sukuna looked at Naruto with a confused expression, the blonde boy doing the same to him. "Isn't that place 40 minutes away?" the silver-haired boy finally asked, acquiring a headbutt from Naruto. "Yosh, then my young friends are going to hurry." Their overloaded teammate exclaimed and exhausted himself, pulling the 2 of them behind him by their hands at burning speeds. Naruto and Sukuna struggled to keep the boy up, who left a trail of dust behind him as he ran with them in his iron grip. The 2 still couldn't catch their breath to get enough mind to pump chakra into their legs and ran solely by the power of their muscles with their new overloaded teammate. Earth Education 42. Squad 7 was apparently the first to arrive, and Sarutobi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the trio. Dai wasn't yet panting and smiling at him within 8 minutes of the position, while the boys behind him exhaled small, heavy breaths. Nothing too serious, but Sasuke knew they had run solely on their muscles and smiled contentedly. "The squadron that 7," his commanding voice called them, making them stiffen and stand at attention to their new Jounin sensei. "My name is Sarutobi Sasuke, and I will be your Jounin sensei for the future. I'm here. Any questions anyone would like to ask before we move on to introductions?" he asked in his seriously lazy voice, which elicited a raised hand from the boy with seemingly large eyebrows. He nodded and gestured for him to continue. "Sensei, I didn't graduate from the academy except for the Taijutsu part." Well, her voice trailed off in embarrassment, leaving 2 surprised teammates and a smiling Sarutobi. "You were personally promoted and assigned to me by the second Hokage himself. So there's no need to worry about this. Now, as for introductions, I'll start with myself to give an example." He spoke with a puff of his cigar and jumped onto a tree stump, crossing his leg over his knee and taking his cigar out between his fingers to speak over it. "As you already know, my name is Sarutobi Sasuke of the Sarutobi clan. I am a Jounin of the elite of this village and the current clan head of the Sarutobi clan. My hobbies include seeing new places or interesting people, or smoking different kinds of cigars," he said, dropping some ash to make his point and resumed. "I don't like traitors, shellfish, or people who would rather spend their time doing something useful. As for my dreams, well, I'll just say that I want you all to become fine shinobi for now," he said, and all 3 nodded in harmony, a small, satisfied smile appearing on his lips at the sight of his new subordinates, who were now sitting cross-legged. Sukuna raised his hand, and Sasuke gestured for him to continue. "Are you 2 related by any chance?" he asked, and got a nod from Hiruzen this time, who laughed, seeing his eagle eyes. "Yes, this is my father's young man." He spoke warmly, making Sukuna and Sasuke nod sharply at Dai. "Go back to the beginning with you, continue," he spoke calmly, eliciting a nod from the boy. "Yosh, my name is Dai, and I come from a simple country family. I've already failed the academy twice," he spoke frankly, his voice booming once again, surprising his 2 teammates with his blunt honest response. "I like education and fanning the flames of my youth," he made Naruto and Sukumo's sweat drop flourish. "I have an aversion to wasting my time loitering and being around young people," the other signaled, and the sweat drop grew larger. "And my dream is to become the greatest Taijutsu master in the elemental nations and make everyone respect and know me for it." This time he made the 2 boys on his side laugh and look at him in admiration. This was a fine target in their eyes. Very kindly put, Sasuke said, making the boy a little embarrassed, and moved his eyes to Naruto and nodded as affirmative for him to continue. My name is Naruto Uchiha, and I'm from the Uchiha clan. I enjoy training, spending time with my friends, and exploring new places, especially the wilds of nature, he said, making the two Sarutobi brothers laugh at his innocent amusement. I also have an aversion to traitors and anyone who wishes to harm the village or my friends and family. My dream is to have my face engraved on top of that mountain. He pointed to the Hokage mountain and received a nod from Sasuke, who already knew this, but Hiruzen was surprised at an Uchiha aspiring to this and not showing respect among his clanmates, but he silently endured it. Sasuke nodded and raised an eyebrow at the sight of Hiruzen's team, who were 5 minutes late and huffing and puffing, as if they had run all over the village to get there. Sorry, sensei, we had to take a detour when that idiot Jiraiya got into some trouble with a lady. Tsunade snorted, making Hiruzen sweat drop on his dull reply, and sighed, but nodded. Alright then, go and patrol 5 laps around the training grounds as your punishment. He spoke calmly, making them look surprised before angrily glaring at Jiraiya's embarrassed smile and starting the race again. Sasuke signaled for his last genin to step in. My name is Akumo Haddock, and I'm from the Haddock clan. I enjoy training, especially in Kenjutsu, and spending time with my friends and family. I have a deep aversion to those who would try to harm my friends or the village I know. My dream is to make my clan proud and to be a good right-hand man when Naruto becomes Hokage. He spoke, surprising the Sarutobis. The moment he said it, it was almost as if he completely believed it would come true, and the two friends bumped their fists with smiles. Alright then, head to the far end of the training grounds. Then I can test your abilities as a genin and see if you're worthy enough. He spoke, jumping down and gesturing for them to follow him. The 3 boys followed their new sensei as Hiruzen began introducing them to the equipment and putting himself through his own test. Sasuke turned and looked at the 3 of them with a critical eye, and the genin took this opportunity to get a closer look at his new sensei. The man wore a simple yet intimidating brown shirt with black pants and black shinobi sandals. The man had a face like Tobirama's with a leaf insignia engraved on it, and he had brown hair as well as narrow onyx eyes. His skin showed a little of his true age. He crossed his weapons and exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth. Usually, a Jounin sensei, as is their duty, tests their new team to see if they will actually become genin or be sent back to the academy. He spoke, startling the 3 wide-eyed individuals who heard this. That's why we don't have bandages yet. Naruto spoke in realization and received a nod from Sasuke as he continued. This is generally a team test to assess a team's teamwork and unity spirit in working together in a hidden way, he said, then took out 3 blindfolds and threw them to each of them, who caught them with surprised looks on their faces. But I believe that teamwork is built by working together in tandem, so be ready to be taught the true spirit that has made the foundations of this people stand strong. He spoke earnestly, receiving small nods from his genin and nodding back. For now, you're a genin, but if at any point I deem you unworthy, be prepared to be sent back to the academy for another year. He spoke as if reading the time, and the 3 of them nodded nervously. The man was quite intimidating without even trying. Alright, now listen to the first task I'm assigning you. I won't repeat myself, so don't ask me if you've missed anything. Your first mission from me is to cover your tracks and go to the area we just left, where Hiruzen's new genin team will undoubtedly take their test to finish the race. He spoke and received small nods of affirmation from the 3 who held their bandages, Tsukumo and Naruto, over their foreheads, while Dai tied his around their waists for comfort. Each of them gave a squeezed nod with a laugh, feeling the pride of being true shinobi now. Their primary objective is to hide under the watchful eye of 3 of Hiruzen's genin and observe them until they complete their task, which is to obtain 2 bells tied to Hiruzen's waist. If they actually succeed, then retrieve them from the 2 who possess them and bring them to me. Even if they don't record the observations you make during the tests they conduct, write everything down in as much detail as possible, including what you learn from them in various ways. There is only one piece of information I wish to read, which is of utmost importance that you learn from them, and failure to do so will result in me removing 3 of your blindfolds, he said, his eyes widening, though the 3 remained silent, nervously staring at him, their gaze unmoved and nodding hesitantly. Dismissed. He spoke commandingly, and the 3 jumped into the trees as Sasuke smiled contentedly and lit a new cigar. Now go and see how it holds up in a real simulation test, he thought, and decided to let him finish for a little while. The 3 of them scattered, disappearing into the trees, and hurried closer to the clearing where Hiruzen had just finished explaining the bell test to his team. Okay, how do we do this, Akumo? Naruto whispered to his friend as the 3 of them crouched down on a tree branch, serious expressions on their faces. Naruto knew that when it came to planning and predetermining strategies, there was no one better than him. We divided the work into 3 parts, he spoke, and received nods from them. First of all, Dai, what can you do? I know of Naruto's abilities, but nothing about you. He asked the boy, who nodded, knowing how true it was. I'm good at throwing shurikens and kunai, and my taijutsu is pretty good, the eccentric boy said, acquiring 2 nods from his teammates who looked at him expectantly for more. And Tsukumo asked and got an embarrassed shake of the head from the boy who looked down, expecting some insult from the 2 geniuses about his team. No ninjutsu or jinjutsu at all, die. Tsukumo asked in disbelief, eliciting a small nod from the boy who wouldn't meet his eyes in embarrassment. This startled Tsukumo. The Hokage hadn't promoted him with more or less anything except pure taijutsu. Dai felt a hand clasp his shoulder and saw baby Naruto's blue eyes looking at him, slightly affected. Why is this, Dai? He asked a boy who looked like someone who had used up all his stored energy in a fraction of a second. I have a medical condition that prevents me from doing that. My chakra scrolls are very small, so I can't perform any chakra-based techniques except Kawarimi, since it takes so little chakra that it doesn't stretch them very far, he explained, and Naruto nodded. Why do you want to be a taijutsu master, right? He asked, and got a nod from the boy, a lone twitch that dropped his chin. I want to be respected among shinobi like everyone else, even if I can't use any ninjutsu or jinjutsu. I'll prove I can be just as fine a shinobi with taijutsu alone. He stopped when another hand clasped his shoulder and saw the 2 teammates laughing at his shaking his head. Don't worry about it, it's fine. This is just a minor drawback and we'll cover it. Naruto and I will cover your weaknesses then, you just focus your strengths, okay? He said, getting a nod from Naruto. Yes, Tsukumo's kenjutsu skills are formidable, and my ninjutsu and jinjutsu are great. With you as our personal taijutsu specialist, we'll be ahead of the game. He said confidently, giving his own personal thumbs up, making the eccentric boy's face wide in surprise. Eyes, he whispered, the sight of her honest eyes, her eyes bursting with twin streams of anime tears. Such youth. He shouted and grabbed the 2 of them in a bone-crushing embrace, literally shattering noises were heard in their ears, and they both twisted for air. Air, Tsukumo scraped out, and Dai let go with an embarrassed laugh and laughed intensely. Yosh, so my young friend, how will we do this? The young boy asked in a small whisper that made his eyes roll seriously. Okay, this is how we do this, Tsukumo whispered, and the 2 leaned in, listening to their friend until the end, and nodded, confirming their plans. Hiruzen. Hiruzen saw his white-haired genin jumping in front of him with a proud, affectionate puff of his chest. You lower, sensei. The boy shouted loudly. Hiruzen sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose as the boy charged his head. He engaged the boy in taijutsu as lightly as he could, for the boy fighter had seemingly every taijutsu style crammed into one to make a style change, which he then used. He ended his little fight by kicking the boy in the stomach and sending him flying. Jiraiya coughed and stood up, looking around only to see his sensei gone and a small bell lying where he once endured the manufacture of the boy's smile extensively. All the luck in the world is mine, sensei dropped this like a fool, he chuckled quietly with pride and rubbed his palms together, walking closer to the bell. A second later he triggered a trap and was hanging down by his ankle, yelling curses at his sensei, who picked his bell and lifted it with a tired sigh. Jiraiya, if the bait is too obvious and easy, then they won't fall for it, he lectured the boy, who crossed his weapons and snorted, swinging around like a pendulum by his ankle. In the bushes. Is that guy for real? Tsukumo asked in disbelief, receiving a nod from Naruto at the sight of Jiraiya's stupidity. How could anyone fall in love with something like that? Yosh, such a clever trap, Dai whispered to the 2 men behind him. They grabbed his shoulder as he tried to get away and pulled him back roughly. Not like we were supposed to, we got the bell. This makes sense, he spoke as Tsukumo clasped a hand over his mouth and all 3 of them looked up to see Hiruzen standing over their escape position, his eyes waiting for Jiraiya to fall in love with him. They let the boy go and sighed in relief as he moved on. Our mission is to obtain the bell after they retrieve it from their sensei. Simply acquiring a bell is inconsequential, Naruto explained, and the boy nodded, realizing his sensei's hidden words. So what do we do? He whispered to his teammates, who smiled contentedly in the harmony. A ninja waits until time is right, when the enemy sleeps and their guard falls, Tsukumo began. When their weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night, Naruto continued, and Dai smiled contentedly himself. It's time for a ninja to strike, the green-clad boy finished, and the 3 of them disappeared completely into the bushes. Unbeknownst to him, a grinning man puffed out his face, a proud laugh adorning his lips. Tsunade wa Orochimaru. The remaining 2 genin from Squad 6 sat in their own respective hiding places, watching their 3rd teammate being demolished and tied to a tree stump by their sensei as punishment. Tsunade. A voice whispered, alarming the girl who looked back to see her sensitive teammate crouching down beside her. Go join us. Jiraiya is out for the count and there are 2 bells, 1 for each of us. With 2 of us combined, it'll be easy to get a bell from sensei, he whispered, eliciting a nod from the girl who agreed with his plan of action. She would have included Jiraiya Baka. He hadn't gotten himself tied up yet, even after resenting him so much, he was still her teammate. They both began working on a new plan for themselves, having no idea what was ahead for them in the shadows. Chapter 5. Hanahagakur no Sato. Earth Education 42. He looks like Orochimaru, and Tsunade has figured it all out, completely unaware of what they've accomplished, but what are they doing? Hiruzen's thought settled into an interrogative glance at the hidden location where Squad 7 currently resided. As much as he had tried to heed their advice, it was blatantly obvious that they were currently plotting something. But for what purpose? That was the question that was gnawing at the younger Sarutobi right now. Whizzz. His eyes darted sharply to the side, only raising an eyebrow at the lone kunai that had been sent his way. Did they really think so low of him, that lone kunai? Wind style. Strong wind palm. Orochimaru's voice shouted, and Hiruzen's eyes didn't widen at the clash as the kunai raced at twice the speed it had before, having accelerated by the wind jutsu. Ingenious, using only a crank-style wind ninjutsu to catch his opponent off guard. But it's still impressive that he can use wind style at all. After all, his file actually said he was a primary earth style user. He snapped out a kunai from his own pouch and tried to smash away the kunai pointed directly at his waist. The kunai swung directly into the path of the approaching projectile, and Hiruzen pushed it forward, expecting a clash of metals, when he felt absolutely no resistance in his hands from the projectile. But his eyes widened in horror as the kunai sliced through his weapon as if the hot knife through butter, and only now did he realize how much he had been played better than by his esteemed pupil. To think he has mastered his second element to such a degree already, I was right, he is a genius seen only once in a century. His feet moved of their own accord to get out of the way of the weapon, but he could not escape completely. Tinting. A tinkling sound echoed in the clearing as the younger Sarutobi slid to his right, the thread attaching the bells to his waist being cleanly severed by Orochimaru's kunai. He pumped chakra into his feet to intercept the bells before Orochimaru could make his next move. Not so fast. He heard a shout from above and skidded down to a stop where he saw his fiery kunoichi hovering between heaven and earth with his fist cocked back to slam his face in. He simply jumped back to avoid the blow and was glad he did. Hiya. Tsunade descended with a battle cry and pumped her fist straight into the ground. A web of cracks wound all around her fist before the earth crumbled and a few small pieces flew up into the air, making Hiruzen's eyes go wide in horror. That fist came into contact with me, he shuddered, thinking about what his female subordinate would do to someone who got on her bad side. Tsunade looked at her stunned sensei and smiled with satisfaction as their eyes met. The bells rang amidst their fixed gazes, struck from between heaven and earth by a happy girl who smiled openly in her success cheekily. Boy Irachi, lame. She chirped to her teammate who had grabbed the bell, who jumped over to see Hiruzen smiling warmly. Have we completed your test, sensei? Did the bells ring ours then? We passed. Orochimaru asked and received a nod from Hiruzen. He opened his mouth to give himself an explanation as to the true meaning of this test before he pursed it shut and glanced sharply to the side. Meanwhile, with Squadron 7. Alright then, is my plan clear to you too? Sukuna whispered and received 2 nods from his squad mates. Hi. Yosh. Came the 2 whispers from his teammates who crouched down beside him as they waited for their chance to begin the plan. They watched as Orochimaru made his move and were impressed by his cunning mind and pleasing display of skills. He's good, Sukuna whispered, and both of his teammates nodded, trying to huddle together as much as they could over them while they were at it. Hiya. They stared as Tsunade broke the earth herself with her brute strength, and Sukuma's eyes went like cymbals. This is my Tsuna, alright. Naruto chuckled quietly into his sleeve, watching Hiruzen's horrified expression and his friend's smug grin as his friend stared at him in disbelief. The blonde boy was forgotten, his attention returning to the field as they heard the familiar tinkling of bells. Disperse. Sukuna whispered, and both of his teammates bailed out into the trees to take their positions in a split second, trying to remain as silent as they could for an ambush the whole time. Now. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as his vision suddenly began to blur, and he looked around to see a heavy haze settling into the open clearing. The lake was too far away. There was no way anyone could remove it with a water ninjutsu style. Ninjutsu, he guessed, closing his eyes to gather all his chakra into his scrolls and release a short, sharp burst to dispel it. Sure enough, the illusory mist vanished in a second, and he saw his student snapping out kunai and looking around desperately. He had to admit that the genjutsu was quite subtle. It wasn't heavily aligned, so it wasn't as easily noticeable as the higher-ups had. He didn't have the analytical skills and experience that he possessed, or he knew that there was a genjutsu user in his environment. Clever, he had to admit, acknowledging the prudence of the genin who had cast it, albeit subtly. Clearly, they hadn't meant it for a ninja as high-ranking as him. Then it was clearly meant for the 2 others on his side, and clearly this worked, as the 2 hadn't realized they'd been caught out yet. Contrary to popular belief, Jinjutsu is a branch of art not entirely affected by the extreme power of its technique. Its execution is purely subtle and depends on the user's mind to see how and when they cast their illusions, so their opponents don't realize they are caught in them. It is for these reasons that it is considered the weakest and most deadly of the shinobi arts for assassination. If the user is not skilled enough, the enemy can subtly dispel it without the caster ever understanding it and easily kill shinobi who move, since Jinjutsu users are primarily long-range fighters, preferring to fight from the shadows. But, and this was a big but, the user was quite skilled. The enemy would be killed without him ever understanding that he was killed until the killing blow had been made and the target had passed on to the afterlife. He peered into the trees to see what this was all about and intervene if necessary. "What are they doing?" he asked the man beside him, who simply puffed on his cigar, his eyes narrowed over the two subordinates assigned to his son. "Only a watch," he stated firmly, and Hiruzen knew better than to argue with the man, so he crossed his weapons and sat on the branch to see what his father had planned for his own equipment. Orochimaru didn't look around, clearly unhappy about this obstruction to his view, as he tried to see who had cast this. Tsunade also knew that this wasn't ordinary fog. This was spring, and the natural fog that settled in the open clearings of Konoha at this time of year was not heavy. Orochimaru heard a faint creak from his side and flung a hail of shurikens into the bushes. His ears plucked at the sound of his metal stars clacking against the wood and he knew he had missed, but one thing was clear to him. Someone was definitely aiming at them. He heard another rustling of leaves from a tree and launched a salute from his kunai reserves at the target, once again only managing to hit an empty bark. Whoever it was, he was surely quite nice. Tsunade was also now straining her ears to find out, but she wasn't having any luck. "The boy is nice," Sasuke muttered in a calculating tone, and Hiruzen couldn't help but nod in astonishment. To any lesser shinobi, it would have seemed as if Orochimaru had gone bananas. But to him, it was as clear as day that he wasn't punching thin air, as it appeared to the spectators of the fight. To think he can cast a double layer of Jinjutsu to impair his sense of sound as well without even alerting himself to the first setup. "Quite expected of a boy his age," Hiruzen muttered, rubbing his chin in contemplation, and Sasuke simply let his lips pull up at his son's distant voice. "Well, it's not exactly unexpected for an Uchiha to use Jinjutsu," he added his own, and Hiruzen nodded hesitantly. "Quite true," Hiruzen spoke, but the uncertainty in his voice wasn't lost on Sasuke, who knew what the man was thinking after cultivating him with his own two hands for so long. He was comparing his own esteemed pupil to his squad members and taking measures as he had gone against them. Well, he was in for a surprise then. Orochimaru put his hand in his bag to target the rustling noise again, but his eyes widened as he took the air, nothing more than thin. "I'm out of supplies, Kami, how could I have been so stupid?" The pale, bald boy cursed inwardly at the realization of his plan just now. They weren't trying to move on top of him. They were luring him into throwing their weapons again and again until he was completely out of their reach. And he had fallen right into it. With Tsunade. With her teammates or sensei nowhere to be seen at monuments, she knew she was all alone. And this fog frankly bothered her. But was there something wrong with it? If this was a water-style fog, then why was the air still so dry? Her honey black eyes narrowed in thought as she tormented her mind to put two and two together. She understands, the boasting is about. Hiruzen's voice was cut off by his mother's midway through. "Not exactly," he stated flatly, as if this were a fact of his own. If he knew anything about Tobirama's praise of the boy, it was that if he had his target trapped within his illusions, he wouldn't let go of it easily. Hahaha. A sinister little smile ran throughout the area surrounding the lone kunoichi, who stiffened and looked around desperately, with a kunai clutched tightly in his hands. "Who's there? Show yourself, coward," she shouted loudly, only for the little smiles to grow deeper in glee, much to her own anger. The standards for kunoichi have surely fallen these days, the voice spoke in smirks, booming from all sides to make it impossible for her to pinpoint its target. "I think they hand out graduates like cannon fodder to the real world. A pathetic girl like you will be dead today before she even makes it home." The voice laughed slyly, a full scowl making Tsunade's face contort as she fumed with muffled insults. Maybe I shouldn't hurt that rather small face of yours, this is the only thing you're okay with anyway." The voice could only say so much before being interrupted by an irritated kunoichi. "Who the hell do you think you are? Come out here and I can show you what I can really do," she screamed angrily, her temper rising as she trembled with pure fury. If there was one thing Tsunade resented, it was anyone undermining her abilities simply because she was a girl. Whizzz. Tsunade jumped back, embedding a shuriken in the ground where she had been standing and skidding backward with a frown. "Why you?" she hissed angrily, only for another sound to hit her ears. Whizzz. She jumped back again, only to run into another shuriken and back into her previous position before repeating the situation for the third time. Whizzz. The kunai strike was aimed straight at her from above, only for her to try and back away. Her eyes widened as she hit the bark of a tree with her back and looked to her left to see another tree blocking her path. This left only one option. She pumped chakra into her souls and leaped swiftly to the right, pulling a sideways glance into a flexible maneuver before skating on her knees to a halt from her frenzied jump. She frowned at the cowardly attacks from the shadows, as if mere kunai and shuriken thrown like this would take her down. Snap. Her eyes looked down to hear the strange voice of the earth beneath her feet. A purely innocent confusion flickered in her eyes for a second, only for her eyes to widen as a small piece of earth gave way. Ah, damn it. She screamed and tried to jump back, but she couldn't get the necessary support from the crumbling earth beneath her feet. She fell in a noisy heap and a cloud of dust shot over the edges of the now open pit. Sasuke laughed silently and Hiruzen, palming his ear to a loud groan echoing inside the large hole, shook his head with a sigh. That old pitfall traps never get old, do they now? Sasuke asked humorously, not expecting an answer and not taking it personally. It was putting a shinobi in a tight spot, of all things, but still he had to say this was quite a clever plan. Your Kunoichi has a true character, and my genin took full advantage of it, Sasuke muttered, finally calming down to watch Naruto leap down and crash into the pit, his Sharingan blazing. This is glory. He raised an eyebrow, just as he had done to Hiruzen, when the boy jumped down into the pit, making it impossible for them to see what the boy was doing. Hiruzen, meanwhile, couldn't help but speculate about everything he'd heard since her last little comment about the blonde boy's tactics. Just as Tsunade began to realize she'd made a mistake, he detected her slight hesitation and trapped her in another layer of illusion, a kind of one-eared wonder as he'd seen Tsunade shout curses to reduce the air, while they hadn't heard anything but a faint whisper from the trees around her. It was truly quite impressive that he had taken advantage of her character to logically solve the window by using his fiery temper against her and leading her into his already primed trap by using his skills in shuriken jutsu to lead her into the hole, by accurately guessing her every move with his Sharingan and finally abandoning her to nowhere to go, but on top of the hole by adhering to the pavement, she perfectly in a three-way tight corner. But what does he intend to do now? Isn't it reckless enough to go and take a kunoichi trapped with the kind of strength she has, in a hole of all places in that, Hiruzen asked, acquiring a careless shrug from his father, who let his sweat fall into the lazy gesture. He must have something planned for that, go wait and come, huh? Or we might ruin the surprise. Sasuke spoke wisely, and Hiruzen couldn't help but envy the trust his father already had in his genin. It was as if he trusted him enough to carry something out and he hadn't even been with them for a whole day yet, for Kami's sake. In the hole. Naruto jumped down into the hole, crouching on his knees to absorb the impact, and looked around to see Tsunade sitting over him, finally regaining her senses. She blinked, seeing the familiar pair of crimson eyes in genuine confusion. One palm cupped his right cheek tenderly, his thumb caressing it, while his eyes held a worried expression on them. Are you alright? His soft voice whispered, making her feel his hand and nodding off with a little laugh. She closed her eyes, happily acknowledging the gentle touch with a sigh. My front damage is like hell, but I'm fine, she mumbled in a dizzy voice, getting a relieved laugh from Naruto. This damned fear that he attacked me is so dead to make me fall into this hellhole, the forbidden pit. My head and the end damage like hell, I'm going to beat him to a pulp now that you're here, Naru, she muttered angrily, laughing happily that he was here towards the end. He simply laughed, but Tsunade was a little annoyed by the sadness still lingering in his eyes. I'm Tsuna, you sad fool, he whispered sadly, much to her confusion as she still enjoyed his sensitive touch on her right cheek by nuzzling him into her palm with a laugh. What are you? Her confused voice calmed as her eyes, mischievous and half-closed, stared at the slowly spinning Thomases in her eyes. Her body limped and he caught her in his arms in a warm embrace, kissing her head gently, sighing wearily as she fell completely unconscious into a sleep he had cast in his mind with his eyes. Just as he had expected, she hadn't so much suspected that he was the one who had been in the shadows, deceiving her until the very last moment. No, that he had waited for her anyway, it was that she had become so confident that she could deal with her completely alone, without any fear of hurting her too much in the process. I'm Tsuhaim, so pitiful, he whispered as his eyes returned to his baby blue colleagues, and he splat duck her onto his lap to let her sleep until her teammates were done. He hated using her trust like that, but it had to be done after all. He didn't want her to get hurt in the fight. They all looked like the devilishly difficult head she was on when she got irritated. Naruum, she mumbled sleepily. He chuckled and rubbed her shoulder, making the girl snuggle her face into his neck with a sleepy laugh, unconcerned with the waking world. She always slept like a log, no matter what. Baka, he chuckled softly at the fast-sleeping girl, whom he would later have to apologize to for hurting her like this and trapping her so easily by exploiting her trust. She would undoubtedly throw a tantrum and try to hit him with all her might before he dodged every blow and let her tear it all out. Beside, she could be such a handful. Meanwhile, with Orochimaru. The boy was completely bewildered. He couldn't see a thing in the unnaturally thick mist. Whoever could maintain such a wide-ranging water extension jutsu for so long must possess a great deal of chakra and experience. What did he mean by high chunin at least? The clearing was now silent. Too silent. And he didn't like that one bit. The blurry green aspect intervened in his front in the blink of a second, his eyes widening and being so overwhelmed in the discovery of her presence right up to the very last moment. Though his slitted yellow eyes narrowed over the enemy who was now dangerously close before him, his feet splayed apart in a posture that set him ready to continue the offense. His fist cocked back and the path quickly made for his opponent's face, whose face was completely wrapped by an orange scarf with only his eyes visible, and those barely. He smiled smugly as his fist nearly made contact, his air of self-importance evident in the unsuspecting glance from her face. No doubt his own vision was also impaired by the thick fog. Her eyes widened in shock as he punched the air, which was nothing but thin. Impossible. He couldn't have seen my swift attack without at least dodging it with all this obstruction to his vision. But where he went, how could he just vanish? A single blow landed beneath his chin with a harsh whipping sound that echoed throughout the clearing. He was launched like a rocket from a bottle and flew up, raising a hacking cough, the illusion now shattered to make his vision clear enough from the painful experience he had just had. The dancing leaf shadow, which means he would now follow me, he guessed, focusing his vision completely behind him and glancing back to see nothing but the ground beneath him, leaving him quite confused. The blunt object made contact with his forehead approximately with a real drill pumping at the blow, roaring down towards the earth at turbulent speeds. Back he coughed out, his body making contact with the ground in a crunching noise, and his slitted eyes pulled back in his head as the sweet whisper of unconsciousness took over. Tsukumo got down on one knee with Dai by his side and intervening with the unconscious boy with a stick to make sure he was out lest he need another blow to his head. Tsukumo's sweat dripped as he wondered if he wasn't being naive by unconsciously performing, but he laughed at his perfect execution. Will Naruto be alright? That young girl had quite a bit of strength in her to jutsu, he should have let me go, Dai asked worriedly when they didn't see any sign of their third teammate, and Tsukumo just laughed and shook his head. No, Naruto was our best bet to take Tsunade down quickly and quietly. He knows her quite well, so he had the advantage of knowing everything about her, knowing he was the one attacking her. Besides, he wouldn't have let any of us try to fight her anyway, he muttered the last part at the very last moment, much to the confusion of the green-clad boy, who wrapped his scarf back around his neck as usual and tied it. Why is this? Dai asked curiously, noticing Tsukumo's sigh. Since we might have hurt her in the process, which is something Naruto won't let slide if he has anything to say about it, he spoke wisely, confusing the young boy even more, and Tsukumo waved his hand dismissively to drop the matter for now. His own thing, just leave him on this, he said, and Dai nodded hesitantly as Tsukumo put two of his fingers to his lips and sighed. Fewhhh. Naruto's ears perked up to hear Tsukumo's classic whistling tune, and he stood up, placing Tsunade comfortably in his gun-wetting style, only for her to curl up in his arms like an infant and grumble about how unsettling it was for her. His lips curled upward in anticipation, and he looked up at the edge of the pit. Channeling chakra to his feet, he leaped out of the hole to make his way to the rest of his team. Sasuke and Hiruzen sat thoughtfully, watching Dai's movements as he confronted Orochimaru. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he saw the eccentric boy engage in slaughter with a movement that was sure to leave some lasting damage on his pupil. His wrist was grabbed before he could react, though, and he glanced at his father, only to see that the man who had his eyes fixed on the fight and followed his steady gaze. He was surprised to see Dai finish his technique mid-sentence, and Tsukumo came flying out of a tree and appeared directly above Orochimaru, confidently holding his sword in both hands above his head. He brought the weapon down, breaking its hilt against Orochimaru's forehead, and Hiruzen flinched as the boy landed in a cloud of dust, but he actually sighed in relief that the damage had been contained to far less than it could have been. Both Tsukumo's whistle and Sarutobi's glare, and moments later, Naruto walked right into the sleeping Tsunade, curling his arms around her without a care in the world. Both pairs of eyebrows were raised as they wondered how the boy had managed to pull this off without even a scratch on Tsunade. The cigar-smoking man jumped down from his branch and went on strike to face his students, who were ringing the bells of unconscious genins. Did you do it? The three members of Squad 7 spun around the ear of a voice from them, only to see Sasuke standing there with crossed weapons and one eyebrow raised. The three nodded in harmony, and Dai stepped forward with the bells in one hand and a rolled-up scroll in the other. Yosh. Mission accomplished, sensei. The boy thrived in enthusiasm, handing the man the two items, which he nodded sharply in return, taking them from his hands. Only a wisp of intel. You'd have a better chance with more wisp, Sasuke piped to three genin who shook their heads in unison yet again. No sensei whose intellect is perfect. We trust in Tsukumo, Naruto interrupted, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. Sasuke glanced at Dai only to see a bright laugh with a pleasant classic-type posture being given to him, and he nodded, returning the bells to Naruto and unfolding the scroll to read it. His eyes scanned the content quickly and politely, while Hiruzen watched as Sasuke finished examining the intel provided by his team. He looked up, extinguishing a cloud of smoke, and nodded at them. "You all pass." He spoke, and the three hailed as his hyper-excited teammate pulled them in for a bone-chewing hug. "For now, I can also send him back to the academy if I deem it necessary," he added, but the three of them quite didn't hear him, and he blinked away before handing the scroll to his son, who let curiosity get the better of him and decided to read what was written on the scroll. His eyebrows rose in surprise as this had all the flaws and weaknesses they had witnessed in the fight, with which it could have been better used had they fixed their rodeo a little better. But this was the last line that made a feeling of pride swell still within him. Squadron 6 could have done much better had they pooled their resources together as we did. Squadron 7. He laughed as he watched them check on Orochimaru to see if he was alright and place him under the shade of a tree. Naruto sat under another tree with his teammates, joining him in a conversation. "It was as easy as a bell," Tsukumo commented dryly to elicit a small smile from Naruto at the irony of the saying as Dai prospered another round of his youth. Tsunade shifted on Naruto's lap, her eyes flickering as her knowledge began to kick in. She let out a small yawn, just blinking at Naruto's smiling face before she tried to remember how she'd gotten there. She narrowed her eyes on the blonde man as she began to piece everything together and looked at him dangerously. "Did you attack me?" she declared rather than asked, and he said nothing, simply letting his lips droop with laughter. "Why?" she asked, and he looked down with a sad fixed gaze that fell over his eyes. "Our sensei gave us a mission to take the bells from you two as soon as you got them. I volunteered to bring them down," he explained, earning a nod from Tsunade, who knew why he must have done that. She would have done the same had she been in his shoes, but that wasn't the point. "So you took advantage of my trust?" she asked accusingly, and he nodded in shame. It was the truth after all. His teammates decided to do the smart thing and remained silent on the sidelines so as not to incur her wrath upon themselves. "I didn't mean for you to get hurt," he spoke softly, his voice hesitant at the thought of her hating him for this after seeing this as just an excuse. Her eyes softened and she laid her head back on his shoulder with a small yawn. "Don't do it again," she mumbled sleepily, fisting her eyes from them, and Naruto laughed. He gave her a reassuring squeeze and felt happy when she curled up for a nap on his arms. "I'm not going to," he whispered. She laughed and nodded happily, tucking her weapons around her chest to let her eyes slump for a little nap. He yawned himself, feeling the breeze rustle through his hair, causing the silky locks to sway with a flail, and rested his own cheek against his head with a chuckle. "Don't wake me," the Kunoichi muttered to the two of them, eliciting a silent nod from Dai as they both drifted off into the dream world. Tsukumo didn't miss his back and crossed his weapons behind his head, only yawning as he felt the soft breeze hit his hair and chuckled. "Does this always look like them?" Dai finally asked, pointing at the huddled blondes with his finger, a completely bewildered expression plastered across his face. Tsukumo flinched without paying attention and turned his face away, which the boy took as a given and decided to let his youth be filled by taking a nap with his much younger new friends. Meanwhile. "Hey. Where is everyone?" "Sensei, Orochi team, flat-chested one, you forgot to untie me, you damn it. You didn't do this," Jiraiya shouted, still tied up to the stump and seemingly forgotten. Cuckoo swish. An imaginary breeze flew past him while the birds chirped in harmony as if mocking him, and he gritted his teeth. "I knew I shouldn't have slept because of the rope escape jutsu class." He cursed his luck and pulled out the kunai stuck to his sandals and began napping the rope by the kunai held between the soles of his feet slowly. "Hokage office." Tobirama hadn't even glanced over when Sasuke blinked into his space as he had sensed the man coming from quite a long way. "How did they do it?" he asked stoically, sealing another strong piece of paper and placing it on top of the growing piles of completed administrative work. "Squad 7 passed with great success," Sasuke spoke, the pride laced in his voice not lost on Tobirama, who let his seal rest and finally looked up to see his old pal down on his couch. His eyes narrowed over the cigar in his mouth and he raised his fingers near his cheek. Snap. With the snap of his fingers, the light from the cigar went out in a hiss of smoke that made Sasuke frown and look at him with an annoyed expression at the sight of his damp cigar. "You should lower yourself above that," he declared in a voice as impassive as his normal one, scolding even touching Sasuke, who snorted and threw him away, but did not light the other one up for the moment. "You saw it, didn't everyone?" Sasuke asked, and Tobirama remained silent, simply crossing his fingers in front of his mouth with his eyes fixed on the older Sarutobi. Kagami showed that the boy could be something more. He very well may soon surpass him if his genjutsu skills that I saw earlier were anything to go for, Sasuke indicated, getting a concise nod from Tobirama, having calculated the same thing himself. How did Tsunade do it? He asked, and Sasuke frowned. He looked accusingly at the man who had been found with the same dead eyes as our once stoic Senju. He sighed in appeasement. She passed too, her strength is scary, he muttered with a tremor that drained his spine, recalling the state of the ground she had punched with her bare fist and how much she could improve upon this. This time, Tobirama let a ghost of a satisfied smile appear on his face. She would truly be a threat to any boy who dared approach her when she grew up. He would have to do a lot of administrative work for those guys after beating them up himself. You know they included Dai in their group too. Sasuke spoke in a heated tone, recalling the bond he had witnessed between the three. This made him swell with pride that an orphan boy with disadvantages like his was so easily accepted by his peers, as if he were their long-lost friend. I chose his team with this in mind. The boy was ready last year, but every squad would have dismissed his strengths and focused solely on his weaknesses to despise him. This would have damaged his dignity. Teamwork can be built over time, but mutual respect and obligations are the things this village was intended to have when we established the foundation of 3 squads for Genin. Tobirama stated, and Sasuke chuckled. This was why he respected his friend as a Hokage. Never one to shy away from making tough decisions, but overly attentive when it came to the smallest details that no one ever bothered to examine so closely. You sorted it out pretty thoroughly, huh? The brown-haired man asked, and Tobirama nodded, lifting himself up and looking out the window with his hands behind his back to see the village he had sworn to protect with his life. Teams are an important part of a shinobi's life. Each member must complement the others, conceal their weaknesses, and use their strength when necessary. No shinobi is perfect, which is why I put the team system in place in the first place. If Dai worked alone, he wouldn't survive a day in the shinobi world as he is, but with friends and squad members to support him, I foresee his potential to be quite remarkable, as well as his 2 teammates. He spoke calmly, eliciting a nod from Sasuke, who lifted his head and slashed his neck to head home for the day. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll go see you guys take on missions and let your team be fully bonded before you're ready to go out into the world on your own. Sasuke blinked out, forgetting Tobirama silently chuckling at the thought of the new shinobi added to his forces. He had a feeling these 2 teams would be a real sight to behold in the coming future. The next morning. The Uchiha clan composes in 4s in the morning. Knock knock. Naruto pulled his blanket down to muffle the annoying noise that was disturbing his sleep. Knock knock. Ami the blonde muttered, the acquisition lifting a tired yawn and half closing his eyes. His eyes flicked to the window and then to the clock hanging in his room. He also saw this. It was still an hour before dawn. Knock knock. He laid his head back on his blanket with a groan. He was still so sleepy. He got up after calming down whoever this was must want to see him at this time and walked downstairs to the front door. He opened it slowly after unlocking it with his key. Welcome to the Uchiha residence, he spoke in a yawn, covering his mouth and blinking sleepily to see the dazzling laughter of Kudai. Yash Naruto shuddered, snapping his mouth shut before the boy could boom any further and awaken half of the Uchiha clan, who would undoubtedly be quite happy and show him his worth over the fire element this morning. Contain it, it's 4, he spoke with another yawn that made the boy give him thumbs up, which were ignored by the sleepy boy. Exactly. Naruto closed his mouth again, making him look like a duck, and sighed. Be calm. He said calmly, and the boy nodded, his mouth forming an O. Only now did Naruto glance at the half-dead Tsukumo leaning behind him as if he might die at any moment. Tsukumo. Naruto called to the boy, who opened his left eye, still leaning in to keep the young boy in his place. He came to my house first, my dad kicked me out, literally the saying take the speaker with you and let him sleep, Tsukumo muttered in annoyance, and Naruto would have laughed at his cost had he not been so sleepy himself. He turned his eyes back to the wide-set wide-awake boy who was staring at him quite intently. What do you want with us at this time, Dai? Naruto finally asked, his patience wearing thin. He regretted it soon after, though, when he saw the fire ignite in the boy's eyes and he seized his wrist in his iron grip. IWHAHH, he screamed as he was pulled out with Tsukumo like a rag doll by his powered-up teammate. This is the perfect time for early morning trotting, he prospered, his eyes widening in horror. But this is not yet morning, so much shouted in harmony that the boy did not hear as he began his morning trot, which was not so much a trot as a full-on speed sprint. Gosh, that makes him so much younger. Let the power of youth explode, he boomed loudly, and the 2 behind him knew it was out of their hands now. Kiara let out a yawn as she watched her master disappear in a puff of smoke and shut the door behind her with her tail. She had time to sleep. 4 hours later. Nakario. Sasuke Sarutobi took a stroll on the portico of their meeting point and raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. Naruto and Tsukumo were on the ground, he lay face down first and barely breathed while Dai gave them his nice classic type pose. Dai, what happened to them? He asked, not expecting to see his 2 subordinates half dead so early in the morning. Yash-sensei, I took them for early morning trot to stroke their youthful flames, the boy said happily, and Sasuke sighed. He had an idea of where this was going. But I seem to have stroked them too much. They barely blink now, sensei, the boy muttered in a serious voice with a wise nod. He chuckled quietly and nodded. Well, they were prepped for the day then. Alright you two, on top of you goes. He picked them up and dusted the two who gathered their recovered minds and energies to laugh at their sensei. Go and get our first mission, he said, and bright laughter lit up their faces. Damn, this is cool, what do you think, we'll get Naruto? I bet we'll go scout out the enemy's confinement. Tsukumo spoke excitedly as Sasuke led them to the mission office. Nah, I bet we'd protect some daimyo or princess from dangerous thugs, and Phil, he muttered to himself, crossing his weapons behind his head, while Sasuke shook his head in amusement at his own thoughts. Ah, the joys of being a sensei. The mission office. We will go to a nearby village and drag the crates containing our provisions and search all the entrances back to the village. Squadron 7, I expect this to be done towards the end of the day, Tobirama's voice echoed through space and an imaginary breeze blew in the air as his genin stared blankly at him. Is this a joke, right? Tsukumo asked in disbelief, getting a blank stare from Tobirama that made him feel pretty stupid. But Jai-chan, aren't we the right shinobi? Naruto asked in confusion and Tobirama nodded curtly without a word. Well, this was the most interesting time of the year for him, seeing these confused genin faces who came to him expecting assassination missions. You're a real shinobi, but what did you think you'd wear? You're untested with no past records, what client in your right mind would want to hire you for a job? He asked, getting embarrassed laughter from all three who now saw his point. These simple missions are assigned to each new squad. Get them used to training with your teammates out in the field while Jounin-sensei fine-tunes their teamwork before I move on to give you serious missions. But these aren't as simple as the tasks you're worried about. You must search the crates, load them onto the cart for transport, and then haul it back to the village and reorganize them in our warehouses. You might very well be attacked by bandits there, so don't take any mission lightly. He scolded the three who nodded, and Sasuke took the scroll with a satisfied smile. He knew it was ridiculous. After all, who would want to steal the rice and sacks of wheat right now? But it wouldn't be easy to get it done by the end of the day, as much as he knew. Alright, the team's going to get on it. Sasuke applauded and the three of them headed and executed their teacher. On the outskirts of the assigned village. Ah, there's a depot you need to empty and drag the contents back to the village, Sasuke pointed to a building in the distance, his eyes widening in shock. Sensei Tsukumo swallowed nervously and pointed an unsteady finger at the distant reservoir. How far is this? He asked nervously, hoping he was wrong and Sasuke shrank back. 20 miles give or take, he guessed, and Naruto looked horrified at his sensei. But look, 5 tall stories already, how are we supposed to drag all that on that back to the village towards the end of the day? Naruto asked incredulously and Sasuke smiled with satisfaction. Why do you think the Hokage assigned shinobi to do a civilian's job then? He needs them back and he needs them now. Well, time's ticking, get him, he said, and Dai laughed heartily. Gosh, my young friends, we're not going to waste any more time. We'll do it towards the end of lunchtime. If we can't, we'll climb the Hokage monument by tying one arm behind our backs. Dai made the sound and both his teammates sighed and palmed their faces. Only you, Dai, only you, Naruto whispered wearily and ran off to follow his eccentric teammate who was leaving a trail of dust behind him with Tsukumo trailing behind his blonde friend. In the warehouse. Well shit, Tsukumo hissed in amazement at the sight of the enormous depot. It was overflowing with crates the size of himself and a cart that could handle 20 of them. With the village 30 minutes away, they'd only be able to make about 20 pulls. And that was at speed when they were jumping through trees. Tsukumo, there's no way we can do this with the sun down. I think Sensei and Jai-chan have lost it, Naruto said bluntly, and Tsukumo's sweat dripped down with his reply. Gosh, don't say such naive words, Naruto. Nothing is impossible until the moment we say it is. It's just a matter of finding a way to do it right, he said jovially, and both his teammates laughed, feeling their spirits ignite. So you have a plan then, Dai? Naruto asked hopefully and laughed as he watched him give him a thumbs up in a friendly guy pose. Of course not, he prospered and the blonde one fell comically on his face. But that's what we have Tsukumo for. He prospered and this time the silver-haired one fell on his face. Tsukumo sighed and ran his fingers through his hair, tormenting his mind as he looked at the large tank with interest. Naruto, do you have the right ninja wire? He asked, rubbing his chin in thought, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I always keep it with me, you know that already, the boy answered factually, and Tsukumo nodded, thinking about his teammate's use of shuriken jutsu now. His eyes turned to a solitary box beside him, and he turned to Dai. Dai, would you kick it, please? He asked in a voice that meant business, and Dai slammed the box with a powerful kick that sent it skidding quite a distance. Tsukumo nodded to him and looked up at all the heavily roped boxes they had to open and laughed. Naruto and Dai laughed themselves, knowing he had a plan, and Tsukumo finally nodded. Alright, here's what we'll do. Naruto, you start building some whistling paths with your ninja wires and line them up directly to the carts over there. Tsukumo indicated the 3 carts and Naruto nodded, not seeing any problem with it. I'll cut all the ropes with my sword and free the crates from their joints before Dai takes over and kick them all down the whistling paths you create to make them slide straight into the carts, he said, and Dai nodded with a laugh himself, seeing no problem with it. Finally, Naruto can figure out how to fix them perfectly and I'll do the paperwork and then the 3 of us will pull the carts together. He said, and the 3 of them nodded in agreement and dispersed without a word to their jobs. Naruto smiled with satisfaction, activating his Sharigan and pulling out a roll of cable from higher level studies before putting this as the end between his teeth. Sling. He knocked it down and began to get it with his kunai before the throwing of them all around the space in a spiderweb, like the model with extreme precision that would resemble an uneven model to the most discerning eyes as his own. This was the finest possible path for what Tsukumo had in mind. Tsukumo drew his sword and searched through several piles of boxes tied with thick rope all around them and leaped out, expertly cleaving through the joints and muddying the air with his swings to do it as quickly as possible. Dai smiled contentedly and tightened his leg warmers and weights hidden beneath them before smiling contentedly and looking at Naruto. He had prepared himself as he built bed upon bed further to accommodate them all, marking their points that kick with shurikens. Yashi prospered and his exclusive came into contact with a box that was now completely free before this threw down over the cable and directly down the cable network. Tsukumo entered, expecting them to curse over their backs dragging boxes only for his cigar to fall out of his mouth in the crash when he saw boxes coming down left and straight onto thin metal cables directly onto the carts while 3 blurry aspects went all around the space. "Sensei, move it," the 3 shouted and he took a step to the side as they ran ahead of him pulling the handcarts loaded with boxes behind them and ran back to the village. He laughed a little later and decided to just let them be for now since they didn't seem to need his help. This was a 3-day job, but Tobirama had only given them time to test their resolve and see how quickly they could get it done. It seemed he was in for a surprise. Back in the village. The guards at the gate raised an eyebrow as they saw 3 genin with large overflowing carts being pulled behind them. They beat ahead of them and straight to the village's storage depots in a flash. The 3 genin unloaded their carts into the depot and began placing crates in their slots and opening their lids to count the number of sacks inside. 9 wheat here, Tsukumo, Naruto shouted and Tsukumo pointed it out in a wisp. 8 rice here, my friend Dai shouted from his place and the boy pointed them out, following the cycle for all the boxes before the holding of their boxes hurriedly towards the depot where their sensei waited and looked after them. About 2 hours after sunset. 7 soybeans here, Tsukumo, Naruto called out with heavy breathing, sticking his sleeve out from under his forehead. 8 sugars here, Dai gasped, sweat dripping from his nose and his hands resting on his knees. Tsukumo nodded, rubbing his tired eyes before the note all down on the scroll that was approaching. This was the limit as to how much more he could write on it. But afterwards? He asked aloud and looked at both of his teammates as they looked around them. I'm done, all documented and done here, Naruto spoke with a wave of his hands. Me too, Tsukumo, it's all done here too, Dai gasped, and Tsukumo laughed a tired laugh and nodded, putting a period with the 3 of them signing it off and leaving. Sasuke sat outside on a cement pipe, lighting another cigarette as he watched his 3 genin approach. He took in their appearances, now bathed in moonlight. Each of their clothes was tattered, with tears and small chips all over them. Their eyes were red, clearly tired, and he could see the weariness in their handshakes. They looked as if someone had just dropped a small house on them. Sensei, mission complete. Tsukumo spoke over it, handing him the scroll for the documentation of supplies that Sasuke took and knew the 3 of them were on their last legs now. Well done, take a vent here. Sit down. He spoke, and the 3 were more than happy to comply. Sasuke waited for the inevitable and laughed as they leaned toward each other and began to drift off. He created 3 replicas and picked the boys above, ordering them to take them home before blinking away himself. Hokage office. Tobirama sipped his tea, waiting for the last team to finish their report before he went home and glanced up as Sasuke entered his office. He actually raised an eyebrow when the man smoking placed a small puff of cigarette on his desk. Mission complete, Squadron 7 report in. He spoke in his business voice and Tobirama's eyes widened momentarily. Can't you be serious? He asked incredulously, only to find his close friend's serious eyes and he looked at the scroll in front of him in surprise. His hands expertly clicked it open and quickly explored it, finding everything done very well and precisely just the way he liked it, and he looked up. Did you help them? He asked, trying to make sense of the situation and got a shake of his friend's head. Nope, it was all them, you should have seen them. Never seen anyone use shinobi arts to drag crates like they did, it looked like a mass production factory there. Only instead of machines there were 3 blurry aspects of gold, silver, and green. Sasuke chuckled quietly at his own words, and Tobirama leaned forward in interest, taking out 2 saucers and a bottle of gin. "Have a seat, this is something I have to hear to believe," he said. The man offered a chair, which Tobirama was more than happy to accept, and he poured the liquid into it as Sasuke began his story. Needless to say, Tobirama was impressed and decided to add a bonus, a good piece of work for the villagers, for getting it done so quickly and efficiently. His hunch didn't seem too far off now that he thought about it. Chapter 6. Skip time 6 months. Hanahagakure Ningun Sado. Okage Tori. The mission office. Okage-sama mission, gifted, Squad 7 report on. Sasuke's voice sounded in the silence that adorned the large space filled with several chunin around a desk, with the Hokage sitting at this anchor point. A stoic hairy-haired Kage nodded, taking the paper with the official report and scanning it with his critical eyes. Everything was meticulous, just as he had grown accustomed to from the strategic approach of his team's strategist. He wasn't a man to see imperfections and was pleased that he never pointed out any errors in his reports, as he had done for many others before they were filed away. "Report received and approved, a mission well done as always," he declared expressionlessly, and 3 genin laughed. This was their 10th crank mission, and as always they had given it their all, just as they did for every one of their missions. "Alright team, you're all dismissed for the day. Meet me tomorrow after we rest up and we'll see what we do from there," their sensei told them, and the 3 nodded, with Sukuna letting out a tired but still happy laugh. "Alright, come on Naruto, we're going out for some food today. It's been a while since we've been able to walk off these missions," Sukuna suggested, but we got a negative shake from Naruto that confused his dear teammates quite a bit. "Why, what's wrong, my young friend?" the green elastic synthetic fiber boy asked and got a little apologetic laughter from his blonde friend. "Omen, but Kagami Aji-san asked me to come for a clan meeting today. I have to go, but we'll go next time, I promise." He spoke the last part quickly as their faces saddened, and they both laughed with a nod of understanding. "Okay, you go and do this. But next time," Sukuna spoke slyly, catching him in a front lock and rubbing his head with his fist to make his blonde friend laugh. "I'll see the guys tomorrow," Jana the blonde chirped above, leaving the office without him, and Sasuke laughed, seeing his happy blonde subordinate. The boy surely brought joy to everyone when he was around. He just had that calming aura about him. Tobirama, though his gaze remained fixed on the door for a little while longer, noticed the embossed symbol on the back of the boy's shirt, which made him fall into a deep thoughtful state. Sasuke saw his fixed gaze far away and was surprised that his old friend had spaced out. It was quite unlike him to lose focus when he was on duty about something. "Something about the matter, Tobirama?" he asked, dropping the honorific to replace it with a warm tone and broken, stoic senju eyes at his friend, realizing he had spaced out. He shook his head and began working on the papers on his desk with renewed vigor, though his mind was still elsewhere for the moment. Sasuke began to flinch, only to be stopped from leaving by his friend's voice. "Sasuke," the man turned, raising an eyebrow, Tobirama's eyes telling him he was about to ask for something. "Tomorrow," he spoke, confusing the elder Sarutobi greatly with his words. "Take the day off," he declared flatly, his voice suggesting he wasn't taking a call for an answer. Sasuke's eyes narrowed on his friend, not quite understanding where he was going with this. "Why?" he asked, his voice demanding answers. The chunin beside Tobirama shuddered as they sensed a thick tension between the two shinobi. Finally, Tobirama calmed down, seeing his signature stare, and broke the silence himself. "I need to borrow one of your subordinates for tomorrow. You can give 2 others leave," he said expressionlessly, lowering his gaze to his work to get the matter closed right there and then. Sasuke knew the man wouldn't say anything more and blinked away in a swirl of flames. Meanwhile, with Naruto. The blonde man ran quickly through the streets, checking the time on several of the clocks placed all over the street lamps, and wanted to be there a little earlier than intended. But his eyes caught sight of a figure sitting on the portico by the Naka River, made him stop in the middle of the great step, and a small laugh lit up his face. Tsunade swung her legs back and forth, her feet dipping into the water, and let out a soft sigh. She hadn't been getting any time with all the jobs her great uncle had been assigning her. It wasn't as cool to be a shinobi as she always used to think. "Hey." A voice whispered in her ear, a chin resting on her shoulder as arms wrapped around her shoulders. She laughed heartily, already knowing who it was from the hug and sniffing her cheek, now positioned quite comfortably by her own. She scooted aside as the weapons were dropped and stroked his side, where the blonde man quickly sat down, and she laid her head on his shoulder happily with a contented sigh. "When did you return?" Naruto asked, rubbing her arm to make her snuggle up to him even more. "Only today, you?" she asked with a curious look, and Naruto placed his own cheek on the top of his head with a laugh. Me too, he whispered, and they both fell silent, savoring each other's presence, which had become a true scarcity these days in the comfortable silence. Naruto looked at the sun, now that it was going down on the horizon, and he knew that he had to move now if he wanted to be on time. I have to go. He said, making his clutch his waist and shaking his head quickly. No. She spoke firmly and he laughed quietly, kissing her head to get a small, silly laugh from the cheerful girl. She wouldn't admit it, but these small, sensitive actions always warmed her heart. He stood up after the jerk of her grip, much to her protest, and he saw her standing there with her hands on her hips and a frown, now spoiling her face at being bothered, well she wanted to laze around with him a little. Come on, they're going to. He poked her forehead with a laugh, making her complain and rub the spot with a pout. She hated it when he did this. He put his hands in his pockets, walking slowly toward his clan compound, lazily enjoying the evening breeze, and chuckled at the soft humming of the girl beside him. Usually, she would chatter her heart away, but he could see that she only wanted to savor the moment they had gathered together as much as she could. He wasn't far from her thoughts either. The Uchiha clan comprises. So he raised an eyebrow as he saw the girl place her hands behind her back and look at him curiously. Where are we going? She finally asked when it became too much to let her questions in any longer, and he looked ahead toward the right corner of his compound, which hid a small hill, with a laugh. You'll see, he said calmly, pouting, but she pursed her lips and nodded, scooting a little closer stranger to make herself a little more comfortable as they whizzed past the streets of the wary Uchiha districts. The Konoha holy place. Where are we? Tsunade finally asked, and the boy laughed, approaching the staircase of their sacred holy place that once belonged to his clan. This is Nakano holy place, the holy place to the patron deity of Uchiha, he replied in his usually calm tone, and the girl snorted. I'm an agnostic. Tsunade muttered in an annoyed tone, and Naruto sighed softly, watching the sulking girl who had her weapons cross her path angrily. Come on, now be a sport and pray a fortune. Kami won't hurt you to pray to her, he said with a smirk, pulling the girl into his hand, and she followed with incoherent grumbling, but didn't oppose his squeeze yet a little. Okay, now she calmed her emphatic speech midway, hearing a couple of claps and looked to her side to see Naruto standing by, his hands clapped together and eyes closed. She simply gazed at his calm face, his hair flailing in the wind, and was charmed by that quiet peaceful laugh on his face, as if nothing in the world could disconcert him. She looked away instantly when her eyes opened after a minute, a pink powder adorning her cheeks, and they merely lay silently beside her as he placed a coin and distinguished himself to complete his prayer. Did you pray? He asked the girl, who said nothing and crossed her arms in an anger, unwilling to tell him she had spaced out in complete shame, nor was she willing to lie to him. Naruto knew she was stubborn again. She was a reliable kunoichi who didn't believe in the kami or any deity. But everyone had to have faith. It was what his mother had taught him, after all. Come on now, he clasped her hands and clapped them together, cupping the back of her palms in his own, much to the girl's embarrassment. She could feel his breath on her cheeks, and this made them burn quite a little, unfamiliar to the boy behind her. I don't want to, she mumbled half-heartedly, and he laughed. He threw his right hand over her and closed his eyelids, much to the girl's confusion. Everyone needs to have faith, Suna. It helps when you need something to rely on. Trust me, okay? He whispered, and she fell silent. She couldn't remember when he had asked her to trust him. After all, this was the one thing she could never say. Please grant the wish of my baka friend who is quite stubborn right now, and forgive him. She is still the 5 old ravings. He finished his prayer, biting back a little smile, and she glared at him angrily, heated in his words, but said nothing as he distinguished himself by putting a coin in her place. Baka, she whispered to him, kicking a rock with her feet to hide her cheek stained by her hair. He walked past her to the gates in a large lazy stride and stopped abruptly in the doorway, making her look at him curiously. I have a clan that's here for a while, so I'll stay. You should head home. It's getting quite late now, he said, his gaze fixed on the darkening sky as he nodded off. She hadn't realized it was so late until now. You shrinking me? She asked, her eyes narrowed, but Naruto could sense the playfulness in her voice and laughed. He took a hand out of his pocket and chuckled, watching her eyes follow him to see what he was doing. He stood up and simply pushed her forehead gently, much to her annoyance, rubbing the spot like a child. I'll see you tomorrow, now you'll make me late. You're going to? He startled her by gently pushing her aside by her hips, and she snorted away, her cheeks puffing out in little smiles, and shook her head back at him as she walked down the stairs, skipping at his feet. Isn't it common for you to see senju in this place, now you? A spoken voice slurring the words from behind him, and Naruto smiled openly, turning to see Kagami there with his own smile flashing across his lips. Aji-san, the blonde chirped above, and they both took care of the meeting back to back. Is your first official aha? The older man asked, eliciting a happy nod from Naruto. It was mandatory for every Uchiha who registered as a shinobi or possessed a Sharingan to attend clan meetings, as had been the tradition for generations. But their meetings had become scarce quite a bit after the village's formation, dwindling to about a couple a year except in times of emergency. "What's it about?" Naruto asked in his once excited voice, and the man laughed, playfully ruffling his hair. "Nothing, just a little budgeting and reviewing some other official clan matters. You just listen and see what's fine, after all, you'll be attending them all now." The man spoke, and the blonde nodded as they both entered the main hall of the holy place where they had each met. Naruto sat alone in a corner, while Kagami continued to sit in front with his elders, merely listening to the discussion and storing everything he learned back in his mind. Presumably, nothing of importance was discussed, except the usual official and legal matters that didn't concern him in the slightest. The next morning. Knock knock. Naruto was quite surprised to hear the door bang so early in the day. He put his spoon down in his cereal bowl and made his way to the front door, pushing it open only to be surprised by the sudden guest standing there. "Welcome to the Uchiha residence." He spoke politely to a boy and Tobirama nodded sharply, crossing his weapons with a calculating look in his eyes. Jai-chan." His stupor was broken by the blonde boy's soft voice, making him blink and focusing the spotlight on him completely, reprimanding himself for losing his concentration like that. "Hanai?" he asked, blinking the blonde boy innocently before his eyes widened and he climbed on the side to usher his guest in. "Of course, where are my manners?" The blonde muttered the last part to him and closed the door behind him while Tobirama walked into the living room. "I hope I'm not making you a bother by disturbing you so early?" the man asked, taking a seat on his sofa and offering her the glass of water with a grateful nod. "Certainly not, Jai-chan," the boy spoke instantly, taking a seat in the armchair and laughing as the little one jumped into his lap, curling into a ball. Tobirama hadn't even thought about the little one yet, so lost was he in his own thoughts at the moment. "So?" Naruto asked, once again breaking Tobirama out of his stupor, which made the blonde look a little nervous at his strange behavior and sudden presence here, not caring about it in the slightest though. "How have the missions been?" Tobirama asked, instantly cursing himself inwardly as the blonde man raised an eyebrow at him as if he were stupid. He was right now. He was the Hokage for Kami's sake. Who was asking that in his position when he got the reports directly from them personally? They've been fine," the blonde muttered without conviction, and Tobirama sighed, rubbing his temples wearily. "Can I have some tea?" he asked, and the blonde man nodded, seeing how much the man needed it, and went inside to get it for him. Tobirama sipped from his cup while the blonde man sat there waiting for him to speak, his mind racing when he was comfortable enough. "How do they make it their home, Naruto?" he finally asked, and the blonde raised another eyebrow, but answered frankly nonetheless. "I like this," he declared flatly, as if this was a world-known fact, and Tobirama had already nodded in his calculations. What if he finally began, and the blonde leaned in curiously for his words. If they offered him a better, bigger, more comfortable, and larger, his words were cut off before they could be completed. "No." The blonde spoke firmly, his eyes now a little hardened, the Hokage quite surprised at the steel he could see in those young eyes. Tobirama pursed his lips, and Naruto now felt where this was heading, but he let the man have his time. "I intend to assign a new place to the Uchiha clan," he finally declared, and Naruto's heart leaped at his words, his eyes widening. Tobirama could sense his shock and decided to explain himself in relation to making his point. "But the Uchiha clan running the village police, I'm allocating them a bit more power and planning to relocate them to the outskirts of town, where they'll have a larger area to maintain their force and operations," he said politely. "It will be an autonomous sector of the village, like the one you currently reside in, within the completely empty eastern corner of the village walls." He spoke his point in a single breath, and Naruto silently absorbed it all, his eyes becoming unfocused at the thought before blinking back into focus. "Won't this seem like isolating the clan in a corner?" he finally asked, and Tobirama sighed. It was exactly what he had been thinking and the only thing that had him putting it off for so long. "Yes, but it's for the good of the village. We can't have the police prisoners being held in the middle of the village, and Uchiha will have a much easier time handling it somewhere where they're close to them." He explained his plan, and Naruto silently pursed his lips. "I won't leave," he finally said, much to the surprise of the man who could hear his voice and see his eyes harden even more. "I won't leave my home, this is my family's inheritance. Even if the clan leaves, I won't." He spoke firmly, and Tobirama sighed wearily, having already calculated both. "But this will become a solitary part of Naruto's village until the village decides what to do with the land in the future to come." He was cut off by Naruto, which came as a new thing to him, since there weren't many who had ever dared to cut his words like this. "I don't care if this becomes a cemetery, this is my house. This is my property, and I won't abandon it for anything." He spoke firmly, and Tobirama had heard that tone many times before. It was like Mito spoke when she was hell-bent on something and would remain stubborn to the end. It was no surprise that he had inherited a bit of that fiery temperament as well, given how close those two were to each other. If it's all Hokage-sama, I have a few things I need to be careful about. Naruto spoke in a blank tone that made Tobirama's eyes go wide at the farewell tone he heard. But it wasn't that surprising. He'd never once had the boy called him by this honorific before. It felt a little strange after years of his usual addresses. Tobirama stood up, knowing the boy wasn't happy in the slightest with what he'd been told. He wanted Uchiha's honest, unbiased opinion on the matter to gauge how it would affect the clan, but aside from Naruto, Kagami was the only one he could talk to on a personal level, sharing words with him. That was the reason for his failed visit. Hokage-sama, the boy called, making him leave at the entrance of the door and glancing back with his left eye to see Naruto playing with the little one held in his arms while he had playfully picked up its paws in his hands. You know, Kiara and I have been with each other for a long time now, the blonde began, and Tobirama knew it wasn't about the little one, but something else, and he stood silently to listen to the boy finish. For now. Sometimes I have to hide her in the closet while I give her her favorite pillow and wool ball. If someone who doesn't know about her comes to visit, he spoke and wiggled the paws of the little one who mewed playfully and tried to touch his cheek with her paw, but in vain. She's always comfortable staying there for a little while, he spoke, and Tobirama narrowed his eyes, not getting where he was going with this, as he scooped the little one up and sniffed her cheek with his own, getting a little purr from his lips as she lovingly licked him. But after a while she gets agitated, he said, staring intently into her eyes, and Tobirama knew now what he meant and pursed his lips, turning his gaze fixed on the front of the door with a blank, thoughtful expression on his face. Finally, when time drags on too long, she gets nervous and flustered before she convincingly grabs her way out of the closet door. Isolation and confinement can be such strange things, huh? He asked innocently, and Tobirama closed his eyes, a small laugh lighting up his face, unfamiliar to the blonde behind him. Yes, it can be quite strange indeed. Thank you for the tea, Naruto. It was lovely as always. I'll visit you again this afternoon to help you with that favorite project of yours after I finish some of my work back in the tower, he spoke stoically, still not turning away, and Naruto nodded, kissing the little one who was almost asleep after his feeding, but he spoke a short line before he turned away. Right here. He whispered and struck, leaving a gently smiling Naruto behind, who had heard and understood the meaning of those last two words in his whisper quite clearly. Hokage Tori. Hokage Officina. Tobirama paced through his usual halls before making his way to his resting chambers. Quite confidently, he found Sasuke, Hiruzen, Kaheru, Hamura and Danzo sitting there, undoubtedly awaiting his arrival for the meeting to begin. He took a seat for them and began on the matter he had to discuss right now without beating around the bush. This was the thing he despised most in his life. As you may wonder why I've called you here, I wish to discuss the terms of the Uchiha clan's relocation and how to proceed with you in this final stage before I make my decision. He spoke calmly and they nodded, having already calculated both. Sasuke decided to begin by speaking his mind directly, without his usual affected words. I'm against it. The idea really doesn't appeal to me. Just build a nice little central office for them to run the prison there and let them stay where they are. Relocating an entire clan for such a small post isn't the right decision, in my honest opinion. Sasuke spoke his mind and Tobirama nodded, having already calculated both of the men. Hiruzen decided to pursue his father, since their views weren't that different, but he was cut off before he could intervene on their behalf. I think we should relocate them. The Uchiha clan was always under suspicion by you, sensei. Why not keep them there under strict walls and keep a close eye on them? Danzo stated his opinion, and Tobirama nodded, not expecting anything more from him. I have to agree with my father there, but sensei, why isn't Kagami here? Hiruzen asked, looking at his friend's empty seat and Tobirama pondering the empty seat himself. He's scheduled to have a meeting within his clan regarding some matters that were left unresolved last night, but he's already made his opinion known to me. He's against it. He spoke, and they all nodded, having already calculated both. The clan is leading the charge to want them to be locked down as well, and I'm afraid I'll agree with them, since the Uchiha have always put the well-being of their clan first, and the village second. This way, they can be employed by the village and not be too involved in it either. Hamura spoke, adjusting her glasses, and Tobirama nodded, filing his opinion away for later. I have to disagree, sensei. The clan heads have always been envious of the power and freedom the Uchiha enjoy. They are almost a small, autonomous section of the village themselves and wouldn't be the least bit worried about seceding if necessary. But they fought alongside me in the last war until the very end and haven't shown any sign of disloyalty so far. His opinion was cut off by Danzo. And what about Uchiha Izuna? All those years ago, that man ruined a good part of the village in his vain madness. Danzo spoke sternly, making a face at his teammate. The actions of one man do not compensate for those of the entire Danzo clan. Hiruzen intervened, and Sasuke nodded. Furthermore, aside from the loss of life, all monetary compensation was paid by the Uchiha clan from the family accounts to the village as a whole, without any resistance whatsoever. Sasuke added, and the entire space was filled with tense silence. Each pair of eyes turned to the silent Hokage, who had his eyes closed and contemplated being in deep thought about the matter. The table in front of them was presented with several statements from the few past council meetings, with each clan's views on the matter. Each of them knew which one it was. It was an old friend. The same thing had happened when the discussions on the matter weren't brought up in the council meetings before that. Uchiha was against it, but he wouldn't have any choice in the matter if the village decreed it. Sasuke stood up, already knowing how suspicious Tobirama was of the clan his entire life and what his decision would be. There was absolutely no reason to discuss this further regardless of. The relocation of the Uchiha clan is denied. His voice echoed through the air, and Sasuke's cigar slipped from his lips and crashed to the ground. Each of them rolled their eyes to the size of saucers and stared at the man in disbelief. What? Danzo couldn't help but ask his sensei, and he was the only one who had found his voice right now. The others were too caught up in the shock of what they had learned. I think I cleared my head quite a bit. The decision was on the table, with only my signature and the feudal lord signatures needed on the matter of the lands to be transferred. He spoke calmly, as if this were the weather report, and they nodded numbly at the logic behind that statement. This was merely a pretense of democracy before the villagers. The feudal lord had no say in these matters except for the funding, which he was more than willing to provide if the idea were to actually go through, according to the Hokage's decree. The final word truly rested with the second Hokage's seal, and even the Uchiha knew this was a lost cause and they would be isolated. But this. It is the decision I have made. I have the prison built with a fortified headquarters on the assigned lands, which will be under the authority and control of the Uchiha clan. The relocation will be a real inconvenience in these times of tense relations, and the empty lands that were meant for residential areas will now be used for training and supervised by the Uchiha police themselves. He spoke with authority, and each of them could hardly believe their ears at what they were hearing. Sensei, are you giving more power and authority to the Uchiha? A new HQ and a new division mean more power with them, unless you also relocate your residents to the front lines. Danzo asked incredulously, still unable to comprehend it, and Tobirama simply gave a concise nod. That's exactly what I'm saying, he said, rising and closing the matter for the time being. Have it announced now. The Uchiha clan is responsible for internal security matters for now and is continuing on all the projects we had been developing for this situation. He spoke in a definitive tone that left no room for argument and quickened his pace, leaving a stunned group of people behind. Sasuke followed him and fell as the man stood there, quite stiff now, reeling from the instinctive decision he'd made. This defied all logic. He'd followed a gut feeling, a feeling that was unique to him. He was a man of logic, but Finally, when time drags on too long, she gets nervous and agitated before convincingly grabbing her way out of the closet door. Isolation and confinement can be such strange things, can't they? He couldn't, for those words haunted his mind. The certainty that the calm voice had seemed to suggest would happen had him carrying it out, and the thought of a rebellion by the village's founding clan. The image of Konoha would only suffer greatly, as much as he despised the clan. They were one of the two founding clans and held an extreme amount of influence even now, after their weakening. But the rebel Uchiha clan. Absurd, that was something he wasn't willing to let slide, no matter what he decided. They were part of the village, and keeping the village together, as well as ensuring its safety, was part of his job as Hokage. But the thought of going against all logic and following instincts was unlike him, and this bothered him. This irritated him, making him think that he was acting like Hashirama. That boy swore, he muttered under his breath, and each of them made their way to see the furious Hokage stomping his feet in his office, as if the Shinigami himself were waiting for him there. This is unlike you, Tobirama voice spoke as he stood before her window to calm his nerves. A sigh escaped his lips, and he crossed his weapons behind his back, nodding in agreement. I know, he spoke, and Sasuke nodded. He could see it had been tough for the man. Hell, when he had calculated that Tobirama Senju was going to be the deciding factor, he had been making images of each Uchiha, gathering their materials in his mind. What made him change his mind? Sasuke finally let curiosity get the better of him, and Tobirama, observing the village, stared thoughtfully. I simply had a new perspective on things, that's all. He spoke in a spaced-out tone, and Sasuke was curious as to the source of this perspective that had changed the cold, stony Hokage of his village to act on his gut feeling so hastily. But Uchiha is not under any scrutiny, he spoke firmly, and Sasuke laughed. Now he sounded like Tobirama Senju he knew. The new division I'm creating directly under my command will keep a close eye on them and report directly to me on how they operate, both the police and them. If they're so keen on picking up a mere wooden plank that could harm the village, the dangerous whisper subsided and Sasuke almost trembled, feeling the insane bloodlust and cold fury in his voice vanish the second after it left his lips as he calmed down. I will maintain order and authority in this village as I have under my reign until now. Neither Uchiha nor anyone else will change this until I draw the breath, and it is in accordance with the obligation to care for it. He declared firmly, and Sasuke nodded with a proud laugh and decided this was time for him to leave. He decided not to ask questions about a gift in a horse's mouth for now and thanked whoever had influenced the man so much as to change his view so considerably in a mere night. As the last he knew, Tobirama Senju was willing to put Uchiha aside for good without even truly pulling his cheeks. He turned and twisted the doorknob but didn't leave before parting words. For what it's worth, this was the right decision in my mind. And thanks to whoever this was, they changed their mind so much on my side. He spoke and struck, pressing the door close behind him, and Tobirama let out a laugh as he stood alone in the empty space now and gathered his thoughts. Thank him yourself, he's your subordinate after all, he thought, wanting to laugh silently, but he held it in. Enough instinctive things for today. That boy would be the death of his image one day, and perhaps even of him. He could almost feel a gray hair or two turning from the sleepless nights he would have after he signed that official paper to halt the relocation preparations. Ami forbids the demon who created administrative work, he cursed and sat down at his desk to clear the growing piles of papers on his desk before he went and found the blonde boy to see what progress he had made on the scroll he had him preparing 6 months ago. The next morning. Hokage Tori. Mission office. Squad 7 report on duty. Sasuke spoke over it, getting a nod from the stoic Hokage who picked up a sheet cataloging his mission successes and then rummaged through a small pile of swirls. Alright, Squad 7, a small town nearby is being troubled by bandits, Tobirama spoke, and Sasuke instantly stiffened and narrowed his eyes at the cage's oratory. The 3 genin stood up to hear this, listening about what seemed to be their first major mission after a myriad of crank missions. You will all travel to the village that is half a day's journey from here. The mission details are in the scroll. This will be your first assignment for Robi. Don't disappoint me. He spoke over them, eliciting a nod from all 3 of them with broad laughter. Only Naruto had a confused look in his eyes, but he kept his mouth shut for the moment. Sasuke could see his eyes calculating the details of the mission spoken in the blonde's mind and felt pride and nervousness like never before at the sight of the 3 of them going on their first mission, still with great happiness, unaware of what awaited them. You all wait outside, I'll have a quick chat with the Hokage and join you in a minute. The Jounin sensei spoke, eliciting a nod from 3 of them as Naruto, left with a belated glance, looked at Sasuke and Tobirama before he departed. Sasuke opened his mouth to speak before he was cut off the moment his lips parted. This is the time, Sasuke. This has been 6 months and 10 missions for them. The required time and mission count are done. I will hear nothing more on the matter. You must not interfere in this mission. Simply observe after they give their orders and report the results directly to me. Tobirama's blank voice spoke over him and he raised his hand to silence his old friend's retort before it could be introduced at all. You can leave. I've said what I wanted. You have my orders, he spoke sternly, and Sasuke pursed his lips, though the anger in his eyes was not lost on Tobirama, who watched the man tighten the doorknob so much that it twisted under the pressure before he left. Sasuke, Tobirama called, causing Sarutobi to turn his fixed gaze and effortlessly catch a flying scroll in his hand. Take them there on your way back and explore this area out, think of it as a side mission, he said, making the smoking man look at the wafer in his hand sympathetically. Only take them there if any of them fail their tasks and make them complete them there. Also, don't send them back before you explore it yourself. Dismissed. Tobirama spoke in a dismissive tone and Sarutobi left without a word. As much as he knew what it was and as much as Sasuke hated having to do this, he also knew this was time for them to grow up. He made a standoff, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette but resolved against it. He wasn't in the mood for a smoke today. Instantly, he clicked the open wafer, his eyes scanning each and every word carefully, and he spoke, drawing the words out with a long sigh, pinching his nose. Well, he spoke over, getting the attention of 3 genin who were chatting away excitedly and obliviously unaware of their sensei's concerns. Go head out, we'll spend the daylight. He spoke impassively, and the 3 nodded happily and carried on. A small civilian who cultivates village lands outside the village's boundaries. Sasuke fell from the tree branch as the forest came to an end and the village came into view. His students looked at him, slightly annoyed by his abrupt stop. What's wrong, sensei? Go on, we're about. Sukuna was cut off by the older man mid-journey. I will not be involved in this mission at all. He spoke seriously and they looked at him in stunned disbelief but remained silent to listen to him until the end. But why, sensei? Weren't you supposed to be leading us? Naruto reasoned as Sasuke shook his head in the negative. Not this time, Naruto. Many times I'll have to leave on a separate part of the mission where I can't involve you, while you take care of the parts assigned to you. This is the time you were left to be pampered and grew up to be a shinobi." He spoke in a tone the three weren't used to hearing from. His voice and eyes were as cold as glaciers, as if every emotion in his eyes had died in an instant, leaving only a stony shinobi chill behind. Each of them felt a sense of dread and foreboding in their stomachs. "Sensei, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so serious?" Dai asked in a nervous voice, lacking all of his usual exuberance. Sasuke simply clicked the open scroll and decided to read over his orders. "Well, as you all must have guessed by now, we need to be on the lookout for a small bandit camp here," he slurred, eliciting relieved nods from the three of them. They'd done this twice before, beaten up those so-called expert country folk and tied up the criminals until the town councils took care of them. But Tsukumo found something odd about this, as did Naruto. "Sensei, we've done this before, right? But those were all crank assignments. Why is this a bureau?" Tsukumo asked, and Dai blinked in realization before looking at his sensei with curious eyes. Sasuke examined those innocent eyes, which were the last time they would be this pure before they hardened over a lifetime. "You three will go in and eliminate the bandit camp leaders before the camp burns down completely, leaving no trace for survivors." He spoke coldly, his eyes widening in horror. What?" Dai stuttered out in shock as if he hadn't heard it right the first time. "The bandit camp is run by a small contingent of men who mostly reside in the middle of their resting place. Enter, eliminate any three of them and seal their bodies in this." He gave them the storage scroll mostly designed to store human corpses, and the three took it numbedly, not exactly absorbing it completely into them. "Then burn the whole field to the ground, blow it up. Do whatever you want, but leave no trace or any survivors behind. That's your mission." He finished and looked at his three numb students with a heavy heart. He had become attached to these idiots as much as he wouldn't admit it, and it pained him to do this to them. "But sensei, why are they killing them?" Dai asked, and his two teammates wholeheartedly agreed with him. "Yes, why couldn't we just tie them up and take them back to be detained instead of killing them?" Tsukumo suggested, shuddering under the harsh glare Sasuke gave him. "As your orders are to eliminate them, this is the order of your superior officer. These are the orders of your cage, which mean the people command you, whom you have sworn to protect, and you will eliminate this threat to the people today." He spoke in a harsh tone that made the boy look down and fall silent. As harsh as he sounded, Sasuke knew this was what they needed right now. Sensei, Naruto's nervous voice came out, who had been frightened by his cold sensei's oratory just now. Dai nodded at him, and he nodded back before returning his fixed gaze to Sasuke. What if he calmed down with a heavy swallow, and Dai decided to lend him a hand? What if even Dai lost his voice before he could speak over it and they both looked down at their feet before falling silent? "What if you couldn't do it, right?" Sasuke asked, and the three nodded shyly. His heart ached at the sight of the boys who still hadn't met his gaze, and he sighed. "Remember when I told you that I could remove you from your ranks as a shinobi if I didn't consider you worthy at some point?" he asked, and the three nodded shyly. "Well, this is it. Failure to achieve your goal will result in your bandages being removed." He lied, and the three of them stared at him in shock. Their hearts leaped a little, and they looked at him in a pleading manner, as if the whole thing was a lie, but he didn't waver in his stance with so much as a shudder. "I have another mission to accomplish, you three heads out. When I return, I expect the camp to be demolished, and those wisps." He gestured to the wisps in his hands, which they stared at as if this were the most disgusting thing on the planet right now. "Should be full. Don't disappoint me." He spoke, and before any of them could utter a word, he vanished in a flash of flames. All three of them silently endured a trance, as if they weren't yet conscious, for a few moments. Naruto gripped a scroll so tightly, the rolled-up heavy paper began to twist beneath his grasp. "What are we going to do now?" Dai finally broke the heavy silence, and Tsukumo looked away for the first time, unable to answer his exuberant friend. Naruto began to walk away after turning, and as soon as he took his second step, his shoulder was severely pulled back and his rear end met the bark of a tree approximately. "You seriously can't think of doing this mission, can you?" Tsukumo asked his friend incredulously, seeing the pure fury in his eyes, when in a moment of surprise, Naruto grabbed his neck in his hand and pulled his face close to his own. "What do you think I'm going to do? He hasn't given us a real choice now, has he?" Naruto growled, and Tsukumo himself glared at his brother, but bloodshot fury burned in his own onyx eyes as well. He had half thought to punch his friend to bring him back to his senses, had he not been completely confused. "Eyes, don't fight. This isn't young," Dai whispered from the side, seeing the two ready to hit each other. Tsukumo loosened his grip on Naruto's neck, and the blonde pushed him back halfway heatedly before looking away slightly embarrassed. "I'm pathetic," I muttered at the same time as I fell silent. Dai would have laughed any other day, but today he simply watched as Naruto began his long, slow stride toward the village where the fields were located. "Tsukumo, what should we do?" Dai didn't ask, he wasn't in the right mood right now and said the boy didn't have an answer today. I don't know Dai, I just don't know, he whispered, tapping the bark where he had shoved his sidekick roughly and squeezing his eyes shut to bite back his nervousness, but in vain. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked back to see Dai laughing at him with an understanding look. Go ahead, my friend. Naruto won't be able to do this alone. He needs us as much as we need him, he comforted him with a squeeze of his shoulder, and Tsukumo sighed, nodding himself in agreement with his words, seeing as Naruto had walked a real distance already and didn't seem to be in any mood to stop right now. Yes, he whispered in defeat and started walking with his team's Jujutsu specialist to follow his teammate, who was himself the most confused inside as much as he tried to show how he had to complete his mission. No one noticed Sasuke staring at them from afar, and as his grip tightened so severely on the branch he held in his hand, the 5-inch thick branch splintered itself under his extremely tight grip as he made a cross-shaped hand seal to complete his own part of the mission. Naruto hadn't yet glanced to his side as he perched atop a tree, its thick leaves providing cover for him to scout out the field while his friends fell to his side. There's a main field. Dai indicated a large tent in the middle, surrounded by several smaller tents, and Tsukumo put a hand on his close friend's shoulder, this time without the harshness and instead a comforting one. Are you sure about this? Tsukumo asked one last time. If he carried this out, then so was he. Dai nodded to Tsukumo, understanding his silent question with a mere glance from his eyes, and both looked back at the fields with a space-out gaze. No, the blonde boy answered frankly, and both boys blinked at him, clearly not expecting this. But we have to do this. This is our mission, and this isn't like those people are innocent. They're bandits, meaning rape, murder, and extortion are what they do for a living. I mean, the people will never judge us to kill innocents. The blonde boy tried to comfort his friend, but only made himself doubt his own words. Besides, there's no room for emotions about a mission, remember? He asked Tsukumo, who nodded back, reciting the 25th principle in the back of his mind. So how are we going to do this then? Dai asked, finally accepting the mission wholeheartedly, and both boys looked at each other before Naruto saw that Tsukumo wasn't in any mood right now to think clearly at all, so he decided to take charge this time. Her hand fell on the bag strapped to her hips and he pulled out a large bundle of red tags with neatly brushed lithographed kanji on them. He split the small bundle into 3 equal parts and gave one to each of them. We'll circle the field silently, as cautiously as we can, placing these everywhere we can without being seen. Before the rendezvous there, Naruto indicated a small, abandoned campfire covered with several logs that must have been used for sitting last night but would now provide the perfect cover for them to regroup before they began the second phase of their mission. And then? Tsukumo finally asked Naruto, wanting to hear it from his own lips once it was over to make sure he really did it. Naruto simply looked ahead and vanished with a quick shunshin to complete his part of the shopping. Tsukumo watched as Naruto had begun to rush towards the northern part of the field, and his fixed gaze turned to a confused Dai looking at him for further details he might have missed. You're going to the east side, Dai, leaving me the west, he finally grumbled, and Dai nodded before actually running off to the east side of the shops. Behind him with Naruto. Naruto leaped over the wall of files, his eyes narrowing to scan his surroundings to avoid being spotted by anyone. He checked a couple of past stores, tapping the labels on them with the grace of a dancer, and darted straight ahead of the shadows like a hawk stalking its prey, wandering around unaware of the deathly shadow that loomed over him. He saw a man walking past the tent he was hiding behind and ducked down, his eyes narrowing as the man stretched out and turned his back on him. Instantly, Naruto hand stuck a sticker under his armpit while the man wasn't too wise, and Naruto continued hand stuck several more before he regrouped. He jumped onto the top of a tent, his eyes peeking over the edge, and his eyes flickered crimson for a moment to check if he had made the tag squeeze as perfect as he could given the circumstances. He had given them their own unique tags. Unlike normal tags, these were made by him and Mito themselves and were far more powerful than the usual ones, which were simply used to inflict burns or make enemies more vulnerable in combat. These tags could even bring down normal-sized walls if necessary, so he knew at least their deaths would be quick and painless, the least he could do for them. He slid down the tent quickly and checked several past tents to his rendezvous point in a crouching sprint, dodging a couple of onlookers along his path as he leaped over the log and jumped behind the 3-road cover, only to see Dai and Tsukumo jump in shortly after. Well, you guys done? The blonde asked and got a nod from both of them, and he nodded back. He glanced around to see the shop they were looking to infiltrate being watched over by 2 guards who were at the front entrance. "Come on," he whispered, and both his teammates nodded, waiting from their deck positions as his teammate in the same sprint crouched down, keeping an eye around for anything and everything. Naruto reached the back of the tent and put his left arm over his shoulder to grab the handle of his sword and sheathed it. The blade hummed softly, with the metal conducting the wind chakra. It was wielder pushing inside it, and Naruto placed this as the tip on the thick canvas that no normal weapon would be able to cut, but his sword sliced through it, as if a hot knife through butter. He made a U-shape with the cut and lifted this as the rudder. I entered, with Tsukumo following, and Naruto entered before checking they weren't being watched and intervened, leaving the cloth falling and looking as if it had never been cut in the first place. The boy slowly walked into the middle, ducking down, hearing the approaching laughter from the middle, and wisely deciding not to go near it. Tsukumo grabbed Naruto's shoulder and pulled him back into a storage space inside the tent, only for him to see a laughing man walking ahead of him, and they both sighed in relief. They once again wandered around, hands sticking explosive tags in places where they wouldn't be seen, and finding their targets themselves. "DSK guys," Dai whispered, standing in front of a gap and pointing with his finger, nodding his head. Naruto and Tsukumo slid to the side of the ledge to see this was the entrance, to find 6 people asleep there and smell the strong scent of liquor in the air. Tsukumo nodded his approval, and the 3 of them slipped into the gap silently, like a deathly still breeze. Tsukumo placed his right hand on his shoulder and drew his own white blade with a soft sling, while Dai took a simple kunai from his pouch. The 3 of them took their positions by the heads of the 3 sleeping figures on the left side of the room. The 3 of them stood on the right side, where the figure snored peacefully, an unknown threat loomed over their companions. Tsukumo changed his grip on his blade to reverse-eyed one with the 2 teammates after their example, and doing the same with his own. Naruto placed his sword above his target's unconscious head, its long blade resting on the man's neck with both hands, the point aimed directly at his jugular vein. Tsukumo mirrored the blonde stance as Dai gripped his kunai in a reverse grip in one hand and placed the other on the handle for extra force, aiming swiftly and cleanly at the same fatal spot on his target. Naruto's hands trembled with fear, his eyes widening at what he had just done. A bead of sweat trickled down his right eye, completely unblinking, his gaze fixed directly on the placidly unconscious face of his target. He swallowed a thick sob, his eyes drinking, and he could feel his resolve waver for a moment. What do I do? Are they really going to? His thoughts calmed down when he saw his target's eyes blink for a moment. Phew, WH was all he could whisper as he began to focus on Naruto. Tapadier. Naruto, on instinct to see his cover being blown away, pushed down to one knee and lowered his blade with it. This was ahead of him, this was the efficient obstruction on his steel as the grip after years of practice with a blade. I and Tsukumo, hearing the sudden sound, did the same on instinct and feared with another pair of the soft sounds of flesh piercing that sounded in space. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched a man's eyes rush into the back of his head, his body sometimes pulling in soft chirps before it went completely limp and his left hand fell lifeless at his side. He did not miss his mark. His left hand was flung up, trembling like a dry leaf, and over the right side of his face. He rolled it up over his numb skin and threw the hand before his eyes, only to see it had crimson streaks on it, and his eyes widened in horror. "I killed him," he chanted inside his head, over and over again. His whole body trembled with fear, and his breathing became labored as his eyes, in which the focus lost all focus, and the sheet fell to his side as he hyperventilated. I and Tsukumo were in better condition than their friend, but in their shaken state, they couldn't see what was happening to the blonde man, while they still couldn't believe what they had done. Both had a trail of thick scarlet fluid on their palms as they stared in horror, realizing they had killed someone. Naruto's Sharingan blazed to life, 3 tomo in each of his pupils spun haphazardly as they glowed with new vigor and even more crimson than ever before. The last thing the 3 senses were 3 cuts to their necks simultaneously before their eyes rolled back from their heads and they left the realms of knowledge. Chapter 7. A few miles outside Konohagakure, no Sato. A small bonfire was lit in the middle of a clearing while a man sat on a log to the side. His cigar, confidently placed against his lips, explored the details of the smoke unfurled in his hands in the small light cast near the fire in the dying night. "So this is what you had planned, and they didn't carry it out, huh, Tobirama?" Sarutobi muttered to him and glanced up at his 3 genin sleeping in their sleeping bags under the shadow of the stars, blissfully unaware of anything besides their deep enforced sleep. His hand reached his forehead, rubbing his temples. He let out a small, exhausted breath. Even if he hadn't physically done anything to impose himself, he could already feel the weight of his emotional drain beginning to take effect on him. And needless to say, he still had to address his students about past events to see how each of them reacted. Another sigh escaped his lips. This professor's subject was a demanding job now that he had experienced it directly. Her eyes caught sight of 3 sleeping genin. Only to see that the blonde member of her team was squirming and quite obviously beginning to regain consciousness. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut before the cobwebs flickered and he sat up straight. He glanced around sleepily, his mind still trying to recover as his gaze settled on the slumbering forms of his 2 teammates. In the blink of an eye, the events that had transpired in the past couple of hours came rushing back to his mind, and he stiffened. Sasuke stared into his baby's blue eyes, instantly noticing the loss of brightness in them as they suddenly became a little dull in the flickering light of the flames. The blue eyes made him look away from the hands placed in his lap and now rubbed embarrassed expression now on his face. "Naruto," Sasuke called, putting no more than a tug on his ears to acknowledge he was listening and followed without flinching. "Look at me, Naruto." He called again, this time his voice holding a newfound warmth and care in it, which made him glance at his sensei sheepishly before looking away again. Sasuke let out a soft sigh. He knew it would be the most difficult thing for the most humanitarian of the bunch, and that it was surely as true as light in this case. Finally, he placed his hands on his knees and stood up. Approaching, he knelt down beside the boy on one knee, only to see him spaced out and staring at his open palms with vacant eyes. His arm snaked around the boy's shoulders, pulling him closer. He tucked the boy's head under his chin and gently stroked his back. "It's okay," he whispered carefully, and just like that, the boy wrapped his weapons around his sensei and squeezed them tightly, as if he were a lifeline to him. "Sensei, I," he choked out, and the man only held him tighter, letting him know it was alright. The boy didn't scream. He knew he wanted to, but he held back, and Sasuke couldn't have been prouder of his pupil. It wasn't in everyone's heart that, as gentle as he was, they would be able to steal their emotions like that when there was nothing holding them back from doing so in the first place. "Sensei," the boy whispered, making him pull his shoulders back and meet his fixed, questioning gaze with one of his own hot understanding. "What's wrong, Naruto? Tell me," he urged the boy to let it all out. After all, bottling it all up wasn't going to be healthy for him right now. He remembered how he'd felt when he'd made his first kill, even though they were much younger back then, but those were different and worried times long ago. "Why do we do it?" he asked simply, and as simple as those words were, Sasuke knew how important they were to his young mind and life. He reflected on all his years and the experience he had gathered while he had been a shinobi, searching his mind for a suitable answer to satisfy the boy's curiosity. "This is simply the way of our world work, Naruto," he spoke, dragging the words out wearily, sitting cross-legged and resting his chin on his fist in a thoughtful manner. The boy's eyes hung on his every word, absorbing it all like a dry, sponge-like fluid. "Slaughter, or be killed. As simple as that." He spoke, taking a long drag of smoke before releasing it, and watched the boy's eyes drop into contemplation. He knew his answer wasn't enough to satisfy those once as curious as the reporter had been. "This is the way. From today onward, we were responsible for the deaths of a fraction of some common bandits," he explained, and the boy nodded. Feeling even worse in the ear of those numerical statistics, Sasuke continued, paying no attention to this. "Had we let them live, however, they would have murdered several times as many people on their own. And this doesn't count petty theft, rape, and various other vile crimes that are even worse than murder itself. By killing a few, you saved many people today, Naruto," he explained in his once calm tone, and received a wavering nod from the boy. A hand fastened his slumped shoulder firmly, making that blue-backed baby look up into his teacher's stern onyx eyes. "Some people are simply beyond saving, Naruto. That's the lesson I want to impart to you right now, Naruto. You can try and save as much as you possibly can, but there will come a time when you realize that some people are simply beyond saving. When they cross that bridge, that's when you must make the difficult decision and end it before they can or cannot harm those close to you. That's what I've learned over the years, Naruto. Remember my lesson well," childishly, as it may lend you a hand in what lies ahead. His wise, warm voice spoke as his palm found its way to the blonde mop and gently scrubbed it, only to laugh when he saw the childlike spark of happiness return to his pupil's eyes as he nodded firmly back. Naruto shook his head, wiping the unshed tears from his eyes, and sat down beside him. They both ate some of the food the instructor had prepared with the bare provisions he had in his bag, listening to the young man's stories of his past to take his mind off past events and impart some knowledge that might be practical for the boy one day, before they finally decided to call it a day and entered the calm afforded them by the shadow of the night and the stars above. The next morning, Sasuke, in his genin persona, gathered his supplies and cleared away all traces of his presence with a small proud laugh. Tsukumo and Dai had taken it better than he'd expected, the small tears on each other's bodies after a brief exchange, and they were eager to go again, even though he could see the newfound seriousness and loss of innocence in their eyes. But it didn't seem like it was unexpected. Rather, he would have been worried if they hadn't had any repercussions at all. "Okay kids, let's take a detour." He spoke, slurring the words out, making three of them stop and blink at him in honest confusion. "Detour?" Tsukumo asked in a lost voice, which elicited two more lost looks and shrugs from his companions who told him that they had no idea about this either. "What detour, sensei? Our mission is done, right?" Naruto asked and received a firm nod of affirmation from his teacher. "Then shouldn't we head back and report to the villages about the procedure?" Where do we go anyway? He finally asked, which was over someone's younger mind, and Sasuke nodded. Yes, that's the procedure, but I had a secondary mission with an option. He answered their questions further, adding fuel to their burning curiosity. I could choose whether to actually take you with me on this one. If you had failed the previous one, you would have had to come with me without the option. But you all passed. He spoke, leaping onto a branch and looking back at them with a single-eyed glance. It's up to you, my children, whether you wish to come with me or not. The things you will see afterward will not be something you would like to see, he explained, making his three subordinates a little nervous with his carefully chosen tone of voice. You may very well return to the village, or you may follow me. Either way, you will not be regarded in the slightest. I will wait for you by the river for 5 minutes. Those of you who wish to come may come there. The rest of you may return to the village, and we will give a report together when I return. He spoke, slurring his words, and leaped forward onto the next branch before quickly repeating this and disappearing into the foliage in mere seconds. What could he possibly mean by no to something he likes? Dai finally asked and got a couple of nervous glances from his teammates that were followed by oblivious shrugs. They had no idea themselves. I say we follow him. Sakumo finally broke the small silence that had settled between them and got a surprised look from his teammates. I really don't know, I mean, after last time, he knows what this is, maybe. Dai spoke, dragging out the words meaningfully, and received a nod from Naruto, who agreed with him on every single word. The eccentric genin considered his final teammate, who still remained to answer, to see what he thought. It was a silent conversation between them. They all were, or none of them, so much did each of them know. Naruto looked up at the sky and let out a deep breath. He squinted his left eye as a ray of sunlight peered into the tree from within, and he chuckled at the sight of a small bird flying overhead. Go ahead, guys. He finally spoke, getting a small laugh from Sakumo, who just nodded, and Naruto clasped his green-clad friend's shoulder reassuringly. Come on, Dai, let's go. He spoke calmly, all his nerves gone, and his friend laughed. Shortly after, Naruto saw a small fire ignite in his friend's eyes, and he gulped, trying to calm him down, but it was too late. Yosh. Let the power of youth explode. He exclaimed, much to his horror, as he seized his wrists in his iron grip. He knew so much he was coming, for before they could utter a word, the pumping above the boy had erupted. But them in rag dolls like they peered intently through the bushes. Sensei. Let's go, we're ready. Sasuke heard a shout and raised an eyebrow as he turned his eyes to the source of the voice. His energetic student flew out of a bush with his two dizzy, leaf-covered teammates trailing behind him. I blinked, seeing his sensei's amused stare, and glanced behind him only to turn away in embarrassment. His two teammates, dizzy as hell, were trying to brush off their cobwebs and clean themselves up after their youthful trip. He couldn't help but laugh, watching his three genin argue with each other, as if the previous day had been forgotten and they were fine while they were together. Idiots, he muttered, jumping off the rock he was sitting on, and decided to stop his jokes when he saw Sakumo bonk Dai over his head as punishment and scolding him as if he were a child and he a teacher. Well, the said boy was full of apologies for his youth. But he couldn't rejoice or be more proud than they had each decided to come. These three never ceased to amaze him, no matter the reason. Okay, break it, go ahead, and he slurred and leaped up a tree, not quite worried to see if the three of them would follow, and quite sure they were. With eyes quite blazing and determined that they were. Sensei, what's the mission? Sakumo finally blurted out the question that had been on everyone's minds, and the elder Sarutobi remained silent for a few moments, pondering his own decision, wondering if this was truly the right one for him. He glanced back, seeing only their innocent and confused faces, and looked ahead with a weary expression. They need it, they don't yet know what they'll be up against in the future. This is my burden to bear, as they have to grow up now, he spoke, slurring the words inwardly and letting out a long breath. We have another assignment. A line by B, he spoke over, finally breaking the tense silence. Naruto's feet found a branch, and he jumped onto the next one with a curious glint in his eyes. What is it, sensei? He asked, and Sasuke glanced to his side to see his genin. His eyes fixed on him and then turned their gaze forward onto the path ahead. This is a simple scouting mission. We need to go near the border and scout out everything that's happening there. That's the mission, he finally explained, and Naruto nodded. So why is this a mission aligned by B, sensei? Dai suddenly asked, surprising them all, and said boy blushed when all eyes turned to him and laughed sheepishly when all attention was fixed on him. You'll see, that was all they managed to say to their sensei before he unleashed a burst of chakra to increase their speed, with his three genin doing the same and whizzing past the trees in a quick newly discovered gait. A small clearing near the borders of Konoha Kusa. Sasuke stopped his sprint, jumped through the trees, and raised a hand, making his three expenses do the same and crouched down on their respective branches silently. I was about to ask a pointed question when he saw Sasuke place a finger to his lips, signaling him to stay calm, and he peeked through the small hole in the green foliage to see who was ahead. Tsukumo and Naruto narrowed their eyes when their ears perked up about something coming from the front. Clang clang boom. Their broken eyes opened in the shock and they parted the leaves of the tree and stared intently at what lay on the other side. The eyes of every genin widened in horror. Numerous shinobi were conquering the small classified ravine that leads to the edge of the border. Naruto stared in stunned silence as one shinobi leaped up and slashed his kunai straight through another shinobi's jugular before moving on to the next target as if the previous scene hadn't happened at all in the first place. I and Tsukumo also watched over the bloodshed that was ensuing and almost at this point the maximum end with several small skirmishes almost to their bitter ends. Sensei Tsukumo and Dai whispered while the elder Sarutobi kept his eyes mostly fixed on his blonde subordinate who seemed to tremble at all at what was being shown to him directly at this moment. What is this? Naruto choked out, barely holding back his guts from puking out as he watched the last two shinobi fight it out and tear their swords apart, eyes wide. This is the truth that lies in wait for us shinobi. Sasuke spoke, sadness clearly laced in his eyes. But he dared not let them take their eyes off the scene. This would only bring them the worst possible outcome and most likely lead them to an early grave if they ever hesitated to step out onto the battlefield, even for a moment. But why, sensei? Aren't we neutrally allying with the others? Tsukumo reasoned, his eyes fixed on the now crimson ground, littered with several unidentifiable corpses as small wisps of smoke rose above various heights. But he was cut off before he could say more by his instructor. Alliances are just that, mere paper and words of peace, Tsukumo. This only truly matters if the allied nations genuinely believe in peace. They all fight for it, ostensibly for it, he replied in his own withered voice, pronouncing each and every last word with extra emphasis to make his point to the boy. They all heard a painful groan and Sasuke's eyes widened momentarily as he caught a small twitch in the corner of his eye. No, don't, he hissed, but it was in vain. His blonde genin leaped from the tree and straight down to the ground, buzzing his way past the fully nourished vegetation and gliding expertly down the edge of the ravine, just as he had done playing and sliding down various places in his effortless childhood exploration. Naruto hurried past the smoking craters, several corpses lying lifeless all around him. He couldn't help but grimace at the sight. It was as if a piece of hell itself had been summoned down to earth at that moment. His feet stopped him, the only person breathing on the once smoking and animated battlefield. He skidded down to his knees hurriedly, placing the man's head on his lap and instantly began to examine his wounds. The man was dressed all in red, had a kunai stuck directly where his liver was, as was assumed, and was bleeding profusely. A fatal wound, one any shinobi was trained to inflict and would be proud to have done upon their enemy. His baby blue eyes glanced into the cloudy browns of the man whose weapons trembled and tried to speak over. The W was all he could say before he coughed out the blood. Naruto instantly wiped it from his face and put his ear close to his lips to hear him clearly and make it easier for the man. The water from W, the man gasped, and Naruto nodded briskly. Instantly, his left hand reached behind him and pulled out his small canteen bottle. He unscrewed the bottle and immediately placed it to the man's lips, letting him drink slowly. He then gently placed some water over his face and eyes to wash away the blood and dirt so his wounds wouldn't be aggravated and risk infection. His ears had not yet picked up on the soft footsteps until now he was focused on the wounded man and his weapons. The man's eyes squinted slightly to feel the foreign liquid dripping onto his orbs as he tried to blink out of his cobwebs and his eyes began to focus on his savior. Naruto turned his gaze to his side worriedly, looking at his sensei in a pleading manner. "Sensei, please give me some bandages." This man. Tapadier. His eyes widened slightly before expanding to epic proportions, his pupils dilated in shock. He glanced to the side, only to see the man with his weapons gurgling blood as a kunai lodged firmly in his jugular. Metallic sound. Naruto looked down at the dead man's hand as a kunai slipped from his lifeless fingers and he fell to the ground with a jump. His own palm shot high directly toward his face and knocked him down, feeling a slightly wet substance on his skin. His blue eyes stared at the palm in front of him, only for him to go completely numb to the sight of the thick, sticky substance now covering him. It was scarlet. Her head mechanically turned to the other side, only to see Sasuke knock her outstretched hand to her side, as if nothing had happened at all. Naruto finally looked down into the completely white dead eyes of the man they had pushed back lifelessly. "Why?" he asked in a trance, his mind completely failing to register it, while the older Sarutobi simply let out a long breath. He was going to kill Naruto. It was either you or him. "I chose the former," the sensei explained calmly, as if reading a simple weather report. "But why?" He was dying, I was trying to help him then, the boy muttered in his own lost and trance-like voice, not exactly registering what had just happened as indicated by his still dilated pupils. Look at his bandage, Naruto. Sasuke spoke in a warm comforting voice, as Naruto's eyes settled on the red cloth across his forehead that had a stone symbol embossed on it. He was an Iowa shinobi, Naruto, and skirmishes between the leaf and stone have been largely unknown to you children or the villagers for some time, except for us high-ranking guards and border patrols. He explained and gave the blonde boy a small, numb nod, still meek. But I was just helping. Sasuke pulled his shoulders sideways to make him look at his own severe cold, onyx-purple eyes convincingly into the dilated blue baby. This isn't a simple fight between two shinobi where you can show a little mercy to a dying man, Naruto. This is a fight between nations. The moment the man's eyes focused on him, the first thing he saw was the leaf symbol placed on his bandage. It was all he had to do. He wanted to finish him off and leave a small sign in his breath that he died for his people, he explained sternly, watching the boy's eyes roll around, but he held them steady by cupping his cheeks in his palms and making him examine his own even more convincingly. Naruto, we're practically at war, he whispered, startling the two genin behind him. Just as Sukuna was about to argue about the treaty of neutrality and logic, he was cut off by Sasuke's stern voice. The last few missions we've been doing again these past few months, only what were they? Sasuke asked, glancing back at his team's strategic leader who pursed his lips and made his memory drift back to the moments after they were a team. We've been bringing in supplies stocked outside the village in our secure depots from our nearby farming villages, occasionally a couple of inland village missions, as for some sorting, and his words were cut off by Sasuke mid-sentence. When does a shinobi village begin to resupply? These are supplies. He asked, and Sukumo's eyes widened as his blood ran cold, realizing the meaning behind his words. The instructor turned his gaze back to the blonde boy who was staring at him, as if he weren't yet fully aware, but Sasuke knew they had to hear this to be prepared. Look around you, Naruto, he spoke in, but a soft whisper, as the blonde looked around the completely destroyed lands covered with various corpses and smoke vapors from the aftermath of a small skirmish. We are at a more tense situation with other nations than we have been in the past decade or so. The Hokage knows this, but keeps his lips tight about it to the civilians, so as not to create any rash reactions or destabilization within our walls. High-ranking shinobi know this too. We are almost on the brink of war, Naruto, and this is what it will look like when the final spark that ignites the flames is struck. He spoke in a comforting tone, doing none of what his voice had been intended to do for the blonde. Once again he brought those wild, frightened eyes into focus and gently pressed his hand against their cheeks to give them the benefit of a little focus and concentration they had lost. You're the one I'm most worried about, kid. Even now, the moment you saw a man in pain, you collapsed, not caring in the slightest whether it was an enemy or an ally. You have to understand that not everyone will think like you. The world isn't what it seems. This is what will happen to most of these lands in the time to come. You have to toughen up, Naruto. He calmed down, seeing a small tear prickle the corner of those beautiful eyes, and pulled him onto his chest for a comforting hug. Sensei, the boy sniffled before he gripped his shirt tightly in his fists and buried his face in his chest in agony as he finally let it all sink into his heart and accepted the truths in it. Kindness will only lead you to despair and ultimately to death in the times children come. This scouting mission was a choice I had to make, let you see this or not if I believed you were truly ready. But I want you to be jokingly ready for something, as I won't always be around when what awaits us is truly over our heads. We will be short on manpower, and quite possibly, my going with you on missions will be scarcer than ever before. So promise me that you will always be ready to do what this takes when the time calls for it, he asked earnestly, and got a little nod from the boy who was sniffing at his arms and glanced back to see his other two students screaming and nodding off, tearing at their snotty noses before he beckoned them to come to him with open arms. He pampered them all and their weapons. Kissing their heads gently and exhaling a tired sigh, he left three children no longer shinobi, screaming their hearts out into their weapons. For what it was worth, he was glad to be their teacher, even if he was the one who had to make them see this. But he wouldn't let them die just because they weren't ready or froze on the field like the countless others who died every day out in the world. He loved these idiots too much for this. A few days later. Hanahagakure Ningun Sado. The path leading towards the great walls of the village hidden in the leaves could be seen over the horizon by our favorite group of shinobi, who had now taken a slow and serene pace to cover the rest of their distance in comfortable silence. Sasuke couldn't help but notice how serious these four had become in the few days since their last scouting mission. It tore at him. They weren't as lively as before, even if their antics resurfaced a few times when they'd forgotten all about it. It was still different. Their eyes were different than before. Welcome back to the village, Sasuke-sama. The elder Sarutobi gave a concise nod to the gate guard as he signed his team onto who stood silently behind him. He turned, looking at the three curious eyes that were waiting for him to continue as they followed him on for the reporting process. Not today. You three continue home. I'll take care of the report to the Hokage. Get some proper rest and sleep. You deserve it. His tone suddenly changed to a warm and paternal one. He patted each of his genins' heads, eliciting small giggles from them before they nodded off and headed home. Sasuke watched them go and turned his eyes towards the middle of the village, directly over the largest structure that resides there, and his feet began to make the path to his destination. Hokage Tori. Hokage Officina. This time, the Jounin instructor of Squad 7 didn't bother using Shunshin to reach his destination. Instead, he took the classic route on foot and strolled through the tower's halls, eliciting several laughs and nods of recognition from everyone around him. The receptionist at the desk outside the main office, seeing him approach, laughed. Sasuke-sama, Hokage-sama is a little busy right now, but if you can wait for a few minutes. Her words trailed off as he walked past her without even noticing her presence. He raised his fist and threw a couple of punches, only to hear an annoyed voice declaring him busy from the doorway. It's me, he declared simply, getting a moment of silence from inside while he waited patiently outside and took this time to light a cigar to his lips. Entered. Came a tired reply from inside, and he twisted the doorknob before the door closed behind him, leaving a deep and confused secretary behind him. His eyebrow rose in surprise when he saw Tobirama sit on the sofa with a cup of tea, instead of taking his usual seat, his eyes still closed. He pulled out a chair, but Tobirama still didn't bother to open his eyes to look up at his guest, and took another sip of his tea. They did it. Sasuke spoke simply, taking the first initiative to break the silence that had fallen over the space with his presence. I see, Tobirama replied, taking his last sip and putting his cup aside to focus all his attention on his friend. All of them? Came his question directly after the first, and he got a simple nod from Sasuke. He hummed to himself, picking up on the man's answer and checking it by his head before giving a tense nod. Very well. Tobirama spoke curtly, causing his friend to leave the written report contained within a scroll being placed on the scroll holder on his desk. Don't give them any missions for a week, I request. He was cut off mid-pleading when Tobirama raised his palm to silence him. I'm not going to. His one stoic voice made the matter clear, while Sasuke merely raised a curious eyebrow. Tobirama stood up, walked to his desk, and pulled out the bottom drawer, which contained some scrolls. He took one out and tossed it to Sarutobi, who deftly caught it in his palms. What is this? Sasuke asked, tossing the cigar between his lips to the left side to get a better view of the scroll that held the Iron Country seal placed upon it. Read it. Tobirama said simply, his tone dismissive, and Sasuke knew he wouldn't get anything more from the man. Tobirama walked to the window in his quarters, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the village he had sworn to protect with stern, stoic eyes. Sasuke unfurled the scroll on his lap, his eyes darting from left to right with each sentence. With each word, his eyes widened, his face displaying an expression of pure disbelief when he finished reading it completely. He glanced over at Tobirama, now understanding why he had given him the scroll to read in the first place. You can't be serious. His incredulous voice demanded of the man who hadn't yet moved a muscle to show he was paying any attention to his friend's words. Even though Sasuke knew better. Kumagakure no Sato proposes to put the skirmish on our borders once and for all by having a meeting between myself and the Reikage. It is only logical to make a move like this. His decree of words engraved on the scroll was cut off by a furious Sasuke. This is a trap, you dumb ass. Sasuke growled, his temper finally kicking in as Tobirama turned to glance at him with a raised eyebrow and then turned back to look at the village almost instantly. He was the only one he would let slide on the slide, as he had been with him for far too long to remember, and he owed him his life for the countless times he had gone through for him. This was why he was the only one he would go to for advice on that matter. He trusted him enough to be blunt and honest about it and to have a safeguard against any rash decisions he himself might be prone to make in such a precarious situation. It was completely unacceptable to a man who was proud of perfection above all else, so why, here he was. Tobirama. Sasuke hissed in a low whisper, grabbing his shoulder to turn him convincingly to meet his gaze, the words dying in his throat. The man's eyes weren't the lifeless or impassive ones he'd remembered seeing for as long as he could recall. They looked so weary and defeated, as if he'd accepted an inevitable fate, a harsh one at that. This is a trap, you know this. Then Tobirama grabbed his hand and pulled this off his shoulder, only to give a tired look away from his head. I know this is a trap, Sasuke finally spoke, dragging out the words. He hadn't been a cage for so long to be messing around. The scent of a trap was as clear as day to him, too. Sasuke was mute, he couldn't stop the wonder of his life, why the hell he still thought of going to this facade of peace that he found in the first place then. Tobirama turned, and Sasuke was about to continue his emphatic speech when he saw the man's hands behind his back, tightly closed this time. His knuckles were clenched, nerves pricked on his skin from the sheer pressure he exerted, restraining himself from doing anything reckless that might unleash his temper. Sasuke placed a hand on his shoulder yet again, this time one of understanding and compassion with none of the anger, while his eyes held a worried glimmer within them for his old friend. "What's wrong, Tobirama? Why aren't you telling me?" He finally asked and saw Tobirama's emotional mask finally crack. His eyes narrowed on him, the pure cold fury contained within them not missing him. But he knew it wasn't directed at him, and yet he didn't as much as he shuddered when a pulse of pure chakra enveloped the cage and cracked the ground beneath them. The entire tower experienced the pure hatred and killing intent that Tobirama unleashed when he raised his fist, and any other man would have been running for cover directly at that moment had they been in Sasuke's shoes. But Sasuke was no man. The cage lowered his fist, the arm that passed harmlessly by Sasuke made contact with the table behind him. The wood twisted before the splinters cracked and the wisps were lifted into the air at the feet of the pure shock wave its fist created upon impact. "They have them," he whispered, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as his nerves were irritated, which was quite unlike him. He didn't scream, and Sasuke had never seen him scream in all the years he'd known him. But this was as close as he had ever seen Tobirama come, almost as close as shouts. The matter was serious enough that he restrained himself, though only slightly. "They have Misa and Roku, they have my children, Sasuke. They have my Tsuna's parents with them," he finally spoke, dragging the words out in all their pure honest fury as Sasuke's eyes widened in horror. But he couldn't live his life thinking they had gotten their hands on him. After all, they weren't field shinobi. Instead, they were medical nin by profession, and he preferred working in the hospital rather than on the battlefield so he could stay close to his family while still helping people as much as they could. They had gone to Suna to gather some rare herbs, but they urgently needed surgery at the hospital. Tobirama replied, picking up on his thoughts for a moment. Sasuke pursed his lips, his eyes shifting from understanding to contemplation in an instant. He controlled the arguments in his head when one thing just didn't click. "Then the scroll?" he asked, and Tobirama nodded at his sharp deduction. He would have asked about the same thing himself had he been the one standing in his place. "It was found on the borders of Suna and Konoha." With this he pulled out 2 leaf bandages and one from Kumo, while Sasuke understood everything now. This was a letter to get him out. This in itself was an act of war that could be taken as a direct threat to the cage in Konoha if this were ever heard by the Shinobi Council. "What are you going to do then?" Sasuke finally asked the million-dollar question, and Tobirama slumped wearily in his chair, his chakra disappearing with the small killing intent to vanish from existence. "What do you think I'm going to do?" he asked as if he were stupid, and Sasuke grabbed his shoulders convincingly while looking at him with stern eyes. "Tobirama, you're not thinking straight. Just think about this clearly, this is a trap. They're only allowing you one bodyguard, well the Raikage will be there with who knows who and who knows how many. We all know," he finally spoke, dragging out the words, making Tobirama's eyes narrow dangerously on his trusted friend, as if daring him to follow through on what he was about to say. But Sasuke was unfazed this time. "As we all know, Misa and Roku are dead to Tobirama." He finally blurted out the truth, and Tobirama slapped his hand away sternly as his words sank in. A pit of fear formed inside his gut as he realized what he had tried to hide right in his very being. "But there's a possibility they are," her words were cut short as a loud voice sounded from inside her office. Slap. Tobirama didn't look at Sasuke, his eyes widening slightly, unable to believe what had just happened. He rubbed his burning red cheek in disbelief, while Sasuke withdrew his outstretched hand, a determined look etched in his eyes. "The condition has been found," Sasuke simply declared flatly, Tobirama's eyes widening if only slightly as he realized the hidden meaning behind those words. He himself had given him permission to do so if the man ever felt that he was going to do something that would benefit no one other than his own selfish desires. If he were ever about to do something reckless. "You're that reckless, old friend," Sasuke spoke wearily, bending down on one knee and tossing his cigar aside. Clearly in no mood for it today. Tobirama let out a humorless little smile as the realization dawned on him, and Sasuke looked at him with concern. "I know," he finally declared, as if it was as clear as day, and Sasuke was ever more worried about his friend than a minute before. "But this is something I have to do," he said, his laughter ceasing only for a serious fixed gaze to remain within his eyes. Sasuke was about to say something when he spoke something that made all his words irritate his mind in the blink of an eye. "I won't be able to face my family if I don't do this. I won't be able to look Hashirama in the afterlife, Sasuke. This time I have to be reckless." He finally spoke the truth, throwing all logic aside for what came before. Everything within his heart and Sasuke held his serious gaze fixed on him, but wait a moment. Both changed far more than words could ever hope to achieve within a simple fixed look in his eyes, and Sasuke knew in that moment that whatever it took, he was going to carry this out. "This is for a personal vendetta, Tobirama, and I don't like this, not one bit." Tobirama clenched his jaw tight to keep his rebuttal to himself, but this was a battle lost before Sasuke could finish his point. So be it. Sarutobi Elder finally escaped. Tobirama looked at his friend in surprise and the shock clearly etched in his eyes. I will accompany him to the summit myself. I trust no one else to take care of his wrinkled old me but myself. He spoke firmly as Tobirama shook his head. I want you to act as the cage in my place, should something happen to me. Sasuke's words were cut short when he saw the stern look his friend gave him. You're not going to die now, that's a fact. We have too much to live for to throw it all away by taking the easy way out and dying on the people who respect us. Declare a state of emergency, hand over your powers to the Shinobi Council until we return to have you run this chair. Tell them about the summit, but keep the abduction from you. They don't need to know about it yet. We'll be back, Tobirama. I have no desire to die right now. He declared firmly, but those words moved Tobirama more than anyone else ever could. The spark of life returned to his eyes in an instant. His hand rose and clasped his old friend's hand firmly within a jolt of men to test their strength in an airborne arm fight, just like they used to have in the old days. Their nerves tingled and muscles became defined as they both let their lips pull upward in harmony. Before the end then Tobirama spoke over, getting a firm nod from his friend. Even the old friend of the end. But it's far from the end right now, he spoke sternly to make his point clear like a bell, and Tobirama gave him a firm nod in affirmation. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. I'll inform the council of this new update tomorrow. The cage replied, and Sasuke nodded his own affirmation and turned to leave, passing a new cigarette to his lips, now that everything was out of the way. You do this, I'll inform my team of our absence. Then his muffled voice from the stick in his mouth, as this suddenly died with a steamy hiss, as soon as he shone his light on it, just glancing back an annoyed glare at Tobirama amused who had his weapons crossed with one eyebrow raised, who looked as playful as a stone-cold Senju could get. Those things will kill him one day, he indicated meaningfully, and Sasuke laughed quietly with a comical nod. But not as fast as you damned Senju, he retorted equally playfully, only eliciting a faint, satisfied smile from Tobirama. Now go, before I pick you up for insubordination to your cage. Tobirama's contemptuous voice echoed, not letting him have the last word this time, and Sasuke simply vanished in a tiny flicker of flames a second later. Tobirama's eyes fixed on a map of the elemental nations placed within the glass of his desk, and he couldn't help but think how many times he would see this when the inevitable was finally upon them. When the war was finally theirs. Chapter 8. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. Skip ahead 2 days. Clink clink clink. The clanging of metal echoed throughout the Hokage office, the sounds hanging as Tobirama Senju donned his battle armor over his usual bruised clothes. He hadn't worn it in quite some time now, not that this made him feel any better about wearing it today. But sometimes desperate measures are requested. And he wasn't taking any chances today. He went for his hip bag, strapping it across his back and wrapping bandages over his thigh to strap the leg holster. Finally, his palm resting on the blade's hilt, less than the Raijan's, he picked it up, looking at it sadly for a moment before it slid back, and click. This was his own personal holster wound across his hip, horizontally across his back. He was not a man to run from a challenge to a battle, not that he was careless enough to blindly blame like a headless chicken in an ambush in the first place as he was going to do today. But the stakes he had been given today had been far too high, for even if the slightest possibility of his children returning to the safety of rest within his reach, he could not afford to lose it at any cost. Not today. Not ever. Are you ready? A spoken voice lured the words from behind him, making him nod sharply without ever turning back to his old friend Sasuke, who, in question, had his own version of a brown battle armor donned upon him to match Senju's blue. Tobirama lets go of his leg, turning to face his desk again, placing the plate face down with a leaf insignia on his forehead, which matched a donned Sasuke, and they both nodded to each other in harmony. Both legendary shinobi, armed to the teeth, would have been enough to have most people cowering before their strength, with mere glances at the right moment alone. Not many possessed the nerve to say that they could stand before their mere presence on those teams without feeling at least the slightest shards of intimidation from their mere presence, not when they were out there to do whatever it took to get the job done. Let's go. Tobirama declared in his usually flat blank tone, approaching Sasuke and clasping his friend's shoulder in his palm. He studied Sasuke's questioning eyes and knew what he wanted to ask, but wait, the head of the Sarutobi clan didn't need to voice his doubt to his comrade in arms. I'm going to Harem and take us to the borders of the land of iron. Over another raised eyebrow, he explained further. We can't just keep going and have us getting ambushed according to some stupid pre-planned scheme. He explained in detail, earning a satisfied nod from Sasuke. He knew what the cage was trying to do. He didn't need to think about the matter yet, his experience in battle hadn't required him to do so. Such were their deduction and instinctive abilities that they reasoned after so many battles. saving his chakra just to get to the borders and then going on foot to have the necessary time to recover it back since the distance was so great and whether he would admit it or not, his prime was now far ahead now. So why, they always relied on experience and cunning much more these days, rather than brute force and tactics, as they used to prefer in the older days of the warring eras and even those before in the First World War. Go ahead, we have some things to do and people to greet, Sasuke muttered meaningfully and they both vanished shortly after. Near the borders of Iron and Fire. A small, lonely village, consisting of nothing but simple farmers, became barren, devoid of any sign of life. It looked as if it had been eradicated by years of plague. However, that was far from the truth. It had been evacuated a few days prior according to the order of the second Raikage, who had sent his best shinobi to scrub out the village. Now, however, the man sat in the house that belonged to the leader of his farming union's village. The Raikage, the second in fact, was a buffoon. His dark brown hair, the usual dark tanned skin for which his country was famous among many of its inhabitants, coupled with amber eyes and various scars all over his body, made him quite an intimidating sight. The scars in question were worn with pride and the joy of victorious battles over the years. His right shoulder bore a glossy black tattoo with a kanji for Black Lightning, permanently embossed on his skin. He sat on the large leather chair, his cheek resting lazily on his palm, with several of his shinobi best settling in around the space on various chairs, sharpening their blades or checking over their equipment in nervous anticipation of the upcoming events that were about to unfold. Do you really think he'll come? A brusque voice asked, the tone nowhere near as courteous as it should have been addressing a man of his stature, and might almost have been passed off as plain rude by some. But he let it slip away, for today is. Yes, even an idiot can suck this up, this is a trap, another rude voice indicated, but he paid them no attention and kept his finger on the table, waiting for the little envoy of the leaf, whom he would undoubtedly greet for his kind presence on this fine day, while he would welcome them with open arms. Not the weapons one would hug a guest with, but those used as instruments of destruction that are. He will come, his deep manly voice indicated certainty, not an ounce of doubt laced within his words. The statement made all actions around the space momentarily halt and they looked at him questioningly for a remote elaboration on this, as each of them had their own share of doubt on the matter. Those fools from Leaf Village are too simple for anyone to read. They think with their hearts and sense with their brains. They would be dust by now if not for the rare bloodlines that the damned Senju Hashirama amassed within its walls before his death. He growled out, squeezing the weight of paper into his grip and slashing it into glittering splinters with the brute force alone of his large fist. This was his chance to weaken that spit of a land that had been unrivaled over them in the past war and had held the title of being the most powerful of the shinobi peoples for far too long for what he could tolerate, his temper as short as his own wasn't too long. But Kumo will have no rival among all the elemental nations, and with us at the top, no one would dare question our militaristic ways anymore. Everything they hold dear will be ours, of which you can all be certain. He spoke proudly, clutching the glittering dust he had just crushed tightly to emphasize his point. The morale of his men increased with each and every word he spoke, and he could not help but smile contentedly at the sight of the fire and thirst for battle within their eyes. He would expect nothing less from them. He had nurtured his people thus for far too long a tenure since the short tenure of his predecessor, after he had been declared dead in the past war. Kumo did not pamper its shinobi more than those of the Leaf. They trained them like machines, the beings they were born to be. Acting as mere killing machines, if and when requested. There was no room for emotions on the battlefield. Emotions were an obstacle that killed some and all shinobi in their lines of duty. The strength of the people did not come first before anything else. These were the teachings their shinobi were drilled into every single day of their lives, whether they were to become Chunin, Jonin, or even Genin. Lord, from whom the sensory barrier has gathered two very large chakra sources that come into us in a rapid step down the border, a man ran in with the news he had been waiting for a few days now. The words felt like ointment to an itch inside his ears, and the Raikage smiled smugly with satisfaction, his finger that stopped him tapping the movement as he saw the whole turn of his eyes. Each of them awaited his orders. But he only had the one. Let's go. He spoke loudly, before vanishing in a flash of black, along with all his men, after the fight with him moments later, each with their own respective blinks. Behind them are Tobirama and Sasuke. Do you sense anyone, Tobirama? We're almost there, Sasuke asked in a quiet calm voice, leaping from one branch to the next, making Senju's stoic stop abruptly, raising his hand in a half-ram seal, and closing his eyes to concentrate. His senses expanded in a second, and just as he had expected, chakra signatures began to be revealed one by one like small headlights on an extended grid that he scrubbed with his senses. 1, 2, 3, he counted all the signatures he could feel, and counted them all before renting his open eyes with a serious stare fixed inside them as he defrauded his sensory grid. Sasuke looked at his friend expectantly, waiting for his answer with a clam-like patient stare, and nodded back when the man nodded affirmatively to let him know he really had felt them out. 15 chakra signatures, elite Jonin at least, and 3 chakra signatures level up to Kage, he declared flatly, and Sasuke let out an appreciative wolf's hiss as both men silently crossed their weapons, in harmony. They don't take any chances, how? But as for Misa and Roku, do you sense any of their signatures around? Sarutobi asked Elder, getting a negative shake of his head from Tobirama. Not yet, perhaps they're holding them in a place where their chakras are suppressed. Tobirama grumbled, deep in thought, making Sasuke look at him worriedly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Wasn't he as optimistic as he is right now, 2 pure-blood senju within Kumo's grasp? The idea itself left only 2 indicates being considered within his seasoned and veteran mind. Whichever they held in their midst, they used them and gained intelligence from them as they pleased. He didn't think they would risk Konoha's fear of invasion some way to get rid of them and let such a surgical attack occur upon their walls for a threat in such sensitive times, no less. Or they had done what he thought they had done. Kill them and lure them into a trap to get rid of them and lower the morale of the leaf by cutting off the head that leads them all and gain them an advantageous position on the edge of war. This was what any militaristic people like Kumo would do. Then there was a third, less hopeful solution to which Tobirama clung. That they had been held hostage to be used as leverage against them for whatever reason was the most volatile of options for anyone to consider. But for his life, he expected his deduction to be proven wrong the first time, and the third option was the one they had taken. I really hope you're right this time too, Tobirama, he grumbled to him and followed Tobirama's lead to the point where the 3 largest firms converged. On any other day he might have scolded him for his foolish hopes, but the matter was too sensitive a path for him to push Senju ever impassive over and over like he usually could have done. The lushness of the trees gave way, and both men jumped down onto the plain earth that had come into the middle of the large, dense forest. Sasuke stopped, following Tobirama's lead, whose eyes had narrowed in front of him. Sasuke followed his fixed gaze and was fairly certain that he too could now see someone making their way through the trees directly toward them. Sasuke was surprised when he saw the second Raikage himself leaping down from the foliage that covered him, staring intently from 2 of his jounin flanking his sides. But it wasn't that Sarutobi the elder was disturbed. This was the expression that was cemented, almost plastered over the face of the shadow of lightning that confused him in the end. He held a warm laugh. Hanahagakur Ningun Sado. You didn't have to pay for this, you know. Tsunade muttered, taking another lick of her snow cone as she walked down the streets of the Uchiha clan compound with her usual cheerful laugh etched on her pouty pink lips. Her hazel eyes turned to the side, only to see a hand making its way to her face before pushing her forehead as usual, with a small tap of her index and middle fingers in a gentle touch. She couldn't help but frown, seeing that same quiet laugh she'd seen all but 100 times now grace her own lips as she, like a child, rubbed her forehead with her free hand. She would have laughed down an answer for that annoying habit of his, that is, had she not been too deeply immersed in the mint-spiced cone in her hands, courtesy of some attentive grace from her baby, the blue-eyed companion. So what are we going to do today? She asked in her once curious voice, amidst his licking of her now half-gone cone. Naruto's face turned into one of contemplation as he listened to her question. His hands, already dug deep into his pockets, dug even deeper. Lifting his head, he saw the tranquil blue sky with only a single white cloud hovering in the clear day. Tsunade looked over with innocent curiosity, her face showing he was thinking seriously and would come up with something imposing. No, he finally answered, a helpless shrug that marred his shoulders. She did the only thing she could. She sweats, letting herself fall. Hey, she muttered, looking ahead and getting back to work devouring her meal. She wasn't in the mood to gossip and ruin her time alone on such a beautiful and serene day. Yosh. A voice made itself known behind them and Naruto sighed wearily, already knowing what this was coming for him. Tsunade turned, taking her final bite of the cone and tossing the fabric aside, only to see a green elastic synthetic fiber, orange scarf and leggings, bearing the genin title directly for her. She clasped her hands together with a smile, making Naruto take a step back, swallowing softly. 2 deviant faces met her smile. He knew it all too well. The Kunoichi cocked his fist back, the green monstrosity leading the way directly to the 2 of them, letting out a dazzling laugh with open arms to embrace them both in a blissful hug. Bam. The eye was soaring back where he came from as soon as his fist made contact with his sparkly laughing face, and Tsunade clapped her hands happily. There, this is careful of this. I told him not to hug me like that, she chirped over in a chipper tone, and this was Naruto's turn to sweat over his words. He had no intention of incurring her wrath upon him, so he did the smart thing. He began pushing Dai unconscious with a stick. This was apparently the scene Sukuna walked in. Tsunade looked happy and satisfied, while Dai, unconscious, muttered about the young Kunoichi in a dizzy state as Naruto pushed him with a stick. He laughed. Had he been someone else, he might have been surprised, but these were his strange friends, whom he couldn't get enough of. Then he began to push Dai with a stick as well, to join his friend in his youthful endeavor. Boy. Dai, they're coming on, man, wake up. Sukuna shook him roughly awake. The boy in the elastic synthetic fiber blinked and blinked again as his eyes tried to regain focus. Gosh. Such youth. He exclaimed, and both of his teammates shuddered, pinching their ears. You really are the epitome of youth, Tsunade-san. He affirmed, his fabricated cheeky girl laughter rising in the affirmative. Hey Dai, why were you rushing towards us? Naruto asked, once again doing the innocent boyish blink before his eyes widened in realization. He grabbed Naruto's shoulders, which had a feeling of foreshadowing that this wasn't going to end well for him. Since this was something new. I've met a new young teacher, Naruto. The boy spoke in a serious tone, and all the genin surrounding him raised an eyebrow in disbelief at his words. Even Tsunade crouched down beside him and looked at him out of pure curiosity. The Taijutsu master you were looking for, Dai? Sukuna asked in a skeptical tone and sighed as the boy gave him a thumbs up coupled with his dazzling laughter. Yes, Sukuna, I've finally located the man once again. The boy's voice was gravely serious, unlike his usual demeanor. His friends couldn't help but feel happy for him. But he refused to teach me anything. He says I don't deserve to teach anything, the boy whispered, his voice choked with emotion as he stared sadly down at his lap. What? But why would he reject her? This time, it was surprisingly Tsunade who had voiced the question aloud. The boy let out a loud sniffle, his eyes glistening heavily, and both Sukuna and Naruto glared, ready to kill that bastard of a man who had broken their friend. He must have said something seriously wrong. He said I was immature, in fact, I didn't have any youth at all. He sobbed heavily, not noticing his teammates' faces behind him. Tsunade laughed foolishly, happily patting his head as she had done with Kiara to make him look up at her crying. So what? You go and show him what you're made of. She encouraged him, though her laughter really did turn her head a little nervously. A new flame, literally in fact, ignited within her eyes. Yosh. He prospered, going in to embrace the girl who had blown on his flames of youth so much with just a few words. Plump. Tsunade exclusively found her face to stop him in place, showing a good bit of her flexibility and stretching her legs so high while being bent down on her knees. An imaginary breeze flew past them as they remained in that position for a moment. No. Hug. Me. She scolded sternly, and the boy actually had the decency to turn a little embarrassed at his strange tendencies that tended to overtake him quite often. Oh Dai, he heard Naruto say, and turned to look at him with a blank expression plastered over his face. Yes, go and show him what we have. He shouldn't have underestimated a member of Squad 7. Sukuna encouraged, and Dai laughed sincerely. He was actually glad that he had failed twice if it meant he could team up with these guys. It was really worth it in the end. Go on then. He prospered and escaped, his three friends following close behind the boy who left a trail of dust in his wake. Naruto and Sukuna were a little annoyed when they started getting close to the outskirts of the village. But nevertheless, they followed their friend, who jumped down a branch and pointed his finger at them in a gesture of utter abandonment in the middle of nowhere. This is the dojo he uses, guys. He got 3 nods from his companions who started making their way to the entrance of the dojo. Tsunade looked around. The place was quite cool now that she had a closer look. It was mostly open, with an old building nearby. This is the center that gives residents plenty of space. Her ponytail shrilled comically like an antenna as her eyes widened at the new sensation of something wandering around her hips. Her palm opened and she twisted it on instinct, and quite surely the boys in front of her heard a loud noise that made several birds fly from their roosting spots. Hentai. Her shrill scream and the loud slapping noise that echoed around the area made the 3 boys turn to see Tsunade cover her hips with her hands as her face turned red with anger and pure embarrassment. Tsunade Naruto gasped when he saw her snap her neck, her face a pale, almost livid expression. What happened? He finally managed to blurt out, trying to calm her down. She pointed her finger at a smoking mess near the state walls, and they all narrowed their eyes at the slightly puffing old man who had a stupid smile on his face. Sensei. They were all startled to see Dai shouting and I'm tears as he tried to wake the dizzy old man. That pervert is your sensei. His voice was incredulous, and Dai gave a simple nod, sighing in relief that the man was alright. Naruto and Sukuna sighed too, though this one indicated the desperation of the situation. Of all the people in the world, Dai, you have the best luck of them all. Sukumo's voice was laced with the sarcasm that his teammate didn't choose. Look, isn't he the youngest? The 2 boys' sweat dripped as Tsunade picked him up by the collar with a stern look in her eyes. You want this pathetic pervert as your teacher? She got a nod in return and narrowed her eyes at the boy. You're better off without him. She finally ran away, watching the libertine finally get up at her feet. So these are the fees you got me for your apprenticeship, then I accept. The jovial old man's conscious voice chirped above, making his benefit a ticking signal over his head. You want the old pervert, come on now. We're leaving. She pulled the boy with her as another hand fastened her wrist, only to see Naruto calmly staring at her as he met her fixed, livid gaze. Tsunade down, this man is the real deal. His eyes were fixed on the foolishly smiling old man who had just finished dusting himself off. Tsunade, though, looked at him in disbelief, but her remark was tempered by Tsukumo's opinion on the matter. Yes, he stayed behind us even when my senses were heightened. And Naruto isn't half wrong if someone approaches us like that to close up, not saying you're a censor like me too, Tsunade. Tsukumo's reasoned voice made her blink in realization. If they saw it that way, it must be true. She hadn't sensed it outwardly either, so he was fine in hiding it himself at least. Yes, give him a chance, he's not half bad. Dai comforted her, and she let him go with a pout that crossed her lips. Regardless, just keep it away from me. She muttered, having selected herself in the argument. I bet she wouldn't mind if Naruto did this, a voice whispered in her ear from a distance, and the reactions were immediate. Her cheeks turned beet red, and before she could say anything, Sukuna looked away and whistled innocently. She clenched her fists and opened them, doing so a few times to calm herself down. This just wasn't their day. Are you joking? The old man's voice turned seriously brusque, breaking all their attention. You're not the one I scolded yesterday, now go away and don't waste my time anymore. He shooed them away in a contemptuous tone. Why don't you want to train him? It was Sukuna who had voiced his question, and the man stood dead in his tracks. He looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Because he doesn't deserve it, he simply declared, and Dai's shoulders slumped slightly. Naruto's eyes narrowed on the man behind him before he turned and started walking away. One thing he hated with all his being was people looking down on his friend without even giving him a chance to show what he was really made of. Go ahead, Dai, you don't need a teacher who takes on students who see your potential directly. His voice was simple, as if he were reading time. Master Chen's eye twitched in annoyance at his words. That damned Uchiha surely knew how to annoy a person without even meaning to do so in the first place. Aren't you full of yourself? The old man spoke up suddenly, finding Naruto's lone rolled back eye with one of his own narrowed. The blonde man continued on his way out, completely ignoring the man's vile comments. Wait. His voice was stern, as if he were ordering him around, yet Naruto actually stood up and looked the man in the eyes. The old man looked at him with interest. His words had pierced his heart as much as he hated to admit it. Go ahead and place a bet to talk. Naruto raised an eyebrow, not exactly getting what he meant, but said nothing and let the man play along a bit. You masked me. If you defeat me and show me how worthless I am, I'll teach that kid everything I know. He ventured in, and Naruto nodded. What if I lose? He knew the stakes would be something if he lost too. So you apologize by bending down on your knees and saying, I'm a better teacher than any you'll ever find, even though I still take you over as an apprentice. His voice was mocking, but Naruto's face betrayed none of his thoughts. Diminishing him would dishonor his mother figure, the man he aimed to replace one day, and the teacher who had helped them through struggles as a genin, until now all of them who had ventured to get him to where he stood today. Moreover, his honor was on the line here as well. You have a deal, but you apologize to Dai too if I lose. His friend simply stared, dumbfounded, as the two shook hands on a deal, and the man gestured for Naruto to follow him in. Naruto, be careful. His taijutsu, as they say, is even greater than the Hokage's own. Dai whispered, worried about his friend, and Sukuna nodded as well. He knew better than anyone that pride was something Naruto placed quite highly in his life. Tsunade just kept glancing at him worriedly. Dai's words did nothing to lessen his feelings in the slightest, but she knew he wouldn't back down, no matter what she tried to do to convince him. He was even more stubborn when someone pointed a stake through his pride and honor. The group stepped into the dojo, looking around the wooden-built space in appreciation of how well maintained it was, despite the age the house showed on the outside. Well, let's get started. The man spoke cheerfully, throwing aside the shawl he had draped over his shoulders to reveal his simple kimono with matching brown trousers and wooden kabuki sandals on his feet. Naruto simply strapped his sandals on to take advantage of some maneuverability while tiptoeing on the brightly floored confines of the dojo without having his sandals slow him down, already being in a simple white t-shirt and blue pants, so he had no need to make any further minor adjustments than this. He hadn't expected to fight on his day off, but now he was rather saddened by the need to ruin these clothes here. His thoughts were interrupted by his competitor's voice. The rules will be quite simple. You land a single clean hit on me, and you win. You have until the sun dips below the horizon to accomplish that feat. The man's cheerful voice spoke, startling the four of them. Can't you be serious? Tsunade asked in disbelief, but the man only laughed, narrowing Naruto's eyes and making them look accusing. This is 9 hours, you seriously expect not to hit once yet? Sukuna was also stunned by the confidence or the ostensible stupidity that spewed from the man's mouth. No matter how strong his taijutsu was, Naruto wasn't one to sit with his shoulders slumped. And he shouldn't say how mortal he could be if he decided to unleash his Sharingan in battle, which he almost avoided over any village boy if he could. "We'll only see at the end of the day, now we're not going to see each other." He mocked them even further and Naruto's jaw clenched shut. He spread his feet apart, his weapons loosely held in front of him to enter the first kata of the Uzumaki taijutsu style drilled into him by Mito. This was a defensive style, only to be coupled with ninjutsu or especially with seals, if the user was quite skilled. He wanted to explore whether the man was really as dangerous as Dai truly believed him to be, or if he was just blowing hot air about nothing in particular. Her eyebrows were shot out at the man's strange posture, though. His left leg was lifted into the air while he stood on his right toes, all the while his right arm went lifeless by his left side in front of him in a so-far movement, mocking him for the first strike. Is he mocking me? He couldn't help but think, watching the man lay down a pair of his limbs to rest, only to show him how completely worthless he was in his eyes. "So, what are you waiting for?" The old man sneered further, and Naruto wasn't about to waste his chance at such a loose stance held by his opponent. His body shot directly for him in a blaze of speed, his eyes focused only on drawing out that boastful man for the account as soon as possible. He jumped, twisting around his right leg as he made a locomotive roundabout kick for that lifeless arm he was holding at his side, but the man saw this coming from a mile away. His left palm came in to intercept her kick, catching his calf inside with a slap, but his arm still didn't give much of a vibration to show that it had suffered any impact. His hand squeezed his captured leg, and Naruto shuddered in agony at the vicious grip it felt like some iron pruning shears had fastened on him at that moment. He twisted his body upward, raising his torso to level with it to launch a punch directly into that wide-open, lifeless shoulder, which he didn't foresee using anytime soon. Master Chen simply jumped slightly aside to let him pass harmlessly in one smooth movement, and Naruto made it over much further than he had wanted to, even though this actually made Chen loosen his grip on his leg. Naruto seized the moment, ducking low to the ground, ignoring the pain in his leg, to swung in a circle with his other leg and grabbed the man's foot. Chen once again leaped up slightly, deliberately waiting for the right moment, and pointed his thumb downward to land on Naruto's leg. The blond man's eyes widened in agony as he felt his full weight concentrated on a single pressure point in his leg, and he pumped chakra over it to lessen the pain, enduring the brutal assault on his fibula. He squeezed his eyes shut to feel the increased pressure, with a sudden chakra piercing over the point of contact, but the momentary loss of sight he calculated the cost of lovingly. He barely saw the incoming blow aimed at his chest and crossed his weapons through it in an angry guard to take the full impact. A burst of chakra coupled with a man's superhuman strength sent him flying backward, sending him hurtling skyward straight to where his friends sat as spectators. Tsunade and Sukuna moved apart on instinct to see Naruto leap into the clouds in front of them and crash directly into the wall behind them with a punch. "Naru." Tsunade's worried shout woke Sukuna from his dazed stupor, and he too hurriedly towards his decommissioned friend who slowly defrauded his angry guard. Naruto looked down at his spicy weapons with a slight shudder, which most likely contained some cracked bones, but nothing fatal, since he had made them comply with chakra before his hand. But for his life, he couldn't get them to stop trembling like dry leaves. Such brutal force. He had never faced such a brutal physical attack before in his life. Tsunade's gentle hands clasped his forearms inside them as they glowed a clear green, their medical chakra flowing within them. "Kami, Naru, there are cracks in his bones," she whispered, her eyes gleaming dimly with increasing concern at the sight of the swelling beginning to appear within them, and she shouldn't say what his leg must have suffered from the blow he had given it earlier. She glanced over only to be stunned by the sight of his hair shading her eyes as his lips held a satisfied smile. He grasped her hands inside his own, abruptly halting his healing. She tilted her head to the side, only to meet his fixed gaze. "That wasn't their baby blue colleagues, they were a moment ago." "I'm fine," he began to stand up, only to be knocked down by the girl who glared at him heatedly. "You're not gentle. Those are minor fractures, Naru. You shouldn't struggle with them, or you might complicate a simple swelling even further," she admonished the boy, whose eyes were fixed on the old man behind her. She bit her lip, seeing that he still hadn't hurt her, even though she'd lied a little about her weapons. But that man was too strong. She could see that if he went along with it, he'd lose and be beaten in that bet at the same time. "Suna, let me go," he convincingly removed his hands from her wrists. She wanted to stop him, but Sukuna pulled her back and shook his head in the negative narration of her letting him go for now. Naruto slashed his neck, rubbing his weapons together to stop his slight twitching, only to see his opponent holding an amused laugh over his face. "You coming back for more? I didn't take you for being an idiot," he sneered, which had absolutely no effect on Naruto, causing his smug laughter to slip slightly. The boy was as calm as they had come, and he couldn't help but loathe that unreadable tranquil expression on his face. The blonde man was not yet deterred, not in the slightest of his previous assault. Naruto rushed him in a blurry motion, not wanting to give him any more risk for a strike. His right fist went for his chin, for which Chen only braced his head back at the last possible second. His left fist followed as he tilted his head to the side to let him pass harmlessly. Naruto struck his right arm to slash the man away, but he jumped back to create some distance between them, but Naruto had none of it. He leaped forward, once again delivering a locomotive roundabout kick to his cheek which he once again caught in his palm. His Sharingan flared, watching his arm muscles pull to indicate that he wanted to twist and sprain it before the man had even made a move himself. He continued, raising his left leg, snaking it around the man's neck and wedging himself until he sat atop his shoulders in a supple maneuver. His fingers clasped together to make a double fist held above his head, which he began to lower toward the man's head and finish it off once and for all. But Chen, as if someone had ripped out his spine, fell backward like a snake, tripping Naruto and knocking him off his shoulders to dodge his left elbow by the length of a hair on his cheek and back away to maintain some distance. Chen was quite impressed by the boy's skill, even though he still had the true ways of going before he could knock him over in a fight. It wasn't for nothing that he was known as the best Jujutsu master in the elemental nations. But his eyes widened as Naruto stood up and completely changed his stance. His legs straight and wide, his weapons held diagonally towards the ground, palms open, facing Chen. The interceptor fist. Naruto crossed his weapons in front of his chest, opening them and falling down in the first kata of his unique style. He was expending chakra by forcing his limbs to withstand the man's brutal assault with a defensive style. It wasn't time to continue the opposing attack. Someone else would be worried, but with his Sharingan he could predict and dodge the man's attack by exploiting the holes in his fights that exponentially increase his chances and time. As much as he liked the Uzumaki lifestyle, he wasn't an Uzumaki, nor was he a Senju. He didn't have their unnatural reserves or the physical stamina to go on a defensive spree with massive chakra outflows for hours at the end. But he was an Uchiha, and his instincts were still unrivaled. Gen's right leg made contact with the floor as his left arm sprang to life, bringing a satisfied smile to Naruto's face. The man now took it seriously. "Tsukumo, what is that stance? Didn't Mito-ba teach it to you?" Tsunade pulled down her sleeve only to see Tsukumo intently watching the fight and barely paying attention to her words. "Yes, Naruto hasn't used this since our first mast at the academy. He completely changed it after that, but I guess he mastered it on his own in the meantime, with Mito-sama probably teaching it to him." He mused his thoughts, while Dai couldn't help but look at his friend in admiration. To think he had been mastering not one, but two positions where his feet on the ground. And on top of that, he showed off his secret moves just for himself. Such youth. All the more reason for his plan to manufacture it, his rival, to come to fruition sooner rather than later. Chen rushed in first this time, his weapons muddying into making painful strikes at Naruto, who now, much to his added surprise, began to deflect them efficiently, as if he were a completely different person from a moment ago. But even he had to admit that the man was something more. There was not yet a single opening in his completely lucrative stance that he could exploit, and this said something against his eyes. They didn't exchange blow after blow, neither giving the other any quarter to dish out blows right and left with Naruto. Now he hooked his Sharingan, chakra improving to withstand his blows if he missed a dodge, and increasing his speed as much as he could, was able to withstand the toe stomping, with the man rumored to have even greater Jujutsu valor than those of the 5 Kage. A few hours later. Naruto was on his knee, his hair shading his eyes as his breath ran unevenly with sweat dripping from his face like water. Chen laughed, a genuinely happy laugh at having had such a good fight with a child that had truly made his ancestors proud for coming for what he had with a long-forgotten style that people still didn't talk about these days. Naruto stops him, "That's enough." Dai called to his friend, clearly worried from his voice. Tsukumo could barely contain himself at the sight of his friend in rags, having endured such long hours of direct Jujutsu for a friend. Naruto's hand made this way to his hair, shaking it to remove the rush of blood and sweat, and he looked up, letting out a laugh. His Sharingan was more active, not having the chakra to keep it active anymore after the large explosions he had been releasing in between his changes to gain a slight edge. But the man had not yet presented even the slightest symptoms. The last hour had been brutal, with the man finally pushing him back with the offensive as his resistance mounted. It hadn't been for the resistance Mito trained that had made him go through. He would have hit the floor 2 hours ago unconscious. "I had it all out, you could have gotten a kid in no time." Chen's voice was warm, containing a hint of pride that made Naruto laugh wearily. His friends looked at him as if Chen were a complete outsider. Hadn't he seen how quickly the blonde boy had been at his feet for hours during the final? "So you noticed?" he asked in a raspy voice, his throat as dry as a desert, and he got a little nod from Chen that made everyone's eyes go wide. What, you were holding back? Sukuna shouted in shock, not believing his ears, but Naruto ignored him for the moment, too busy trying to catch his breath. Why did you hold back, though? Chen asked, overcome by curiosity. The boy had impressed him. It had been years since anyone had impressed him as much as he had, he dared to say. Naruto's vision was losing focus now, the rush of adrenaline draining away as the battle rush was over, and his instincts were now dulling and giving way to sweet numbness. I know my limits, he whispered, his voice weak, and Tsunade had finally had enough of silently listening to the sidelines. She rushed closer to him, sliding down onto her knees in an instant and not seeing Chen's wide eyes, which still didn't have enough words to contain their shock at what he had learned. Tsunade gurgled over him, instantly scrubbing his bruised and ragged body with concern. His forearms had turned a swoon blue from enduring every block in his combat over the past hour, with nothing protecting them at all, unlike how he usually wrapped them in a thick layer of medical tape when he was in his shinobi gear. Hey. She silenced him in a soft whisper when he tried to tell her he was okay, cupping her cheeks to see her eyes half-lidded and unfocused as his face finally made a splat on her chest and his breathing evened out in soft purrs. He finally hit the sweet nothingness of pure exhaustion. She pressed her head tightly against his weapons, worry etched on her face. Even after all that, he still hadn't managed to land a single blow on that damned old hag. Ten stood behind her, a gentle laugh lingering as he looked at the girl holding him, as if he were the most fragile thing in the world right now. It didn't take a genius to see the pure adoration and care she had for him in her eyes. He had already realized that I was far beyond his reach, and he would have forced his resistance had he pushed himself to pull out all his stops. Even in the heat of battle and despite all my insults, he had the mind to think his situation rationally and act on it accordingly. The boy is rather Chen's thoughts were cut short as he watched Sukuna and Dai standing behind Tsunade, looking somewhat unconvinced. They wanted to check on him, but they both knew how Tsunade was when it came to moments like these, like the vice versa with the bot. She had clenched her arms protectively like a mother bear. Chen reached out to take the boy from her and offer him some of his natural healing ointments, only to be rudely stopped by Sukuna, who looked at him as if he was the one who was stupid. Don't do that, the older man's words trailed off as he heard the comment and he fell silent while pursing his lips. But he released the grip and went to help the boy who was being held protectively in Tsunade's arms like a small baby. Chen was stunned when Tsunade gave him a menacing look, as if a predatory gaze had washed over his placid face. Her weapons gave the sleeping boy a gentle reassuring squeeze, while her aura was directly cruel. Stay away from him, she whispered dangerously, and Chen's softened eyes saw how beaten the boy really was, now that he was still there and on top of him to see. Nothing surprising was the girl's anger at him for his condition, and he understood now why that silver-haired Gaki had tried to stop him. She would have really dealt blows right and left. He had taken even a step closer to her, he undoubtedly had the sight of pure unadulterated fury within his eyes. And Uchiha of Senju was rarely angry, truly angry. But when they were, the wisest choice was to get in their way no matter who they were. Hashirama and Madara had both left two historic moments on the world to show them what they were capable of, even if they were once pushed into a corner. And Kami be kind, the world still shaken in terror to remember those two events in their lives. Their obligations were truly profound. Tsunade loosened her grip on the boy's weapons and turned, letting him lie on his back. He picked up the position on top of her, like a pig's rear end, with a jump. His cheek rested gently on her shoulder as he slept like a log and probably would for a while now. She glanced back at Sukuna and Dai, who were making excuses to leave like this. She laughed sympathetically and nodded, already knowing she wanted to apologize for leaving like this. But they couldn't blame her for it. The two boys continued the fight and began to carry it out, having nothing left here anyway. Come back tomorrow for your first lesson, Chen's brusque voice made them stop mid-stride before they could continue. And I apologize for my behavior. He muttered, clearly a little embarrassed at having to do this. Sukuna shook his head in amusement and threw Dai out before the boy could either embrace his new master to death or change his mind by letting him live after this. Tsunade emerged into the forest, making her way through the busy streets of the rural residential areas, all the while earning strange glances from everyone around her. She couldn't care less about them right now. Her feet took her to the only place she could think of right now. The Uzumaki clan members. Arrival. Mito's muffled voice came from the door before it clicked open to reveal the red-haired woman in her usual attire standing there. Her violet orbs widened to see the state of her apprentice lodged on her magnificent rear daughter, out like a light before she saw Tsunade's eye spine with a solitary tear in the corner of her tear duct. "Ba-chan, heal him," she whispered softly, barely holding back the choker that threatened to take over her voice. Mito's eyes softened to hear her small breath and she beckoned the girl in, hurrying her into the space she had reserved for Naruto years ago. The little Senju heiress posed on Mito's presented futon and sat on her knees by her side while Mito went to collect some towels to clean her skin and clean those scratches and small wounds. Tsunade couldn't help but let out a soft, silly laugh that escaped her lips when she looked closely into his face. He was still laughing in his sleep. No doubt he had enjoyed that brutal assault on Amast back then. Akashi broke into a fit of snot-slurping, silly laughter. He was just so damn reckless. Not once did he have his eyes on that mast, or even when he was being hammered to the ground at the end. He still got up every time, answering and negotiating blows as if nothing had happened to him in the first place. And even though she had mostly been staring at that small Uchiha symbol on the back of his neck, she knew he must have been laughing the whole time. That idiot was too damn stubborn for his own good sometimes, not that she was any arg. As much as she hated it, as she had to admit, she would have no other way, no matter the cost, she told him when he was awake. His hand cupped her cheek, a soft, steady gaze now considering her tired sleep, facing her with only a faint chuckle etched across his lips. She leaned back, unaware that he had come upon her. His lips hovered over hers, she could feel his gentle breath tickling her lips, and her eyes became half closed. He moved his lips closer, almost pressing them against hers. Good. Mito's voice cut off, punctuated by the silence of the space, before the calming gaze turned to Tsunade's red cheeks and rigid posture. Is something wrong, Tsunade? She couldn't help but ask, noticing the girl's strange perplexing expression, and looked confused as the girl barreled past her side in a flash of gold. The red-haired woman blinked 2 or 3 times before sitting down by the boy's side to begin healing him. His magnificent daughter could look like this. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw a small brush of pink lipstick on Naruto's cheek, just near the corner of his lips. Her eyes softened and she laughed foolishly to herself, now understanding everything, and wiped her cheek clean with a wet towel. It seems I bothered him, she said with silly laughter. Oh, young love, she reflected happily. She would not warn the girl. She had found by chance the sign she had left on her property. Just thinking about it like that made her laugh. How much could she tease her? Or perhaps not. She would simply let the girl sort it all out. She knew how clumsy Tsunade was in matters like these, and it could have a negative impact on her if she made her realize she'd been caught red-handed in her attempt. But it warmed her heart that the girl was falling for a boy who would be worthy of claiming her heart in the future. He would be a fine man for his little Tsunade. After all, she had practically raised him these past years. Tobirama would surely throw in a fit when the time came for the two of them to fully embrace their feelings for each other. Ah, the joys of a sideways glance. Behind them are Tobirama and Sasuke. Okage Dono, it's such a pleasure that you made the trip all the way here. The Raikage greeted warmly, not that this did anything to deceive the two in front of him. Both Sasuke and Tobirama glanced at each other before narrowing their eyes on the large buffed figure above them that came dangerously close. How could we have refused such a hot invitation? Sasuke asked sternly, his voice as impassive as the one his proud partner would have made on any other day. But today was not one of those days. Raikage's laughter slid for a moment before it rushed back even wider than before, eventually becoming an amused laugh that echoed throughout the silent clearing around them, as if they had just cracked the joke of the century. Where are they? Tobirama asked, his voice barely above a whisper. But Raikage's rising laughter ceased in an instant to hear his icy cold words. Even his guard stiffened, seeing his lifeless eyes and expression that would have made a corpse in its coffin twitch. Ah, you must mean our two guests. Tobirama's eyes narrowed, but he calmed himself before continuing unfazed. They are back in the woods under the watch of my finest jounin. With just those simple words, Tobirama felt as if the weight of a mountain had been lifted from his shoulders. Relief washed all over his eyes before he nodded sharply, doing well to hide all hints of happiness he felt inside. Sasuke, though not as promoted as his comrade Senju, was by his side. Something wasn't just pressing on his right, but rather the massive Kumo army, the finest the Raikage had ever assembled. This was the expression that sealed the deal in his mind. Something was disconnected, and this was rubbing it in the wrong direction. But he stepped aside at this moment, remaining silent and letting events unfold naturally for now. It was too late for turning back, not that there would have been any turning back in the first place, regardless of the outcome. Shall I escort him? Raikage asked, and Tobirama nodded sharply. Sasuke clenched his jaw tightly. Tobirama was clearly not in his right mind. The very thing he despised most in the world was happening to him now. He still couldn't quite grasp how completely things were making no sense at all. His emotions had completely clouded his mind. Sasuke looked at the two guards with Raikage, who took a step behind him, while Raikage remained in front of them in a stance that explored the three-point pincer. His fingers reached for a kunai, but he held back, solely for Tobirama's sake, and walked with his new escorts into the woods, regardless of the trap they had laid for them. The Jounin walking beside Reikage glanced at his leader for a second before smiling contentedly and looking ahead at the road that lay before his eyes. Reikage had a bloodthirsty grin plastered on his face, and he knew why. Pretty soon that leaf scum would know too. For a few minutes, the only sound in the forest seemed to be the occasional chirping of birds, coupled with the soft crunching of leaves under their sandals with each step they took. How much longer? Sasuke finally asked to break the thick silence that had followed the six-man match, and A glanced at him with a single eye for a mere second, which seemed an hour to Sarutobi older than he was before looking ahead. We're almost there. His voice was concise, quite unlike the heated tone from moments before, and huge bells were ringing in Sasuke's head. He could barely contain himself from squirming. That bastard's leaving. This would only take a moment, and this whole charade would be over with one quick strike. But Kami, Tobirama was completely out of his element and he had to keep his head level. Suddenly, they entered a clearing devoid of trees for a radius of 10 meters, with nothing but a solitary pine tree in the middle of the circular clearing. We're here. A whispered simply, and Sasuke's heart leaped a little as his eyes narrowed on a small patch of grass near the base of the pine tree. The piece of grass had turned black. He closed his eyes and stared down for a moment. His teeth were gritting themselves, almost grinding against each other, while his fists trembled as he clenched them tightly enough for his nails to dig into his flesh and draw some blood. Where are they? Tobirama looked around, completely oblivious to the agony that had befallen his friend, finding nothing but trees all around them. He finally fixed his eyes on the rear Reikage, who was grinning openly like a psychopath at his sight. Why, they're right in front of you, Lord Hokage. Tobirama's eyes narrowed at his loud reply, but he looked ahead at the pine tree. His eyes flickered sharply as Reikage raised his hand, his expression sharp with instinct, but he followed the large man's finger as it pointed to the treetop. His neck slowly lifted, Reikage turning to see what he had been waiting to see all that time for a week, not a scratch, not for years now. Tobirama's eyes traveled through the foliage of the tree before they reached the top and suddenly, in a twisting reaction, his face went white. The scene was nothing like the nightmare he had been expecting after news of his capture had hit him a week ago. Misa and Roku were tied to the upper branch, with a tongue and groove cable tightened tightly around their wrists. Their clothes were in tatters, and they bore injuries, cuts, and various signs of inhuman torture, including skin discoloration, most likely the result of poison. The torture methods used were clearly visible on their bodies. Bloody streaks ran down the tree bark, obvious signs of blood trails, dripping for hours into the end, while their lifeless bodies must have been tied there for Kami knows how long. Out for the vultures to bathe their beaks in, or for the predators and scavengers of the jungle to sink their fangs and claws into their cold flesh. Tobirama, you take good care of my children. You're the only one I trust. Their lives with Mito are just too much like me to be considered as reliable as you. Hashirama's laughing voice, his face grinning openly foolishly, echoed in his mind as the realization settled over him. His eyes widened to epic dimensions, like flashbacks to Roku's childhood, until finally the day he had married Misa guided through his eyes and a lonely tear stung the corner of his eye. For the first time in decades, her eyes began to overflow with tears. The memory of Misa, weak and wearily smiling, as she sits on the hospital bed, her mind focused on her daughter, covered in blood, holding a small bundle with a deep sleeping spark of life within her arms. The hot feelings he had felt to take that bundle of blanket from her when she had tried to give him little Tsunade instead of a violently protesting Hashirama strangled by Mito's chains while she had laughed his heart out at the smoking man who screamed hysterically in the unable to be the first to hold her, was still the happiest memory he had cherished in his heart for so long. Finally the dam broke, and like rivers, its tears flowed down her cheeks. He had failed. He had failed his brother, he had failed Mito, he had failed Misa and Roku. But on top of everything, he had failed Tsunade and Nawaki. How would he stand before her? Tell her how powerless he was as he still breathed life into her and buried his parents right before her eyes? How would he tell little Nawaki when the child asked where his mummy and papa were and when they were coming home? Ahahaha. I've finally done what countless others have failed to do before me. Reikage laughed a full flying laugh as he saw the drop of sweat ripple from Tobirama's chin and wet the grass near his feet. All the while, his horror stricken across his face, he stared at the two bodies hanging over the tree in a trance. I've broken the iron will of the second Hokage, the man who claimed to have absolutely no emotions, screaming in front of us like a pathetic infant, all because of the fruit of my efforts, and the look on his face that he finally realizes his place. He laughed quietly, gleefully, and Sasuke shook in pure fury as Tobirama failed to hit his knees with the last of his words. But no one expected what happened next. Two Jounin behind Tobirama, entering to restrain the fallen man, were thrown back like rag dolls and straight into the trees behind them with large blows to their heads. The ground around Tobirama cracked open, his body bursting forth with a glow of purple chakra that exuded a pressure over the clearing, like none of the residents had ever felt in their entire lives. Sasuke turned around at Tobirama, a look of frightened disbelief etched on his face, only to be startled even further away, seeing Tobirama's violent change of expression. He had been his friend for more than 3 decades now, and they had never before seen Tobirama angry. But right now he was out of his mind, or even furious actually. The man was absolutely livid. The insane bloodlust he unleashed made the 3 Jounin teams tremble in their fleeing patches to see the flashes of death pass through their visions. The man's halo made them feel as if they were back in their genin days again. He was showing them the true power of Kage right now, and the difference between their strengths had never been made more pronounced than this before. Tobirama's hand raised, coming towards his chest in the heat of the speeds that made Raikage and the Jounin still supporting beside him, the leap back on the instinct of the delirious man on the instincts of me, the defense within their subconscious veteran minds. His palm squeezed the metal armor protecting his chest, twisting the alloy into a twitch, as if it were made of plain cloth, and the joints near his shoulders were broken, causing the armor to fall off his right shoulder. He tore this apart, it was another ending, by throwing this away as if it were made of simple cotton, and quickly tossed it aside. He propped his foot up with a small tap that was as clear as a bell to everyone in the vicinity, and his chakra pierced with his movements, as his other hand went down to his hip to grab the hilt of his trusted blade and pull it out. This is the holster. The blade burst into life, this is the yellow lightning that croaks with the intensity of a lion in harmony with the blue lightning that now surrounded this his wielder, Tobirama Senju. He placed his palm on his raised knee for support as he stood up, and once again his chakra was pierced with every breath of his movements. Even Sasuke took a hesitant step back as Tobirama stood up fully and his hair flailed around in a disorderly fashion, with his chakra glow that had formed a small vortex around his body. I swear his whisper made every pair of eyes snap at his attention. Sasuke swallowed softly. He had forgotten how powerful Tobirama truly was after the 2 years of silent vigil. Especially if the opponents he faced ever managed to irritate him. But these fools had awakened the beast. Not beasts, they were more like it. He himself spiked his chakra to allow a code of pure blue chakra, nowhere near as dense or powerful, but almost comparable to a man in terms of quantities like Tobirama, to break its limits and match his friend for what was to come next. On the blood of my ancestors and forebears that runs through my veins. I swear on my honor as a Senju, not one of you here raised his blade to Raikage to assert his point to each of them, a death glare flashing in his eyes, which were met by A's own furious eyes equally spitefully. And I mean none of you, I will leave this place alive. You will wish for death in the time I am done with you. Mark my words, for they will be your last. His stern declaration made every one of the Cloud Ninja's blood run cold as Sasuke simply smiled contentedly, a feeling of nostalgia washing over him as he thrust his chest silver and threw it aside. Those would only enter their path today. The Cloud Ninjas could only sense one outcome of this battle, whether it was theirs or their enemies. And it was death. Chapter 9. Continued. With Tobirama and Sasuke. Raikage, on guard, saw the demonstration of power and strength that the second Hokage displayed directly in front of his eyes. It seemed that each one appeared to be the same on the outside, however on the inside, it was a completely different matter. He was seething. Angry, furious, livid. Words were not enough to describe the amount of contempt he felt within the confines of his heart at this moment. His plan had been perfect. He had broken the strong iron of Tobirama Senju, and everything that remained was to be finished while he was on guard. Get on your knees for Kami's sake. But these idiots he called his precious elite Jounins apparently didn't even know how to execute a simple assassination smoothly. And they were the best he had to offer. This would have been a laughing disturbance had someone recited these events before any of the other people. His teeth ground themselves, his eyes staring furiously at the man he hated with his very being of time. Tobirama Senju. How he hated that name. Just the sound of it made his blood boil to epic proportions. His eyelids slowly drooped, allowing a small blink, but he hadn't expected what happened shortly after. Just as those blinked eyelids opened in a fraction of a second, there stood only Sasuke within her field of vision. Where is hell? GRR. His sharp ear picked up on the sounds of some wet chirping, only to look closely behind Sasuke and see Tobirama standing behind the Jounin, these who had dared to stab him in the back, as he let the kunai lodged behind their skulls free from their grip. Both pairs of the victim's eyes were pulled back in their sockets as they began to fall face first to the ground, as if the strings holding these puppets had been cut with that fatal blow. A couple of soft knocks accompanied the corpses that now lay lifeless on the grass, while the crimson elixir flowed down onto the earth in a small pool. A moment of silence fell, none of them understanding what had just happened in a matter of seconds, a minute at most. 1 minute. It was all it took to extinguish two of Noob's finest afterlife by the experienced and unwavering, absolutely stone-cold hands of the Senju clan head amidst a crowd of enemy jounin and Reikage himself. Finally, realization began to ooze from Reikage's eyes as they widened comically. In pure, unadulterated fury, a nerve bulged above his temple as he finally barked out his first order. "Take it down." He roared loudly, and those 3 words were all it took for all of hell to break loose. Kurama flashed back at the marker he had placed on Sasuke and leaned against it almost instantly. His teammate had been the only one who noticed him placing his Flying Thunder God seal on the tree as they entered the clearing. He was out of his senses, not his reflexes. After years of guard duty spent in numerous life and death situations, it had almost become a natural habit for him to place markers whenever he entered territory that was completely unknown to him. This was the first time he had put him in a near trance-like state despite everything. And quite probably the last, if he had anything to say about it. Losing sight of an enemy's intent while he was surrounded by it, it was ugly for a shinobi to look like this after the amount of experience he had amassed on the deadly field of combat alone. "How many?" Sasuke's voice was quick, both of them fine-tuning themselves as they watched the leaves around the foliage within their surroundings flicker from time to indicate how fixed they actually were. 13 and him. Tobirama's concise reply made Sasuke nod, both eyes turning to the Reikage himself, who charged over his chakra, encasing himself in a black lightning armor, the most revered technique in his arsenal. "Leave me, outsiders. You go down to Reikage and that lone jounin with him." Sasuke was about to snap out a kunai, but stopped when Tobirama glared at him sharply for a moment. His seasoned eyes narrowed on Senju's hand, clouded by the simple hand seal, and he understood the coded message quite clearly. The earth rumbled. Sasuke's hands moved to his chest in a blurry motion, examining a series of hand seals too swift for anyone other than a wielder Jujutsu user to follow. But the final seal was out for all to see as his hair flailed around, its chakra glow concentrating to epic proportions in preparation for his opening technique. His hands were fastened tightly in a serpent seal. "Earth-style," he roared, slamming his palms together on the ground, much to the collision of each one. A seasoned and veteran shinobi like him, announcing his jutsu loudly in a shout, was unbecoming of his legendary status. Each of the jounin stood blinking in the shadows of the trees. They did this so as not to come within his sight and to prepare for whatever Sasuke had in mind for them. "Terraformation," he roared, much like what Tobirama had told him. The earth really shook. The whole earth began to disintegrate, a huge piece of bedrock that passed from the tectonic shaking, its technique released causing a mini-earthquake. Within this is the wake. The large piece of bedrock thrust above made Reikage and his jounin jump back to dodge the insanely large piece of earth that he had intentionally aimed at them. Sasuke knew that he could easily tear that rock into tiny pieces with a powerful drill from his revered black lightning armor. But there was a catch to it. If he really was going that route, he would have to risk targeting his own shinobi, the permanent right behind Sasuke, and given his reputation, he wasn't about to be taken down by a few small stones sent flying his way. For breaking his own jutsu, no less. So all he could do was dribble for now. But Sasuke's intentions were far more than what he was saying, and his right was proven when he suddenly roared. His chakra pumped out above, shaking the earth violently with his massive earth release as the tremors increased tenfold. And the effects were immediate. The entire firmness of the earth they stood on a moment ago, almost disturbed in mere moments. Webs of cracks began to appear everywhere within a large radius of 500 meters, and within only a matter of seconds, the bushes around them were destroyed. The grassy fields made way for the pieces of base that threatened to topple them in a second or so. The trees all around, including those within which the ninja cloud resided, were uprooted like toothpicks being picked from a soggy cake. Sasuke betrayed the jutsu after 30 seconds, and for his life, he could not help the wolfish hiss that avoided his lips to see the aftermath of his actions. He still had his edge. The clearing was now a pile of rubble, uprooted bushes and trees, and craters varying in depth here and there covered the land, as if a chain of earth mines had been created within this area. Reikage had finally had enough, and having moved the large rock aside, he had restrained himself with his weapons and looked around the area for any signs of damage. His eyes darted around sharply, seeing his shinobi emerging from the destroyed fields like cockroaches and as unharmed as his metaphorically referred to colleagues. All this and still not a single clean hit. Reikage almost growled in pure contempt and disgust, but mostly disappointment. To think about it, a shinobi of his caliber would go to such lengths just to show off. Whoever said it was offensive? Sasuke asked, feigning an innocence that would have made a baby run away from his gentle voice. They blinked in confusion over her answer when a small voice reached her ears. A voice like swirling water. He broke his neck another way, only to see Tobirama standing there by his legs spread apart as his hands were clapped together tightly. His eyes were closed to focus all his concentration on his task, and just as a huge expected torrent of water swirled around him and a violently connected land, the typhoon was still under control. Her onyx eyes shattered open a second later, the water typhoon slowing before the crushing waves crashing against each other from a booming, noisy voice. The water rushed out on all sides around him, splitting into various serpent-like tendrils and swiftly sliding away from each of his obstacles, with an intention to plunge all but the spiky lives of his enemies into oblivion. Breakage and his partner were quite aware of their attack and were quick to dodge those tendrils of water as they passed by harmlessly. But 3 of his other jounins, who were still quite stunned, or one with a severe case of ringing ears from Sasuke's technique in his case, were not lucky enough to escape. The water tendrils pierced their fatal organs and skewered out the other, turning them completely different colors. The screams of New Belisa shinobi echoed through the clearing as they watched their comrades being killed. The cries of the dead people's names or instructions to get out of the way were the only things their dazed minds could comprehend at this moment. The rest, who were fortunate enough to step aside, watched all that tendril work around the clearing as it snaked once more before each one splashed down into a rather large crater, thus creating a newly made artificial fountain of water, as if this were a natural phenomenon. They glared cruelly at his 2 opponents, now understanding their multi-step collaboration technique, which opens up quite clearly. It had all been planned from the very beginning. At this point, Tobirama had decided to take the offensive. And those damned bastards had carried it out perfectly. Right in front of their very eyes. They only meant Tobirama's sudden burst of chakra, deliberately lacking any amount of killing intent to intimidate his shinobi into hesitating in the display of power by man. Then, he had taken the advantage by directing his executioners back with his teleportation deception to the killing of his jounin in one smooth motion, further startling them into blowing off his plan upon them. And only at that moment, Sasuke had pushed his advantage even further by planting a sense of panic with his own display of power, and that scream deliberately extracted from his jutsu had done the trick. Thus sending his men into a state of panic and keeping the circles under control, all the while allowing them to prepare for his wide area technique efficiently. That large earth release technique, with it being the primary objective that A himself had distracted him by trying to keep away from those incoming rocks and keeping him busy trying to push back the larger one that he had thrown directly at his face. All the while he was panicked, half cared that the subordinates had completely lost all sense of intelligence to see the destruction he was causing. And not once the realization of this would only serve as a distraction and a decoy to stun them and cut off their senses completely. He came to the secondary stages of his plan, and his second executor was none other than Tobirama Senju himself. That Senju thrice cursed had endured aside, while his partner gave him the large window of time to concentrate on collecting all the water he needed by sweating the moisture from all around him. His sensors, which were too dazed and stunned by his primary attacks, had no idea what he was doing, completely alone on his back and in the field of vision of the entire world. And then he had let go of that hell swirling over them and skewered down to his mostly stunned shinobi like headless chickens and put them in their places to rest for good once and for all. But what enraged him beyond belief was that it wasn't even what they had set out to do in the first place. The water sources that were now accumulated all around them now served as the primary sources of water in an easy arrangement for Tobirama to use as he pleased, which was what they had been set out to do in the first place. All that time, they simply conditioned their environment to satisfy their needs in order to have all the advantages at their disposal, while they fought an enemy that could quite easily have them dominated if they were in charge of directing what is. But now a major problem stood face to face with him, his eyes looking interestedly around to see many of his ninjas now injured here and there, and most of them still recovering from the shock of his furious offensive, while those 2 in question had not so much as taken a slap on their wrists. They had surely used the enormous chunks of their reserves to scale out those humongous techniques, but this had worked out twice as well for them as well. The gamble had paid off. He was left with a squadron that was almost half its former size, while the rest were wounded. And on top of that, they all now had the environment to use as they pleased. A sympathetic shinobi is always attentive to his surroundings, the conscience of Academy 101 Sasuke resided wisely, and A clenched his teeth so tightly, they almost threatened to pierce his brain, as the black lightning of his armor danced even more chaotically around him. But Tobirama's terribly cold voice made the hair on each of the shinobi's necks rise behind the cold calm that this maintained, even in the face of such adversity, as if he were sure to emerge victorious in the end without any problems at all. A legendary shinobi is one who twists the environment to suit his needs when the time calls for it. He didn't recite Hashirama's estimated quote, as if he were lecturing a pathetic nameless civilian in front of him. "Why you bastards? I'll kill you." A roared, disappearing in a black flash of lightning, and simply turned to clench his fist. Tobirama leaves. Aburama raised his right arm in an instant, his blade flickering into life almost instantly to block Raikage's fist. Bam. Aburama's heels dug deep into the ground as he braced the blade with his left palm, applying all his strength to stop it. His biceps stretched under the pressure as nerves bulged from them, his forehead showing just how much physical strength the lightning shadow must have possessed to push him so far with just his single fist. "Now you're mine." A growled, raising his free fist and lowering it to spoil that sword and bastard of a man who hadn't made his life a living hell in the few minutes past. No years at this, once and for all. But his hands overreached and tore at the earth instead as Tobirama almost disappeared into thin air once more and reappeared back at the tree that had marked his first 2 killings, lying at his feet like discarded trash. Raikage looked up, his eyes swirling insanely bloodthirsty as Tobirama usefully stepped over the corpse's head, over its bandage to be exact, and ran him over a couple of times to accentuate his point to the knockdown man even further away. Show him only how far below the cloud was to the leaf, be it in terms of strength or respect. With each step, Raikage's killing intent increased exponentially. He mocked him, mocking him. Lightning style. Electromagnetic assassination. Tobirama dodged under the concentrated lightning beam that passed over his head, doing nothing more than growing some of his hair from static damage, but what happened next really surprised him. Lightning style. 16 pillar Ada. Suddenly, 4 range pillars of pure lightning sprouted out around him in a square formation at each corner, thus concentrating their rays upon his center, the center that was him, and rendering him completely paralyzed and open to any kind of attack. He shuddered, feeling the lightning skewering through his abdomen and most likely near his kidney as he trembled to feel the cackle of electricity in his wounded nerves as his blade slipped past his fingers and fell lifeless to the ground. Lightning style. Now you're mine. A charged in, blinded like an angry bull, finally having the chance to enact his revenge on the bastard for all the horrors he had put his country through with the last great shinobi war. Lash. He roared, driving his elbow into the vulnerable Senju's neck and slashing it cleanly with his elbow. Tapateo. Aburama's aim most likely split in 2, divided into 2 parts by the water and sprayed his forehead completely wet. Substitution. He growled out, hearing another shout from him. AHHH. The Jounin who hadn't left A's side from the beginning, screamed in agony as a yellow cackling blade erupted from the front of his chest. A thin trickle of blood slid from the corner of his lips as he glanced back into the cold, deathly eyes staring resolutely at him, without so much as an ounce of remorse held within that fixed gaze. Tapati. Stoic Senju kicked the body apart severely, snapping his blade clean of the blood that dripped from the tip of the blade, and turned to hear another pair of screams behind him. The 2 cloud ninjas who had tried to restrain him and had almost succeeded, as was evident from the deep incision next to his waist when he had replaced it with a reproduction of water, but had still been caught by the electric barrier that formed even though he tried his best to trap him. But in the end, it was all in vain. The number of points in the earth pierced their bodies that they threw, this still refused to believe that they were dead, but trembled their life left out to Mother Nature, when crimson gathered beneath them and painted the earth a deep scarlet, almost black within. This is the wake. They shouldn't have taken Sasuke's eyes. Aburama twitched, gripping the wound tightly to slow the bleeding, glancing to his side to see Sasuke jump down, a cheeky grin plastered on his face, undoubtedly proud of what he'd done. Slash. Sasuke's eyes watched the world go round comically and he felt his body enter a parabolic trajectory before crashing to earth with a thud. But his eyes widened when he saw a headless body collapse to its knees as Tobirama retracted the arm holding the blade at his side. "Next time you try henge on Sasuke, don't smile openly. Sasuke never does, not during combat." Those were the last words Sasuke heard before the light left his eyes, and Tobirama glanced back to see a ragged Sasuke acquiring his side limp, holding the front side of his waist, compared to the stoic Senju. And then there was a Sarutobi elder interjected, only then making Raikage realize that they had all but cleaved down their jounins with as little effort as they could muster, suffering only minor damage in this wake. Tobirama raised an eyebrow as he saw several cuts and wounds on Sasuke's torso, most notably the deep incision that extended from his back and only went deeper down to the side of his waist. They had a Genjutsu user in their ranks, the bastard was a censor and a Kenjutsu user. He grumbled in annoyance, shuddering as he applied pressure to his wound to slow the bleeding himself. Tobirama said nothing, as always, and stared straight at Raikage, who, much to the surprise of the two, was standing there calmly and still as a rock. A bit too calm for someone who had almost lost all his men. "Wait, all your men?" There were 15 Jounin level chakra signatures and 3 cage level. "What I meant to say." Tobirama didn't even have time to let out a warning cry before he leaped aside, heating his wound that screamed in agony, only for a large saber with an odd design, coupled with a class talisman to bring down his last stand. He breathed a little easier when he saw that Sasuke had also cleanly moved aside from his supposed attacker. At least within his own field of vision, that is. Both elite shinobi skid backwards as they critically consider their attackers. Sasuke, although praising his luck in barely dodging that fist that had everyone except Cleft left with that strange thing lit up and wrapped himself around his attacker's arm. It hadn't been for the head that Tobirama had cleanly cleaved and flung in front of him and the sight of the attacker's reflected shadow within his bandage. That attack surely would have been fatal. But he had escaped with merely a grazing scratch on his cheek. "Ginkaku, do it." Sasuke's opposed attacker shouted loudly, and the one who had tried to attack Tobirama, now identified as Ginkaku, rushed Sasuke quickly at blinding speeds. Sasuke simply watched, entertained, as the man brought his oversized sword above his head, attempting to strike Sasuke. As if he would let himself be hit with such a slow attack. But he squeezed her neck when suddenly a translucent blue cloud forced its way out of his throat and lips, looming before him like a spirit of the same kind. Ginkaku lowered his sword while Sasuke jumped back but only saw Ginkaku slash down as the strange blue cloud from his lips was absorbed directly into his blade. "Damn Shichisakin." Ginkaku laughed at his grip on the guard and much to Sasuke's confusion, he felt almost nothing wrong with his body. He saw so many men looking identical, apart from their contrasting gold and silver hair, that he laughed with humor as if he were already dead and he narrowed his eyes on these new arrivals in his battle. "What the hell are you doing, umph?" Sasuke's voice trailed off as a hand roughly clamped over his closed mouth. He pressed the tip of his kunai to the point where his captor's liver should deliver a fatal blow, only to hear an all too familiar voice whisper something in his ear that made him stop his silent attack. "Don't speak," Tobirama whispered in his ear, now understanding the gravity of the situation they were in with these two new fighters uniting their enemy. Sasuke nodded sharply, and Tobirama let his mouth go by taking a step to his side. "You're a damn Sasuke, they're putting you on right now." His silent interrogation glance was answered by Tobirama almost instantly as he looked at the two laughing men with caution. "Do exactly as I say and you'll be fine," he whispered, and Sasuke nodded silently. Tobirama, meanwhile, was shaking his head violently. He had knowledge of his weapons, the instruments belonging to the Sage of the Six Paths himself were revered enough to attract his attention and probe him to gather as much knowledge as he could about them. But he had only scrubbed so far before striking a vein of mystery. Myths and ancient texts said that those instruments could only be used to their fullest potential by someone of the pure lineage of the master alone, which meant that these two idiots were somehow related to the father of all chakra. He had heard rumors of Kumo's possession of the amber exorcism bottle, which they had used to capture the once rampant Hachibi, after their pathetic failure to capture the Kyuubi once before. This solidified those rumors completely. They possessed not one, but 5 of the sage's 6 instruments. But 4 of them now in action, directly in front of him. Not much was known about his abilities, but from what he could tell of the strange thing that had split from Sasuke's lips before absorbing it into his blade, he could make some vague assumptions. Each instrument used some kind of seal hunting technique, and of these, this was the most logically a cursed seal hunting technique. So this probably had something to do with his voice, or words. But it was just a guess, based on no evidence or proof at all. Anyway, Sasuke had spoken a few words earlier, and nothing at all had been wrong about him. "Sasuke, they say my last name. And only my last name. Nothing less, nothing more." Tobirama ordered curtly, and Sasuke nodded, sensing Tobirama's nervousness in an instant and knowing it was only logical to do as he said for now. The man was a wisp of forbidden techniques, and if anyone could discern that curse quickly enough in the heat of battle, it was Tobirama Senju. "Senju?" Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief when nothing happened to him once again, and Tobirama nodded curtly, filing this new development away rather carefully. The slight stiffness and seriousness of his opponents who saw his actions were enough to reassure them that he was on the right track. This strange curse had something to do with his voice, or his words. "I was very sure." "What did you do to him?" he asked aloud. He had to gather as much information and buy as much time as he could to understand the curse placed upon Sasuke. Both Ginkaku and Kinkaku laughed maniacally, shouting tears of joy. "Now what would I say?" Ginkaku held his sides in laughter at the sight of Tobirama's once stoic gaze, now so cautious and stiff. He had no idea what he'd gotten himself into. "Yes, after all, silence is golden." Kinkaku indicated to his brother, and Ginkaku's laughter increased at his brother's pointed joke going even further. "Yes, after all, words can be so eloquent." Ginkaku felt his insides about to explode. How he would like to see their startled faces when they realized how they had been made for without even a simple fight. "You condemn idiots, be serious for once. I want this bastard dead. Don't let that damned Senju here live." A roared angrily and leaped down the side of his brother to make his laughter stop. "If the boss doesn't care, these two are dead already." Ginkaku waved his hand dismissively, and A had almost half his mind left to attack his own comrades right now. But they were right, with the instruments and the strength of their secret weapons, there was no way those two could leave here alive any further. Tobirama, though he really narrowed his eyes on the silver-haired one, especially his pointed joke that had made the golden laugh even more difficult. The two of them had no sense of duty at all and only seemed to be there for the fun. Silence is golden, silence is golden, silence is. A light bulb went off in his head in his implication of words. Now he understood that he had taken a look at his interest in that joke. These weren't the words, but the sarcasm implied in his tone that he meant this had something to do with the curse, as the silver-haired idiot had glanced at Sasuke for a split second when he had pulled his joke, while Ginkaku had laughed harder. They implied that Sasuke had to remain silent to survive, which meant that their secondary assumptions were correct as well. This had something to do with the silence. Words can be so eloquent. What did he mean by this? Tobirama racked his brain for an answer, quite pleased that the Raikage was suddenly interested enough to let them have their time to make the first move and further solidify their earlier assumptions. Eloquent, that idiot was secretive. What he meant to say, choose your words wisely, remaining silent. Tobirama exhausted a number of assumptions, seeing which one held the most truth in this case, and then hoping that he was right lest Sasuke was made for. Wait, here it is, he blinked, then blinked again to decipher those two secret jokes in an instant. Silence is the key, but words must be chosen carefully, he declared firmly, and smiled with satisfaction when his brother's eyes widened at his words. They had given everything away without ever understanding its meaning in the first place. But such was not the penetrating mind of Tobirama Senju, never one to be trifled with. Sasuke the Sarutobi clan head regarded curiously his only source for hope and sighed in relief when Tobirama's smugly smiling face came into view. Senju had already understood this 3 times. Both parties thought simultaneously, even though their feelings towards him were polar opposites in every sense of the word. Ah, the irony. Just say that Senju here cited his deduction, and Sasuke nodded before Tobirama paused for a few seconds, as if counting a moment before continuing. Every 60 seconds. Don't remain silent for longer than this, and whatever happens, don't say anything else. Call me and use hand signs to communicate, you get me? Don't say anything else, no matter what. Tobirama didn't bother for a reply, but Sasuke nodded, smiling smugly himself at the sight of the utterly livid expressions on his enemies' faces. Tobirama could do this to populate the situation. He had real experience with those situations himself. He could have laughed silently. The situation hadn't been so far-fetched as pure entertainment. I'll take the Raikage, you're going to look like an idiot too. Tobirama's voice was stern, and none of that emotion could be realized within his words. Inkaku and Kinkaku bristled with anger. Not only had he deciphered their technique in a matter of seconds, but on top of everything, he was firing them and calling them idiots as if this were daily news. They glared cruelly at Tobirama, all except for Sasuke, who was enraged and about to attack Senju with a bloody, murderous cry. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bullet. Sasuke whispered within his heart to gather their attentions and take them away from Tobirama so he could deal with the Raikage once and for all, while he himself finished off these 2 clowns. The Raikage, solely through his vast experience and superior reflexes, dodged the knife attack after Tobirama had mysteriously disappeared right in front of his eyes. He raised his right arm back, pulling his forearm back to indicate his elbow above Tobirama's head as it glowed deep black and cackled ominously. Elbow? He lowered his dark lightning, the enhanced elbow strike, but Tobirama disappeared again. This time the Raikage knew where he would come next and smiled with satisfaction, already knowing his only possible marker to flash as quickly as he would have had to dodge that attack. Lightning style. Reverse lift. Tobirama's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as his lightning heel charge made contact with his injured waist, while Lei's locomotive roundabout kick made perfect contact with it in the target area as he had intended. A silent scream escaped Tobirama's lips as the Raikage twisted his body at inhuman speeds and delivered a powerful fist, once again directly to his wounded waist, and blamed out a massive pulse of electricity into his wound. Her body was thrown back like a rag doll, tearing its way through a huge pile of rubble and out of a 30-meter stripe into the large mountainous debris heap filled with trees and rocks. The once stoic Senju blinked unfocused, his eyes showing him nothing but blurring as he tried to clear the cobwebs from inside his head. Her wound felt numb, much to her relief and annoyance. This meant that he had been injured so deeply now that his brain was in the shock of pain alone. And it was the cause of his relief too, because this was only the pain that kept him conscious of the death blow he had just taken his head upon, twice in fact. He looked down, his eyes still cloudy, but he could see a strange dark murky substance gathering down on his lap, and he coughed out that same substance thickly from his mouth as it choked his throat directly into his lap. The bloody performed. He walked over to the fallen Hokage, a smug smile plastered across his brusque face. That bastard had managed to inflict quite a deep gash on his back while he'd gambled everything in his final strike. But this had worked. Senju would be dead from bleeding out in a few minutes, the way down half an hour at most. And that was only if he was lucky. His satisfied smile widened as Tobirama's head fell, his eyes returning to the sword that lay a few feet away from him. An idea formed in his head. Would this be a fitting end for a swordsman to die by his own sword's right? He pondered and smiled openly and wickedly, the insane look flashing through his eyes. Meanwhile, Tobirama was solely focused on trying to regain as much of his bodily function as possible. His nerves were still reeling from the massive electrical charge they had endured, but his index and middle fingers were tingling in his left hand, and he could feel a slight sensation in his neck as well. But her eyes were still misunderstood. Ahhh. He didn't scream in agony, the rage into no ken, his own sword piercing his left shoulder a hair's length above his heart, with the intention of making him scream more as he died his pathetic death like the dog he really was. Tobirama, on the other hand, was quite pleased with the new injury. His eyes had been restored to focus, and his neck was now in the perfect position as well. Slowly, he raised his index and middle fingers on his right hand to hold a half-ram seal precariously over his thighs and glanced directly up at the rakeage, while his lips pursed together with a small opening, as if he were about to let out a small hiss. Water style, he shuddered as the rakeage kicked his injured waist once more in a harsh kick, but he kept all his concentration on his last gathered chakra. Water senbons. He screamed inwardly as the rakeage pressed his foot even harder on his waist to increase the pain tenfold, but he released 2 water senbons from his lips before his concentration broke. But it was all he needed as his senbon pair was direct about the signal. "Ah, my eyes." Rakeage's blood-curdling screams echoed through the clearing as he clutched his eye sockets in agony, to no avail. Rivers of blood now flowed from his eye sockets as he bled at 4 times the rate of Tobirama's own wounds. He had been boastful in his victory and had let his guard down while he had left his opponent breathless even when he had the chance to kill him cleanly with a single strike. The man's hunger for theatrics had calculated the cost of affectionately. Tobirama's eyes widened when he saw Rakeage not moving and trying to make his way towards him like a blind man. "Move," he whispered in his mind, trying to move anything and everything he could in that moment of time. A streak of horror drained his mind when he saw Rakeage take 2 more steps toward him, clutching those bloody rivers that were once his eyes. "Move it," he thought, desperately trying to regain a small feeling in his weapons to have at least some protection from that still dangerous man. One strike alone and he wouldn't be dead, no, not yet. "Move, move, 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 damn it." His mind roared, but his body betrayed him today. For the first time he knew he was going to die. But he had too much to live for, he had to repent for his failure at Mito's feet. He took all the rage and curses of his little Tsuna, he had to take responsibility for the reason he was the cause of Nawaki's parents' death. And Naruto, that useless, annoying blonde idiot who never failed to mention his age whenever he got the chance, still had to become Hokage. And he would consider no one worthy enough to try it other than himself and would let her have the hat, only have half of Tsunade's return to the village, while he let her do as she pleased. He had too much to live for. The lone tear missed his augmented eye as Rakeage towered over him and for the first time in his life, he felt scared. Frankly scared. He was scared, he wanted to live. He couldn't let his family down again, his children. They still deserved to be cherished by him as much as he could while he watched them grow up. He raised his hand, lifting an open vertical palm that cackled with his legendary black lightning to bring down a killing blow to the Senju he wished to kill in his final moments with all his might. Tobirama, in his own final moment, had nothing more to do but accept his fate and closed his eyes. A soft breeze buzzed in front of his head as his hair flailed with it, his face plate resting in his lap with a leaf badge facing him in full glory. His own reflection stared back at him and he couldn't help but laugh. He really had old friends. "Not yet," Tobirama Hashirama's voice whispered in his ear, and his shattered eyes opened to see an ethereal image of him raising the Rakeage from behind, the sun, not letting him see the hallucination of his final moment. "Not yet, you condemned Senju, we have too much to live for." Tobirama's eyes widened as he realized whose voice it really was. Sasuke. Those words strung a string through his heart and ignited a spark of hope within his heart in the air of the conviction behind those words as Sasuke descended from his powerful leap like a hungry Shinigami soul scrubbing down for his long-awaited soul. Both his hands gripped the kunai tightly in his palms. He couldn't ignore this. Just as Abe began to raise the cut, Sasuke dug his 2 kunai behind the skull and did not miss in the rear shoulder approximately to push him down off balance with the help of his bent knees. Abe fell lifeless forward, Sasuke following him shortly after in a blow directly between Tobirama's knees. Sarutobi the elder searched and breathed for relief, only to see Tobirama staring expressionlessly at the dead Abe. But his heart shook to his core when he saw the two silent streams of tears falling and rolling down the man's cheeks as Tobirama let out a contented sigh with a laugh. Sasuke tripped him over on his knees, advancing slowly and pathetically, and tore off his shirt, the largest piece he could find in one piece, and slammed it hard into the man's large deep wound. "Boy Tobirama." Sasuke touched his cheek, just seeing that his eyes began to recoil from the severe blood loss so much that he still didn't comprehend any pain now. "Stay awake." He growled in a whisper, roughly cupping his cheek and shaking him awake. If he closed his eyes, Sasuke knew they would never open again. Ever. He smeared some of his blood from the wounds he had covered and brushed it onto the back of his palm. Yo. Inu. Seru. Tori. Hitsuji. Ninja already coughed out the blood, but it didn't worry him a bit. Gathering all his remaining chakra to the point he himself felt his awareness fading from chakra exhaustion, he slammed his palm down on the ground and smeared kanji all over the rubble. "Summoning," was all he could whisper before he too fell sideways to a blow, and a puff of smoke appeared near the kanji circle covered by his side. The tiny baby mimicked the one he had summoned with the last of his chakra, who had a small bow staff on his back and a leather holster to hold some more weapons. He blinked before his eyes widened to take in the state of the barely breathing two-leaf shinobi in front of him. To be his own placeholder. Kiki. The little monkey howled hurriedly, rummaging through his holster before unfurling a large scroll and laying the two shinobi battered blades on top of it as carefully as he could, and they all disappeared in a puff of smoke. Uzumaki clan members. Mito-sama. The whirlpool heiress heard a shout, pursing her lips she put her afternoon teacup aside. She certainly wasn't amused by being bothered in such a rude manner during her relaxation time, as evidenced by her thinly sliced pursed lips, which refused to give away her emotions to anyone, regardless of who they were. She raised an eyebrow as she placed her palms on her thighs to stand up, only for the unsolicited guest to come running into the backyard, as if the Shinigami himself had placed a die on his very soul. He was a chunin, his vest, and the way he huffed and puffed as if he had exhausted himself a million miles gave this away quite easily. "Yes," her melodious voice asked the man, who gasped and looked at her hurriedly. "My lady, you must hurry." Her eyebrow arched even further above his words. "You're needed at the hospital." He escaped in heavy breaths as the woman in question sighed. "So much for some downtime." Ah well, they only appealed for help when the case was beyond everyone's capabilities, which were only available on purpose. Having been trained extensively in the medical arts in her younger days, and having been the wife of the man whose valor in the field was still unrivaled, she had chosen over many skills that most would give a pair of their members for in exchange for the abundant knowledge she possessed. "Fine, then just let me go and we'll be changed." She slipped away and stood up, going to walk around, exchanging the loose-fitting clothes she usually wore at home for one of her formal kimonos. It was improper for someone of her station to look this way in front of anyone. Her hands picked up the cup and saucer that met her ticking bites in the kitchen as the man looked ready to chew his way out of his lips in a few more seconds of pure anxiety and nervousness. His soft footsteps repeated throughout the silent states when the chunin finally decided to say the dreaded words he had been avoiding all along. "My lady, please hurry." Her eyes sharply turned to the man who gasped, sensing her danger, staring intently, her very soul aching with every passing moment. "Lord Hokage of the It." He whispered terribly, and a sharp sound echoed throughout the house. Clink clink. The tile, in its grip, fell and broke into countless pieces as the temperature of the area dropped a couple of degrees. She downed a thick starter in one gulp, hoping that all the heaven in the world what she had just heard had been a mistake on her part. "What?" she asked, her stomach having lost its appetite, but a moment as the chunin's fixed gaze traveled down embarrassingly to the ground. "This is Tobirama-sama, my lady." He and Sasuke-sama. His voice trailed off as he looked up, only to see that he had been speaking the last word to no one but the thin air and lifeless walls. Mito was already on his way, heading straight for just one place that was on his mind right now. Konoha Hospital. Chapter 10. Hanahagakure Ningun Seido. The events of the previous day were unknown to everyone except a select few who were deemed worthy enough to be revealed with such private information. Even so, the town still maintained a solemn air within this generally bright environment. The reason was the news that had spread like wildfire among the entire population of the town, hidden in the leaves. The substantial news to be the untimely death of the leading family of the most influential and powerful clan in Konoha. Konoha Memorial Lands. Almost the entire village, which is the shinobi half that had been allowed to intervene here, had appeared and gathered for the burial rites that were to take place in a few moments and to offer their condolences to the duly deceased. The remaining Senju head family, consisting of only Mito, Tsunade, and little Nawaki clutching Mito's weapons, stood in front with a few remaining members of their clan behind them. Naruto, with Dai and Tsukumo standing apart, had surprisingly decided to be with his friends rather than his clan, as had been the custom for decades. Naruto Sukuna whispered in a quiet tone, his head bowed in respect as the blonde paid rapt attention to his friend the whole time, glancing ahead worriedly every now and then. "Sensei isn't here," he whispered, getting a small nod from the blonde boy who had noticed him too. "Abaramage-chan isn't here either," the blonde whispered his own thoughts, and Sukuna nodded, having already seen the Senju clan head's omission. That was the strangest part. Tobirama himself, not attending, was actually the implantation of hidden microphones, quite a bit. Something big must have happened to his sensei and the Hokage himself for him to be absent from such an important meeting. He had rushed off almost instantly after scrubbing out a traditional black kimono to take off as soon as he had heard the news with Sukuna to be his messenger. They all turned silently as Hiruzen stepped forward to be the one who had volunteered to say a few last words to the fallen family. "The day we are all gathered here for the wrongs done to some people we loved and cherished with all our hearts," his gravely sorrowful voice sounded across the empty grounds as each head bowed slightly in respect for the two coffins before them that held the two lifeless bodies within these cold confines. "The day the earth had two fewer peaceful souls. While the sky holds two more. Deep within each of our hearts, his memory is kept. We liked him and we will never forget him. Their lives, a beautiful memory. His absence is a silent sorrow." Mito grabbed the child, holding him protectively in her arms even tighter, while doing everything she could to stay calm for her little ones. At that moment she knew that no mother should carry out the curse of necessity to bury her own children with her own hands while she lived with the weight of their deaths placed on her shoulders. She still didn't have the courage to be the one to speak those last words she was hearing at that moment. The mother alone could not utter those dreaded words, no matter how hard she might try. Naruto himself lowered his head deeply to hide the stinging tears in the corners of his eyes as the spoken words pricked a chord deep in his heart. A million questions flashed through his mind in a fraction of a second, none of which had any positive answer at all. Hiruzen then continued after taking a deep breath of composition. "Time can pass and fade away. But the memories of these kind souls will always remain." The cluster of memories sprinkled with tears. "We regret that Kami did not spare our loved ones a few more years." The tears held in most eyes became harder to contain with each word that passed Hiruzen's lips. But a small voice broke the small battle of silence, its words doing enough to break most of the dams that held back a flood of emotions in their hearts. "Achan, why don't Tusan and Kachan talk?" A simple question sounded in the lands below Mito's weapons, and for the life of her, she didn't have the heart to answer it. Even Hiruzen stood up and downed a starter in one gulp to hear the soft voice that had expressed an innocent question, which promptly received no answer from anyone. Mito simply hid the face of the little 3-year-old boy in her neck and gave Hiruzen a little nod to let him continue with the paperwork as usual. After a clear peaceful sound from his throat, he continued with his final word-passing words. "Departures come and hearts are broken. The loved ones go with unspoken words. Never selfish, always pleasing and classy. These are memories you forget. Ours is just a simple prayer. May Okami blesses him and keeps him in his care." The younger Sarutobi stepped down from the platform and one by one, each person began to climb up and place their white camellias in the middle of the pedestal, held by the two open coffins, with their portraits held in the middle, with the cornerstones that were to be placed for their tombs in a few moments. One by one, each person attending the burial began to place their flowers and offer a final prayer to the two fallen souls, with the Senju family being held back last. Naruto stood beside the coffins for a second, his eyes bleeding crimson at the sight of everyone, etching the memory of this scene deep within the recesses of his mind permanently. He put away the flowers and walked away without going through the formality of saying a short prayer, as everyone else had done before him. This would only tarnish the memories he had of the two of them in his mind right now. This would give him a reason to move on and forget them, and that was something completely unacceptable to him. Mito gave Hiruzen a small shake of her head, warning him that she was in no state to go near the cold corpses of her children, not even for a second. She knew that she would be ruined if she even glanced at their pale colorless faces for even a moment. Iwaki forced his way out of her embrace and looked toward the coffins that were being prepared to be closed at any moment. But his innocent mind still yearned for answers that he wasn't providing right now. "Achan, why aren't they speaking?" He voiced his question aloud once more. The 4 Senju clan members paused momentarily as they were about to pick up the final coffin lids, each bearing the embossed Senju clan insignia, as his gentle voice echoed through the clearing once more. Tsukumo glanced worriedly at his best friend. Just seeing him standing there completely alone with shadowed eyes, it killed him to know what Naruto was feeling right now. He knew he was quite familiar with the fallen family members who had heard many great things from him on countless occasions. He himself had been to Tsunade's house quite a few times, but he wasn't as close to them as Naruto was. Over the years, the blonde was almost considered family in the Senju head houses, and the silver-haired boy knew how much his friend loved someone he considered close to him. But above all, how much he adored Tsunade. He knew that the blonde Uchiha would most likely tear apart someone who had looked at her the wrong way, to think that his thoughts would be in the thought as broken she could be because of this, and that most likely continued inside his mind. This frightened him. But he was quite worried for his friend because of the abundance of reasons, but one being the most prominent of them all. Seeing her in pain, this must have been killing him right now. He put on a drawn-out, understanding laugh, chuckling sadly to see what his friend was trying to do, and urged him on with a subtle nudge of his shoulder. Tsukumo carefully fastened the spaced-out shoulder of the boy, and just as he had expected, his friend's neck broke directly into focus. But the plastered expression on his face was not what he expected. Instead of sad and less blue eyes as he expected, he was found burning crimson eyes that had his three tomos slowly, almost threateningly, swirling inside them. "Don't." His cold voice whispered threateningly, devoid of any emotion at all, and this almost made his teammates take a step back in precipitous fear of their friend's strange and sudden change in behavior. The blonde boy in question found himself quite strong, containing the deep rage that was beginning to bubble up inside his heart with an emotion he had never felt so strongly in his life. Not from their younger years, which are. "I hate." Tsukumo swallowed gently, nodding shyly and trying his best to keep his drawn-out, understanding laugh up for his friend. He didn't know or didn't really want to, that he had come across his usually happy-go-lucky friend. But this was a side he had never witnessed before in all the years he had known him since their childhoods. And Kami knew that he didn't want those eyes turned back on him again. Ever. The last thing young Uchiha needed right now was someone's compassion, not even Tsunade needed it yet in young Uchiha's mind. He still remembered quite vividly how painful it had been for him when he had lost his mother. The few people who had been kind to him back then had given him those looks every time they laid eyes on him during the time his mother had passed away. In an attempt to comfort him, but this only made the polar opposite of his intentions even more damned. Remembering each time what he had lost with those Kami, the cursed looks of the thing he despised most in this world. Compassion. This was a pathetic emotion, useless in their minds, and it didn't really help the one who was suffering. Instead, it only fueled the pain they tried to bury by reminding them of what the victims had lost in the first place, and they tried as best they could to forget it completely. He clenched his lower jaw tightly, seeing Mito's bitten lip from behind, which was quite clear even from his limited angle of inspection of her, owing in part to his unconsciously activated Sharigan. He couldn't see Tsunade from where he was standing with her back to him, but he knew how emotional the girl could be at times when worried like these, unlike the strong knucklehead she always distinguished herself to be. She must be a mess right now. But his worried thoughts were once again broken by a small voice that let out a cry once more as the coffins were lifted by the 4 members of the Senju clan to be placed in their final resting places. "Ba-chan, why won't you answer me? Why aren't they speaking?" Nawaki asked once more, and this time Mito gathered all her courage and gave a gentle laugh. "They're asleep, sweetie," she whispered, feeling as if someone had placed a lead block on her chest, lying innocently in her arms. But for her life, as she was, it meant telling a child that his parents and his own children were dead. Nawaki, though one of the 3-year-olds, nodded innocently. He could accept her answer, since it actually made a little sense to him. "When do they wake up?" Mito's eyes widened to hear the simple question, and her stomach dropped a couple of pounds as the realization hit her heart. One that she tried to avoid with all her might, only to continue a strong front for her little ones. She choked over her words, twin streams flowing down her eyes, as Nawaki's eyes turned to her back to hear a couple of soft knocks from that direction. "What are you doing?" he asked 4 senjus who had just placed the coffins inside the unearthed graves and had looked away from his innocent eyes that pierced almost every heart within the lands right now. They turned their eyes back to the graves and picked up the shovels, digging in the dirt and beginning to fill the graves with it. "Hey. Why are you putting dirt on my parents?" The little brown-haired boy wiggled inside the weapons of Mito who were guarding the signature, sniffling at her and praying for the burial to be over once and for all. Every moment was killing her inside right now. "Grandma, they put the dirt on them," he spoke innocently to his grandmother, who threw her face into his neck and hugged the squirming child for dear life. Nawaki stops him. Mito sniffed, but the boy paid her no attention. His entire focus was on his parents being buried right in front of his eyes. "They'll have trouble breathing, don't put dirt on them," he called to the 4 who had just resumed their task of properly burying the deceased as quickly as they could. Nawaki fidgeted in Mito's arms, not understanding why those people were putting dirt on his parents and why no one was answering him correctly. "Stop putting dirt on my parents," he spoke clearly and loudly, the 4 men standing for a moment before digging their shovels back into piles of dirt and covering half the depth of the graves right at that moment. "They'll be angry when they wake up," he struggled over, almost leaping from the weapons of Mito who were now screaming his heart out. "Stop putting the dirty on my parents." He yelled this time, and it was all the Uzumaki heiress could take before she fell to her knees and began to cry for her life. Nawaki, they won't wake up. She sobbed out as Hiruzen rushed to her side to comfort the screaming mother and the child who was now softly crying himself in pure confusion and a little fear. But why not? You're lying, Bachan. He calmed down, his eyes shining, when no one answered him, and he sobbed heavily. Aren't you, Abachan? He sobbed out, and she hugged the child to her dearest. They won't wake up, honey, they're like Hashirama. Sweetie, she stammered, not having the heart to say the dreaded words that threatened to escape her lips. Dead? Tsunade whispered in an almost lifeless tone, not moving like a statue, and not a trace of grief or sorrow on her face. Her face was merely blank. Mito held the boy strong, whose sobs increased with each passing second as he fought with his weapons to stop the men from burying his parents. Naruto clenched his fist so tightly, a couple of nerves became visible on his forearms as a couple of crimson drops fell from his knuckles to hear few squealing screams from the boy he liked and adored so much, screaming his heart out for his deceased parents. This reminded him of the time he had pleaded the same path with Kagami's weapons, begging him with all his heart to just let him have one last look at his deceased mother. His wish was not granted in the end. Each one began the meeting around Mito and Nawaki, comforting the two who screamed or the stone-still Tsunade, who should yet show any sign of life on her face. Naruto didn't really know how long he had stood there, or if he was alone or with someone else. His mind had just slipped into a state of oblivion, and the only thing his mind registered were the soft, sobbing sounds that rose up in front of him as he stared lifelessly at the freshly dug cornerstones of the graves that stood as the only signs of their existence, like so many others before them. His mother must be one of them. Several dark thoughts crossed his mind. The stupid bloodshed he had witnessed a few days ago made him want to be one of them. How fragile was human life, really? How much the sudden disappearance affected so many others who were connected to them? But above all, why did they have to hurt her? A soft hand cupped his cheek, fixing his eyes as he tried to comprehend the touch he had felt 1,000 times now, only to find his grandmother's bloodshot violet orbs in total, but the blood. She laughed sadly, seeing his eyes almost completely red. His Sharingan was crafting his scarlet lily, while his sclera corresponded quite attentively to the silent currents of tears he unconsciously released from his control. She still held Nawaki in her arms while his cheek rested on her shoulder. The boy, who had fallen unconscious from all her screaming, made the young Uchiha realize this must have been at least 2 hours since he had been standing there, completely divided into zones of his wit. The small memories of his friends leaving him to go with their families while he had nodded lifelessly were now registering in his mind. Mito knew he was quite close to her deceased children, not exactly as close as he was to her or Tobirama, but close enough. This didn't come as a shock to her. It hurt too, but she knew he could handle it for now. This was Tsunade, who truly frightened her with her wiles. The girl was silent as a mute after this morning and only nodded without any signs of screaming everywhere nearby at monuments and stared lifelessly at the graves without any emotion at all. And she knew the only person who could get her to let it all out was standing right in front of her eyes. She wrapped her free arm around Naruto and pulled him into a comforting, warm embrace, running her fingers through his silky hair and gently kissing his head. He hesitantly wrapped his weapons around his waist and hugged the woman he trusted with all his heart, feeling her pain and misery through the brief contact they shared. "Naruto, will you do anything for me?" Her voice rasped, sounding so tired. He nodded, not even having to think twice about agreeing to what she wanted. "I'm going to go and take Nawaki home, then head over to the house after I've done some work back at the hospital." He wanted to argue, tell her to go home and rest, but he pulled away for now and remained silent in her peaceful embrace. "Please take care of Tsunade for me, okay? Can you do this for me?" Her voice was so gentle, as always. She could make him do something she pleased with just a few words from her once melodious and elegant voice. Only one other person had such a tight grip on him. "I'm going to trust myself," he whispered unconsciously, enjoying her embrace for a moment before the woman let out a little reassuring laugh that he hadn't deceived her in the slightest after all the years she'd spent with the boy. Once again she cupped her cheek, gazing longingly at the boy for a moment before placing her lips on his forehead and nodding with a genuine laugh. He had cultivated so much right before her eyes. "I trust you," was all she said before walking by his side and marching straight to the Senju clan compound, with the shadowy Hiruzen behind her like a hawk from afar, keeping a watchful eye on the bewildered woman's health and safety. Naruto just walked in front of them until the two graves, looking up at the sky that was darkening for a moment to stare at the sun, almost completely descending on the horizon. Only he and the girl sitting before the graves were left there completely alone. Tsunade sat there silently, her knees drawn up to her chest, curled up like a ball in the presence of her parents. Everyone else had already left after the burial to get on with their lives, now that the formalities had been completed and He stood behind her, putting his hands in his pockets and just standing there silently like a soul reaper looking at her lifeless, ripe soul. The shading above her to make sure she was okay. Tsunade merely stared at the names engraved on the lifeless cornerstones, brushing her fingers over the names from time to time before wrapping her weapons around her legs and continuing to stare blankly at the graves. She knew someone was behind her. She could sense it even without her heightened senses, even though she couldn't tell who it was. But knowing who it really was calmed her down. Only an idiot was foolish enough to keep an eye on her, letting her do as she pleased, just like always. Neither of them remained silent, neither having anything to say to the other. "I'm going to stay here for a while, you can go home," she whispered after half an hour of silence had stretched between them. She didn't get any answer just as she had hoped. Not even a tiny hint of movement came from the shadow that had risen above her. She fell silent once more and stared at the grave with the same bored expression as before. A soft, still icy breeze hummed over the entire village, making Naruto brush the golden locks that flailed over his eyes and contemplate the girl who was rubbing her arms together to protect herself from the cold with narrowed eyes, now shining with a hint of concern in her deep recesses. Her eyes hadn't returned to her blue colleagues after they had first turned crimson earlier today, and they wouldn't look like them anytime soon. Naruto, her soft whisper made the circles in her eyes just before he took a step a little closer to let her know he was there for her as always. "I'm cold." Her words were simple, and he knew what she wanted in a split second. After they were children, he would lend her his jacket whenever it was cold and they were out and about. Never worrying about how he felt, he masked his own frigid state to show her he could manage, so as not to make her feel bad about taking advantage of him. He could personally take care of him while she was well. Missa always teased him, like he was her personal walking stick, talking about the blanket ball after all. He pushed those depressing thoughts aside and simply stood there for a moment. Even after deep thought, he found there was nothing he could do. He was wearing a black kimono shirt, as was the custom for funerals, and he wasn't wearing his jacket. He would have to abandon her just to go and get it for her. Tsunade herself knew he wasn't getting along. She just wanted to be alone with her parents a little longer. But he didn't have to stay there for her and torture himself just for her. He could go home and get a jacket and something to eat while he was at it. Her thoughts calmed as a pair of arms snaked around her stomach, pulling her back between a pair of legs and a firm chest, supporting her back in a comfortable embrace. Young Uchiha's chin rested on his shoulder as he held her protectively in his arms, away from the cold breeze blowing around them. He couldn't just abandon her now. He simply couldn't abandon her when she needed him most. Tsunade actually let her lip curl upwards and laughed softly, all the while hiding the lower half of her face in her thighs. He wasn't the hottest person to hug in the world, in fact, he wasn't nearly as hot as she was. This much she knew from the years she had spent hugging him to death on countless occasions so far. But he was always there for her, just like this moment whenever she needed him. And he would always be the hottest person for her during those times. She could always reach out and rely on him to make her look like this. Make yourself make sense. Her body began to tremble in her arms, not from the cold, but from the way he violated her barriers and pushed into her inner confusion with his calming presence that now enveloped all parts of her heart. The moonlight shone upon the two, their shadows stretching across the memorial lands as darkness began to take over the night completely in this wake. On any other day, someone might have found the view in front of them to be adorable. But today was different. Naruto gave a gentle squeeze to her waist, placing his lips softly on the back of her head, and she curled into an even smaller ball than before as soon as his tender gesture was made. Naruto, his voice began to crack, and it took all his willpower to keep his chakra blazing in anger. But it truly engulfed him completely. The deep, menacing purple aura he created made the night cleaners that hovered around the fields fling from his menacing presence as it began to fill his surroundings like a submerging flood that no one could approach. The aura of oppression would have alerted someone to be on guard for an attack. There had actually been someone present within their vicinity. She did this for someone, but the girl in her weapons, for her it was as if this was a protective layer that now covered her from something that could so much as touch her at that moment. SHH, her gentle voice chirped in his ear, tossing the small ball into his arms a little sideways to place it comfortably on his lap and letting him bury his face in her neck. As soon as her weapons were wrapped around her chest, she softly slurped the snot raised in loud moans of agony. Her own humongous chakra reserves began to go haywire with each moan that she let out without her own confines. But unlike the young Uchiha, the Senju heiress was a radiant golden light that cast a pale, sorrowful aura. This would have made anyone scream from the swirling emotions within, and it certainly did for Naruto, who silently screamed, feeling the pure anguish in his cries. On the way she clutched his chest like a lifeline, and the way she pushed her face into his neck to release all her inner turmoil almost made him furious as his eyes shone in the dark recesses of the night like brilliant crimson rubies. They shone unlike anything they had ever done before. Ever. Naruto. She cried out loud and clutched his shirt tightly in her fists, whimpering in anguish, and he gently began to rock her back and forth like a small infant to soothe her pain. He placed soft kisses on the tops of her swollen cheeks from time to time, while he simply whispered and chirped softly to let her cry out all at once. Unlike someone else who could have comforted her, saying that it was okay or that everything would be fine. He remained silent. It wasn't right. Her parents were dead. They were never coming back. The hole that had been created in her heart would never be filled, ever. Just like the one whose heart had never been full. Their chakra swirled in tendrils around each other, making a small and dazzling spectacle for the owls spectating the sight whose hooting had ceased at the sight of the strange phenomenon in pure curiosity. The shimmering swirls of gold that dance with the menacing purple in perfect harmony. The view almost seemed majestic. Like yin and yang, dazzling together in informed circles. Their tormented moans and loud groans carefully began to die down as they sniffled, while both their chakras retreated back into their bodies after a few minutes. Tsunade placed her swollen cheek on her shoulder with a tired smack, sniffing occasionally and enjoying the gentle fingers that were coursing through her hair over instincts alone right now. Naruto himself felt quite exhausted, but blamed this all on the emotional toll this day had been taking. And for some stupid reason, he seemed to have absorbed a part of her pain into himself. Naruto, her voice was so weak, so fragile. Her eyes traveled slightly to the side to gaze sadly at the fragile-looking girl in her arms. It hurt her heart to see her cheerful face like this. It didn't satisfy her in the slightest. He hummed softly, placing yet another gentle kiss on her head as she snuggled like a child into his arms when another cool breeze flew past them. Quite frankly, he didn't have much energy left inside him right now to waste on words any further than he needed to. Why did they have to die? Her soft voice asked in a weary whisper, her own Sharigan eyes glancing sadly into her half-covered eyes. There was only one thought that came to his mind after a brief dark flash in his vision of the sight that was etched into his memory for all eternity. This is war, Tsunade. His response was simple, and he knew it was as blunt and callous as it could possibly sound. This was the only truth. Although he actually hugged her even tighter when her eyes began to fill with tears even more than before, as his words registered in her mind. His words struck a chord in his heart, too. So what if this were war? Why did they have to kill them for absolutely no reason, regardless of the circumstances? But they were simple doctors, Naru, they were doctors. They helped populate, she whispered in a small tired argument, leaving her sleepy-eyed tilt of her voice with a small yawn that involuntarily kept her lips from moving. Her words really made him think about the truth behind them. And as much as he hated to admit it, she was right. I don't know. Her words and voice were absolutely honest. He really didn't know that he had sat down to this, and she fisted her eyes from his tears of renewal, almost on the verge of falling asleep any moment now. Why did they have to kill them? They were nice people. Her tired voice trailed off mid-sentence, and she let the sweet nothingness of sleep consume her mind. Naruto cradled the back of her head with his palm tenderly, pulling her face closer to his neck to hide it from the cold, feeling it softly as he sniffed at her sensitive skin every second. I don't know the princess, I just don't know, he whispered to no one in particular, sitting there numbly with half a girl asleep on his arms for a little while. Let him fall into a deep sleep lest he be the reason for disturbing her peaceful face like this. He liked watching her sleep after he had first seen her. She looked so innocent and adorable, completely unconcerned about the world as long as she slept. No matter the cost, she always slept like a log in her arms. He scooped the girl up in his wedding-style gunfight when he felt her breath completely drain out and disappear into the darkness of the night. He had to take her home and tuck her into a comfortable bed. He also needs some sleep, and he'll most likely skip dinner tonight. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital. What's the situation? A shinobi asked, his face covered by a white surgical mask, as his hands held scissors and tweezers respectively. He wore a pure white overcoat over his chunin robes underneath, but to grasp the situation, he let out a weary sigh of exhaustion. We've done everything we could. Lord Tobirama is stable for now, but the rest is beyond our capabilities, a nurse replied wearily. The head doctor looked defeated at the two patients lying on the stretchers in front of him. Those with the highest profiles he had once had the privilege of dealing with in his short career are concerned about you. We must hurry. Where is Mito-sama? Isn't she here yet? The small medical team surrounding the two asked with haste and impatience, but received no answer from either of them. As if adding insult to injury, the doors to the operating room suddenly opened. The Uzumaki heiress, still dressed in her black ceremonial robes, walked in with tired bloodshot eyes, and her face lacked every ounce of the usual charm or honor she typically possessed, as each one was worn in plain sight every time. Their soft footsteps were the only sounds in the terribly quiet chambers, apart from the small emission of a beeping signal the machines released, connected to almost every part of the two patients lying lifeless on their operating beds. Mido-sama, a nurse, gasped softly, observing the woman's condition. She looked ready to collapse, her eyes now resembling her hair, and her face had lost most of its color, as if she were the one who was ill in the first place. Not one of them had the heart to call her out on her appearance. It was only natural for a woman to look like that, one who had just been to the burial of her children only hours before. What are they like? Mido's voice was as stern as ever, but hints of weariness were evident to almost everyone around her. The clipboard, this done, as the way in her palms, courtesy of a nurse standing nervously by her side. The mere presence of the royal halo that the woman usually held around others was enough to make anyone she didn't consider close to her feel in such a state, no matter who they were. Her violet orbs danced around the expertly scribbled medical notations, almost fluidly picking up every single dot value she noticed and discarding useless information almost instantly. The corner of her lips curled upward in a slight laugh as she reached that point. At least not everything today had been a foray into the dark. Kurama as well, I'm glad, she whispered in relief, the last part to herself, but audible to everyone besides her, belonging to the silence that had enveloped the space with her noble presence. Her aura affected him the moment she set foot in these chambers. Yes, the head medic spoke, raising his glasses, and he nodded proudly. They had been able to save their cage from life-threatening injuries after all. What about Sasuke? She asked, looking at the man who had dozens more machines still strapped to him with a ventilator and life support systems keeping him breathing, almost convincingly in fact. The air around the retreat grew solemn, and his lips passed over a tightly clutched purse as his fixed gaze landed on the man's negative shake. This is beyond our capabilities, he signaled to the nurse beside him to give the second clipboard to Mido, which she promptly did, and the heiress nearly snatched it from her hands and quickly scanned the thick reports as fast as she possibly could. Finally, she stopped turning the pages and looked at Sasuke, still forming with narrowed eyes. Lord Sasuke has been poisoned with a deadly medicine that attacks his chakra system to lower his immunity and healing abilities quite drastically. The medicine itself is not deadly. He calmed down, watching the Uzumaki raise his hand to make him stop his short. This is his condition that makes him mortal, I know. She finished her summary calmly, and the doctor couldn't help but look like a child in front of his instructor as to how calm she still was, even after she knew what they had just warned her about. If only Lord Hashirama were here, he whispered to him, but Mido picked up on it in an instant. Her features dulled even further, if that were still possible, and her eyes held a faraway, fixed gaze that recalled the extreme valor her late husband possessed in the medical arts. People still spoke of the volumes of his skill even more than a decade after his death. It was still said that the late Senju clan had mastered the art of pulling a soul from a Shinigami's grasp if there was still a single breath left in his patient's body. It was the true testament to the skill the Shodaime Hokage had passed on within his legacy. Mido-sama, a nurse, gently shook her shoulder. The heiress blinked innocently, understanding she had spaced out, and turned her attention back to Sasuke, whose life is still in balance, with this being the tip right now that favors the darker side. But she was not Hashirama's wife and hailed as the best Kunoichi doctor in the entire elemental nations for nothing. Even if her skills paled in comparison to her late husband, she was still confident enough to say that there were no more than a handful of people who could argue that she had substantial knowledge of medical anatomy and healing skills. Please take Tobirama and get him to a secure room, her voice broke the thick silence that was beginning to settle between them. They all blinked, then she blinked again in the ear of the flustered woman, ordering them so calmly. It was almost as if. Should I repeat myself? This time, though his voice was stern. A couple of nurses nodded briskly and stumbled, exhausted, to inform the Hokage's personal guard, located just outside, of the change of position they had to make. Are her wounds completely healed? She asked a head doctor sharply, who shook his head in the negative. No, we tried to use some medical ninjutsu, but his voice calmed down, seeing that the heiress still wasn't paying attention to his words in the slightest. Get me some clean water. She wasn't speaking to anyone in particular, and the chief physician brought him in himself to be his assistant for the time being. The chance to learn from one of the best was still too great to pass up. He set the shallow steel bowl aside, while the Uzumaki heiress dipped her left hand in it and closed her eyes, sighing. She focused entirely on herself to gain control of her emotions. The doctor's downfall came only when he treated a patient while his mind was elsewhere. It was the rule she lived by until this day, preached to her by none other than Hashirama Senju himself. A moment later, her eyes opened, she circled her hand over the bowl and tore it out. A clean globule of water encircled her palm, and she clasped it inside them with her right hand to cover it as well. Their palms danced around each other, the chakra within the water doing the work, and the water began to turn a little, fading with each passing moment. The chief doctor's jaw almost dropped when she poured the water into an empty bowl, and her palms were the cleaner he had ever thought possible for humans to be. He was certain they were the cleaners, wearing the sterile rubber gloves he himself was wearing. The difference in their abilities almost seemed ridiculous. Mito looked at several open wounds that had been stitched precisely and quite expertly, she had to admit, but they were still bleeding, which made it rather useless in her opinion. If they hadn't used the blood transfusions to keep him stabilized, he would have been dead a long time ago. But the past was the past. She spread each of her fingers apart on both hands. Closing her eyes to concentrate deeply on the task, her palms glowed blue with a chakra that now enveloped them. M0 Edik, the main person assisting her, looked over in bewilderment as the chakra in her palms began to concentrate towards her fingers before fully moving over her fingertips. Mito opened her eyes, her fingertips now holding a sharp chakra point within each of them. She curled her fingers inwards except for her index fingers, which snapped from stitching her patient's wounds in a fraction of a second. Her assistant's heart nearly went into cardiac arrest when he saw what she had done, especially when the machines attached to him emitted a beeping signal in a haywire state. But he didn't dare utter a word and break the woman's focused concentration. If he didn't help her, he would die anyway in a few hours. So it was for the best, at least for now. Mito joined each of the extensions of her hands apart, touching one another. This time she closed her eyes, a vein appearing near her temple, the immense focus she was on, speaking of her task. She let the chakra tips on her fingers join together and extended her arms apart with 5 long chakra threads created from pure medical chakra, stretching to incredible lengths. The man, for his part, had his jaw comically dropped this time as he stared at the 5 green threads attached to his right hand. Medical chakra was almost dangerously difficult to control, but to weave it into a chakra thread as precise and controlled as this. Although he almost fainted when Mito's hands began to swirl all over Sasuke's body, she was now weaving and joining the ends of those chakra threads between heaven and earth. They were too fast for anyone but a Sharingan user to follow, and to the man's eyes, this was merely a dome made of the green chakra threads that were now formed over Sasuke's body, as Mito's hands muddied almost aesthetically over him with an expertise that showed how versed her knowledge and kinship were to human anatomy. Mito wove those threads through her wounds, sewing them together with her free hand to control their trajectory, and twisting them to the ends of the following wounds, without ever breaking or joining them, because as soon as she did that, her technique would fall apart and become useless. In almost 2 minutes, Sasuke was enveloped in a strange green cocoon of webs over the webs of medically enhanced chakra threads that now had each and every one of his wounds stitched up, except for the large incision in the middle of his chest, which had only one corner of this flesh wound still open. Mito gracefully moved her fingers over the arc of said wound, the green threads that clung to each of this open lip-like ends and joined together like rubber. She focused a little more of her chakra on the last corner of her wound to make sure that the only bond holding those stitches together wouldn't come undone on her. She broke free from the chakra threads in her hand shortly after, her face now glistening with sweat as she felt even her legendary reserves now depleted to near complete exhaustion. The reason being, she lacked the necessary control to perform this technique due to her status as a Jinchuriki. But she truly compensated for that fact by spending almost 90% of the chakra she expended on the thin air, using the remaining 10%, still under control, to execute the technique. The assistant, for his part, caught the woman almost instinctively when she began to fall, glancing sideways at her, feeling a slight head start now that the pressure was on her and his patient was now safe. "My lady, are you alright?" the man asked her worriedly. She simply laughed, half closing her eyes, and nodded. Her balance held steady. She shook the man, telling him she was refined and a dandy, just a little tired of that magical gazing technique. "He'll be fine now, those chakra threads will hold the stitches as if this were his own skin, at least for a weakling," she whispered, the man handing her a wet towel to let her clean his face, which she genuinely took with gratitude. It was astonishing, almost unbelievable, that a seam made of chakra existed without even a single seam being joined. He had never seen such an incredible technique in his life. With a week without needing to worry about stitches, they could hook up the man, lift a permanent, fill up on glucose to purge the poison from their system naturally without any complications at all. "Keep it on the glucose," she whispered, grabbing his head, which she now spun around like a mountaintop. The man, for his part, took hold of her shoulders and settled the woman into a chair to allow her to regain her senses. He now saw the price that had to be paid for such an incredible technique. To think that the most powerful of Uzumaki had been completely drained of his chakra in mere minutes, this would probably kill any normal person in a couple of seconds before they had even activated the technique. This was why he had never seen the technique or even heard of it before he performed it. And the testament to her skill came from the fact that she had stitched everything with practically blindness. So fast were her stitches that her eyes possibly couldn't have followed those movements if she were a woman who didn't possess the legendary visual acuity of the Uchiha. So the only possibility this left was his instincts. The fact that she had presented thousands of micro stitches in a couple of minutes would have been ridiculous were it not for the fact that he had witnessed the astonishing phenomenon firsthand. But he gave her shoulders a squeeze to tell her they could handle it from now on. The woman was still trying to instruct them, half unconscious herself. This showed the complete determination her clan itself was famous for throughout the elemental nations. Listen to me, she scraped her head, her vision revealing her blackheads, and she knew she'd pass out any moment now. But she had to warn these fools what to do, lest they lose Sasuke for good by being careless. Keep him in intensive care, she whispered, and he was rather confused by her words since they were unnecessary, but he listened silently to her instructions. His mind is not responding to pain, his nerves were still during the surgery. Extreme blood loss reason, keep him in intensive care. He's going to be coma, she whispered incoherently before her eyes rolled back and the man gently propped her up in the chair with a laugh. The woman was truly astonishing. To think that she was actually analyzing him because he couldn't see her stitches and didn't want to waste time was truly the sign of a madman, a pure genius in the field of medical science. He chuckled quietly, understanding his own words, which lacked any hint of humor, and left to get the ICU cleared and ready for Sasuke to inhabit. He then left one of the Hokage's personal guards to take her home so she could get some restful sleep, which she undoubtedly wanted with her children at home right now. She deserved it. After all, she had been inside the matter for a few hours after all. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.